Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Early morning, the fragrant medicine pavilion started their business as usual. Except, it remained deserted like before. Feng San sat on a wooden armchair and held a book as he leisurely read. He was bored out of his mind these past few days. He worked in the fragrant medicine pavilion for so many years, and it was always so busy that it made him dizzy. He constantly wanted to find time to relax. Now that he actually had free time, Feng San felt completely uncomfortable. His eyes were on the book, but his heart was not. What made Feng San curious was about young Master Yi Yuan. Yesterday after he came back from the alchemist test, he was utterly exhausted. What medicinal pill did he refine to be so drained? What made him even more curious was that halfway through the night, Yi Yuan came out full of vigor. He even recovered most of his essence energy. Afterward, young Master brought Lu back to the Danwu Academy that very night. Did young Master get into trouble again, and return to the academy to avoid a disaster? But young Master went to the Alchemist Association yesterday. He could not have turned the Alchemist Association upside down, right? The more Feng San thought about it, the more he felt it was so. With young Master's former personality, he could seriously do something like that. Did young Master get well for a few days, and went back to his old habits again? Just as Feng San's imagination was running wild, several old men entered the fragrant medicine pavilion. Even though the fragrant medicine pavilion's business had become slow, there were still some people coming and going. After all, they conducted business fairly. Feng San did not pay any heed to the few people who came in and continued staring blankly at the book in his hands. There were naturally attendants to take care of these small matters. "Are you the shopkeeper? The three of us wish to request an interview with Mr. Yi Hang about something. Please pass the word," one of the old men said. Only then did Feng San gave him a glance lazily. But this glance made him jump in shock because the 3 stars on these 3 old men's chests were too blinding. 2 of the old men had red color badges on their chest, while the 3-star badge of the old man in the center was actually golden. 3 alchemy grandmasters came here together. The Alchemist Association would distinguish alchemists of the same star by using color. Blue is low rank, red is middle rank, and golden is high rank. In the entire state of Qin, only one person possessed a golden badge. That person was the Alchemist Association's Lord Chairman, Wu Daofeng. The identities of the other 2 people were almost certainly Deputy Chairman Wang Jinfu and Deputy Chairman Sun Jianming. The 3 major heads with the greatest weight in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world came forth together. What major event happened? Feng San hastily got up, went in front of the 3 to give a deep bow, and he asked respectfully, "This lowly one welcomes the 3 lords. May I ask why the 3 lords are looking for the owner?" "Oh, you know who we are." Wang Jinfu felt very pleased with Feng San's attitude. Feng San hurriedly said, "You must be joking, my lord. Even though this lowly one has never seen the 3 lords, I still have some knowledge. Who could don those badges other than the 3 lords? Ha ha, this shopkeeper is indeed very considerate. No wonder Mr. Yi Hang placed you in an important position. The 3 of us came here for Yi Yuan, and we wish to meet with your boss. Could you pass the message?" Wang Jinfu was very courteous with his words, but Feng San's mind was blown. Recalling Yi Yuan's unusual action yesterday night, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. That rascal really acted up again. This time around, even Lord Wu Daofeng personally came to call him to account. Yi Yuan was poking a hole in the sky. Wu Daofeng had always been living a secluded life. Just how much trouble did that punk, Yi Yuan, cause to alarm this major figure? The drunken star manners issue already left them bruised and battered. Now, there was the Alchemist Association. Did the heavens really want the fragrant medicine pavilion to perish? Wu Daofeng kept quiet all this time, but seeing Feng San space out, he could not help asking, "Shopkeeper, is there any difficulty?" Feng San recovered from his stupor, and then he pulled a long face and said, "My apologies, 3 lords. Our owner entered a death seclusion a few days ago. I'm afraid he won't be coming out soon." After saying that, Feng San's heart palpitated and could not resist sneaking a peek at Wu Daofeng. He discovered that the 3 of them exchanged glances, which revealed a deep disappointment. Feng San was a little curious. Looking at the 3 of them, it did not look like they were here to confront. But if they did not come to confront about something, then why did the 3 of them come together? Feng San was utterly baffled. Then, "Is your young master, Yi Yuan, around?" We can also look for him. Right then, Wang Jinfu opened his mouth. Feng San felt a little guilty as he gave in. 3 lords, young master returned to the academy yesterday night. The 3 people exchanged looks again. Wang Jinfu shook his head and sighed. Looks like that punk is intentionally hiding from us. How can that fellow, Zhang Yunhei, let Yi Yuan go after he returns to the academy? Wu Daofeng seemed to be pondering, but no one knew what he was thinking about either. After some time, he said, "Shopkeeper, don't let your imagination run wild. We actually came here today to deliver Yi Yuan's badge. He passed the Alchemist Association's test yesterday. Since he's not around, then we will pass the badge to you. I have to trouble shopkeeper to personally go down and deliver this to Yi Yuan's hands." When Feng San heard deliver badge, he immediately relaxed. So young master really became promising, to have passed the alchemy apprentice test. At least the owner had a successor now. However, he quickly grew suspicious again. It was just a badge. Why would it trouble the 3 major heads of the association to personally deliver it? Was delivering the badge a pretense and finding the owner to discuss a major matter was the actual intent instead? Thinking about it, there was only this possibility. After all, Yi Yuan was a junior. There was no way the 3 major heads would be dispatched. Although Yi Hang was not qualified yet, because of the drunken star manners essence gathering pill, the entire situation in the capital had become abnormal. It was also understandable for these 3 major figures to come and find Yi Hang. After all, Yi Hang was also an alchemy grandmaster, an important figure in the capital. Connecting the dots, Feng San felt like he finally understood the other party's purpose of visit. He quickly said, no trouble at all. To be of service for the 3 lords is this lowly one's honor. I will go to the Danwu Academy right away and personally hand this badge over to young master. Jinfu, give the badge to the shopkeeper, Wu Daofeng said calmly. Why don't we go down personally? In case, Wang Jinfu did not take out the badge right away and was somewhat hesitant. No need, the association has never interfered with local affairs. We can't break this rule. With our status, it's not appropriate for us to appear at the Danwu Academy. Don't worry, in terms of alchemy, who can compare to the Alchemist Association? Wu Daofeng said. Wang Jinfu's eyes lit up. Lord Chairman is still more foresighted. This old one understands. Finishing his words, Wang Jinfu retrieved the badge, and then he handed it over to Feng San. He said, we have to trouble you, shopkeeper. However, please don't reveal this matter of you delivering the badge. Although this matter can't be hidden for long, every moment counts. Feng San was confused. It was just an alchemy apprentice badge. Why were these lords taking it so seriously? Was this not blowing things out of proportion? However, when his 2 eyes landed on the badge in Wang Jinfu's hands, they became wide circles as his eyes were involuntarily glued to the badge. Only to see that 2 stars were sewn on that blue color badge. Isn't this an alchemy master's badge? Was there a mistake? Chapter 70. Denied entrance. What, you're saying that Yi Yuan passed the alchemy master test with his 4th level essence chi realm strength? Zhang Yunhei had not lost his composure like this for a long time. But the news brought by Feng Ruoking overwhelmed him. Yes, not only did he pass the low-rank alchemy master test, he even refined a transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill during the test. Upon testing, a 1st level spirit condensation realm after consuming the pill would possess the strength to threaten a 5th level spirit condensation realm. Feng Ruoking seemed like she would not give up until she shocked people to death with her words. Transcendent grade, tier 2, medicinal pill, F 1st level spirit condensation realm threatening a 5th level spirit condensation realm. Zhang Yunhei's brain short-circuited. What Feng Ruoking said had completely surpassed his understanding. Feng Ruoking wanted to laugh watching Zhang Yunhei lose composure in such a manner. She had been here at the Danwu Academy for several years but had never seen Zhang Yunhei in this state. Could it be that Yi Yuan was born with a powerful soul strength that already reached the alchemy master realm? After some time, Zhang Yunhei finally asked. But Feng Ruoking shook her head and said, that's not it. His soul strength isn't that strong. It's only slightly stronger than the average person. He could refine a tier 2 medicinal pill because he used the Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique. SSSS's Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique. Even if it's the Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique, isn't this a little too exaggerated? Truth be told, Yi Yuan's Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique has already reached the legendary stage. Even now when Feng Ruoqing said this, she felt that it was inconceivable. Legendary stage, that by itself was a legend. It was virtually impossible to reach that stage. Even those old people who lost all their teeth in the Alchemist Association did not manage to train any alchemy technique to the legendary stage, let alone the even more challenging Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique. Zhang Yunhe, who was already shocked until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, was shocked once more. He stared at Feng Ruoqing for some time before confirming that she did not lie. Just what lucky encounter did this Yi Yuan had? Isn't this too unbelievable? Feng Ruoqing seemed to be well prepared. He obviously won't reveal this sort of thing. But my guess is there should be an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan. And it's impossible for that person to be his father. The way I see it, this alchemist is definitely not limited to the Alchemy King realm. Zhang Yunhe paced about to digest the news that Feng Ruoqing brought back. It seemed that Feng Ruoqing's guess should be the closest to the truth. Otherwise, it could not explain how Yi Yuan possessed such monstrous alchemic talent at such a young age. After a long time, Zhang Yunhe said, "Such a figure is too terrifying. It's best to not provoke. It's just that I don't understand. Since Yi Yuan has such an incredible master, why would he come to the Dan Wu Academy?" Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "I also thought about this question. Most likely, it's to train his disciple. There is this possibility. Damn, you said Wang Jinfu and Sun Jianming, those two geezers, also knows about this. They definitely won't let Yi Yuan go. Come, let's quickly find Yi Yuan." As he was saying this, Zhang Yunhe wanted to rush out. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, "Relax, Dean. After returning to the academy, I'd already visited the fragrant medicine pavilion. Yi Yuan has already returned to the academy during the night. Lord Chairman Wu Daofeng brought the two deputy chairmen in vain. Grandmaster Yi Heng is also coincidentally in a closed-door seclusion, so the three of them returned empty-handed. Finally, they could only request the fragrant medicine pavilion's shopkeeper, Feng San, to deliver the badge to the academy." Zhang Yunhe let out a huge sigh of relief. Laughing out loud, he then said, "Haha. To think old man Wu would actually be denied entrance. I think his face back then would have been very interesting. Yi Yuan must have definitely predicted this situation, that's why he rushed back through the night. It looks like his feelings for the academy is very deep. Since Yi Yuan's back at the academy, quickly bring him to see me. No, I'll personally go visit him." Zhang Yunhe brought Feng Ruoqing to Yi Yuan's residence and did not alarm other people. Personally visiting a student with his status would definitely cause a huge uproar in the academy. Except, Zhang Yunhe did not manage to meet with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan entered the training room after returning to the academy. But Zhang Yunhe saw Lu Er and Feng San at Yi Yuan's residence. However, they did not recognize Zhang Yunhe. Lu Er was very familiar with Feng Ruoqing though. "Teacher Feng is here to look for young master." "Yeah, didn't he come back yesterday night? Where is he?" Young master said that he felt he was going to break through, so he entered a closed-door seclusion right away after returning. Shopkeeper Feng San didn't get to see him either. Zhang Yunhe was stunned. What breakthrough? This rascal was clearly hiding from everyone. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 4th level Essence Chi realm. How could it be possible for another breakthrough so soon? Even though Yi Yuan's breakthroughs previously were indeed fast, but for every increment in cultivation realm in the Essence Chi realm, the difficulty would also become greater. How could it be so easy to break through from the 4th level Essence Chi realm to the 5th level Essence Chi realm? Furthermore, even if he broke through, his cultivation realm rose too quickly would inevitably affect future cultivation growth. This way of doing things was just not worth it. There was such a powerful teacher behind Yi Yuan, how could he possibly make such a low-level mistake? Hence, Yi Yuan must definitely be hiding from everyone. This brat caused such a huge upheaval, yet he hid himself and avoided meeting anyone. How irresponsible. Zhang Yunhe felt very depressed. He came to visit a junior with his status and was actually denied entrance. Just now, he was still laughing at Wu Daofeng. He did not think that karma would strike instantly, and it was his turn so soon. But one had to acknowledge that a closed-door seclusion was an excellent excuse. When martial artists were cultivating, it was taboo for them to be interrupted during closed seclusion. Even if Zhang Yunhe was the dean, he also could not casually interrupt Yi Yuan's closed-door seclusion. Feng Ruoqing did not expect this result either, and so she said helplessly, "Then, forgive our disturbance, Miss Lu'er. If Yi Yuan exits seclusion, could Miss Lu'er please tell him to look for the Lord Dean at the back of the mountain, Cloud Wave Court?" Lu'er blinked her eyes and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Feng. Lu'er will remember." Lu'er was naive and did not understand Feng Ruoqing's meaning. However, Feng San was proficient in the ways of the world. His entire body quivered when he heard this, and his eyes sneaked a peek at Zhang Yunhe. Initially, he only faintly felt how powerful this person was, but at this moment, he was able to guess Zhang Yunhe's identity. Feng San did not expect the dignified Dan Wu Academy's dean would come to look for Yi Yuan personally. Recalling this morning where Lord Wu Daofeng also visited personally to deliver the badge, Feng San was incomparably shocked. Ever since he received the badge in the morning, Feng San knew that Wu Daofeng did not come to look for Yi Hang. They came to look for Yi Yuan. Having been the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper for so many years, nobody was clearer than him about what a 4th-level Essence Chi Realm Alchemy Master meant. The two most powerful, most influential big shots went so far as to personally visit his young master. Watching Zhang Yunhe and Feng Ruoqing in the distance, Feng San let out a long breath. Young Master Yi Yuan really could not compare with the past. He had already gone from a silk pants to becoming a top genius in the entire state of Qin. Even major figures like Zhang Yunhe and Wu Daofeng were fighting to win over his young master. "O Lu'er, our family's young master Yi Yuan has finally become capable." Feng San sighed emotionally, but Lu'er pouted her lips, and she said with a smile, "Young master has already been amazing. It's just that you all misunderstood him in the past." Feng San looked at Lu'er speechlessly. Chapter 71. A Scheme. It was true that Yi Yuan was hiding from everyone. However, he was really in a closed-door seclusion. Since his 4th-level Essence Chi Realm cultivation had already been consolidated, he could not wait to increase his strength. Yi Yuan's essence energy was thoroughly exhausted in refining the Tier 2 medicinal pill. It was indeed an incredible burden on his body. Presently, Yi Yuan was recovering his exhausted essence energy in order to adjust himself to his peak condition. Following that, he planned to take transcendent grade essence chi pills to break through to the 6th level essence chi realm in one stroke. Of course, the amount of time required to break through to the 6th level essence chi realm could not be compared with back then from the 1st level essence chi realm to the 3rd level essence chi realm. The second stage of the essence chi realm. Every time one's cultivation realm rose, the essence energy required also increased by a large quantity. Although Yi Yuan had sufficient transcendent grade essence chi pills, he still needed time to digest them. In addition, what he trained in was the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, so the essence energy expended was several times of the average person. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He had plenty of time. He will be in closed-door seclusion for a few days first to let those people get busy and leave him alone. Zhang Yunhe was certainly very busy. After failing to meet Yi Yuan, he left the Dan Wu Academy. In reality, Zhang Yunhe had always been busy. He actually spent very little time in the academy. Nobody knew what he went out to do. He happened to be back at the academy these few days and found out that such a dazzling new star rose within a month. However, Yi Yuan required time to grow no matter how talented he was. After all, he was only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. As long as Yi Yuan was in the Dan Wu Academy, Zhang Yunhe need not worry about this genius running away. Since Yi Yuan chose the Dan Wu Academy, it was impossible for Wu Daofeng to come to the Dan Wu Academy personally to headhunt people. After making it through the initial shock and having thought through this part, Zhang Yunhe naturally had to get busy with his own matters. There was no way he would wait here specifically for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Yet at this time, Lu'er welcomed an unexpected guest. Someone who claimed to be a student from the Academy's General Affairs Department was looking for her. This junior apprentice sister is Lu'er. The student's attitude was very haughty. Lu'er was a little perplexed, but she still responded, "Yes. May I ask who this senior apprentice brother is? I'm a student manager from the General Affairs Departments, the name's Zhang Heng." "So it's senior apprentice brother Zhang Heng. I wonder if you are looking for Lu'er for something." Although Lu'er was innocent, she was not dumb. This Zhang Heng would not find her for no reason, and looking at his attitude it did not seem to be friendly. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, "Of course I'm finding you for something." Since you already passed the entry advancement test and became the Academy's yellow rank student, why didn't you report to the General Affairs Department? Lu Er was at a loss. She never knew there was such a rule. One still had to report to the General Affairs Department after becoming the Academy's student. Please overlook it, senior apprentice brother. Lu Er has just been admitted, and there are still many things that I don't know. It's just, why must I report to the department after becoming a yellow rank student? Lu Er asked neither haughtily nor humbly. Zheng Heng gave a cold smile and said, such a large Danwu Academy is accommodating for so many students. Are we just going to sit idle and eat? Since we became the Academy's students, we naturally have to help out in the Academy. Hence, all yellow rank students who pass the entry advancement test have to do 1 month of miscellaneous tasks. This is the Academy's rule. You became the Academy's student, but instead of learning the Academy's rules properly, you even want other people to help you complete your miscellaneous jobs. Simply shameless. This Zhang Heng did not lie. There was really such a rule in the Danwu Academy, but it was a little too much to speak to a girl like this. Furthermore, Lu Er did not neglect work on purpose. She really did not know anything. She had only arrived at the Academy for several days, so even if she was absent from work, it was not a big deal. Zhang Heng was obviously here to find fault. Lu Er did not feel anything about doing a month of chores. Except, Yuan was currently in a closed-door seclusion. If he exited seclusion and could not find her, he would definitely be worried. Can senior apprentice brother allow me to wait for a few days? My young master is currently in a closed-door seclusion, and if he can't find me when he exits, he will definitely get worried. After my young master leaves seclusion, I will definitely report to the General Affairs, Lu Er requested cautiously. Who would have thought that Zhang Heng would rage after hearing that? What a joke. Who do you think your young master is? Is he bigger than the Academy's rules? You've already delayed for several days. How many more days do you want to delay? Every new student will be recorded in the books, and they would have the initiative to do their job. Are you the only exception? Hearing Zhang Heng verbally insulted her young master, Lu Er was so angry that tears were pooling in her eyes. But she knew that young master still had Yuan, an opponent in the Academy, and so she did not want to cause trouble for him. Hence, she held back her tears and said, Lu Er requests senior apprentice brother to allow a few days' grace. I will definitely report there. At that time, even if you arrange 2 months of chores for me, I won't mind. However, Zhang Heng did not seem to have any intention of being tender towards women. He smiled coldly and said, anyway, I've already informed you. It's your call whether you go or not. But I will say the nasty things first. If I don't see you report at the General Affairs today, then don't blame me for reporting this matter to the instructor. In accordance with the Academy's rules, you can just wait to be expelled. Hearing the word, expelled, Lu Er shuddered. Young master was currently like the noon sun. If she were expelled, then would it not make young master a laughing stock? That was definitely not a result that Lu Er wanted to see. Without question, this word struck Lu Er's weak point. Seeing Lu Er's restless look, a ruminating look could be seen in Zhang Heng's eyes. What has it got to do with me after your young master comes out? It's because I know that he's in a closed-door seclusion, that's why I came to look for you and cause trouble. Zhang Heng was laughing coldly in his heart. Zhang Heng pretended to have lost his patience, turned around, and was about to leave. Looking at the situation, Lu Er did not dare to delay. She quickly called out, wait, senior apprentice brother. I will go with you to the General Affairs. It's just, can you let me leave a note for my young master? One had to acknowledge that Lu Er was overly innocent. She even thought that this Zhang Heng was an upright and outspoken person, which was why he came to find her. Who would have known that he was scheming and came to find trouble? If Lu Er secretly left a token or note, then Yuan would know what happened. But now that she told Zhang Heng she wanted to leave a note, how could Zhang Heng allow her to do that? Zhang Heng said impatiently, if you are leaving, then just go. Why are there so many things? I'm leaving. Handle it by yourself. Finishing, he really turned around and left. Lu Er hesitated for a moment and returned to the house to leave a note before going. Of course, Lu Er was not aware that Yuan would not see her note. Yuan was completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. He was currently at the critical juncture of assaulting the 5th level Essence Chi realm. He threw transcendent grade Essence Chi pills into his mouth like they were sweets, and continuously refined the medicinal strength with the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The essence energy within his dantian became increasingly abundant, and he got closer and closer to the 5th level essence chi realm. Finally, Yi Yuan burst through the barrier in one shot, and he broke through to the 5th level essence chi realm. At this rate, these essence chi pills aren't even enough. This stupid cultivation law is too voracious. This is still the essence chi realm, and the consumption is already multiple times greater than the average person's. Won't it be hell at the spirit condensation realm? Old dad might be rich, but even he can't sustain this torment. Yi Yuan watched the transcendent grade essence chi pills being massively depleted. He could not resist criticizing the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Chapter 72, Lin Tiancheng's Plan. 2 days later, in a medicine garden behind the mountain, a young lady dressed in green was currently weeding. There were many dirt stains on the young lady's face, and her hair was also disordered. Sweat beads dripped down her forehead, and her clothing also was somewhat in tatters. She looked very pitiful. However, this young lady's face gave out a stubborn expression, as she continued to grit her teeth and persevere. This young lady was precisely Lu Er, who was forced to come here by Zhang Heng. She had basically been slogging in the medicine garden for the past 2 days without stopping. The formerly dainty and exquisite Lu Er was gone, and what replaced it was a haggard face full of exhaustion. Weeding was not a very tiring job for martial artists. Even if they did not rest or sleep for several days, they would not end up like this. However, weeding in the medicine garden was not such a relaxing job. The weeds in the spiritual fields were very deeply rooted because of nourishment from the thick heaven and earth essence energy. One had to utilize essence energy to remove them. Like this, weeding became hard labor. There was no one willing to do this job in the academy. Hence, they would let those newbies who just entered the academy do this sort of things. In reality, the majority of those doing these chores were commoners. The aristocrats just have to bribe a little, and they would be easily exempted. Zhang Heng used Lu Er avoiding her tasks as an excuse to arrange a much heavier workload for her compared to the others. Lu Er had virtually zero rest during these 2 days, but she only finished less than half of her workload. Due to her continuously expending her essence energy these 2 days, Lu Er's stamina was already depleted. That was why she appeared so fatigued. 2 youths were currently sipping tea and chatting in the small pavilion overlooking the medicine garden. They looked very pleased. Senior apprentice brother Lin, this junior apprentice brother can't bear to torment such a dainty and cute beauty like this. Zhang Heng shook his head and sighed. However, there was no trace of unwillingness on his facial expression. The youth sitting opposite him was precisely Lin Tiancheng, and finding trouble for Lu Er was something he single-handed engineered. In the Danwu Academy, there were very few heaven-ranked students, and their status was extremely aloof. Generally speaking, the academy would not arrange for them to do anything specific. They just had to cultivate diligently. All of the chores in the academy were mostly handled by the earth-ranked students. Just like Zhao Chunyang, he was sent out by the General Affairs Department to stand guard over the scripture library. Hence, the authority of the department was actually quite significant. There were plenty of ways to mess with people. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the head student of the General Affairs Department was Lin Tiancheng. Apart from an instructor who did not involve himself too much, Lin Tiancheng's authority was the highest. Ever since he was humiliated by Yi Yuan at the illusionary spirit tower, and with Lu Ruishui inciting things by the side, Lin Tiancheng started to resent Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently like the noon sun in the academy, so naturally, he did not dare to seek Yi Yuan out. But it was not hard to find trouble with Lu Er. 2 days ago, he heard that Yi Yuan happened to enter a closed-door seclusion, so he found a reason to send Zhang Heng over to find trouble with Lu Er and instructed her to remove weeds in the medicine garden. Lin Tiancheng sipped his tea and smiled as he said, "Don't pretend to be a bodhisattva with me as if I don't know you. I let you take charge of this medicine garden, and God knows how many girls you have harmed. Would you pity this young lass?" Hearing this, Zhang Heng laughed and said, "This is all thanks to senior apprentice brother Lin's care. That's why when senior apprentice brother Lin came to look for me, I didn't say a word and just did it." Lin Tiancheng nodded approvingly and said, "At least you are sensible, punk. I'm very pleased with the way this matter was dealt with. You can do whatever you want with that chick, no need to give me any face." When Zhang Heng heard this, a trace of wickedness flickered across his eyes, and he asked, "Really?" "Of course it's real. I really want to see what kind of expression Yuan would have after he exits seclusion only to see that his maidservant was violated. Lin Tiancheng's eyes filled with hatred when he mentioned Yuan. That day at the illusionary spirit tower, Yuan made him completely lose face. Afterward, many students secretly spread about what happened that day, which greatly diminished his prestige among the Earth rank students. This was the reason why he wanted to take revenge so badly. Zhang Heng was thrilled. Since that's the case, then I, junior apprentice brother, won't stand on ceremony. Senior apprentice brother Lin really gave this little brother a huge gift. Even though this girl is young, in terms of appearance, she is outstanding. It's just, I'm afraid that Yuan would come to find me after exiting seclusion. Lin Tiancheng looked at Zhang Heng calmly and said with a cold smile, no matter how powerful that Yuan is, he's only at the 4th level Essence Qi realm. You are at any rate a 9th level Essence Qi realm. Are you still scared of him? If he confronts you, then just let him come. When that happens, give him a brutal beating. You can help me vent this frustration at the same time. By the time he grows up, you would have graduated already. Why be scared of him? Zhang Heng gave heavy praises when he heard it. Haha, it's still senior apprentice brother Lin who have great foresight. You've already considered everything. I'm somewhat looking forward to Yuan's furious and exasperated expression now. Finishing, Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng exchanged glances and started laughing in unison. Lin Tiancheng was naturally unaware of Yuan's performance in the illusionary spirit tower. He thought that he overconfidently challenged the Earth rank advancement test and ended up being instantly killed. He also thought that Yuan had just barely made it past the black rank advancement test. Hence, the way he saw it, Yuan at most had the strength of an 8th level Essence Qi realm. Zhang Heng might be older, but he was already a veteran 9th level Essence Qi realm who similarly had the ability to jump ranks in battle. So it was obvious he could not lose to Yuan. This seclusion of Yuan lasted 4 days. Presently, the essence energy in Yuan's dantian was surging as he impacted the 6th level Essence Qi realm bottleneck repeatedly. Yuan had already broken through to the 5th level Essence Qi realm 3 days ago. After consolidating his cultivation realm a little, Yuan continued eating transcendent grade Essence Qi pills to impact the 6th level Essence Qi realm. To him, there was not much difference between the 5th level Essence Qi realm and the 6th level Essence Qi realm. It was just how many transcendent grade Essence Qi pills he needed to consume. Yuan consumed transcendent grade Essence Qi pills non-stop and repeatedly tempered the essence energy using the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Finally, after consuming several hundred transcendent grade Essence Qi pills, Yuan broke through to the 6th level Essence Qi realm in one stroke. Yuan felt like his entire body was bursting with strength after breaking through 2 cultivation realms consecutively. A feeling of discomfort had arisen unless he used his strength. Revolving his essence energy, Yuan struck out a palm. The air in the training room was compressed to its limits by the power of his palm and gave off a puff-puff, explosive sound. Boom! A large hole was dented into the wall of the training room. This big hole was way larger than the first time he used the stacking waves layered palm. It was an attack on an entirely different level. The walls of the training room were special. It could perfectly withstand a peak-level spirit condensation realm martial artist's full blow. It could be seen just how terrifying Yuan's attack power was to be able to smash such a large hole in the wall. Ooh, if I enter the illusionary spirit tower again and use the 8th layer wave, I should be able to kill 3 black-robed martial artists, right? Hehe. After I break through to the 7th level Essence Qi realm, I will go to the illusionary spirit tower to try it out. Yuan looked at the big hole in the wall and muttered to himself. It should have already been 4 or 5 days. I wonder what happened outside. If I still don't go out, Lu will be worried. Time to exit seclusion. Chapter 73. Lu in danger. Lu bent down to pull out the weeds beneath the herbs. These weeds were incredibly stubborn. Each one would make Lu expend a great deal of strength to remove. Even so, Lu did not make any complaint these past few days. She did not wish to cause trouble for young master and did not want to smear dirt on young master's face anymore. The first 2 days, Lu's weeding speed was still very fast. But the next 2 days, her speed suddenly fell. It was because the essence energy in her body was drained. Every now and then, Lu had to meditate for a while to recover essence energy. But this essence energy was used up again very quickly. Like this, her weeding speed became drastically slower. 2 days ago, she had already completed nearly half of it, but the next 2 days, she only finished 70%, and she was getting increasingly slower. Lu Er's stamina had already been overexhausted far too much. Her upper eyelid and lower eyelid had been trembling all these while. Only an obsessive thought compelled her forward. All of a sudden, a pair of feet appeared in Lu Er's sight. Lu Er's face lit up, and she could not resist lifting her head up to see. But she was greatly disappointed after looking up. The person who came was not young master but that hateful senior apprentice brother Zhang. Zhang Heng saw Lu Er's disappointed expression and smiled coldly as he said, "Why? Didn't see the person you wished to see." Lu Er kept silent. Zhang Heng was very displeased with Lu Er's attitude and flew into a rage. "Humph, I assigned you the task to get rid of the weeds, but you only completed 70% of it until now. Did you leave so much for me to help you do?" Lu Er wiped the sweat from her forehead, and she said weakly, I'm already working very hard. Just give me 1 more day, senior apprentice brother. I can definitely complete it. 1 day, I think even if I gave you 3 days, you also can't complete it. Such a small task and you can't even complete it in 4 or 5 days. You must be slacking off. Zhang Heng snorted coldly. Lu Er hurriedly shook her head. I didn't. I'm really working very hard at weeding. Hee. I will naturally know whether you are working hard or not. It's useless for you to argue. To punish you for slacking, you have to weed another stretch of the medicine garden. Lu Er froze when she heard that. What? Weed another stretch of the medicine garden? You don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, then fine. Go back, pack your stuff, and be prepared to get lost from the academy. Zhang Heng did not intend to show any sympathy towards a girl. But you already don't have any more strength to do, right? Zhang Heng suddenly smiled and said. Lu Er nodded feebly. If you don't want to do it, fine. But you have to promise me something. Zhang Heng suddenly changed the subject. Lu Er did not expect Zhang Heng to suddenly loosen up and naively thought that what he said was the truth. She asked him ecstatically, is that true? Please say, senior apprentice brother Zhang. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Heng's face. Lu Er's face changed as she only just realized that Zhang Heng did not have any good intentions. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, I didn't think that Miss Lu Er was so astute. My condition is very simple. I just want Miss Lu Er to accompany me for 1 night, and that will do. How's that? Isn't this deal worthwhile? Lu Er was not a stupid person. She was just inexperienced and did not really know the ways of the world. Initially, she only thought that Zhang Heng was an unreasonable person. Now, it looks like he was simply a beast in human clothing. Perhaps he already decided and planned all these, which was why he repeatedly made things difficult for her. Pooh, so, you are this sort of filthy person. Watch me report you to the instructor. Lu Er said hatefully. Ha, what a joke. You're just a newbie who refused to accept your senior apprentice brother's punishment. And because you harbored a grudge in your heart, that's why you slandered your senior apprentice brother. Why don't you tell me whether the instructor will believe you or me? Zhang Heng seemed to have expected it and laughed loudly. When Zhang Heng said that, Lu Er was stunned. Zhang Heng could manage the medicine garden for such a long time, which showed that the instructor definitely trusted him very much. Even if she went to complain, if Zhang Heng said that, the instructor might really think that she bore a grudge, which was why she defamed senior apprentice brother. You're a really despicable man. Lu Er was so enraged by Zhang Heng that her entire body was shaking as she pointed at his nose and yelled. However, Zhang Heng did not care at all. He smiled coldly as he said, Lu Er, just think about it, if your young master exits seclusion and hears that his maidservant was expelled right after being admitted into the academy, what kind of feeling would that be? Lu Er was stunned, and her body started to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Lu Er's expression, Zhang Heng was even more pleased. He continued saying, your young master is currently the academy's favorite. But his own maidservant was chased out of the academy. In the future, as long as he stays in the academy, there would be people pointing and gossiping behind his back. They would laugh that he couldn't even manage his own maidservant. Taking advantage of Lu Er being scared out of her wits, Zhang Heng slowly moved closer to Lu Er. As he got closer, he continued saying, even though I'm not as talented as your young master, I'm still a respected figure in the academy. You won't suffer from following me. How about it? It's just 1 night. As he was talking, Zhang Heng wanted to use his finger to lift Lu Er's chin. But Lu Er abruptly came round and immediately jumped away. Humph, you should just give up. Even if I die, I won't. Bring shame on young master. After she said that, Lu Er lifted her hand and slapped towards the top of her head. If this palm landed, the result would definitely be the passing of a beauty. Zhang Heng also did not expect Lu Er to be so decisive and would rather commit suicide than yield. He immediately became furious. Although Lu Er improved amazingly fast, when facing the 9th level Essence Chi realm Zhang Heng, she was still incredibly weak. Furthermore, her essence energy already depleted. How could she possibly succeed in committing suicide? Pa, who knew when a whip appeared in Zhang Heng's hands, which coiled around Lu Er's arm, sending her flying. Just like that, Lu Er went crashing out. Lu Er landed heavily on the ground and gave a muffled groan. Another lash. This lash landed heavily on Lu Er's. A bloody streak immediately appeared on Lu Er's body, and blood seeped through her clothes. Lass who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Want to die? It's not going to be that easy. Zhang Heng was infuriated. If Lu Er really committed suicide, he also could not escape responsibility. He was going to graduate soon. He did not want to lose any integrity. Lu Er's actions were making him irritated. Lu Er shrieked, but she ignored the pain as she crawled forward, wanting to grab a circular blue object. Just as Lu Er's hand was about to close in on it, that circular blue object was stepped underfoot by Zhang Heng. Give me back the badge. Lu Er endured the intense pain and yelled. Zhang Heng shifted his feet and glanced at the blue item on the ground, and it was indeed a badge. 2 stars were embroidered on it. This was actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. I thought, what this is? So, it's an alchemy master badge. I didn't think that you stole something so valuable after only a few days in the academy. Just with this, it's enough to get you expelled. Zhang Heng kicked the badge far away. He was apparently still unaware that Yuan had already passed the alchemy master test and officially became a low-rank alchemy master. Otherwise, even if he were to have an extra set of balls, he also would not dare abuse Lu Er like this. Looking at Zhang Heng desecrating young master's badge, the pain Lu Er felt was even worse than her physical pain. Tears finally trickled down uncontrollably. Looking at Lu Er's delicate and pitiful appearance, Zhang Heng could no longer hold back the beast inside him. He reached out and tore off a piece of Lu Er's clothing. Afterward, he grabbed Lu Er and dragged her to a corner, and he started to make his move to violate her in broad daylight. Chapter 74. Soul Guiding Incense. Lu Er, Lu Er. Yuan exited and shouted for Lu Er. But there was no reply. Yuan was very suspicious. Lu Er should have been waiting here for him to exit seclusion. Where did she go? Lu Er was very obedient. If there was really something, she should have left him a message. But Yuan searched the place and did not find any clues. He also asked his neighbors, but nobody knew either. Zhang Heng was highly scheming. The time he picked happened to be lesson time, so basically, all the students were at class. Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion, so she did not have any mood to attend classes. However, it just happened to give Zhang Heng the opportunity to strike. Strange. Where on earth did Lu Er go? Don't tell me someone dares to kidnap people within the Dan Wu Academy. Yuan sat down at the table and started conjecturing. Could Lu Er have gone to look for Tang Yu? In this place, Lu Er only had Tang Yu for a friend. Thinking of Tang Yu, Yuan relaxed and was just about to leave to find Tang Yu when there was a knocking sound. Opening the door to take a look, who could it be except Tang Yu? Tang Yu saw Yuan and was overjoyed. I figured that senior apprentice brother Yi should have also exited seclusion, so I came over to have a look. I didn't think that it would be so coincidental. Yi, why you are already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm? Tang Yu stared with his mouth agape. Yuan's improvement was too outrageous. He had only broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm with the help of Yuan's pills not long ago. A month ago, when Tang Yu met Yuan for the first time, he was only at the 1st level Essence Chi realm. A month later, Yuan was already at the same cultivation realm as him. Thinking of how Yuan killed Chou Ying with a finger, Tang Yu believed that if he fought with Yuan could absolutely kill him in an instant. Tang Yu currently felt that the Yuan in front of him was like a dragon that entered deep waters and then soared to the sky in one stroke. Nobody could stop him anymore. While Tang Yu was immersed in his shock, he did not notice that Yuan's facial expression did not look good. When Yi Yuan looked behind Tang Yu and confirmed that he came alone, his face turned ugly. He waved his hands and did not bother with Tang Yu's shock. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Why did you come alone?" Tang Yu was stunned and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not alone, how many people could there be?" Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. "Didn't Lu go and find you while I was in a closed-door seclusion these few days?" Tang Yu was alarmed, but he shook his head and replied, "No. I've also been busy these few days and did not see Lu. She also never came to find me." "Why? Did something happen to Lu?" Yi Yuan currently felt a little uneasy. "After I returned, I spent the entire time looking for her, but I couldn't find her. I have a bad premonition. I keep feeling that something happened to her. Maybe Lu was bored of waiting for you, and in a moment of playfulness, ran out to play. This is the Dan Wu Academy. Nothing should happen. Don't need to worry, Brother Yi." Tang Yu reassured him. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "I hope so." The house momentarily became silent. But the uneasiness in Yi Yuan's heart grew increasingly stronger. He suddenly stood up and said to Tang Yu, "Please return, Brother Tang. I'm still a little worried about Lu. I'm going to look for her." "I'll go too. There's a higher chance with two people searching," Tang Yu offered. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. Just I alone will suffice." After he said that, Yi Yuan casually grabbed a piece of Lu's clothing and went out. Yi Yuan did not go around hunting aimlessly. He came directly to Feng Ruaoqing's pill refinement room. After returning from the capital, not only did Feng Ruaoqing had a cultivation realm breakthrough, her insights in the Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique also grew deeper. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion these past few days, so she naturally hid in the pill refinement room to practice the Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique. Feng Ruaoqing was surprised when she saw Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance to speak. "I want to borrow your refinement room to use. Prepare a few ingredients for me." Yi Yuan casually threw Feng Ruaoqing a piece of paper and directly entered the pill refinement room like this refinement room belonged to him. Yi Yuan's words were like issuing an order. Feng Ruaoqing was very annoyed at his attitude but surprisingly did not blow her top. That was because she had never seen such a frightening expression on Yi Yuan's face before. Feng Ruaoqing was quick-witted and knew that something must have happened. Forget it. Who asked me to owe him?" Feng Ruaoqing let out a faint sigh and really went to prepare the ingredients Yi Yuan needed like a maidservant. If other people saw the dignified state of Qin's head princess does this sort of thing, their jaws would drop due to the shock. Before long, Feng Ruaoqing returned. The ingredients that Yi Yuan required were all ordinary stuff and were not difficult to source. It was naturally easy to obtain with Feng Ruaoqing's status. Except, Feng Ruaoqing was very curious about what Yi Yuan was trying to refine. The ingredients that Yi Yuan needed were not all herbs. There were some other items. Refining medicinal pills out of these ingredients were impossible. Passing the ingredients over to Yi Yuan, Feng Ruaoqing could not resist asking, "There are quite a few that aren't herbs. What are you trying to refine with these ingredients?" Yi Yuan received the ingredients and answered indifferently, "You don't need to bother. Just watch. Start the fire. You're really treating me like a servant." Feng Ruaoqing could not help losing her temper. This fellow had no respect for anyone. "If you're not helping, then go to one side. Don't hold me up." Yi Yuan's words grew icier. Not knowing the reason, Feng Ruaoqing walked to the red lotus cauldron and helped Yi Yuan open up the earth fire. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan did not express anything. Right now, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, he knew that the more impatient he got, the more he had to keep calm and not lose his reason. The fire started, and Yi Yuan began to refine. This time around, the refinement was not earth-shaking. It was only a very simple-looking refinement method. But Feng Ruaoqing had never seen this sort of method before. Without the process of preparing the herbs nor the process of refining the medicinal essence, Yi Yuan directed the fire to temper the ingredients while looking very relaxed. After an hour, the result of Yi Yuan refinement appeared. It was a chalk-like item, except that its appearance was grayish-black. "What's this?" Feng Ruaoqing asked curiously again. "Soul-guiding incense." This time around, Yi Yuan did not reject answering. It was just that when he talked, he let out a long breath. His rising and falling chest showed his current state of agitation. "Soul-guiding incense, what's it used for?" Feng Ruaoqing had never heard of this thing before and asked inquisitively. Yi Yuan did not answer but threw the soul-guiding incense onto the clothing that he brought along. After that, he waved a hand to draw a wisp of fire. Earth fire had an exceedingly high temperature. Lu Er's clothes were burned into a wisp of green smoke instantly. However, the miraculous thing was that the green smoke condensed in midair and did not dissipate. The next instant, the green smoke moved, and Yi Yuan moved as well. "Where are you going?" Feng Ruoqing asked bewilderedly, but Yi Yuan ignored her and ran out following that strand of green smoke. Feng Ruoqing bit her lips as she watched. After hesitating for a moment, she also followed. Chapter 75. Really want to kill someone. Lu Er used her remaining strength to struggle, but this weak struggle was futile and useless. Currently, her essence energy was drained. She could not even commit suicide. Lu Er became more and more terrified and increasingly becoming weaker. If she were tainted by a fellow like him, she would rather die. Zhang Heng slapped Lu Er's face and spat as he said, "Little bitch. You still aren't compliant when you are already like this. You're really asking for a beating." Lu Er suffered due to that slap, and one side of her face immediately swelled up. She laid there motionlessly as if she was resigned to her fate. Seeing the situation, Zhang Heng gave a nasty grin and said, "That's right. Much better now. Don't worry, after today, you won't be able to leave this senior apprentice brother." Ha ha ha. After saying that, Zhang Heng leaned over to carry out that bestial act. But right at this moment, all the pores on Zhang Heng's body stood on end. A feeling of danger came from straight ahead. Zhang Heng instinctively jumped away. An ice arrow grazed his face as it flew past. Luckily, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, that ice arrow would have already pierced through his throat. Withdrawing to the side, Zhang Heng broke into cold sweat. Who would have thought that this lass who already did not have any strength to retaliate could actually release such a powerful attack? However, Zhang Heng instantly became furious. Lu Er nearly killed him. Lu Er struggled to get up. Presently, her entire aura had changed drastically. Her entire body gave off an ice-cold feeling. This sort iciness seemed like it could even freeze the air. A layer of white frost covered Lu Er's hair, and her face also turned abnormally pale. Zhang Heng looked at Lu Er's transformation and chortled as he said, "So, it turns out that you have the 9 yin absolute meridian. You actually dared to cultivate essence energy with your 9 yin absolute meridian. You really can't tell life from death. Right now, the frost poison has burst forth, I will see how you suppress it." The sun was currently shining brightly, but Lu Er felt as if her entire body was placed in an icehouse. The frost penetrated the bone and sunk in deeply. This was the ultimate move of the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, profound ice returns to dust. This move was a forbidden technique in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. When Yi Yuan was teaching Lu Er, he had informed her that unless she had no other alternative, she must absolutely never use it. That was because this move triggered the 9 yin absolute meridian, attracting the frost chi between heaven and earth into her body in exchange for a powerful strength temporarily. The name, returns to dust, meant that after using it, from ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It was a move to perish together with your enemy. Currently, Lu Er's aura soared massively, directly breaking through the 4th level Essence Chi realm threshold, past the 5th level Essence Chi realm, and finally stopping at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. The time Lu Er spent cultivating the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was still too short. Even though she improved at an amazing speed, her comprehension was not that profound. If the Spirit Snow Divine King was the one executing the profound ice returns to dust, even if she only at the strength of a 1st level Essence Chi realm, she would be able to directly raise her strength to the great circle of perfection of the Essence Chi realm. Although Zhang Heng was surprised at Lu Er's sudden rise in strength, he did not pay too much heed. The 6th level Essence Chi realm was still a minor stage lower than him. But he was currently livid because Lu Er nearly killed him just now, making him feel incredibly ashamed. That ice arrow also extinguished his lust. Right now, what he wanted to do was to send Lu Er to the afterlife. Directly killing was a definite no-no. He would be punished by the academy. But since this lass had the 9 yin absolute meridian, then he could not be blamed if she sought her own death. Die, lecher. Lu Er grabbed the air with one hand. An ice arrow formed once again and shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng laughed coldly as he easily dodged it. This ice arrow might have a high attacking power, but what was the use if it could not hit the target? He was unprepared just now, which was why Lu Er's sneak attack almost succeeded. Now that they were fighting head-on, he naturally would not fall for it again. After all, Lu Er was not Yi Yuan. She lacked actual combat experience and could not control the sudden rise in strength. This sort of straightforward attack obviously would not cause any trouble for the powerful Zhang Heng. However, Lu Er did not care. Before she activated the profound ice returns to dust, she already had the will to die. Lu Er believed that even if she could not kill this guy, young master would take revenge for her. Trying to deal with me with these sort of attacks? You're underestimating Earth-ranked students' strength too much, Zhang Heng said with a mocking face. Humph! Thousand illusion hail! Lu Er cried out as her two hands formed a round shape. Very swiftly, countless stones formed between her hands. Pushing both palms out, a hailstone shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was astounded. He did not think that Lu Er's attacks would continue without end. This hailstone was an area of effect attack. Zhang Heng's speed was fast, but he was still struck by many hailstones. But the attack power of this hailstone was much weaker than the previous ice arrow. Coupled with Zhang Heng's powerful essence energy protection, these sort of attacks were unable to cause any real damage to him. Humph! Don't blame me for courting death, lass. Snake Shadow Whip. Zhang Heng's whip technique was very skillful. The whip shot towards Lu Er from a highly tricky angle. Right now, Lu Er knew that she was not Zhang Heng's match, and her heart already held the will to die. She did not evade this whip at all. A sneer suddenly appeared on Lu Er's face. Noticing this, Zhang Heng was startled, only to see that Lu Er's hands moved at high speed, and she actually formed multiple ice arrows in an instant. Lu Er did not defend at all. She was actually going to make both parties lose. Zhang Heng did not expect Lu Er to not fear death to such an extent. He did not want to die, so he swiftly pulled back his whip, and whirled his whip around. Very soon, the ice arrows were twirled into broken pieces. His strength exceeded Lu Er's by far too much, and his combat experience was also much richer. For Lu Er to injure him head-on, it was harder than trying to reach the heaven. After Zhang Heng shattered the ice arrows, he struck with his whip once more. Lu Er's attack just now had already exhausted all of her essence energy. Right now, she could no longer continue, so she just gave up defending and closed her eyes to wait for death. Young master, in future, Lu Er can no longer be at your side to serve you. You have to take good care of yourself. Two clear streams of tears fell and froze into ice beads. Zhang Heng was aware that Lu Er did not fear death, but he did not expect that Lu Er looked forward to death so much that she just stopped defending. He did not hold back on this move. If he hit Lu Er, then she was dead for sure. The attack was already released, and Zhang Heng could no longer stop it anymore. Just as he watched it about to land on Lu Er, a force shot out from diagonally. Kai, the force actually directly broke the soft whip. Zhang Heng was horrified. Although his soft whip was not a magical artifact, that attack just now filled the inside of the whip with essence energy. It could pierce straight through a person, and yet, it was broken with one move by someone. Who's there? You're really despicable to dare to ambush me. Zhang Heng howled. A youth dressed in azure clothing glided over and landed beside Lu Er. He did not even spare a glance at Zhang Heng. Picking up Lu Er, he took out a medicinal pill for her to eat. Lu Er, young master came late. Lu Er opened her eyes wearily and saw that it was Yi Yuan. A trace of light recovered within her eyes. Don't talk. Watch by the side. Young master will stand up for you. As he spoke, Yi Yuan's words grew frostier. Yi Yuan supported Lu Er to the sides, and then he stood up straight and shouted, "Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die." Chapter 76. The strong breaks the rules. Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die. Yi Yuan's words were directed toward Feng Ruoking. He knew that Feng Ruoking also came. If Feng Ruoking makes a move, it would be impossible for him to kill Zhang Heng. This was a warning. Nobody responded, but this was already a sort of tacit consent. Zhang Heng burst out laughing like he had just heard a hilarious joke. Ha ha ha, kill me, you're that Yi Yuan, right? Just you, a 6th level essence Qi realm, wants to jump ranks to kill me. You two, master and servant, are equally unable to gauge your strength. Yi Yuan did not show any reaction and said coolly, "Are you acting on your own? Or is there somebody instigating you? Speak, and I will spare your life." Yi Yuan had no connections with this Zhang Heng. It was even more unlikely for Lu Er to provoke anyone, so he did not believe that Zhang Heng would force Lu Er to such a desperate situation for no reason whatsoever. Just now, Zhang Heng recognized Yi Yuan immediately with a glance. This further confirmed his conjecture. What a joke. You, a 6th level Essence Chi realm, are so fucking arrogant. You think that after passing the black rank advancement test and increasing your cultivation realm, you have the capital to challenge veteran Earth rank students. Spare my life. Why don't you try for me to see? Although Zhang Heng was astonished by Yi Yuan's advancement speed, he did not feel that he could threaten him. He was 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan, and they were separated by a minor stage. This sort of difference in power was not so easily bridged. Zhang Heng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But who among those who could enter the Dan Wu Academy and become an Earth-ranked student was not a genius among geniuses? Yi Yuan sighed, and he said calmly, one really can't communicate with an imbecile. Since you don't want to talk, then I will beat you until you do. Yi Yuan did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and executed stacking waves layered palm. 8-layer wave. Humph. Reckless punk. You dare to look down on me and only use one hand. Zhang Heng naturally would not fold his hands and await death. He threw his weapon aside and also used his bare hands. Prajna palm. Zhang Heng raised his hands to unleash a high-rank martial technique. Zhang Heng had spent a great deal of time and effort on this prajna palm and trained it to the great success stage. Furthermore, he struck out with both palms together, so the amount of essence energy used was much greater. Zhang Heng curled the corner of his mouth as if seeing the image of Yi Yuan being heavily injured. 3 palms collided, but the events did not play out as Zhang Heng imagined. He felt a colossal force coming from the Yi Yuan's palm, which immediately passed through his 2 hands and spread throughout his entire body. Pooh! Zhang Heng gave a muffled groan, and blood sprayed out wildly from his mouth. His entire body flew out like he was heavily struck. Now, will you talk? Yi Yuan continued speaking calmly without any trace of emotion. The palm that Yi Yuan unleashed in anger was the 8-layer wave. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. This was a palm technique that could even finish off a 1st-level spirit condensation realm, and Zhang Heng chose to receive it head-on foolishly. There would be no justice if he did not die, but Yi Yuan deliberately held back on this move and only heavily injured Zhang Heng. The intention was to find out who was the mastermind. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and walked to Zhang Heng's side. Looking down on him, he asked icily, now, will you talk? Pooh! Zhang Heng coughed up another mouthful of blood. Right now, his arms were broken, and his internal organs also suffered extremely serious injuries. He looked incredibly wretched. If he did not receive medical treatment, he would soon die without Yi Yuan needing to move. Talk my ass. Ha ha. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Dan Wu Academy's rules state that students cannot kill one another. Come then, kill me. Zhang Heng's blood stained his teeth as he laughed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Heng pitifully, and he said coldly, rules. Rules are only used to restrict mediocre people like you. A true powerhouse will break all the rules and establish his own rules. Someone like you can only live under other people's rules forever. How pitiful. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the balls, then try breaking the rules for me to see. A 6th-level Essence Chi realm punk talking nonsense about breaking the rules. What a joke. Zhang Heng clearly did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to go against the Academy's rules. That was because, in the Academy's history, all those who broke the rules were sentenced to death. Except for that person. Is that so? Then I will break the rules now. Except, you won't be able to see it. Yi Yuan raised his hand again, and essence energy hovered faintly within his palm. At this moment, Zhang Heng could clearly sense the killing intent coming off of Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, Lu Er was one of his closest loved ones, and Zhang Heng dared to force her until she used the profound ice returns to dust. Even his death was insufficient. In his precious life, Yi Yuan did not have the ability to protect his loved ones. In this life, he was set on never letting his loved ones come to harm. But he did not expect to encounter something like this. Yi Yuan's self-condemnation had already surpassed his fury. This palm slapped downwards without any hesitation. Zhang Heng no longer doubted Yi Yuan's determination. I'll talk. Don't kill me. I was only under someone's instigation. Zhang Heng finally could not withstand the pressure, and hurriedly shouted. Talk. Yi Yuan did not shift his palm. He was waiting for Zhang Heng's answer. I'll talk, but you have to promise not to kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than say. Zhang Heng painfully made his decision and threatened him. Is that so? Then bring it with you inside your coffin. Yi Yuan channeled his palm strength and moved a little closer to Zhang Heng. Don't. I'll talk. It's senior apprentice brother Lin Tiancheng who instructed me. I was only obeying him. He's the head student of the General Affairs Department, so I can't disobey him. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I beg you, let me go. I will definitely help you testify against Lin Tiancheng. God knows where Zhang Heng got the strength from, to manage to crawl up and grab hold of Yi Yuan's leg as he cried out. Good, you can die now. Yi Yuan's palm struck down, and Zhang Heng died without even making any sound. Regardless of whether he was obeying others or not, he deserved to die 10,000 times over just for forcing Lu'er to such a state. Lin Tiancheng. Yi Yuan thought for a moment and recalled who this Lin Tiancheng was. He did not think that it was actually such a minor character that made Lu'er end up in such a sorry state. If he knew this beforehand, he would have taken preventive measures. Right at this moment, Lu'er's movement alerted Yi Yuan. He quickly rushed over to Lu'er. Lu'er already had no more strength to stand up. She was currently crawling forward. Lu'er, what are you doing? If there's anything, just tell me. I will do it for you. Yi Yuan shouted as he rushed over. Lu'er continued moving forward bit by bit and finally crawled in front of that blue color badge. She reached out to grab that alchemy master badge and held it against her chest as if that blue badge was her everything. Yi Yuan hurriedly picked up Lu'er. After Lu'er got the badge, she could finally no longer hold on and fainted. Except, she still had a hint of a smile on her face, looking completely satisfied. Looking at the object in Lu'er's hand, he could not help feeling his heart ached. An insignificant badge to him was cherished so deeply by Lu'er. Thank you, Lu'er. Let's go home. Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Why did you have to do that? According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow students is the death penalty. Feng Ruoqing gave a faint sigh as she revealed herself and blocked Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan stopped, and then he retorted, if Feng Zhiru ended up like this because of someone, what would you do? Feng Ruoqing was speechless. The answer was obvious. Those people were sentenced to death because they weren't talented enough. If they had sufficient potential and had adequate strength, I think the Academy would not kill them, but instead, heavily nurture them, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently arrogant. But what he said was logical and natural. Regardless of whether it was his past life or this life, Yi Yuan could look down proudly on all the pinnacle geniuses under the heavens. Just imagine how great of a genius he was to have been hailed as the one most likely to break through to the alchemy god realm in the divine realm, where geniuses were as many as oxen hair. Now that he transmigrated and lived once more, why would he give a shit about this tiny state of Qin? Feng Ruoqing remained silent for a while, but she still nodded and said, it's like you said. In reality, there are still people who weren't killed, but instead, became heavily groomed by the Academy. 5 years ago, a shockingly dazzling figure appeared in the Academy. But because his brother was bullied by someone, he killed a student in a fit of rage. The outcome was that not only did the Academy not dole out punishment, but he was also groomed heavily. Haha, sure enough. Then what are you worried about? Don't tell me I'm inferior to him. Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said slowly, because you aren't killing only one person. Just a bunch of trash. If they're killed, then they're killed. Yi Yuan could not care less. Anyone who dared to touch the people he treasured dearly, would have to be prepared to be killed. A tiny little Lin Tiancheng, if he was killed, then he was killed. What else could they do? But I've heard of this Lin Tiancheng before. He's a half-step spirit condensation realm. Even though you advanced amazingly fast, are you his match? If you won, then that's fine. But if you lost, some people would not let you off so easily. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not explain anything. He just passed Lu'er over to Feng Ruoqing. If you treat me as a friend, then just help me take good care of Lu'er. Feng Zhiru did not know why, but when she heard these words, she felt delighted in her heart. Yi Yuan was clearly her student. Was it not strange to be friends? But why was it so natural? I'm your teacher. Feng Zhiru put on a solemn face and said. Yi Yuan waved his hands like he was not willing to get tangled up on this question. Support Lu'er up. I'm going to help her suppress the frost poison in her body. Otherwise, she might not survive the night. Feng Ruoqing obeyed and lifted Lu Er up properly. Yi Yuan then rapidly struck over a dozen points on Lu Er's body. After that, he lifted up her palm and transferred his own essence energy over. In terms of extreme yang and strength, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated was a cultivation law which pushed them to the extremity. When compared to his cultivation law, the cultivation law Feng Zhiru trained in was like a small witch meeting a great sorcerer. Yi Yuan's essence energy was incomparably thick, making it perfect for suppressing the 9 yin frost poison. But this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. A 9 yin divine link meridian was an innate 9 yin absolute meridian. Once the frost poison erupted, it would be like an ice black hole, automatically sucking all the surrounding cold qi into the body, extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's essence energy was, it could not contend with the heaven and earth cold yin power. It could only temporarily suppress the frost poison in Lu Er's body. After Yi Yuan withdrew his hand, Lu Er's face became rosier. But she was still unconscious. "I'll leave Lu Er to you. I'm going to kill some people." After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and left. The entrance of the General Affairs Department was a rather busy place with streams of people coming and going. Yi Yuan stepped past the doorway but was stopped by 2 students. "What rank are you? What's your purpose of coming to the General Affairs Department?" One of the students questioned him. They did not stop everyone they saw. A single look and they could tell Yi Yuan did not appear friendly, and that something was wrong. That was why he was stopped. To kill people. Those 3 words casually popped out from Yi Yuan's mouth, sending a chill down the backs of the 2 students who heard it. Are you joking? The Danwu Academy forbids students from privately committing murder. Are you trying to violate the Academy's rules? This student was also at the 6th level Essence Qi realm, but under Yi Yuan's pressure, his essence energy showed signs of becoming unstable. "I don't have time to joke with you. Where's Lin Tianchang? Ask him to come out and die. Senior apprentice brother Lin, were you hit on the head? Quickly leave. If you still don't go, then we won't be courteous." The other person was slightly better, and he just wanted to chase Yi Yuan away. A 6th level Essence Qi realm talking nonsense about wanting to kill a half-step spirit condensation realm expert. If his brain were not damaged, then what was it? Yi Yuan simply ignored these 2 people and directly forced his way through between the 2 of them. These 2 people were in charge of guarding the entrance, so they naturally could not let Yi Yuan in like this. Hence, they used all of their power to try to stop Yi Yuan. Their hands did not even touch Yi Yuan before they were sent flying a long way out by the essence energy Yi Yuan released, which automatically opened up a pathway. Even though they were similarly at the 6th level Essence Qi realm, the difference was too huge. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was multiple times that of the same realm. How could these 2 people possibly be Yi Yuan's match? Someone's causing trouble. Stop him, quick. Notify senior apprentice brother Lin. One of the students was very dedicated to his job. After landing on the ground, he ignored the pain on his body and shouted loudly. The activity outside alarmed the people inside. Now that he shouted like that, the students who just came out immediately knew what happened. An 8th level Essence Qi realm student came up to stop Yi Yuan. He rebuked angrily, "Who are you? How audacious. Do you know what place this is to actually dare to cause trouble here?" Yi Yuan did not bother with him and continued walking forward. Courting death. Seeing Yi Yuan's supercilious attitude, that student immediately raged. He forced his way forward, wanting to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan casually unleashed a palm, and that student flew out, landing heavily against the wall before he stopped. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan clearly only had the strength of a 6th level Essence Qi realm, but a casual palm had such power to send an 8th level Essence Qi realm flying. It was very obvious that Yi Yuan already showed mercy. Otherwise, that 8th level Essence Qi realm student would be a dead man right now. Stacking waves layered palm. He's Yi Yuan. Right then, someone in the crowd recognized Yi Yuan's palm technique, and he immediately deduced Yi Yuan's identity. There was only one person who could casually unleash the stacking waves layered palm within the Danwu Academy, and that was Yi Yuan. Other than him, even head senior apprentice brother Long Tang could not do it. Quickly inform senior apprentice brother Lin. Say that Yi Yuan came to the General Affairs Department to make trouble. Let's stop him together. I don't believe that so many of us can't even handle a 6th level Essence Qi realm. A student who seemed to be a student manager shouted out. As expected, the others also perked up after his speech. That's right, no matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was still only one person. Many among them were 8th level Essence Chi realm, and quite a few were at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. How could he defeat so many people? Yi Yuan swept his gaze across everyone, making everybody shuddered. Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan asked calmly. Chapter 78. Despicable Lin Tiancheng. The Danwu Academy's General Affairs Department was segmented into the inner court, middle court, and outer court. The outer court was where students received jobs. The middle court was where the student managers of the General Affairs Department managed work. The inner court was where important figures dealt with businesses. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was in the inner court assigning tasks to the student managers. All of you, quickly handle the matters that I just instructed. Supervision of newly admitted students has to be reinforced. Make them obey submissively. If anyone causes trouble, then just directly suppress them. There's no need to be polite. Lin Tiancheng was issuing orders to a bunch of people with the air of someone of the upper echelon. Yes, senior apprentice brother Lin. We will do it right away. Finishing, several people turned around and left. Boom, boom, boom. A frantic knocking was heard. Senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Outside the door, a student kicked up a racket, making Lin Tiancheng frown. Lin Tiancheng had always been very strict with the rules. People at the lower levels had never dared to cause such a ruckus when entering. Today, there was actually someone who collided head-on with the tip of the spear. Creak. The door was opened by a student manager who reprimanded. Angrily. What's the commotion about? Don't you know that senior apprentice brother Lin is busy? Is your skin itching for a whipping? That student ignored him and just went around him, crying to Lin Tiancheng, senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. That Yi Yuan is currently causing a commotion outside the department. Senior apprentice brother who went up to stop him, but was sent flying with a slap. He even said. When Lin Tiancheng heard Yi Yuan's name, his face immediately fell. Looks like he found out about Lu being bullied by Zhang Heng, and the flames of fury attacked his heart, which was why he came to the General Affairs Department to cause such an upheaval. Thinking of this, Lin Tiancheng gave a cold laugh. Do you all just eat rice and do nothing? Just a 4th level Essence Chi realm managed to frighten you all until this manner. That Hu Tai is also a trash, to be sent flying with a single slap from a 4th level Essence Chi realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin, Yi Yuan, he isn't only at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Not only 4th level Essence Chi realm. Don't tell me he really entered closed seclusion to break through to the 5th level Essence Chi realm. Also not the 5th level Essence Chi realm. That student shook his head like a rattle drum. Looking at this appearance, Lin Tiancheng became infuriated. Can you not talk like you are out of breath? Just what's Yi Yuan's strength? He can't have been in a closed-door seclusion for a few days and reached the 6th level Essence Chi realm, right? This time around, that student's head was like a chicken pecking for rice as he nodded non-stop. That's right, Yi Yuan is already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. What? Including Lin Tiancheng, all the student managers in the room were astonished. They were, of course, aware of what strength Yi Yuan possessed. Around 10 days ago, Yi Yuan had just made Lin Tiancheng lose face greatly. Back then, he was still at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Just a mere 10 days or so had passed, and Yi Yuan was already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. He jumped from the 1st level Essence Chi realm to the 3rd level Essence Chi realm. 4th level Essence Chi realm to the 6th level Essence Chi realm could also be jumped. Just what was happening to this world? The crux was that not only did Yi Yuan increase his cultivation realm extremely fast, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Did they not just hear what this punk said? He sent Hu Tai flying with one slap. Hu Tai was an 8th level Essence Chi realm, and he could not even take a hit. Would that not mean that Yi Yuan possessed at least the strength of a 9th level Essence Chi realm? After the shock, Lin Tiancheng's face grew darker. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would have the power to threaten him so fast. It looked like it was already hopeless for Zhang Heng. Humph, just 6th level Essence Chi realm. You are all veteran Earth rank students. Don't tell me every one of you are scared of a 6th level Essence Chi realm. Are you all even Danwu Academy's students? You, go out and tell them to attack together. If they can't even restrain a 6th level essence chi realm, then what does the General Affairs Department need them for? Lin Tiancheng shamelessly used the people outside as his shield. Lin Tiancheng was not really scared of Yi Yuan, but if he could use those people outside to diminish Yi Yuan's battle strength, then why not? Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan took a step forward. The students outside the department were affected by his aura and retreated a step in unison. Yi Yuan took another step forward, and the crowd stepped back once more. A 6th level Essence Chi Realm managed to force a group of 7th and 8th level Essence Chi Realm students back. If this were spread outside, there would no longer be a need for the General Affairs Department to exist. Right at this moment, the student who went to report to Lin Tiancheng just now rushed back. Senior apprentice brother Lin said to attack together and take him down first. He's just at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. If you all can't deal with this, then what do we need you for? If you all can't take down Yi Yuan, then forget about working in the General Affairs Department in the future. Once these words were out, everyone's faces changed. Lin Tiancheng had always lived up to his words. He would really replace all these people. Most of these Earth rank students had no hope of advancing to the Heaven rank, so they stayed here to do some work and fish for some benefits. If they did not work here, then they could possibly end up doing manual labor. That was obviously a result they did not wish to see. Fine, I don't believe that so many of us here can't take care of a 6th level Essence Chi realm. Everyone, attack! Everybody gathered, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. Yi Yuan did not stop them, and let them surround him. Finally, these people could no longer resist attacking Yi Yuan. From the front, an 8th level Essence Chi realm student stabbed his sword towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and flicked a finger. That long sword immediately flew out of his hand. Another slap, and that 8th level Essence Chi realm was sent flying. At the same time, a palm attack came from the back. It was like eyes were growing behind Yi Yuan as he evaded it by slightly shifting his body. Then, he slammed his arm backward, and that person also went airborne. For some time, the surroundings were filled with attacks, but nobody was able to really threaten Yi Yuan. Not only were they unable to pose any threat, Yi Yuan even moved forward as he fought. He was about to push past the outer court. People could be seen flying continuously out of the group surrounding Yi Yuan and landing heavily on the ground. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan broke past these people's defense and passed through the outer court. The majority of these people were at the 7th level Essence Chi realm and the 8th level Essence Chi realm. To the current Yi Yuan, there was completely no threat. Where his palm wind reached, a series of wailing sounded. The outer court was strewn with people lying on the ground and crying out shrilly. Yi Yuan did not stop. Grabbing a sword, he advanced inside like that with the sword in his hand. Entering the middle court, another group of people surrounded him. These people were the student managers of the General Affairs Department. Each one of them was like Zhang Heng, all existences of the 9th level Essence Chi realm. 9th level Essence Chi realm was the pinnacle of existence in the Essence Chi realm. It represented the apex of the Essence Chi realm. Their strength was also much stronger than the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan would not care about a single person. But there were around 7 or 8 people now. They would not be a minor force anywhere. Yi Yuan looked at them and smiled coldly as he said, "You guys are really loyal dogs. Wherever Lin Tiancheng points to, you guys would strike there. My words still remain the same. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only want to kill Lin Tiancheng alone. If you want to be a dog, then you'd better be prepared to get beat up." Chapter 79. You don't have the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. In the Danwu Academy, nobody has ever dared to harp on about killing someone. I think you must be fucking ballsy. 1. Everyone found it extremely comical to see Yi Yuan behave so arrogantly. One could fight in the Danwu Academy and could also arrange for a deathmatch. But nobody had ever dared to talk about killing someone in such a dignified manner. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan was obviously posturing and wanted to use this sort of threat to force them back. Yi Yuan adjusted his sword in a showy manner and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. I'll just have to beat up the guard dogs before going to beat the owner." With those words, Yi Yuan did not hesitate and then charged into the group with his sword. Falling flower floating zero sword was executed, and his entire being became a series of afterimages as he passed through these people. These student managers were all at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. Apart from heaven-ranked students in a half-step spirit condensation realm like Lin Tiancheng, they were virtually undefeatable existences in the Danwu Academy. But at this moment, they made a woeful discovery. They could not even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Yi Yuan's body moved elegantly like countless falling petals, completely traceless. These student managers were after all 9th level Essence Chi realms, 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan. Wanting to defeat them was not so simple. Yi Yuan could naturally use brute force to deal with these people. But he did not wish to reveal his trump card too early. In the entire academy, apart from Feng Ruoqing who saw him use the 8-layer wave to kill Zhang Heng just now, nobody was aware that he could use the 8-layer wave. Lin Tiancheng was ultimately a half-step spirit condensation realm. There was almost a major cultivation realm between him and Yi Yuan. It would not be a good thing if he got to know of his trump card beforehand. Using the falling flower floating zero sword to deal with the enemies could conserve essence energy and also numb his opponent. So why not? Even though Yi Yuan's flames of fury was soaring to the sky right now, he did not lose his reason. If he did not even have this shrewdness after living 2 lifetimes, then it was all wasted. The falling flower floating zero sword was created by imitating falling flowers. It paid particular attention to flowing with the wind naturally and elegantly, very economical on the usage of essence energy. Of course, the falling flower floating zero sword was not without weaknesses. The drawback was insufficient attack power. But in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan did not require much attack power. He made use of the elegant and nimble movements to give these students some injuries every now and then. As time passed, their combat power dropped drastically. Ayo, my arm, ah, my leg, the curdling screams carried on incessantly. Unwittingly, many injuries had appeared on these student managers' bodies. Just what kind of a freak is this guy? 6th level Essence Chi realm and he is this powerful. Stop, stop, we admit defeat. That's right, quickly stop, we surrender. One person was the first to speak, and everyone else's spirit immediately collapsed. Everyone quickly laid down their arms and surrendered. After breaking through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm, it would be tough for Yi Yuan to find an opponent in the Essence Chi realm anymore. Yi Yuan obviously would not slaughter everyone in a frenzy. Seeing that these people had the intention to back away, he threw down the sword in his hand indifferently and headed inside to the inner court. Grabbing a student doing chores in the inner court and forcing him to lead the way, Yi Yuan went to where Lin Tiancheng was. Yi Yuan kicked the door wide open with a leg, but the room was already empty, and Lin Tiancheng could not be seen anywhere. The back window was opened. Clearly, Lin Tiancheng escaped from here. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and took out a stick of soul-guiding incense. He came to the table and casually took up a book to burn. The soul-guiding incense became a wisp of green smoke and went with the wind. A martial artist's divine soul was powerful and would leave behind the scent of their soul in places where they frequently stopped by. The soul-guiding incense could differentiate these soul scents and track him down. When powerful martial artists were fleeing, they would conceal the scent of their soul. Hence, the use of the soul-guiding incense was not great. In his past life, Yi Yuan only found it fun, so he researched it a bit. But Lin Tiancheng evidently did not know how to hide the scent of his soul. It was useless no matter where he fled to. Yi Yuan's performance truly astonished Lin Tiancheng. 7 to 8 9th level Essence Chi realm martial artists were defeated just like chopping vegetables. Although he did not believe Yi Yuan could really defeat him, at the very least, Yi Yuan already possessed the power to fight with him. Lin Tiancheng was one of those typical examples of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. So he chose to run away. Yi Yuan had already wholly overturned the General Affairs Department. As long as the instructors found out about this matter, he would definitely be expelled. Hence, he had no need to fight it out with Yi Yuan. Right now, he was going to the back of the mountain to tattle to the instructor. What a brainless fellow. So what if he's a genius? Isn't he still screwed over by me, Lin Tiancheng? Being pleased with himself, the smile on Lin Tiancheng's face could not be concealed no matter what. Lin Tiancheng, who was gloating, did not notice that a wisp of green smoke spun a few rounds above his head, which then disappeared. The next moment, Lin Tiancheng's smile froze on his face. That was because his path ahead was blocked by someone, and that someone blocking him was precisely that hateful Yi Yuan. How was this possible? How did he know that I was here? Yi Yuan just stood in front of him coldly without even hiding his killing intent. Unknowingly, fear started to take place in Lin Tiancheng's heart as he looked at Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan, don't push me too far. Do you really think that I'm scared of you? Lin Tiancheng was livid, trying to use this to cover up his guilt. Aren't you the one who forced me? Congratulations. You've succeeded in infuriating me. And the price for that is your life. Yi Yuan spoke slowly without any trace of emotion. Haha, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't tell me that you forgot what this place is. The Danwu Academy has never tolerated students killing students. Violators are sentenced to death. Do you wish to go against the Academy's rules with your own strength? Lin Tiancheng guffawed. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, you're really the same as that guy in the medicine garden, treating the Academy's rules as your protective talisman. It's because something like the Academy's rules that you guys dared to touch my people, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's sigh, Lin Tiancheng suddenly felt a chill arise from the bottom of his heart, and the ominous feeling in his heart would not go away. What did you do to Zhang Heng? Don't you know the answer already? Yi Yuan replied calmly as if he did something not even worth mentioning. Lin Tiancheng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and cried out in shock, why you really killed Zhang Heng? You really dare to kill people? Are you insane? You'll be put to death. Ha ha ha, you are dead, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out another sigh and said, so weak. All you talk about is the Academy's rules. No wonder you kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. It's because you don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Lin Tiancheng trembled. Yi Yuan's words directly struck his trauma and exposed his weakest area. You think that you're very exalted being the head student of the General Affairs Department. In reality, it's displaying your weakness. How many of the students who passed the Earth rank advancement test came out of there? I came to kill you, but you made your subordinates become your fodders. Finally, you flee without fighting. You don't even dare to fight once. You want to tell the instructor that I'm causing a commotion at the General Affairs, right? You are basically a coward. Someone like you would never become a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Tiancheng's spirit one blow after another, leaving him short on breath. Chapter 80. Battling Lin Tiancheng. Shut up, a puny 6th level Essence Chi realm dares to talk crap about being a powerhouse in front of me. What a joke. Lin Tiancheng finally lost it and dismissed Yi Yuan's words. Is that so? Then what are you scared of? Quickly come and finish off me, this puny 6th level Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan's words were filled with countless mocking. Humph, you think I can't detect such a low-level goading action? Fine, I will do as you wish today, and let you witness what a true expert is. Finishing, Lin Tiancheng's half-step spirit condensation realm aura was released and smashed towards Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng was not stupid. His biggest advantage was cultivation realm, so he obviously had to make good use of it. A spirit condensation realm could rely solely on his realm's pressure to make an Essence Chi realm's essence energy slow down and become stagnant. Although his half-step spirit condensation realm could not fully unleash the pressure of a spirit condensation realm, it already had quite a bit of power. Spirit condensation realm was actually compressing the essence energy within the Dantian to its limits, achieving the realm where the accumulated chi becomes liquid. It was a one-time advancement of the body's essence energy. Hence, regardless of whether in terms of quantity or quality, a spirit condensation realm's essence energy greatly surpassed that of normal essence energy. Wanting to defeat a spirit condensation realm with the strength of essence energy was an extremely tough thing to do. One either required extremely powerful martial techniques to bridge the difference in cultivation realm or use heaven-defying medicinal pills to compensate for the difference in power. But regardless of the method used, the prerequisite was that this method was able to compensate for the difference in power between an Essence Chi realm and a Spirit Condensation realm. The so-called half-step Spirit Condensation realm meant that the martial artist was in the process of liquefying their accumulated chi and already partially had the power of a Spirit Condensation realm. The power of a half-step Spirit Condensation realm was already sufficient to crush any Essence Chi realm martial artist. Lin Tiancheng was pretty talented. He could have broken through to the Spirit Condensation realm long ago but had always suppressed his strength at half-step Spirit Condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. However, his comprehension was still a little lacking, so he had been unable to advance his martial techniques mastery. Hence, He had no way of jumping ranks to defeat the 5 black-clothed spirit condensation realm martial artists. After all, he was only half-step spirit condensation realm. There was still a very large gap compared to a true spirit condensation realm. Seeing Lin Tiancheng used his cultivation realm's suppression to deal with him, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. Trying to use cultivation to suppress me? It's a shame that your cultivation realm is too low. If a third-level spirit condensation realm and above used this move to deal with him, it would really be troublesome. But a half-step spirit condensation realm doing it was basically trying to scratch an itch through one's boots. Yi Yuan fully released the essence energy in his body right then, and his aura soared, pushing Lin Tiancheng's aura back. Only an instant had passed, and these two people's auras were matched with each other's. Neither of them was able to do anything to the other. This was originally a noisy place, and now, many students gathered to gawk. When they saw that Yi Yuan's aura was evenly matched with Lin Tiancheng's aura, they were stunned speechless. No way, is that Yi Yuan really only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm? Absolutely, he can actually be evenly matched with senior apprentice brother Lin under the suppression of cultivation realm. This is too sick. Doesn't this mean that his power's no less than a half-step spirit condensation realm? That should be it theoretically. But doesn't that mean that even though Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, the thickness of his essence energy was already not inferior to a half-step spirit condensation realm? Isn't this too ridiculous? Of course, this was not a joke. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was really terrifying. Since the start of 1st level Essence Chi realm, the essence energy that Yi Yuan consumed during cultivation was several times of others. Under the accumulation of so many realms, the density of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already pretty impressive. That was why he could stand up to Lin Tiancheng in terms of aura. The density of essence energy was not about having a large reserve, but rather, having the purity of essence energy, which greatly surpassed that of the same realm. As an example, Yi Yuan and some other 6th level Essence Chi realm executed the same martial technique. Other people required 1 unit of essence energy, while Yi Yuan only needed 1/3 of a unit or even a fifth. This was why Yi Yuan was powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan not losing in terms of aura, Lin Tiancheng's expression became extremely ugly. Since he could not suppress Yi Yuan using cultivation realm, Lin Tiancheng could only fight directly with him. However, Yi Yuan knew an abnormal martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm. A moment of lapse, and it would be serious injuries, possibly even death. At this moment, Lin Tiancheng naturally would not naively believe that Yi Yuan would have any qualms about some rules. This was a life and death match. Humph, so what if your aura is strong? Today, I will let you witness just what a half-step spirit condensation realm is. Thunderous fist. Lin Tiancheng's punch struck towards Yi Yuan. There were even traces of electricity on the fist. It was precisely a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique which Yi Yuan saw in the scripture library, the Thunderous Fist. The power of a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique unleashed by a half-step spirit condensation realm was truly terrifying. Although this punch did not smash towards them, the surrounding students similarly felt enormous pressure, let alone Yi Yuan who was receiving it directly. Senior apprentice brother Lin's Thunderous Fist is really scary. I'm afraid it's already trained to the great success stage. Yeah, even though that punch wasn't aimed at me, I still feel short of breath now. He's really worthy of being the strongest in the Earth ranking. How frightening. Yi Yuan's really straining himself. At any rate, senior apprentice brother Lin is a half-step spirit condensation realm. How could he be defeated so easily? Listening to their conversation just now, it's actually a deathmatch. Just what kind of deep hatred do they have with each other? Even if they really killed the other party, they also can't escape the Academy's punishment. Why do you care so much? Since there's a show, just watch. It won't implicate you anyway. Yi Yuan also felt the pressure coming head-on while facing Lin Tiancheng's lightning attribute martial technique. A half-step spirit condensation realm was indeed powerful. Yi Yuan did not choose to clash head-on with Lin Tiancheng but decided to evade instead. Yi Yuan's feet shifted and executed instant flash, vanishing in a blink of an eye, leaving behind an afterimage where he was initially at. Lin Tiancheng's punch was halfway there when he saw this. He laughed coldly and said, "Afterimage. Humph. Paltry tricks. 7-star steps." Lin Tiancheng also disappeared halfway. Low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 7-star steps. Yi Yuan's in danger. That's right, Tier 2 martial technique is too much of a bully. The crowd exclaimed in shock. 7-star steps was a low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, while instant flash was only a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique. The difference between the two was enormous. Tier 2 martial techniques were mostly employed with spirit condensation realm's essence energy. The effects were naturally different from Tier 1 martial techniques which were activated with essence energy of the essence chi realm. Even if Yi Yuan's instant flash had already transcended the boundaries of Great Circle stage and reached the breaking illusion stage, it was still inferior to a Tier 2 martial technique. After all, the grade of instant flash was too low. Yi Yuan revealed himself, and at the same time, sensed an extreme danger coming from the back. Having no time to think, he used instant flash once more and vanished on the spot. However, that sense of danger did not fade and kept latching on him like a parasitic maggot. Only now did Yi Yuan realize that he underestimated Lin Tiancheng. The strongest among Earth ranks was not for a laugh. His power was already bordering close to heaven rank and was much stronger than the average first-level spirit condensation realm. Judging based on the illusionary spirit tower's standards, Lin Tiancheng could most likely finish off 4 black-clothed martial artists with only a narrow margin away from passing the test. Chapter 81. Unfavorable Situation. Come on. The General Affair Department's head student, senior apprentice brother Lin, and that genius Earth-ranked student who's recently in the limelight, Yi Yuan, started fighting. There's going to be a great show to watch. Yi Yuan, isn't he only at the 4th level essence chi realm? Senior apprentice brother Lin was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm a long time ago. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? Are you stupid? Didn't Yi Yuan enter a closed-door seclusion a few days ago? He exited seclusion and is already at the 6th level essence chi realm. What? Closed seclusion for a few days and 6th level essence chi realm? That fellow is seriously a freak. But even if he's at the 6th level essence chi realm, he couldn't possibly be senior apprentice brother Lin's match, right? Who knows? I also just heard from other people. There seems to be some great enmity between the two of them, which provoked Yi Yuan so much so that he wants to kill senior apprentice brother Lin even knowing the academy's rule. There's such a thing. Come, let's quickly go look. The news of Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng's deathmatch quickly spread throughout the entire Danwu Academy. 2 students debated over it for a while in a corner of the academy and then they rushed over to watch the show. But their discussion reached another person's ear. Wan Yuan just happened to be nearby, and when he heard these two people's conversation, a hint of a cold smile flashed across his face. He did not think that Lin Tiancheng was so daring, to actually directly provoke Yi Yuan to violate the academy's rules. Now, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan who killed Lin Tiancheng or Lin Tiancheng who killed Yi Yuan, he could sit there and enjoy the fisherman's gains. Previously, he let Lu Ruishui goaded Lin Tiancheng on, and that fellow really fell for it. Lin Tiancheng was narrow-minded. Just by sowing discord slightly, he became jealous and hated Yi Yuan. Wan Yuan was still having a headache these 2 days as Yi Yuan's improvement became increasingly faster. Not only was he reaching Wan Yuan on the martial path, he completely crushed him on the alchemy path. Who would have thought that Lin Tiancheng directly provoked Yi Yuan? After listening to the two people's conversation, Wan Yuan was excited but was also shocked. Yi Yuan went into seclusion and was at the 6th level essence chi realm after coming out. He could pass through the black rank advancement test at the 4th level essence chi realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan could already completely crush him with his current strength? Just a month plus, and Yi Yuan and his position had totally flipped over. A month ago, he could easily crush Yi Yuan. A month later, Yi Yuan was already an existence that he looked up to. Preposterous. Just what the hell happened? Wan Yuan was so aggrieved. Nothing made someone sadder than being stepped underfoot by somebody they looked down upon. Bringing along this grievance, Wan Yuan also headed over. He really wanted to watch the sight of Yi Yuan being killed by Lin Tiancheng or Yi Yuan killing Lin Tiancheng, and then being sentenced to death by the academy. Lin Tiancheng's 7-star steps was already trained to the small success stage. It was just a little bit faster than Yi Yuan's instant flash. Currently, Yi Yuan was already forced into a perilous situation by him. If he were careless and got hit, then there would probably be no chance for victory. The Thunderous Fist belonged to the Lightning Attribute Martial Techniques category. It similarly leaned towards attack power and even had a numbing effect. The moment he got hit, Yi Yuan would basically no longer have the strength to retaliate. In terms of speed, Yi Yuan could not shake off Lin Tiancheng. In terms of attack, Yi Yuan had already lost the initiative now. He was currently in an extremely defensive situation. Haha, run, keep running, I love this sort of cat-catching mice game the most. Overconfident punk, I thought you were very powerful. So you only have this bit of ability. Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly as he chased Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng seemed like he had the strength to spare. Yi Yuan appeared once more, and Lin Tiancheng appeared beside him at almost the same instant. The thunderous fist directly struck Yi Yuan's chest. However, this time around, Yi Yuan unexpectedly did not run away. He raised his right hand like lightning, and essence energy in his palm spread out. Stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. One fist clashed with one palm, and the two people clashed and flew backward. Lin Tiancheng's body only flew backward almost 7 meters, but Yi Yuan flew for 10 meters. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had the lower hand in this clash. Lin Tiancheng stabilized his body and laughed coldly as he said, "So, you actually mastered the stacking waves layered palm, 4-layer wave. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, this stacking waves layered palm can only deal with essence chi realms. To handle me, you have a long way to go. Right now, do you feel like your hands are going numb, and your essence energy isn't circulating properly?" Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly without stopping. Just now, Yi Yuan was still talking rampantly about the heart of a powerhouse. But now, he was suppressed by him. This made him very gleeful. Lin Tiancheng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But so what if he was a genius? Did he not still lose to him? This feeling of crushing geniuses was simply satisfying. Yi Yuan's right hand became a little numb, and the circulation of essence energy also became somewhat stagnant. This thunderous fist indeed had a well-deserved reputation. It was actually on par with the 4-layer wave. Of course, Lin Tiancheng still had to give credit to his cultivation realm to be able to rely on the thunderous fist to draw with Yi Yuan. Half-step spirit condensation realm was no joke. It was almost a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. In the past, it had always been Yi Yuan who used speed to crush his opponent. He did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Lin Tiancheng in terms of speed today. Without the advantage in speed, he had no way of attacking with his full power. Lin Tiancheng would not give him the chance to strike. The situation was very unfavorable. Yi Yuan secretly revolved his essence energy to purge the lightning attribute essence energy entwined in his palm in order to relieve his numbed state. How could Lin Tiancheng give him this opportunity? Trying to relieve the numbness. Are you treating me as a 3-year-old kid? Die. Right at this moment, Lin Tiancheng moved again. The 7-star steps was executed, and he crossed the several meters distance, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Another exchange and the two people separated once more. This time around, Lin Tiancheng only retreated around 6 meters, while Yi Yuan backed over a dozen meters. It was apparent that after being affected by the numbness in his right hand, Yi Yuan's disadvantage grew even greater. Lin Tiancheng did not plan on giving Yi Yuan the chance to catch his breath. After adjusting his breathing, his thunderous fist struck out once more. Just like that, one heavy punch after another, Lin Tiancheng's advantage grew even greater. Sigh. Yi Yuan's improvement is quick, but he overestimated himself. I also know that Lin Tiancheng. He is, after all, a half-step spirit condensation realm and known as the strongest student in the Earth rank. Yi Yuan wants to challenge him at only 6th level essence chi realm. Isn't this just asking for it? In a pavilion, Zuo Bagui was complaining. Standing by his side was Long Tang. He was naturally also alerted to such a major event. I think Yi Yuan isn't such a reckless person. He might have some cards to play. Long Tang frowned as he watched the battle far away. However, Zuo Bagui did not agree, and he said, what other cards could he have left? I admit that he's truly a top genius that only appears once every 50 years. He even surpasses you and me, and he actually mastered the 4-layer wave. But even his 4-layer wave can't handle Lin Tiancheng. What other moves could he have left? Such a pity. Too bad. Long Tang's brows furrowed even tighter. His view was the same as Zuo Bagui. He really could not tell what other resort Yi Yuan possibly had. Regardless whether it was speed or attack, he was completely suppressed. A defeat was set. However, he did not know why, but he just felt that Yi Yuan had other cards he had not yet shown. Chapter 82. Appearing to be weak. Is that so? Really? You also have the same feeling as me. This Yi Yuan is truly a genius, but he's too short-tempered and impatient. I reckon this has to do with his sudden rise. Zhuo Bagui's words poured on unceasingly, but Long Tang seemed to pay no heed. The two of them seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. Every time they met, they would chat in such a manner. Perhaps what you said is right, but looking at last time when he underwent the deathmatch with Fei Qingping, this Yi Yuan is somebody who plans first and then takes action. He definitely wouldn't rush to his death so carelessly. Long Tang was still very insistent. Sigh, I say, why are you so stubborn? Why don't we bet on it? I've been salivating over your spirit essence pill for a long time. Zhuo Bagui still behaved sloppily. A bet? Long Tang looked at Zhuo Bagui with probing eyes. That's right, a bet. Don't you think that Yi Yuan has some trump card that could save the situation? We'll bet on their victory and defeat. How's that? Zhuo Bagui met Long Tang's eyes openly without hiding his desire for the spirit essence pill in the slightest. Spirit essence pill was a tier 2 medicinal pill that the Danwu Academy awarded to Long Tang. It could increase the success rate when a spirit condensation realm martial artist was impacting a minor realm's bottleneck by 70%. To the Danwu Academy's geniuses, this sort of medicinal pill was undoubtedly a miracle pill for breaking through realms. Geniuses like Long Tang and Zhuo Bagui already had a much higher chance of breaking through bottlenecks when compared to other people. With the help of the spirit essence pill, breaking through cultivation realms was virtually settled. Even for a major bottleneck from the 3rd level spirit condensation realm to the 4th level, the spirit essence pill also had a 40% effect. One could see just how powerful this medicinal pill was. However, the spirit essence pill was extremely rare even in a place like the Danwu Academy. It was seldom awarded to students. It was because Long Tang became rank 1 on the martial roll of honor that the Academy awarded a spirit essence pill. He could never bear to use it and did not think that Zhuo Bagui had been eyeing this for a long time. Long Tang looked at Zhuo Bagui and suddenly smiled. Fine, I'll bet with you, but what do you intend to use as a bet? Long Tang used the spirit essence pill as the bet, so Zhuo Bagui naturally also had to take out something of equivalent value to bet. Zhuo Bagui was a little surprised by how quickly Long Tang agreed. He even thought that Long Tang would not have agreed, so he purposely used words to spur him on. He did not expect him to really agree. Haha, since you are so straightforward, I also can't be too stingy. During the previous endless trials, I was fortunate enough to obtain a peak tier 2 sharp horned beast's inner core. How's that for a bet? Zhuo Bagui laughed loudly, giving the feeling like his scheme had worked. Hearing this, Long Tang's face changed color. I didn't think that you had something so good. A peak tier 2 sharp horned beast's inner core is naturally enough. A peak tier 2 sharp horned beast was equivalent to a peak spirit condensation realm human martial artist. But its combat power was much greater than a human martial artist of the same realm. It was very difficult to hunt and kill this demonic beast if one was not a crystal formation realm martial artist. Sharp horned beast inner core could be used to refine tier 2 and above medicinal pill, so it was obviously worth a fortune. Zhuo Bagui smirked and had a proud look as he said, I didn't think you, Long Tang, would be clever all your life, but stupid this once. Your spirit essence pill will soon be mine. Ha ha ha, just look at Yi Yuan. He probably can't even lift his right arm now, am I right? What does he have? Zhuo Bagui was talking halfway before abruptly stopping. It was because right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred between Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan's fight. Lin Tiancheng clashed with Yi Yuan 8 times consecutively. He had absolute upper hand, while Yi Yuan's right hand was almost crippled already. Lin Tiancheng gave a cruel smile and unleashed another thunderous fist. But meanwhile, Yi Yuan could not even lift up his arm. Lin Tiancheng seemed to have seen the scene of a rising genius becoming a cripple under his fist. Yi Yuan appeared to have no moves left, and under the situation where his right arm could no longer move, he lifted his left arm. Yi Yuan's left palm struck out and clashed once more with Lin Tiancheng's thunderous fist. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was definitely dead this time, but under their astonished eyes, Lin Tiancheng's body flew backward for several dozen meters. Pooh! Lin Tiancheng directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, staining his clothes red. E8-layer wave. Just now, was that 8-layer wave? How is this possible? He only used a month's time to comprehend the 8-layer wave. Is he still human? This fellow completely doesn't belong in the scope of humans. Simply monstrous. Even if senior apprentice brother Long were standing in front of him, he would be ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was talking about it. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. That martial technique virtually impossible to comprehend was grasped by Yi Yuan in a month. Who knew what they would think if they knew that Yi Yuan had already comprehended the 8-layer wave back when he killed Fei Qingping? It was not that Yi Yuan wanted to be beaten up, but rather, Lin Tiancheng was really too strong. If Yi Yuan had displayed the 8-layer wave from the start, Lin Tiancheng definitely would not clash with him. The moment Lin Tiancheng was on guard against it, Yi Yuan would not cause much threat to Lin Tiancheng even if he used the 8-layer wave. In the end, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. 16 times the unleashed power of a 6th-level essence chi realm was indeed enough to kill a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. But Lin Tiancheng was not yet a dead person. Being hailed as the strongest in the Earth ranking, Lin Tiancheng was not some scrub like Zhang. How could someone hail as the strongest in the Earth ranking within the Danwu Academy where geniuses were like clouds be a good for nothing? Yi Yuan already noticed this when he matched up with Lin Tiancheng. Hence, he had been appearing to be weak so that Lin Tiancheng would lower his guard. Yi Yuan's Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique was at the acme of perfection, so the difference between left hand and right hand was not much of an issue to him. The power was not inferior to his right hand when he executed the stacking waves layered palm with his left hand. Yi Yuan had mustered up practically all the essence energy in his body for this blow. Lin Tiancheng was caught unprepared, and was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could finish off a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist in the illusionary spirit tower when he was at the 4th-level essence chi realm. Now that he was already at the 6th-level essence chi realm, one could imagine just how much power was in this palm. Lin Tiancheng was smacked flying backward for several dozen meters before landing heavily on the ground. There was no movement as he lay unconscious. The surroundings were completely silent. Everybody looked at Yi Yuan like they saw a monster. In the pavilion, Long Tang had a rare bout of a hearty laugh. What an 8-layer wave! An excellent tactic of appearing to be weak. Regardless whether it's scheming or strength, Yi Yuan ranks at the top. Such a terrifying opponent. I'm looking forward to you growing up quickly to fight me someday. Zhuo Begui opened his mouth and closed it again. Even until now, he dared not believe the scene before him. The contrast of before and after was too large. This was known as the most difficult Tier 1 martial technique in the Danwu Academy, the stacking waves layered palm. How could Yi Yuan that fellow possibly comprehends the 8-layer wave so quickly? Haha, looks like you have no chance of getting my spirit essence pill. Long Tang looked at Zhuo Begui with a smirk. Yi Yuan did not relax. He knew that this palm was insufficient to kill Lin Tiancheng. He was going to follow up another palm. Arriving in front of Lin Tiancheng with an instant flash, another palm struck out. A large cavity was blasted out in the ground. It missed Lin Tiancheng. Several meters away, Lin Tiancheng glared at Yi Yuan with venomous eyes. He howled angrily, "Yi Yuan, you forced me." Chapter 83. Huge uproar. Yi Yuan, you forced me. Lin Tiancheng looked at Yi Yuan venomously. Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly grew stronger, and the surrounding essence energy poured madly towards Lin Tiancheng. When Yi Yuan saw this, his face became very grave. "Look, quickly, senior apprentice brother Lin, he's breaking through. He wants to break through to the spirit condensation realm." Senior apprentice brother Lin could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. He only suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. Alas, senior apprentice brother Lin is also forced to his wit's end by Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could master the 8-layer wave? That's 32 times the power. That's right, Yi Yuan's too strong. He's only at the 6th level essence chi realm, and he could actually force the half-step spirit condensation realm senior apprentice brother Lin to such a state. But, it's over. Senior apprentice brother Lin's breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and Yi Yuan's trump cards are all used up. There's no more chance of victory. The crowd was clearly pessimistic about Yi Yuan. When Lin Tiancheng was at the half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was already straining. Now that he was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, what could Yi Yuan use to fight with him? Over 300 meters away, in the pavilion, Zhuo Begui patted his chest with a frightened look. "Oh my god, scared this little master to death. Tried to steal the chicken, but nearly ended up losing the rice. I almost ended up losing the sharp horned beast's inner core, which I had a hard time getting. I say, Old Long, now can you hand over your spirit essence pill? Long Tang looked on and also sighed secretly. No matter how Yi Yuan calculated, he probably did not expect Lin Tiancheng breaking through at the last moment. He could only wait now. Even though he did not want to admit it in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan's chances of victory were not high. But what he thought was one thing, what he actually said was another. What are you anxious about? It isn't over yet, hee. You really won't give up until all hope is gone. It's already like this. Yi Yuan doesn't even have 10% chance of victory. What are you still stubbornly holding on for? You already said that he has less than 10% chance of succeeding. As long as the chance isn't zero, then there's hope. Although he was stubborn, Long Tang was somebody like this. It was impossible for him to give up until it was truly hopeless. Zhuo Bagui was dumbfounded and could only say, fine. Let's just wait and see. After they finish fighting, won't you still obediently hand over the spirit essence pill? In another pavilion, a youth and a middle-aged man stood with their hands behind their backs. Second uncle, what do you think? The youth opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man. If this child's not eliminated, he will definitely be a calamity to the Su family. I think so too. I also don't know what happened to him. This month's improvement was simply too terrifying. Regardless of what happened, this child absolutely can't be spared. Just Yi Hang alone is already very troublesome to deal with. If his son were allowed to grow up, the Su family would likely have to exit the medicinal herbs market in the future. The youth was in full agreement. He nodded and asked, Second uncle, over at the disciplinary hall. Don't worry, I've informed the people downstairs long ago to treat this matter as if it didn't exist. We will let Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fight first. No matter the result, Yi Yuan's definitely dead. Hearing that, the youth let out a sigh of relief. That bunch of old fellows can really remain patient. Second uncle, you didn't make a move, and none of them showed themselves. Looks like they have the same intention as us, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Watching the tigers fight, haha, just two little cats, that's all. Among these two people, the youth was precisely the Su family's new generation's talent, Su Yishan, while the middle-aged man was Su Yishan's second uncle, Su Yubai. And he was also the Danwu Academy's disciplinary hall's elder. By right, they had received the news long ago. Stopping this fight in time was easy for them. However, no instructor had shown up until now. It was as if everyone had reached a silent agreement to let Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan finish fighting. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Tiancheng coldly without any intention of interrupting. Instead, he quietly took out a transcendent grade qi returning pill and swallowed it. When he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion a few days ago, Yi Yuan had refined more medicinal pills. With his strength, it was basically effortless to refine Tier 1 medicinal pills. After consuming a transcendent grade Tier 1 qi returning pill, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly recovered to its peak state. This sort of treatment was not something that the average person could enjoy. What did Yi Yuan eat? His essence energy actually recovered in an instant. What rubbish, it's definitely the qi returning pill. But, can the qi returning pill recover so much essence energy? This, maybe the grade is higher. How high of a grade is needed to let essence energy recover fully? This, superior grade, transcendent grade. Yi Yuan's action of swallowing the medicinal pill attracted the surrounding onlookers' attention. Zhuo Bagui seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, Old Long, look at Yi Yuan's chest. Through the nourishment of essence energy, a martial artist's body would surpass that of the average person. A distance of several 100 meters was not considered far to spirit condensation realm martial artists. Initially, everyone did not notice that Yi Yuan's chest had something extra. But his act of swallowing the medicinal pill drew people's attention to the badge adorned on his chest. Long Tang naturally also caught sight of that badge and involuntarily drew a cold breath. It's actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. Long Tang, who had always remained calm, became incessantly astonished. No way, he's only at the 6th level essence chi realm. Is that badge fake? Zhuo Bagui's thoughts were identical with many others. They thought that the badge was fake. How's that possible? Who would dare forge a badge issued by the Alchemist Association? That would make one the public enemy of all alchemists. They would absolutely die without a burial place. But how could he possibly refine Tier 2 medicinal pills with his 6th level Essence Chi Realm soul strength? I remembered. Several days ago, the Academy organized a group test. Yuan seemed to have joined. He seemed to have entered a closed-door seclusion after returning from the Alchemist Association. That's to say, when he became a low-rank alchemy master, he was still only at the 4th level Essence Chi Realm. Long Tang also jumped in fright at his analysis. If that was indeed the case, then Yuan was seriously too monstrous. This discovery caused a huge uproar among the students, and everybody started debating. Of course, the general consensus was that it was fake. Using a fake Alchemist Association badge, this matter was much more serious than killing someone in the academy. Su Yishan's face became solemn. Second uncle, what's with the badge? Did he really pass the alchemy master test? Si Yubai's face also did not look too good. But he nodded and said, if Yuan isn't a fool, then that badge should be real. But this punk can't be spared even more. A 6th level Essence Chi Realm low rank alchemy master. It isn't that easy if second uncle wants to kill him, right? Humph. A dead genius is no longer a genius. Could those old fogies oppose my Su family because I killed a punk who violated the academy's rules? Su Yubai smiled coldly. Second uncle's intentions are. Su Yubai swiped his throat and said icily, wait until they finish fighting. I will directly go there and finish off Yuan. Chapter 84. Breakthrough for you to see. Zhang Yunhei did not publicize the matter of Yuan advancing to low-rank alchemy master. Hence, only Feng Ruoking and those students forced to swear the Heavenly Tao Oath knew that he obtained the Alchemy Master badge within the academy. Initially, this badge was not indispensable to Yuan, but this was something that Lu Er used her life to protect, so it naturally became extraordinary to Yuan. After Yuan handed Lu Er over to Feng Ruoking, he put on the badge seriously in earnest. He had no intention of showing off, but it was currently causing a huge commotion. Yuan and Lin Tiancheng faced each other from a distance. After adjusting for a short while, they recovered to their optimal condition. He did not interrupt Lin Tiancheng's breakthrough because it was useless. Lin Tiancheng had long comprehended the spirit condensation realm and could have crossed this threshold at any time. He had only been suppressing his cultivation realm all along and did not complete the step of compressing essence energy into a liquid state. Even if Yuan launched a surprise attack on Lin Tiancheng right now, he also could not stop his breakthrough. So he might as well make use of the time to adjust his condition. Following the dissipation of the essence energy storm, Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly soared, and essence energy spread out wildly. Ha ha ha, this is the spirit condensation realm. Yuan, you asked for this. Now, let's see how you'll kill me. After breaking through, Lin Tiancheng felt his body bursting with power as if a floodgate had opened up. At this moment, he even felt like he was invincible. Breaking through a major realm was an extremely extraordinary thing no matter who it was. However, Lin Tiancheng failed to see any sort of panic on Yuan's face, which made him somewhat disappointed. This is what you relied on upon. Do you feel that after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, you got me? Yuan said nonchalantly. Humph, so what if that's the case? What do you have to fight me now that we are separated by a major realm? You'll definitely die today. Lin Tiancheng smiled icily. Immature. Yuan spat out this word coolly. What did you say? Lin Tiancheng erupted. Isn't it just breaking through cultivation realm? I will break through for you to see. Listening to what Yuan said, it was like breaking through realms was as simple as eating and sleeping. Lin Tiancheng roared with laughter. You've just broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm and haven't even consolidated your cultivation realm, yet you still want to break through cultivation realms. Fine, I will see just how you break through cultivation realms. Then watch closely. After saying that, Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. It was precisely the 5-element spirit link pill. Seeing this, Lin Tiancheng's face changed, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Initially, he thought nothing of it, but seeing that Yuan actually wanted to use a medicinal pill to break through cultivation realms, he could not help but regret his words earlier. Although Lin Tiancheng did not think that there was any medicinal pill that could directly break through realms, he still reacted right away. This was a deathmatch. Lin Tiancheng could not be bothered with going back on his words and whatnot. 7-star steps activated in full force as his fist with lightning flashes around it smashed towards Yuan. His actions drew a wave of jeering. Clearly, it was met with everyone's disdain. Just now, he was still talking about wanting to see him break through. But now, he smacked his own mouth and sneak attacked him. Simply shameless to the extreme. Senior apprentice brother Lin is at the very least a spirit condensation realm martial artist. How could he be so shameless? Sigh. If a person is shameless, they would be invincible. What to do if their skin is thick? Don't talk crap. This is a deathmatch. If Yuan was just bluffing, then it's all good. If he can really break through cultivation realms and reach the 7th level essence chi realm, that would be advancing another minor stage. The threat would increase greatly. If he unleashes the 8-layer wave, then just how horrifying would the power be? You're right, but I still feel that this is too shameless. A living person needs a face like a living tree needs bark. If you can't do it, then don't talk so much. There are so many people looking. I've never heard of any medicinal pill that could directly raise cultivation realms. Don't know if Yuan is putting on a false show of strength. If he's really putting up a bold front, then it's really going to be serious this time. Something's not right. Senior apprentice brother Lin's martial technique doesn't seem to be the thunderous fist anymore. SS's. It's true. That's the upgraded version of the thunderous fist, the low-grade tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement. The 7-star steps plus the 10-directional lightning movement. Isn't this simply bullying people? The low-grade tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement, was the upgraded version of the thunderous fist that descended from the same origin. It had not been 1 or 2 days since Lin Tiancheng cultivated the 10-directional lightning movement. He had long reached the small success stage. Wishing to pass through the illusionary spirit tower with the strength of a half-step spirit condensation realm, Lin Tiancheng could only work on his martial techniques. Very clearly, a tier 1 martial technique like the thunderous fist was unable to achieve that effect from the start. Unless it was some sick tier 1 martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm or the absolute yang finger, the threat to spirit condensation realms was virtually zero. It was just that Lin Tiancheng's perception was lacking, and he was ultimately unable to comprehend the great success stage of the 10-directional lightning movement. Hence, he kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. In the past, he used the strength of half-step spirit condensation realm to activate the 10-directional lightning movement, so the power was naturally greatly reduced. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was already a genuine first-level spirit condensation realm. Unleashing the 10-directional lightning movement could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yuan laughed coldly. He had read countless people before and knew that a despicable person like Lin Tiancheng would not keep his word. So he had long been ready. The stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave, versus the 10-directional lightning movement. One fist and one palm collided once more. This time around, the commotion was greater than any of the previous time. Huge explosive sounds occurred where the two people clashed. Lin Tiancheng and Yuan flew out once again. However, Lin Tiancheng only retreated a few steps this time, while Yuan lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Pooh! The moment he fell, Yuan's innards quivered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the suppression of cultivation realm. Unleashing a tier 2 martial technique using spirit condensation realm had extraordinary power. Even if Yuan had 16 times the unleashed power, he still received heavy injuries. If in the past, Lin Tiancheng was only a little bit away from passing the Earth rank advancement test, then if he went to participate now, he would be able to advancement easily. The difference in between was not just an iota. No matter how strong Yuan was, he was just a 6th level essence chi realm. The difference between the two people's realms was large to begin with. Now, they were even separated by a major realm. Yuan only vomited a mouthful of blood after the two clashed. This was already damn sick. Fuck, I can't look on anymore. This is too shameless. Yeah, a tier 2 movement technique coupled with an extremely high attack power tier 2 lightning attribute martial technique. Yuan's is at such a disadvantage. If the stacking waves layered palm was complete, Yuan might still have a chance to win. Sigh, such a pity. A genius like Yuan actually fell just like that. I'm dying over here. Is there any effect from the medicinal pill Yuan ate? Quickly breakthrough. Yuan's injury aroused the sympathy of many people. Lin Tiancheng's actions just now had already made him completely inhuman. The strong would always be admired by others. Yuan used his 6th level essence chi realm cultivation to fight a spirit condensation realm to such an extent. One had to say, it was a miracle. After all, spirit condensation realm battling essence chi. Realm represented absolute suppression. Even if it was Long Tang, he could pass through the Earth rank advancement test back when he was at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. But now he was certainly not the current Lin Tiancheng's match. Yet, Yi Yuan had subverted this sort of absolute. He won everyone's admiration. Your sister. This Yi Yuan was really bluffing. Gave me a scare. I thought the spirit essence pill that had already landed in my hand had. Up in the pavilion, Zuo Bagui was talking halfway when he suddenly stopped. Because Yi Yuan's aura was soaring non-stop currently. Chapter 85. Sentence you to death. Although he coughed up blood, Yi Yuan's aura was steadily rising. With the 8-layer wave to neutralize the impact of the 10-directional lightning movement, Yi Yuan's injuries were actually not that serious. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm swiftly broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm. Reaching the 7th level Essence Chi realm meant stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan's strength would definitely have a huge spike. However, the astonishment that Yi Yuan brought to the crowd had not ceased. After breaking through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm, Yi Yuan's aura did not weaken. He continued charging to the peak of the 7th level Essence Chi realm. In one breath, Yi Yuan reached the peak of the 7th level Essence Chi realm. And then, he easily crossed the threshold of the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Only then, did Yi Yuan's aura gradually stabilize, stopping at the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Holy crap, what medicinal pill did Yi Yuan eat? To actually directly break through 2 minor realms. What the fuck? If one had this sort of medicinal pill, then wouldn't jumping ranks to battle be like playing? Hehe. Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin put himself on the spot. Just now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, so even if he used the 8-layer wave, he could not threaten him. But now, Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave will be terrifying. Yeah, if they clashed again, the victor would be hard to determine. A 5-element spirit link pill was a medicinal pill that belonged to the divine realm. A mortal country naturally had not heard of it before. This type of medicinal pill was indeed very powerful, but it was not without its drawbacks. After the medicinal effects fade, the martial artist's body will collapse because it could not handle a strength that did not belong to their realm. And the medicinal effects of the 5-element spirit link pill could only be sustained for the period of time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. Once an incense of time is up, Yi Yuan would no longer have any combat ability, and could only let people carve him up. Hence, Yi Yuan must finish this swiftly now. 8th level Essence Chi realm. Now, there's a good show to watch. How could there be such a medicinal pill? I've never heard of it before. It's too shameless. Ah, my spirit essence pill. My sharp horn beast inner core. Zuo Bagui recovered from his shock and pounded his chest in anguish. Long Tang, on the other hand, was staring as clearly as if gazing at a blazing fire. He frowned and said, this medicinal pill definitely has a time limit. If Yi Yuan can't finish off Lin Tiancheng quickly, then he will really be dead. Zuo Bagui exclaimed in surprise, so that's the case. Like I said, if eating 1 medicinal pill could raise 2 minor realms, then what's the point of cultivating? But even if there's a time limit, this medicinal pill is also very terrifying. It's seriously a necessary medicinal pill for jumping ranks to battle. Long Tang said in agreement, that's right. 8th level Essence Chi realm coupled with the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan truly has the capital to battle with Lin Tiancheng now. However, they're at best on par. None of them can do anything to the other. If Yi Yuan doesn't have any other hidden cards, chances of victory aren't great. Doesn't this mean that your spirit essence pill is going to enter my pockets again? Zuo Bagui laughed loudly. Long Tang smiled and kept silent. On the other side, Su family's uncle and nephew were repeatedly shocked by Yi Yuan's actions. These medicinal pills are definitely not refined by Yi Hang. Otherwise, Wan Donghai would have been chased out of the capital long ago. There's definitely an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan. Su Yubai said gloomily. Su Yishan's face did not look good either. If that's the case, wouldn't we have to spare the rat to save the dishes? What if? There is no what if. No matter how powerful that alchemist is, can he be stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? With our Su family's power in the Tranquil Cloud sect, who dares to provoke us? Su Yubai directly cut Su Yishan's off. Second uncle is wise. Since that alchemist let him enter the Danwu Academy, he would have nothing to say if Yi Yuan was sentenced to death after violating the Academy's rules. That's the idea. This world has always been run by strength. As long as we are strong enough, then killing him means he's dead. What can he do to us? An alchemist's strength isn't that great, so what can he do even if he's an alchemy king? Do you see it now? Yuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile. Lin Tiancheng's face fell, but he remained stubborn as he said, "Humph. It's just a temporary increase in cultivation realm. Flashy but without substance. What's the use? Whether it's flashy without substance or not, wouldn't you know after trying?" Yuan hooked his finger at Lin Tiancheng contemptuously. "Putting aside the fact that you are a fake 8th level essence chi realm, what can you do even if you're a real 8th level essence chi realm?" Lightning danced around Lin Tiancheng's fist, and his 7-star steps activated once more. Yuan gave a cold laugh and smacked out with an 8-layer wave again. The aura was much stronger than before. After crossing the 7th level essence chi realm, Yuan's strength rose another minor stage, and the 8-layer wave's power became extraordinary. One fist and one palm met in an instant. But right then, an abnormality occurred. Just as the two of them were only a few steps away from each other, Yuan suddenly changed his palm into a finger. An absolutely powerful force blasted out from the fingertip. Initially, Lin Tiancheng was full of confidence. But now, his expression changed drastically as the scent of death pounced from straight ahead. He could feel the terror of the invisible force from Yuan's fingertip. Even though the area was not large, that small radius of force was incomparably powerful. However, at this time, his speed had already reached the limits, and there was no leeway to maneuver. The distance of a few steps was too short. There was not even time to blink. Lin Tiancheng wanted to evade this finger with all his might, but he could not do it with his body's reaction. Yuan had long calculated the time accurately and did not give Lin Tiancheng the time to switch moves. He aimed to kill, not to spar. How could he possibly give Lin Tiancheng the chance to turn things around? Lin Tiancheng's protective essence energy was punched through like paper. The invisible force penetrated Lin Tiancheng's fist instantly, but the momentum did not lessen as it directly pierced through his heart. Lin Tiancheng's body collapsed weakly on the ground. He was no longer breathing. This was Yuan's real killing move. During this period, apart from cultivation, Yuan spent the majority of the time on the absolute Yang finger. Now, his absolute Yang finger was already cultivated to the great success stage. This technique, the absolute Yang finger, was a complementary martial technique of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. It did not have a fixed grade. If one had to give it a grade, then it should belong to the boundary of Tier 1 martial techniques. It was just that regardless of cultivating difficulty or power, Tier 1 martial techniques could not be compared to it. The power of the absolute Yang finger trained to the great success stage was already not inferior to low-grade Tier 2 martial techniques. Only Yuan could train it to the great success stage in such a short time. If it were somebody else, they might not even train it to such a stage even if they were given 10, 20 years. One had to know that Yuan only used 3 days to cultivate the stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. He really did it. 6th level essence chi realm actually killed a 1st level spirit condensation realm. What happened just now? The move that senior apprentice brother Lin was struck by didn't seem to be the 8-layer wave. Yuan is seriously too scary. He can actually cross a major realm to do battle, and even kill his opponent. These students' vision prowesses were insufficient and did not see Yuan changing his final move clearly. However, the result was evident at a glance. Yuan did something they found it hard to imagine. After killing Lin Tiancheng, Yuan was also exhausted. He could not even lift his finger. Throughout this entire battle, Yuan held the lower hand all along. His body was already covered with injuries. He even gave it his all for the final blow, which aggravated his injuries. Yuan let out a long breath. But right at this moment, Yuan felt his scalp tingle. An aura powerful enough to suffocate people locked onto him. Insolent Yuan, to dare kill your fellow student within the academy. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, I sentence you to death. A towering voice suddenly sounded out, which once again made everyone's nerves that had just loosened winded up tightly again. Chapter 86, Imminent Danger. This cry was too unexpected. Nobody managed to react in time. By the time everyone reacted to it, a shadow had already flashed past the crowd like lightning, arriving in front of Yuan. Being locked on by this aura, Yuan nearly passed out from suffocation. This aura was too strong. Ignoring the fact that Yuan was currently completely drained like a lamp without oil, even if he were at his peak condition, it would be impossible to survive this blow. Yuan also did not expect that someone would be so utterly shameless as to ambush him. Could it be that an alchemy emperor of his generation would die so miserably like this? In reality, Yuan had already planned things through. Even if he killed someone, he would at least have to go through the higher echelons trial before he would be given the death penalty. Enduring all that was a period for him to turn things around. Which force would not wish to pull him over just based on the alchemic and martial talent that he displayed? However, no matter how much Yuan calculated, he did not expect that such a powerful opponent would be lying in ambush to launch a sneak attack on him right after he killed Lin Tiancheng. Yuan acknowledged that his greatest enemy in the academy was Yuan. He had already broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm now, so even if he jumped out, he could easily crush him. What disciplinary hall's first elder? Yuan did not even know him. Who would have thought that he would harbor such a huge killing intent towards him, and directly attack to kill? Yuan knew that he was no match for him and already closed his eyes to await death. Seeing Yuan close his eyes and wait for death, a cruel smile involuntarily flashed across the corner of Su Yubai's mouth. The timing he chose was perfect. Right when everybody was stunned by Yuan's strength, he already unleashed his attack right away, also that other people would not have the chance to react. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was already at half-step crystal formation realm. Was it not effortless to capture Yuan, who was already like a lamp without oil? A lion will use all its might when hunting a rabbit. Su Yubai was very clear on this logic, so he used his full power for this blow. He was only a few steps away from Yuan. Many people closed their eyes as if they did not wish to see Yuan's blood splattering everywhere. After all, he was a rising genius. Everyone could already confirm that as long as Yuan was given enough time, he would sooner or later surpass head senior apprentice brother Long Tang. Now, a genius like that was going to plummet so quickly. Su Yubai was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yuan in a blink of an eye. But right then, another abnormality occurred. Yuan suddenly felt a strong gale sweep past from behind. By the time he reacted, a shadow had already circled past him. A violent collision occurred that was many times greater than when Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fought. Yuan was also baffled by this sudden change, but this was not the time for him to be dazed. He was closest to the two of them, so the impact he received was obviously the greatest. A massive blast swept over. Even though that figure helped him withstand the majority of the attack, the aftershock was still very powerful. No time to do anything else, Yuan swiftly raised his protective shield. Yuan was sent flying by the shockwave and spat out another mouthful of blood in midair. The full power blow of a half-step crystal formation realm, even with most of the attack being neutralized, was sufficiently powerful to the current Yuan. Yuan fell heavily to the ground, and his internal organs shifted places, leaving him in agony. 1. That figure also fell back greatly, only stabilizing himself after backing up more than 20 steps. Grug. That figure also spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that he also suffered internal injuries. But Su Yubai remained still where he stood without moving. One could see just how great his strength was. But currently, Su Yubai was looking at that figure with a very solemn face. Yin-Yang, you actually dared to oppose your superior. Do you think that my disciplinary hall is just for decoration? Su Yubai questioned in a deep voice. Only now did Yuan clearly see that figure. It was actually Teacher Huyan. But why did Teacher Huyan help him? Judging from this blow, Yin-Yang's strength was likely a level lower than Su Yubai's. He undertook a huge risk for this blow. Yuan could not help but become confused. However, he was more touched. Without Yin-Yang throwing himself forward courageously, he would already be a corpse. Yin-Yang spat out the remaining blood in his mouth, and he said coldly, opposing my superior. Just who is the one going against his superior? Since when can the disciplinary hall execute students without going through the approval of the dean? As the disciplinary hall's first elder, you ambushed a 6th level Essence Chi realm student. Do you still want face? Humph. Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed his fellow students. Whether the dean is here or not, he's dead. Also, I just learned that before Yuan killed Lin Tiancheng, he already killed the student manager in charge of the medicinal garden, Zhang Heng. Such a vicious homicidal maniac deserves to die. Su Yubai's face did not change as he responded coldly. As expected, When Su Yubai's words came out, it caused a huge commotion. Killing Lin Tiancheng alone was still not so bad, but killing 2 people consecutively in one day made some people unwittingly think that Yi Yuan was indeed a vicious homicidal maniac. No way. Did Yi Yuan's brain develop a problem after his sudden rise in strength, and he becomes a savage and cruel person? I heard that training demonic path cultivation laws allowed one's strength to suddenly soar, but the martial artist would lose his mind. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan really secretly trained in some demonic path cultivation laws. Very likely. He was still first level Essence Chi realm a month ago. 1 month passed, and he's already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, and he can even kill a spirit condensation realm. This goes against all logic. I heard that demonic path cultivation laws have incredible power, much stronger than the average martial artist. If that's really the case, then Yi Yuan really deserves to die. Su Yubai's words were very provocative. Initially, there were still many people sympathizing with Yi Yuan. Now, there were already quite a few who felt that Yi Yuan cultivated demonic path cultivation laws and deserved to die. Listening to the crowd debating, Su Yubai chuckled to himself. As long as he was standing on the side of justice, nobody could say anything even if he forcefully killed Yi Yuan today. Do you hear that? I currently suspect that Yi Yuan cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, and I'm going to carry out the execution on the spot. Does anyone else have any objections? Su Yubai had an awe-inspiring righteous appearance. Yin-Yang gave a cold laugh and said, regardless of whether Yi Yuan trained in some demonic path cultivation law, it has to wait until the dean returns to decide. Are you trying to challenge the dean's authority by making a unilateral decision? Yin-Yang was also not someone stupid. Pushing a large hat down gave Su Yubai a huge headache. Humph, everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic and unorthodox path. Yi Yuan has already killed 2 fellow students. Is this not enough for the death penalty yet? Yin-Yang, what intentions do you have for shielding someone from the demonic path? Su Yubai had the momentum and was unwilling to spare them. He continued to use words to exert pressure. The way he spoke, Yi Yuan had already been determined to be someone from the demonic path. Yin-Yang naturally would not fall for it. Someone from the demonic path. What right do you have to say that Yi Yuan is someone from the demonic path? You didn't ask why Yi Yuan killed people, and indiscriminately pinned labels onto him. You, Disciplinary Hall's first elder, is truly so awe-inspiring. Humph, you're still stubborn. If he isn't someone from the demonic path, then how do you explain his sudden increase in strength? If he isn't someone from the demonic path, how do you explain his combat power which stands head and shoulders above all others? Everyone has the right to punish those from the demonic path. Yin-Yang, if you don't make way, I will take you down first, and then exterminate this scoundrel. Su Yubai shouted with an imposing aura. Chapter 87. As if there was nobody present. This matter, which was originally in the bag, was spoiled by Yin-Yang. Su Yubai even had the heart to kill right now. However, Yin-Yang was an instructor of the academy. If he really attacked, then he could forget about being the disciplinary hall's first elder anymore. Furthermore, while it was true that Yin-Yang could not beat him, Su Yubai also could not stop him if he really wanted to run. But he was standing in front of Yi Yuan, making Su Yubai feel that this was a very thorny matter. He must definitely kill Yi Yuan today. This punk's rise was too rapid. This was absolutely a potential threat to the Su family. If Yi Yuan was left unchecked to continue growing, most likely 10 years, no, just 5 years, and he would become another Yi Hang. Just 1 Yi Hang was enough to give the Su family a headache, and 2 Yi Hangs. Take me down. Fine, bring it on. I want to see just how you will take me down. Yin-Yang taunted icily. Humph, you really think that I don't dare to touch you? Seeing Yin-Yang's manner like a dead pig which did not care whether the water was boiling, Su Yubai flew into a rage. Yin-Yang had always been Zhang Yunhei's hardcore follower and was never on good terms with Su Yubai. Normally, the two of them were already at odds. Now, it goes even more without saying. With Su Yubai's strength, it was impossible to capture the peak spirit condensation realm Yin-Yang. Unless he killed him, Yin-Yang was certain that Su Yubai dared not kill fellow students. What a joke. You're the disciplinary hall's first elder. You can touch whoever you want to. Why would you not dare to touch me? But if you want to kill Yi Yuan today, you will have to walk over my dead body. Facing the powerful Su Yubai, Yin-Yang did not yield in the slightest. Good, good, good. Everyone saw that, Yin-Yang is shielding the demonic spawn, and so he's also my Dan Wu Academy's enemy. Today, I represent the Academy to exterminate fiends and protect the Tao. I'll exterminate these two traitors. Su Yubai's fury could be seen from how he said "3, good," consecutively. After he finished talking, Su Yubai's released his aura completely, crushing everyone until they could not breathe. Just as Su Yubai was about to strike, a beautiful silhouette walked out from the crowd and stood by Yin-Yang. If Elder Su is insistent on making a move, then treat Ruoking as someone from the demonic path as well, and kill me. Feng Ruoking said these words nonchalantly, but the weight was sufficiently heavy. Other people might not know Feng Ruoking's identity, but how could Su Yubai be unaware of Feng Ruoking's identity? Even if Su Yubai had a higher status in the Danwu Academy, he would not dare to touch even a hair of Feng Ruoking. The imperial family's Nanfang clan had always been low-key, but families with deep backgrounds knew that the Nanfang family clan was the #1 great family in the state of Qin and not one of the top. Everybody was astounded by Feng Ruoking's appearance, including Su Yubai and Yin-Yang. Many of them could not help recalling some of the rumors which spread secretly. Now, it looks like it was not unfounded rumors. At this time, the looks which the students gave Yi Yuan became weird. So, what this Yi Yuan was capable of was neither in martial Dao nor alchemy Dao, but chasing girls. The Feng family aunt and niece had always been lofty goddesses in the academy. There had been many pursuers, but nobody had honestly ever expected to succeed in chasing them. But Yi Yuan did it. Standing out at this time to oppose the disciplinary hall's first elder, they would not believe that Feng Ruoking and Yi Yuan had zero relations even if they were beaten to death. Of course, even more people felt that their goddess was defiled, and they wished that they could go up there and give Yi Yuan 2 tight slaps to show their indignity. It was just that it would never be their turn to do the slapping if they did it now. Feng Ruoking turned around to look at Yi Yuan, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. She quickly hurried over to help him up. Being in the embrace of a beauty was naturally something to be happy to be delighted about. But Yi Yuan was currently half dead, how would he have these sort of beautiful thoughts? Except, sniffing the light fragrance coming off of Feng Ruoking's body made Yi Yuan pull himself together. Feng Ruoking on the other hand, frowned and asked, "Are you okay?" Yi Yuan laughed bitterly and said weakly, "Do I look okay to you?" "Relax, I won't die. It's just that I can't move right now." She. Feng Ruoking knitted her brows once more. "You're already like this, and you're still concerned about your little maidservant. How's she?" Yi Yuan brushed off Feng Ruoking's rebuke and continued asking. Feng Ruoking sighed. "With you helping her suppress the cold qi, she's fine for now. I knew that you were going to cause trouble, so I passed her to Jiru, and I came here alone." Hearing Feng Ruoking said this, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Many thanks. I'll definitely thank you deeply in the future." Feng Ruoking naturally would not take to heart other people's thanks, because she did not lack anything. But Yi Yuan was different. Just the fact that he could refine transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills at the 4th level essence chi realm made his thanks priceless. "I told you not to mess about, and you just wouldn't listen. 10 years isn't late for a gentleman to take his revenge. What's the rush? Now, you nearly threw away your life. Are you satisfied?" Feng Ruoking did not mention about the thanks but grumbled instead. However, these words did not sound like grumbling, but more like a little wifey's concern. "Ah, ha ha ha, 10 years isn't late, I can't wait even for a second. If I have to wait 10 years for a minor character like him, then what should I do about other people?" Yi Yuan seemed like he was triggered by something to have said this. Feng Ruoking could not understand the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's eyes were very complex. It was like an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life and not a 15-year-old youth. What on earth did he go through? How could he have such desolate and dismal eyes? Feng Ruoking started to wonder about it involuntarily. But Yi Yuan recovered first and said, "I have recovery medicinal pills on me. I can't move right now, could you help me take them?" "No." Feng Ruoking instinctively wanted to reject, but thinking about Yi Yuan's current condition, she hesitated. Since when had Feng Ruoking with her priceless body ever touched a man's body? Even if there was clothing in between, no way. Sigh. "Forget it, I'll do it myself. SS's. As he was talking, Yi Yuan reached out to touch his chest and hissed in pain the moment he made contact. Feng Ruoking hurriedly said, Alright, I'll do it." Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, Feng Ruoqing's beautiful and slender hands slipped inside Yi Yuan's clothes. "Ah, my goddess, why, do you want people dead? Don't, Teacher Feng, quickly let go of that guy. Let me do it." Everybody was screaming in their hearts, but it was all to no avail. Feng Ruoqing rummaged around for a while before fishing out a bottle of medicinal pills. Her face was currently a bright beet red like she was intoxicated on alcohol. "Is it this?" Feng Ruoqing asked with a red face. "That's it. There are still 5 medicinal pills in the bottle. Take the pale yellow one and pass it to me," Yi Yuan instructed. There was only one pale yellow medicinal pill inside after Feng Ruoqing poured all the pills out. Then, she took the pill and fed it to Yi Yuan. After consuming the medicinal pill, Yi Yuan's face, which was pale like paper, gradually became rosier. "Alright, help me up, I want to refine the medicinal effects. You can already move so quickly." Even though Feng Ruoqing knew that Yi Yuan could not be judged by common sense, she was still very shocked. She had never seen before a medicinal pill that had such immediate effects. Yi Yuan nodded his head laboriously and started to refine the medicinal effects. Chapter 88. Definitely take your head within a year. Only after seeing Yi Yuan's injuries swiftly recovering did Feng Ruoqing felt at ease. She stood up and said to Su Yubai, "Elder Su, the disciplinary hall places the greatest emphasis on the word, justice. But actions today have failed justice and failed the hearts of the public." Su Yubai was originally very displeased seeing Feng Ruoqing talking intimately with Yi Yuan like nobody else was around. But he was highly fearful of Feng Ruoqing's identity, which was why he did not make a move. Now that Feng Ruoqing was rebuking him publicly, Su Yubai naturally could not pretend to be mute anymore. Snort. "This old man is exterminating fiends and protecting the Tao. How did I fail justice? Teacher Feng is only momentarily hoodwinked by this fiend, that's why you are openly defending him. Why haven't you retreated yet? Otherwise, don't blame me if I accidentally injure Teacher Feng later," Su Yubai snarled. It was also because Su Yubai was filled with trepidation about Feng Ruoqing's status that his words were filled with caution. If somebody else were to do what Feng Ruoqing did just now, he would have definitely turned violent already. However, Feng Ruoqing had no scruples about this. "I know all about the sequence of events for this matter. Although Yi Yuan's way of doing things wasn't appropriate, there was indeed a reason for this whole thing. Does Elder Su have selfish motives for wanting to indiscriminately finish him off ruthlessly?" Feng Ruoqing's words stirred up everyone's appetites. It had already been many years since anyone dared to kill people publicly in the academy. Just what in the world did Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng do to have forced Yi Yuan to this step? What a joke. Yi Yuan violated the academy's rules and killed 2 people consecutively. This old man suspects that he's someone from the demonic path and moved to strike him down. What selfish motives are there? Su Yubai naturally had selfish motives, but he was being persistent. However, Feng Ruoqing continued nonchalantly without changing her expression. Some things become meaningless when it's exposed in front of so many people. When Feng Ruoqing's words came out, Su Yubai was startled. He had always believed that Feng Ruoqing was an alchemy idiot and did not care about other things. Who would have thought that her heart was as clear as a bright mirror? This lass was so astute to actually see through his thoughts. On the surface, the fragrant medicine pavilion and drunken star manor were irreconcilable. But in reality, it was still the Su family who was exchanging blows with the Yi family in the dark. Yi Yuan's rise made Su Yubai sense an enormous threat. That was why he directly struck to kill. These things did not seem strange to people involved in the affairs, but it was very hard to connect these things together for people outside the state of affairs. Could it be that the Nanfang family had long taken precautions against the Su family? This was no auspicious omen. No matter what reason he has, rules are rules. How can violations be tolerated? Su Yubai did not wish to hear any reason whatsoever. According to the rules, Yi Yuan should have been taken into custody temporarily after killing people and left to the Dean and the Elders' Council to make the final decision. Isn't Elder Su breaking the rules by directly killing people? I wonder what's the punishment for this in accordance with the Academy's rules. Feng Ruoqing did not give in the slightest. The Danwu Academy's rules were not directed at students only. The Dean and Elders similarly faced many restrictions. Killing people without authorization as the disciplinary hall's first elder, according to the Academy's rules, was the stripping of the first elder's position. Of course, the Dean was the paramount existence in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai was exasperated. This little lass kept opposing him in every way, and now, he was actually reverse checkmated. Looks like it was impossible to kill Yi Yuan now. But his thoughts swirled, and he came up with another plan. Humph, since you say that I'm not acting in accordance with the rules, fine. I'll do things based on the rules right now. Men, escort Yi Yuan to the assembly hall behind the mountain. Inform the 2 deputy deans and all the elders to come to the assembly hall for a joint hearing. Su Yubai suddenly changed his tune out of the blue. Feng Ruoking frowned and thought to herself that this Su Yubai was really hard to deal with. It looks like he was determined to sentence Yi Yuan to death today. She could not reject Su Yubai's request. Otherwise, it would really become defending a demonic spawn. According to the Academy's rules, the Elders' Council could jointly decide significant matters when the Dean was not around. But in reality, even if Zhang Yunhei was in the Academy, the Elders' Council was the one deciding on the Academy's matters most of the time. Zhang Yunhei rarely showed his face in front of everyone. Under Su Yubai's orders, 2 disciplinary hall students wanted to take Yi Yuan into custody and headed for the assembly hall behind the mountain. Yi Yuan's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he said coldly, "I have my own legs to walk with." Get lost. The 2 disciplinary hall students' strength was beneath even Lin Tiancheng's. Even though they knew that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, seeing Yi Yuan's outburst still stopped them in their track in fear. After he said that, Yi Yuan got up. There was no problem with his mobility already. This scene left everyone dumbfounded once again. What kind of recovery medicine could have such immediate effects? Yi Yuan was seriously too lucky to take these unheard of pills and eating them like candy. He was merely like a cockroach that would not die. Of course, they were unaware that Yi Yuan was once an alchemy emperor. If an alchemy emperor could not eat transcendent grade pills like candy, then Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor, would really be unworthy of the name. Insolence. You're a sinner right now. Who permitted you to walk on your own? When Su Yubai saw that Yi Yuan still dared to be so arrogant, he flew into a rage. Yi Yuan glanced at Su Yubai coldly. I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year. When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. A year? Take the head of a half-step crystal formation realm powerhouse. This was a complete fantasy. This Yi Yuan has such killing intent. He hasn't really cultivated some demonic path cultivation laws, right? Bullshit. Didn't you hear Teacher Feng? There's definitely more than meets the eye about this. Change the scenario. If somebody nearly slapped you to death with one palm, would your killing intent be huge or not? That's true. But I wouldn't dare to spew this sort of nonsense. Taking Elder Sus head within a year. How's that possible? Yeah, Essence Chi realm is easy to pass, but Spirit Condensation realm is hard to advance to. You have to expend 10 times the effort each time you advance one minor realm in the Spirit Condensation realm when compared to the Essence Chi realm. Even then, you still have to rely on lucky chances to break through. It has already been 2 years since senior apprentice brother Long stepped into the Spirit Condensation realm, right? He's still stuck at the 3rd level Spirit Condensation realm till today. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but I don't believe that he will have the strength to kill Elder Su within a year even if you beat me to death. After all, he's only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Although I don't believe it either, then again, it seems like Yi Yuan only spent a month to go from the 1st level Essence Chi realm to the 6th level Essence Chi realm. That, everyone naturally treated Yi Yuan's proud words like a joke. Advancing realms in the Spirit Condensation realm was too difficult. The amount of essence energy required to advance a minor realm was extremely horrifying. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to break through to the peak Spirit Condensation realm within a year. Furthermore, it would become even more challenging to jump ranks to battle in the Spirit Condensation realm. Even if Yi Yuan was genius, he had to be at least at the 9th level Spirit Condensation realm to defeat Su Yubai, right? Did he not see the peak Spirit Condensation realm Huinyang vomiting blood after one palm by Su Yubai? In other words, the Spirit Condensation realm and the Essence Chi realm were 2 entirely different levels. Even Su Yubai was stunned, and he immediately erupted. What he was incensed by was not that Yi Yuan said he would take his head, but because he was scolded, old fart. Su Yubai had exceedingly high status in the academy and had real power. Who would be disrespectful when meeting him? Since when had he been pointed in the nose and scolded, old fart? Bastard. You dare to scold me? In his rage, Su Yubai wanted to attack. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan did something which made everybody's eyes fall out. With a dive, he fled behind Feng Ruoking and cried out seemingly innocent, "Teacher Feng, this old fart wants to hit me." Chapter 89, Nine Heavens Road. One moment ago, Yi Yuan was still exuding awe-inspiring righteous pride and crowed about taking people's head. Yet right now, he was hiding behind a woman. Simply shameless to the extreme. But this move was really useful. No matter how insanely Su Yubai's flames of wrath burned, he did not dare to attack Feng Ruoking. Yi Yuan had long seen through this point. This also made him curious about Feng Ruoking's identity. She was definitely not as simple as an ordinary instructor. However, Yi Yuan scoured his memories, and he could not think of any great family in the state of Qin with the Feng surname. "Teacher Feng, I want to go to the assembly hall on my own. Is there any problem?" Yi Yuan said with a straight face. Feng Ruoking sighed and nodded lightly. Even though Feng Ruoking was elegantly beautiful, she was born with the arrogance of the imperial family in her bones. She did not know why, but she just could not refuse this young man in front of her. Having received repeated blows, Su Yubai no longer wished to lose face in front of everyone. He snorted coldly and turned around. And left. He believed that they would not dare to not go to the assembly hall. After Su Yubai left, Yi Yuan gave Xianxia a deep bow. "Many thanks to Teacher Huyan's life-saving grace." Xianxia waved his hands dismissively and said casually, "No need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank the dean." Before the dean left, he specifically instructed me to not let anything happen to you and to take good care of you. Yi Yuan was dazed and completely baffled by this dean whom he had never met before. "Actually, strictly speaking, you saved yourself." Feng Ruoking suddenly opened her mouth. "Oh, how so?" "I told the dean all about your performance during the alchemist test." The appreciation of a genius arose in the dean's heart, and that's why he arranged for Teacher Huyan to come to protect you, Feng Ruoking explained. Only now did Yi Yuan came to a realization. But he begged to differ from what Feng Ruoking said. Saving means saving. This favor that Yi Yuan owed was too great. Yi Yuan was not an ingrate. This favor naturally had to be returned. "Teacher Huyan, after Yi Yuan breaks through to the spirit condensation realm, today's grace will definitely be returned." Yi Yuan gave Xianxia a promise that sounded like in the indefinite future, but Xianxia could naturally sense the sincerity in it. It was just that he was still unaware of how heavy this promise of Yi Yuan's was. Zhang Yunhei only instructed him to protect Yi Yuan well before leaving. He did not know for what reason and thought that Zhang Yunhei had a change of heart. "It's not necessary. I'm not doing this for any repayment. Today's round isn't considered over yet. It looks like Su Yubai still wants you dead." Xianxia thought that Yi Yuan was only expressing words of gratitude, and he did not take it to heart. Feng Ruoking faintly guessed something, but her eyes lit up unwittingly. But she did not expose it. She began to unwittingly look forward to just what level Yi Yuan's alchemy skills would reach after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm. "Yi Yuan, I saw how Su Yubai looked like just now. He's confident in settling this matter in stone at the Elders' Council. You had best be cautious. Once the Elders' Council sentences you to immediate execution, we can't go against it either." Feng Ruoking frowned and said. "The Elders' Council is that powerful. Didn't you say that there was an exception, Teacher Feng? How did that person escape with his life?" "You are talking about Mo Yuntian, right? Although he escaped punishment, it was likewise almost certain death." Xianxia interrupted. "Oh, can Teacher Huyan enlighten me?" However, Xianxia shook his head and said, "You can't follow Mo Yuntian's path. Give up. Right now, the only method is to delay time at the Elders' Council and wait for the dean to return." The more Xianxia would not say, the more curious Yi Yuan got. Since Xianxia would not say, he might as well ask Feng Ruoking. Was there something behind it? Feng Ruoking hesitated for a second, but she still answered. Back then, Mo Yuntian was number 1 on the Academy's Martial Roll of Honor, 4th level Spirit Condensation Realm. When he was admitted, his close friend was unable to keep up with his footsteps. At that time, he was only a black rank student. But then, a student manager from the General Affairs Department was unaware of their relationship and he caused endless troubles for Mo Yuntian's close friend. Finally, the guy turned him into a cripple. In his rage, Mo Yuntian murdered that student manager. Hearing that, Yi Yuan snickered coldly. Looks like the General Affairs Department is truly a place where talents gather, and there, virtue, was inherited. Feng Ruoqing sighed as she continued explaining, there are too many people in the Danwu Academy. Using students as managers are also something that cannot be helped. Not only do instructors have to teach classes, but we also have to cultivate. If we are bothered by too many miscellaneous stuff, our cultivation would have been bound to be delayed. Hence, the general affairs had always been a place where the authority was the greatest. Therefore, it was also natural to breed these conceited students. Yuan nodded to show his understanding. Instructors were also martial artists, and they pursued the martial path. They were obviously unwilling to be distracted by these mundane matters. Only by letting those students with insufficient talent manage the rest could the true geniuses have the time to cultivate. This was an acceptable method. Then what happened? Then Mo Yuntian did not wait for the academy to deal with him. Alone, he walked to the Nine Heavens peak at the back of the mountain and stepped onto the Nine Heavens road, which is almost a certain death. But he passed through it. However, the Nine Heavens road is absolutely not something that the current you can charge through. Huyan followed up, that's to say, the Elders' Council can't do anything to me once I pass through this Nine Heavens road. Yuan ignored Huyan words and replied with a question. Theoretically, yes, but you have to know that when Mo Yuntian made it past the Nine Heavens road, he was already at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Since the establishment of the Danwu Academy, there has been a total of 237 people who attempted the Nine Heavens road. Among them were 194 spirit condensation realm students and 43 essence chi realm students, but only a measly 5 people made it through. In these 10 years, only Mo Yuntian alone made it. Students who failed to make it either died directly on the Nine Heavens road or lost their minds, and became a complete lunatic ever since. But most importantly, none of the 43 essence chi realm students survived. Huyan seemed to have also become jumpy, talking about the Nine Heavens road. Just what is on the Nine Heavens road? Huyan words seemed to have not changed Yuan's mind. Nobody knows what's on the Nine Heavens roads. It's because before entering the Nine Heavens road, students must swear a heavenly Tao oath to never reveal any information encountered on the Nine Heavens road, Huyan explained. Like that, huh? Fascinating. Teacher Huyan, just now that old fart is surnamed Su. Is he someone from the Su family? Yuan suddenly inquired. That's right. Su Yubai is the second brother of the Su family's family leader, Su Yulin. So that's the case. No wonder he had such thick killing intent towards me. Since that's the case, then I will go and try out this Nine Heavens road. Huyan was stunned by Yuan's words. Was the long time he spent talking wasted? Seeing Huyan expression, Yuan smiled and said, just think about it, Teacher Huyan. Su Yubai wants me dead. He definitely has a way of making the Elders' Council impose the death penalty on me. Since that's the case, why should I seek my death? I know that Teacher Huyan wishes to drag things out until the Dean is back, but will Su Yubai grant you your wish? Hearing Yuan's analysis, Huyan expression turned stiff. These few years, the Dean stood aloof above worldly considerations and did not manage most of the Academy's matters, letting Su Yubai fill in the void. The Elders' Council was almost mostly his people already. Just as Yuan said, going to the Elders' Council now was no different from going to be killed. So, the Nine Heavens road is my only way out. Chapter 90. All for naught. Behind the mountain, at the assembly hall, 6 elders were present. Aside from Su Yubai, 2 deputy deans, and 3 more elders, these 6 people plus the dean constituted the highest authority in the Danwu Academy. Of course, the dean's authority was paramount. He could veto everything in the academy with one word. Because he represented the Tranquil Cloud sect. Deputy deans and elders, an Earth-ranked student was utterly lawless in the academy and brutally murdered 2 fellow students in broad daylight. Today, I've invited everyone to hold this meeting so that we can discuss how we should deal with this student. Su Yubai was the one who called for everyone, so he obviously had to stir things up. An Earth-ranked student dares to be so audacious. What's there to discuss? Just kill him right away. A deputy dean exploded after hearing that. That's right. According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow student is the death penalty. What's the need for this meeting? Another elder echoed in approval. Elder Su, I wonder who is this student? At this moment, the other deputy dean opened his mouth to ask. Su Yubai gave him a displeased look. This fellow always does not cooperate. Seriously irritating. There were 2 deputy deans in the Danwu Academy. One martial and one alchemy. The deputy dean who agreed just now was called Zhang Songtao, the deputy dean who specialized in the martial Dao. The one who asked the question was the alchemy Dao's deputy dean, Hu Changsheng. Hu Changsheng was Zhang Yunhei's die-hard follower and also somebody who did not like power struggles. He was someone who pursued the alchemy Dao with all his heart. Hence, he basically had no presence all these years. Even in the Elders' Council, he virtually abandoned his voting rights. He was not deliberately finding fault today. He just instinctively wanted to find out more. After all, students were the precious resources of the Danwu Academy. If they mistakenly killed a genius figure, then the loss outweighed the gain. Although killing fellow students was essentially the death penalty, he still wanted to figure out what was going on. Who knew if the state of Qin's Danwu Academy would have a second Mo Yuntian appear? This student's name is Yi Yuan, a complete lunatic. He already had a bad track record before entering the academy. Some days back, who knows what lucky encounter he had to have his strength suddenly soar. What's unexpected was that he brutally murdered 2 fellow students consecutively today. I suspect that he might have gotten some demonic path cultivation law, that's why he lost his mind and did such a cold-blooded thing. Su Yubai avoided the crucial points and dwelled on the trivial, describing Yi Yuan as a homicidal maniac. The majority of the elders already stood on his side. Now, there was even less to talk about. Since that's the case, then there's no need to discuss. After he arrives at the assembly hall, just directly sentence him to death, Zhang Songtao said nonchalantly. As a deputy dean, his words held a certain weight. These few years, Su Yubai gifted him countless treasures in secret to pull him over. The two are already of the same ilk. As for the other elders, they did not hold as much authority as Su Yubai, nor were they as strong as him. Under his coercion and persuasion, they naturally became his vassals. Seconded, such a ruthless lunatic, what's the point of keeping him if we don't kill him? An elder said, I agree as well. Seeing everyone agreed in unanimity to kill Yi Yuan, whether Hu Changsheng casts his vote or not obviously did not matter, so he might as well stay mum. Su Yubai was secretly pleased when he saw the situation. Yi Yuan, that punk, was simply lawless. Not only did he dare to kill fellow students, he even had the nerve to scold him an old fart. Even without the grudge between the Su and Yi family, he would also sentence him to death today. As for the cause, Su Yubai was actually aware of it already. It was indeed Lin Tiancheng who provoked matters first and forced Yi Yuan's maidservant until she was seriously injured and on the verge of death. But so what? Yi Yuan was seeking death so others could not be blamed. Just like that, the few people chorused in unison and determined the life and death of an Earth-ranked student without even asking for the reason. Except, they waited a long time, yet Yi Yuan did not arrive. Rather, it was Feng Ruoking and Huyan Yang who came. What are you two doing? Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me you two helped him to abscond punishment. Feng Ruoking and Huyan Yang did not even get to speak, and Su Yubai already judged them. Huyan Yang looked at Su Yubai and smiled coldly as he said, if he tried to escape punishment, wouldn't that fulfill your wish? Relax. Yi Yuan isn't that stupid. Initially, Huyan Yang was still oblivious to the state of affairs. Only after Feng Ruoking pointed things out, did he become enlightened on the situation. In reality, he also considered helping Yi Yuan to escape, and return to the academy after the dean returns. But was rejected by Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan ran away, the Su family could seize this opportunity to apply pressure and ally with the Yuan family to deal with the Yi family. Yi Heng was currently in a seclusion and could not be disturbed. Yi Yuan wanted to take on this matter all by himself. Huyan Yang was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts and could not wrap his mind around these schemes. However, Feng Ruoking was born in the imperial family and was inherently sensitive to these things. Since he didn't run, why didn't he come? Don't tell me he still needs this elder to go invite him. Su Yubai asked in a deep voice. Snort, why should he come here? You probably already embellished the details and fooled the 2 deputy deans as well as the elders, and you sentenced Yi Yuan to death already. Am I right? Don't tell me he should come here and die. Huyan Yang scoffed. Insolence. You dare to question the elders' council's authority. Do you not want to be an instructor anymore? Su Yubai flew into a rage. Is it the elders' council's authority or your authority? Don't try to confound people's eyes. Huyan Yang did not give in at all and was diametrically opposed to Su Yubai. All right, you two, stop arguing. The main character isn't here, what's the use of quarreling? Huyan, You said that Elder Su embellished the details. Could it be that Yi Yuan did not kill anyone? Hu Changsheng interjected right then. Hu Yin-Yang still had a good favorable impression towards Hu Changsheng, so he naturally would not rebut him. Hu Yin-Yang respectfully saluted with his hands and said, "It's true that Yi Yuan killed someone, but there's a reason for it, not because of what demonic path fiend that Su Yubai said." Hu Yin-Yang recounted how Lu was nearly raped and about to die, which infuriated Yi Yuan, making Hu Changsheng knitted his brows after hearing it. Was not this incident a similar occurrence of Mo Yuntian's episode back then? Hu Changsheng turned to Su Yubai and said, "Elder Su, looks like this General Affairs Department really needs to be properly reorganized." Su Yubai's position was inferior to Hu Changsheng, so he naturally did not dare refute. He replied, "Dean Hu is right. Even if Dean Hu did not say anything, I will also clean up the General Affairs Department after this case. But the pressing matter at the moment is still to deal with Yi Yuan's case. Regardless of what reason he had, killing 2 people successively is challenging the Academy's rules. This must not become a precedent. Even if he had a reason for doing things, the speed of his improvement subverts common sense. It's very likely that he's cultivating a demonic path skill. How can we spare such a person like him?" That's right, the Danwu Academy forbids killing fellow students. The killers were already sentenced to death. Don't tell me we should make an exception for Yi Yuan. What capabilities does he have? My view is still to kill him. Zhang Songtao said, "I agree with Dean Zhang's opinion. This must not be encouraged." "I agree as well." Seeing the situation, Feng Ruoqing came forward and bowed towards a few people, and then she said, "Ruoqing is here not to intercede for Yi Yuan, but to inform the 2 deputy deans and the elders that Yi Yuan is preparing to challenge the 9 Heavens Road 3 days later. So he will not be attending this meeting." "What? He wants to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? 6th level Essence Chi Realm taking on the 9 Heavens Road? Ha ha ha, did he think that he could escape the death penalty by doing that? Since he's looking to die, then I will watch just how he dies on the 9 Heavens Road." Su Yubai burst into laughter. Chapter 91, Death Zone. Lifeland. The news of Yi Yuan challenging the 9 Heavens Road caused a stir once again in the academy. "Hey, did you hear? Yi Yuan wants to take on the 9 Heavens Road. 9 Heavens Road, is he mad? He's only at the 6th level Essence Chi Realm. It's certain death. He's originally a madman, defying the academy's rules, even killing 2 fellow disciples in succession, scolding Elder Su an old fart right to his face, and even threatened to take his head within a year. If he isn't crazy, then what is? But this time around, he has no choice but to be mad. If he doesn't challenge the 9 Heavens Road, then he absolutely can't escape death." "That's true, but isn't it still death if he charges into the 9 Heavens Road? At least he can seize the initiative in his hands by tackling the 9 Heavens Road. If he doesn't attempt this, he would be placing himself at the mercy of others. If it were me, I would also choose to challenge the 9 Heavens Road. I reckon that he still possesses a trace of confidence and thinks he can make it through. If he was given more time to reach the spirit condensation realm, I believe that he can definitely charge through it. But what a pity, nobody has ever made it through as an Essence Chi realm. In the Danwu Academy, the 9 Heavens Road was a synonym for death. It had already been a whole 3 years since anybody challenged it. Since the establishment of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, which student who challenged the 9 Heavens Road was not an extraordinary genius. But only a measly 5 of them made it through. And these 5 people were all spirit condensation realm without exception. Even if Yi Yuan already had the combat power equal to a spirit condensation realm now, nobody thought highly of him. After all, his real strength was only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. And one could not borrow the power of medicinal pills to raise strength while charging through the 9 Heavens Road. That was to say, Yi Yuan must use the strength of a 6th level Essence Chi realm to take on a death road which made Essence Chi realms despair. Essence Chi realm students who challenged the 9 Heavens Road all died without exception. The survival rate of Essence Chi realms on the 9 Heavens Road was 0. It was the survival rate and not the passing rate. Hence, Yi Yuan was not challenging it but committing suicide. It seemed like Yi Yuan had been continuously creating miracles after returning from being poisoned. But this time, nobody thinks that he could create another miracle again. Yi Yuan did not bother with the discussion outside. He adjusted his body condition and took care of Lu without letting her out of his sight. Ever since Lu lost consciousness, she had not woken up. Yi Yuan also did not have any solution for Lu Er's current condition. He could only use his essence energy to suppress the frost poison in her body. 9 Yin Absolute Meridian was no joke. Once it erupted, it would be like a volcano exploding, sweeping forth with irresistible force. If Yi Yuan were still an alchemy emperor right now, the 9 Yin Absolute Meridian naturally would not stump him. But his present cultivation was too low. Yi Yuan, Miss Lu Er, could it be that even you don't have any ideas to save her? Seeing the normally adorable and obedient Lu Er end up like this, Feng Ruoqing felt all sorts of emotions. Feng Jiru by the side was also unexpectedly quiet today and did not quarrel with Yi Yuan blindly. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "Unless my master was here, otherwise." Sigh. With Lu Er's current condition, I can only help her sustain her life for half a year at best. After half a year, the frost poison will thoroughly erupt, and I won't be able to control it anymore. That Zhang Heng really deserved to die. If it were me, I would definitely have diced him into pieces. Feng Jiru gnashed her teeth bitterly. Feng Jiru did not feel the slightest bit of pity towards someone like Zhang Heng. Feng Ruoqing's eyes, on the other hand, lit up. You really have a powerful master. Where is he? Why not invite him here? As long as he comes, not only can he treat Lu Er, even your problems would go away as well. Yi Yuan purposely said that he had a master because he was afraid that Feng Ruoqing and co would let their imaginations run wild. Feng Ruoqing was extremely intelligent. He was already facing imminent death, and his master did not show up, which unavoidably set off some ideas. In reality, Yi Yuan had long seen through Feng Ruoqing, who wanted to ask but kept holding back her tongue. Which was why he said this. However, where would his powerful master come from? Yi Yuan gave a bitter laugh. Master is truly powerful, but he's somebody who can't sit still. After imparting all his knowledge, he left to travel the world. I also don't know where he is now. Hearing Yi Yuan said this, Feng Ruoqing was greatly disappointed. Somebody who could raise a monster like Yi Yuan must surely be an extremely powerful figure. He might even be an alchemy king or even an alchemy sovereign from the legends. If he was present, how would Su Yubai dare to be unbridled? But, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi realms. Isn't it equivalent to going to die if you enter the Nine Heavens Road? Even though Feng Ruoqing and Huyan Yang had been convinced by Yi Yuan, they still did not think well of Yi Yuan. It's not just them. Nobody in the entire Dan Wu Academy had high hopes of Yi Yuan. That's right. Back then when Mo Yuntian entered, it was almost certain death. You're only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. Why don't you take Lu Er and run? Feng Jiru also joined in from the side. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You think Su Yubai is a moron? How could he give me the chance to escape? I'm afraid that he already has people stationed at every single route out of the academy. As for my residence, there are definitely many people keeping an eye on it. As long as I step out of this house, all my movements will be within his grasp." Alright, thanks for your concern. I know what I'm doing. Even though it's not 100%, I have at least 30% confidence that I can pass through the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan said confidently. What? You have 30% confidence? Are you joking? The Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi realm. You actually say that you have 30% confidence? Are you trying to use these words to dismiss us? Feng Jiru cried out. Although Feng Ruoqing did not say anything, looking at her expression, she obviously did not buy it either. The Nine Heavens Road was certain death for Essence Chi realms, and Yi Yuan actually said that he had 30% confidence. This could not be regarded as anything but reassuring words. Haha, you can choose not to believe me, but you can't not believe my master. Master's might surpasses your imaginations, so you should also have faith in me, Yi Yuan laughed and said. In reality, Yi Yuan's confidence level was way beyond 50%. He was just scared that it would be too insanely startling, which was why he chose to not be explicit. The reason why Yi Yuan dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Road was that he got to understand from Huyan Yang that this Nine Heavens Road was an enormous array formation. It was not going to be easy for a puny little Nine Heavens Road to try and kill him with his attainments in array Dao. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation being too low, breaking this array would not be much different than playing house with children. Of course, Yi Yuan was not entirely certain as well. Some array formations have incredibly powerful might, which is not something he could withstand at his current cultivation realm. As for the specifics, it would have to wait until entering the Nine Heavens Road before knowing them. Seeing Yi Yuan so self-assured, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Zhiru did not know why either, but they gained more confidence out of nowhere. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really create another miracle again. Chapter 92. I'm inferior to him. 3 days later, at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Students swarmed so heavily around the area that even water could not flow through. Challenging the Nine Heavens Road was something rarely seen throughout the years. Naturally, they did not wish to miss out on this grand occasion. The entire Danwu Academy was virtually a ghost town as everyone wanted to come and join in the fun. If not for the foreshadowing from earlier events, there might not be such a huge occasion today. A 6th level Essence Chi realm challenging the Nine Heavens Road was just seeking death. What was there to watch? Nonetheless, the incident that Yi Yuan caused earlier gave rise to much debate, and practically everyone knew about it in the academy already. Now, everyone knew that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius had surpassed their imagination. Could he create another miracle? Even though nobody believed it from the bottom of their heart, there was still this faint trace of anticipation. On another mountain facing the Nine Heavens Peak, there was a pavilion. This was the ideal spot to watch the Nine Heavens Road. Several people sat around a table in the pavilion. They were precisely Su Yubai and several elders. Many people were crowding around outside the pavilion. Aside from the academy's instructors, they were mainly genius students on the martial and alchemy rolls of honor. Their status was naturally different from ordinary students. Long Tang, Zuo Bagui, Su Yishan, and others shockingly were there too. Hey, old Long, why don't we negotiate a bit? How about you return that sharp-horned beast inner core to me? That matter previously was just a joke, no need to take it seriously, right? Zuo Bagui pestered Long Tang incessantly, wanting to take back the sharp-horned beast inner core that he lost the previous time. Long Tang did not even look at him and minded his own business as he rested with closed eyes, patiently waiting for Yi Yuan's arrival. I say, why are you so unreasonable? You're already so powerful, what do you need an inner core for? It's better if you return it to me. Old Long, say something. Yi Yuan's here. Long Tang's eyelids quivered, but he quickly recovered his composure. Stop pretending, all right, we don't talk about that, let's talk about Yi Yuan. Do you think he has a chance of making it through? Don't know. Zuo Bagui was utterly amazed when he heard that, because Long Tang's reply was, don't know, instead of, can't make it. Long Tang actually had such confidence in Yi Yuan. Even though he and Long Tang had conflicting opinions previously, the result proved that Long Tang was right. But this time around, Zuo Bagui did not think well of Yi Yuan at all. Nine Heavens Road, even Long Tang did not dare to try it. Although Long Tang thought highly of himself, he was aware that he did not reach that sort of monstrous degree like Mo Yuntian after examining himself. Even Mo Yuntian nearly died before charging through it. How could he make it through? You mean that he might make it? How's that possible? Didn't you say that he couldn't kill Lin Tiancheng before? And the result? Oh please. This and that aren't the same things, okay. Even 100 Lin Tianchengs together can't make it past the Nine Heavens Road. 100 Lin Tianchengs added up is also not as monstrous as Yi Yuan. Zuo Bagui had no words to retort with because what Long Tang said was true. Zuo Bagui suddenly discovered that Long Tang, who had always been arrogant, actually had signs of acknowledging his inferiority to Yi Yuan. Long Tang was an existence that all the students looked up to in the academy. He had always overlooked all, including him, Zuo Bagui. Yet, this existence actually lifted his gaze now, and looked at another student at eye level, even looking up. This was simply inconceivable. Old Long, this isn't like you. Zuo Bagui suddenly felt like a fox mourning the death of a rabbit and said earnestly. Long Tang did not react heavily to it, and only said coolly, did you forget the phrase that has been passed down in the academy? Geniuses were meant to be surpassed. Long Tang sucked in deeply, and he slowly said, I'm inferior to him, sigh, even though I don't want to admit it, but what you said is the truth. Zuo Bagui also gave a long sigh. However, most likely he doesn't have the chance to surpass you and me anymore. He can't make it past the Nine Heavens Road. Zuo Bagui suddenly added. This time around, Long Tang did not retort. Truthfully speaking, he did not have much confidence as well. A survival rate of 0. This number was as difficult to surmount as a massive mountain. Could Yi Yuan make it across? Humph, this Yi Yuan is putting on airs to actually make so many people wait for him. Su Yubai was a little impatient and grumbled. Yeah, indeed, a brat who doesn't know the rules. He deserves to be killed. Another elder said in agreement. Looks like he had already become Su Yubai's lackey. Hu Changsheng on the other hand smiled and said, Nine Heavens Road isn't a joke. He naturally has to make meticulous preparations. What's there to prepare? Don't tell me that he, an Essence Chi realm, can make it through. He has to die anyway, yet he's delaying so many people's time. Simply outrageous. That elder was very displeased. It was clear that he was already tired of waiting. When he said this, nobody refuted it. Preparations indeed did not hold much meaning for Yi Yuan. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan just chose to end it himself, instead of letting them. Sentenced him to death. But the result was the same. As for whether Yi Yuan could survive, nobody had ever believed that. Those students down there have only heard hearsay about the horrors of the Nine Heavens Peak. But these elders and instructors had seen fresh waves of students filling in the gaps as they fell in the Nine Heavens Peak over many years. Even when many of them were still students, the peak talents of their generation had challenged the Nine Heavens Road. But nobody succeeded. As for the 5 who made it, they are already existences that they could only look up to now. No one doubted that Yi Yuan had the potential to pass through the Nine Heavens Road. But that was just potential. Yi Yuan was only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. He had not even stepped into the last minor stage of the Essence Chi realm, so how could he pass? Who among those Essence Chi realm students that dared to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak before were not peerless geniuses? And those Essence Chi realm students who went to challenge the Nine Heavens Peak, who among them were not at the 9th level Essence Chi realm or even the peak of the Essence Chi realm? All of them died. Could Yi Yuan make it? The answer was obvious that he could not. Right then, the crowd at the foot of the mountain stirred. Yi Yuan came. Behind Yi Yuan trailed the 2 girls, Feng Ruoqing and Feng Jiru, as well as a black-faced Huyan-Yang. Everyone directly ignored Huyan-Yang and stared at the Feng family aunt and niece behind Yi Yuan with absolute envy. Who did not want this sort of treatment? With these 2 girls escorting the road, they would even willingly die. Yi Yuan naturally was not pretending to be some big shot coming late on purpose. He had to settle Lu down properly. Early morning, Yi Yuan transmitted essence energy once more to help Lu suppress the frost poison. After adjusting for some time, he let Feng Ruoqing arrange for someone to take good care of Lu before he could set his mind at ease and come to the Nine Heavens Peak. So naturally, he was a little late. Gazing into the distance, a road of green pebbles led straight up past the clouds, all the way to the Nine Heavens Peak. What looked like the road leading to the land of the immortals, was actually the forbidden land for martial artists. Such superlative craftsmanship, looks like I can't look down on the experts of this world. This Nine Heavens Road isn't simple. Yi Yuan secretly gave his appraisal. Now that Yi Yuan arrived, the crowd automatically gave a wide berth. In front of the Nine Heavens Road, a stone tablet was erected there. On it, wrote a line of words. A martial artist blocked Yi Yuan. Before entering the Nine Heavens Road, swear a heavenly Tao oath according to the stone tablet first. Chapter 93, Strong Gale. I swear upon the heavenly Tao, once I step unto the Nine Heavens Road, life and death are left to fate. If I succeed in making it through, I will not reveal any information about the Nine Heavens Road. Otherwise, may heaven strike me dead. Yi Yuan swore once according to the words on the stone tablet and slightly felt his divine soul quiver. Yi Yuan knew that this was the feeling when one's divine soul signed a pledge with the heavenly Tao. In the future, if he goes against this oath, the heavenly Tao will make heavenly punishment descend, destroying his body and soul. Now, can I enter? The guard stepped aside to allow Yi Yuan passage. Yi Yuan turned back to Feng Ruoqing and company, and he said, help me take good care of Lu. I'll be back soon. Finishing, Yi Yuan walked past the guard and stepped onto the Nine Heavens Road. Stepping onto the first step, the scenery suddenly transformed. The initially narrow Nine Heavens Road suddenly became a boundless horizon. Yi Yuan turned around. The road he came from already disappeared, and what replaced it was still endless steps. The entire strip of Nine Heavens Road had transformed into another world. A world constituted of countless green stone steps. Indeed a little interesting. Looks like every man has his edge. Even though the lower realm's martial prowess cannot compare to the divine realm, they still have undergone countless eons of development and derivation. There many things aren't present in the divine realm. This Nine Heavens Road became an independent world. Looks like the person who set the array already had considerable accomplishments, and this array formation is a unique school of thought. One, it's a different style from the divine realm. Tranquil Cloud sect can't be underestimated. Yi Yuan gasped in admiration. This entire array formation was integrated into a harmonious reality. There were countless illusion arrays and killing arrays mixed into it. Even though its power was inferior to the divine realm's arrays, the complexity of this did not pale in the slightest. No wonder this Nine Heavens road is so hard to pass through. If these illusion arrays and killing arrays were activated at full power, killing crystal formation realm martial artists would be like chopping vegetables. Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration once more. Well, there's not much hope of breaking the array. My strength now is really too poor. Let me test out this Nine Heavens road's array formation's power. After he said this, Yi Yuan strode out with a large step. The step forward seemed to have activated the arrays. Countless strong gales howled towards Yi Yuan. These gales were abnormally piercing cold, as if it could annihilate all life on Earth. But this world only had Yi Yuan alone, so naturally, he was the target. The concept of wind. Looks like this Nine Heavens road was constructed to help students train. Much thought and care had been expended on this. Except, using this sort training method seems a bit too cruel. As Yi Yuan sighed admirably, he moved along with the wind. The strong violent gale was actually unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan whatsoever. These strong gales were man-made through the creator of the array formations integrating his own understanding of the concept of wind inside it. After sensing the concept of wind amidst the powerful gales, Yi Yuan knew the intention of the creator of this array. He hoped to let students comprehend the concept of wind inside through these gales. However, how many people could comprehend the concept of wind at the essence chi realm or the spirit condensation realm? The way the other students saw it, these powerful gusts existed to hurt people, instead of helping them to understand some profound concept. If it were another student tackling the Nine Heavens road, this strong gale round would most likely have already exhausted a great deal of essence energy. They were unable to be so at ease like Yi Yuan. They have to activate their essence energy shields in order to withstand the power of these gales. Otherwise, these strong gales would be like blades, slicing their body into pieces. Even spirit condensation realm students would have exhausted enormous amounts of essence energy after making it past this round, let alone those of essence chi realms. If essence chi realm students used essence energy protection to withstand this round, they would directly lose 30% 40%, and this was only the first round. Under this sort of expenditure, if essence chi realms did not die, where could they flee to? In contrast, Yi Yuan did not even use his essence energy for protection. He simply swayed his body along with the wind force, and the gale wind blades floated past his body easily. These gales were just like a giant wind blade technique, cutting wantonly in this space, omnidirectional and with no blind angles. If students did not open their essence energy protection after coming in here, the consequences would be very severe. As to why Yi Yuan did not use essence energy protection, it was because his comprehension towards the concept of wind was way above these gales. The concept of wind encompassed within these gale winds, to Yi Yuan, was like a toddler learning how to walk. Wanting to hurt him was naturally hardly possible. Not to mention that Yi Yuan's falling flower floating zero sword technique already encompassed an exceedingly profound concept of wind within. Except, Yi Yuan's essence chi realm cultivation realm was too low and unable to unleash the true might of the concept of wind, that's all. Following the increase of his cultivation, the power of the falling flower floating zero sword would also become increasingly stronger. Although Yi Yuan was only at the essence chi realm currently, it was still more than sufficient to evade the attacks of these gale winds. Yi Yuan could not see the landscape outside, but the people outside could see Yi Yuan's situation. To be more precise, they could not see what was happening inside the illusionary world, but they were able to clearly see what Yi Yuan was doing right now. There were a total of 999 stone steps on the Nine Heavens road. Right now, Yi Yuan had already walked across more than 20 steps. It was just that from the perspective of a bystander, Yi Yuan's condition did not seem to be too good. What's Yi Yuan doing? He's dangling and swaying about like he's drunk. Don't know. Is he being mesmerized by an illusion world? I think so. Look at him swaying around non-stop. Who tackles the Nine Heavens road like that? I heard from some senior apprentice brothers that in the past when those people challenged the Nine Heavens road, they opened up their essence energy protection right away as if there was something terrifying. But you look at Yi Yuan. He didn't even open anything, but rather, it's like he's drunk. Why is he totally different from how others challenging the Nine Heavens Road? Yeah, according to the seniors' speculations, the first 333 steps of the Nine Heavens Road might be some external force test which is extremely taxing on essence energy. Those who could walk past 333 steps would be completely fatigued. But why is Yi Yuan's perfectly fine? Could it be that what he encountered was different from the seniors? This Yi Yuan is really a wonder. Whatever he does is different from the rest. It's just that if he does this, would he lose his mind within the first 333 steps? I think there's really that possibility. Look, Yi Yuan seems to have recovered. That person fixed his eyes to take a look, and Yi Yuan was indeed no longer behaving like he was drunk. He continued walking up steadily. One look and onlookers could tell that Yi Yuan should have passed through the first barrier. The first round is completed so effortlessly. Yin-Yang stared dazedly at Yi Yuan's figure with a dumbfounded face. As an instructor in the academy, he knew much more things than the rest of the students. These things were summed up using the experience from students' fresh blood. The first 333 steps on the Nine Heavens Road, and every 33 steps was a minor barrier. Although it was unknown what exactly these minor barriers were, regardless of who charged through these minor barriers, it would not be this effortless. What's more, some Essence Chi Realm students were directly annihilated at the first minor barrier. But Yi Yuan managed to pass through it just by swaying around like that the entire way. Chapter 94, Crushing All Resistance. Nine Heavens Road, 999 steps. He only crossed 33 steps by luck, the first minor barrier. Each and every one of them is behaving like he already cleared it. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Evidently, he was very displeased by everyone's astonishment. The way he saw it, Yi Yuan only passed the first barrier by luck. Furthermore, passing the first barrier did not signify anything. Many Essence Chi realms were able to cross it. The true terror of the Nine Heavens Road was in the last 333 steps. Yeah, one look and you can tell that this Yi Yuan is a slippery punk. He probably excels in exploiting gaps. Most likely he took advantage of some loophole. That's why it was so easy for him. Another elder chimed in. No matter what you say, the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone for Essence Chi realm. That is the truth that nobody can alter. Looking at the past, the highest record for Essence Chi realm was at the middle 333 steps. Even if Yi Yuan's incredibly heaven-defying, his limit will at most be at the last 333 steps. Zhang Songtao also agreed. Unlike the other elders, Yi Yuan's performance gave Yin-Yang and Feng Ruoqing more confidence. The most terrifying aspect of these first 333 steps is the exhaustion of essence energy. Spirit condensation realms are a little better, but it's very difficult for an Essence Chi realm's essence energy to sustain till the end. Even if they are lucky enough to bear through it, the middle 333 steps will only get more terrifying than the front part. In the end, they still die. But Yi Yuan didn't even use essence energy protection in the first round. He basically didn't expend much essence energy at all, Yin-Yang said agitatedly. Yi Yuan can really bring people limitless surprises. Perhaps, he might really make it. Feng Ruoqing muttered to herself. That fellow is smelly and hard. It's better if he's dead. Feng Jiru recovered her fierce and unreasonable nature. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, if he dies, you can forget about breaking through to the crystal formation realm in this lifetime. Who cares? Feng Ruoqing remained stubborn, but her eyes kept following Yi Yuan on the steps. The strong gale round did not pose much difficulty to Yi Yuan. The instant he crossed the 33rd step and landed on the 34th step, the scenario suddenly transformed once again, becoming a stretch of fiery sea. The concept of fire. This was a flame road. The scorching flames roasted Yi Yuan until he was about to combust, but a cold smile flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. I wonder what the Spirit Bristle Divine King will feel if he knew that someone was playing with fire in front of his cultivation law. Saying this, Yi Yuan revolved the Spirit Bristle Nine Yang Divine Art not to activate Essence Energy Protection, but to completely release his aura to let his Essence Energy erupt out. Then Yi Yuan made his strides and steadily went up. Where he passed by, the flames automatically retreated. Playing with the concept of fire in front of the Spirit Bristle Nine Yang Divine Art was simply a joke. The Spirit Bristle Nine Yang Divine Art was the supreme fire attribute cultivation law in the divine realm. It had virtually reached the limits of the concept of fire. Back then, the Spirit Bristle Divine King relied on the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art's ultimate technique, 9 Suns Burning Heaven, and became renowned in a single battle. He used the 9 Suns Burning Heaven during that battle, and he directly burnt the numerous Divine Kings attacking him into nothingness. Since then, nobody dared to provoke him. Even though Yi Yuan's current power was still shallow, it was still not something that a lower realm mortal flame could compare to. This was like a young, juvenile dragon. No matter how little he was, he would still be the king of all beasts. All laid dormant where he passed. Yi Yuan continued forward steadily as the flames around him automatically gave him a wide berth. Just like that, Yi Yuan passed through the second round, Flame C, with unbelievable speed. Yi Yuan had to waste around an incense of time to avoid the strong gales in order to pass the first round. As for this second round, Yi Yuan passed it in a blink of an eye. Third round, Arctic World. This was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely cold. Yet, this sort of cold seemed to be unable to pose any form of threat in front of Yi Yuan's Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. Yi Yuan immediately cleared it once again. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan crossed 99 steps. Next was the fourth round, Gravity World. Fifth round, Thick Earth World. Sixth round, Water World. All the way until the 10th world, Yi Yuan came all the way here unimpeded. Yi Yuan's realm was much higher than the creator of these arrays. These barriers were simply unable to cause any great difficulty for him. He did not even expend much essence energy. I wonder who from the Tranquil Cloud sect created these arrays. They actually integrated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, these concepts of 5 elements as well as the other 5 types of concepts derived from them. Truly a genius. I wonder what happened to this person afterward. Did he ascend to the divine realm? I've never heard of such an array formations genius before in the divine realm. Could it be that he had long fallen? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. The world of martial artists was filled with countless dangers. Aside from the dangers on the road of cultivation, what was even scarier was the human heart. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the divine realm or the lower realms, geniuses were as abundant as the hair on an ox. However, only a remarkable handful was able to truly mature. Which of the figures standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm did not tread over countless corpses of geniuses to attain their current position? Even a peerless genius like Xianxia plummeted after being harmed while in the process of maturing, let alone the others. Yi Yuan's speed of clearing the rounds caused a huge uproar in the outside world. He was too fast. From the first step to crossing the first 333 steps, Yi Yuan spent less than 2 hours. This was simply too harrowing. One student rubbed his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Do I have something wrong with my eyes? Since when did this 9 Heavens road become so easy to pass? Does your brain have holes? Why don't you try it, if it is easy to cross? I think you won't even know how you die." But Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. How could he possibly be this fast? I heard that this 9 Heavens road is not a place that tests strength solely. What the test placed emphasis on, is potential. Looking from that perspective, this Yi Yuan's talent is truly so monstrous that it's inconceivable. But I don't know if he can cross the later 666 steps or not. Maybe he can really cross it. The two exchanged glances. They were both frightened by this thought. 6th level Essence Chi realm passing the 9 Heavens road. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 9 Heavens road was a forbidden ground for Essence Chi realm martial artists. They did not know why either, but once this thought arose, it was like a seed, buried at the bottom of their hearts. It grew roots and sprouted, and it could no longer be stopped. On the other hand, when Yi Yuan passed the first 333 steps, Su Yubai jumped to his feet. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up the mountain, similarly with incredulity. One could not blame him for being so shocked. Yi Yuan's speed in passing the rounds was too quick. He crushed all resistance along the way without any delay. There were only that few students who passed through the 9 Heavens road. Their performance was not kept a secret. As the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai was naturally very clear on that. However, nobody among those who challenged the road had Yi Yuan's crossing speed, including those Spirit Condensation Realm students who passed. Even the Mo Yuntian, who was brimming with talent, spent an entire day to pass the first 333 steps. But Yi Yuan only took 2 hours. Doesn't that mean that the degree of Yi Yuan's genius was several times, even tens of times that of Mo Yuntian's? Su Yubai did not dare, nor was he willing to believe this thought. Chapter 95. Long Tang's Transformation. I really don't know what to say about this Yi Yuan. Other people are filled with fear and trepidation before challenging the Nine Heavens Road, and he cleared it so effortlessly. Is there nothing that can stump him? Zhuo Begui looked at Yi Yuan halfway up the mountain and was likewise completely stunned. The shocks that Yi Yuan brought him these few days was simply too many. Jumping ranks and killing Fei Qingping. Consecutively breaking through 5 realms within a month. Becoming an alchemy master with a 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation. Leaping across a major realm to kill Lin Tiancheng. Each one of these matters, when placed on a single individual, was an impossible task. But Yi Yuan did them all. Now, was Yi Yuan going to clear the Nine Heavens Road, which no essence Qi realm had ever passed through before? This was also simply inconceivable. Even if he could not clear it, just based on his speed in the first 333 steps, it was sufficient to look down on all genius students. Yeah, there's really nothing that he can't do, and nothing that he doesn't dare to do. Compared to him, we're all self-boasting geniuses. Such a joke. A deep shock was also plastered all over Long Tang's face. Old Long, I've never denied that I'm a genius. At least that's the case within the territory of the state of Qin. However, the degree of Yi Yuan's genius has already vastly exceeded the domain of genius. Zhuo Begui sighed in admiration. All this while, only Long Tang could steadily suppress Zhuo Begui's arrogance. But now, his arrogance was shattered by Yi Yuan's performance. The dazed look in Long Tang's gaze vanished, and what replaced it was incomparable determination. He shook his head and said, I'm not talking about his talent, but his heart of a powerhouse. Compared to Yi Yuan, what we lack the most is still the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. I, Long Tang, have always prided myself on being able to look down on all experts. But in reality, I'm just a coward. Yi Yuan, thank you. Zhuo Begui was somewhat confounded by Long Tang's words. However, he could clearly sense some sort of transformation taking place in Long Tang's body. Like the feeling of enlightenment. What are you talking about, old Long? Heart of a powerhouse. Even though we aren't as monstrous as Yi Yuan, our desire to become strong has never changed all this while, right? Zhuo Begui asked in puzzlement. Long Tang did not look at Zhuo Begui but stared at Yi Yuan, who was halfway up, and gave a confusing answer. Powerhouse. A true powerhouse is not about how strong his strength is but how powerful his inner heart is. Zhuo Begui, after this matter is settled, I'll also challenge the Nine Heavens Road. What, you want to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Are you tired of living? Zhuo Begui jumped in fright as he exclaimed. However, Long Tang just smiled lightly as if he had seen past life and death. If I can't even pass through a tiny Nine Heavens Road in the state of Qin, how can I talk about becoming a powerhouse? What qualifications would I have to look down upon this endless world and ascend to the divine realm? This place Yi Yuan reincarnated in was called the Endless World. Endless World was named after the Endless Forest. Because it was truly endless and limitless, separating the Endless World into the North and South domain. Mad. Completely mad. No matter how powerful you are, old Long, are you more powerful than Mo Yuntian? You will die if you attempt the Nine Heavens Road. What will you have to look down on the Endless World if you lose your life? Zhuo Begui was ruffled. Yi Yuan was a madman, and now, even the rank 1 on the martial roll of honor, Long Tang, also went crazy along with him. Just what was happening to this world? Long Tang, on the other hand, was unmoved. Incomparable resolve could be seen in his eyes. Why should martial artists regret death? How can one talk about becoming a powerhouse without the realization of going to die? Long Tang said casually, but even when martial artists die, they have to die with significance. What's the point if you challenge the Nine Heavens Road just to die? Zhuo Begui was still unable to figure it out. The way he saw it, the Nine Heavens Road was just a large-scale array. Dying inside the array was something utterly meaningless. What kind of death holds meaning? Only now do I understand that victory and defeat lie in one thought. Strong and weak, also lies in a single thought. Zhuo Begui, you and I are ultimately not from the same world. Long Tang finally looked at Zhuo Begui. The expression in his eyes was something which he had never seen before. Zhuo Begui was rank 2 on the martial roll. Apart from Long Tang, he was invincible in the academy. Even Feng Jiru could not defeat him. Even when facing Long Tang, the disparity with Zhuo Begui was actually not that large. But now, Long Tang actually said that they were not from the same world. How could Zuo Bagui feel comfortable? What you meant is that you and Yi Yuan are people from the same world. Aren't your words too conceited, old Long? Zuo Bagui kept away the trademark cynical smile and said somewhat unhappily. However, Long Tang shook his head and said, Yi Yuan. I'm afraid I have no opportunity to catch up to him in this lifetime. He and I are also from entirely different worlds. After saying that, Long Tang kept silent and simply watched Yi Yuan halfway up patiently. Zuo Bagui also fell silent and started to muse. He felt that some sort of transformation had taken place in Long Tang's body. It was just that he could not understand what this transformation was even after cracking his head open trying to figure it out. Except, could this transformation separate both of them into two different worlds? How was that possible, just because Long Tang was going to challenge the Nine Heavens Road? Why don't I also try taking on the Nine Heavens Road? Zuo Bagui swiftly rejected this idea. He was indeed strong, but he did not even have 10% confidence for him to challenge the Nine Heavens Road successfully. It was indeed almost certain death. Although Long Tang was stronger than him, he was not that much stronger. That was to say even if he went, it would be virtually certain death. Just what did this fellow come to realize? Such a low survival rate and he still dared to try it. Wasn't this courting death? Yes, Long Tang had truly been enlightened. He saw what was called the heart of a powerhouse from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's chances were actually not that great when he challenged Lin Tiancheng. But he went to do it. Yi Yuan's chances were even much lower than imagined when he went to take on the Nine Heavens Road. But he did it anyway. Even though he clearly understood that killing fellow disciples would result in the death penalty, Yi Yuan still did it without looking back. Even though he was clear that the Nine Heavens Road was certain death, he still did it without hesitation. Breaking the rules, challenging oneself, and surpassing oneself. This was the heart of a powerhouse. For a martial artist to cultivate was originally already going against the heavens. Without the consciousness of death, how could one sense the unparalleled heavenly Tao and reach the paramount deity realm? Why should we rejoice over life, and why should we be bitter about death? The road of a powerhouse was filled densely with thorns. Even if one did not go and challenge the Nine Heavens Road, there might still be an 8 Heavens Road, 10 Heavens Road. A person could hide for a moment, but could he hide for a lifetime? Only by braving forward could one trample all these ups and downs underfoot. Only by continually surpassing oneself could there be a possibility to truly look down on all life under the heavens. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disasters were the primal instinct of men. But if martial artists did not sever these instincts, how could they talk about being an expert? Long Tang could see from Zuo Bagui's eyes that he simply did not dare to give birth to the thought of challenging the Nine Heavens Road. Hence, he said that they were not from the same world. Long Tang was destined to walk out of the state of Qin, a person who would walk unparalleled throughout the entire endless world. But Zuo Bagui was only an expert in the state of Qin. Even if he forced himself to the limits, he would only be an expert in the Tranquil Cloud sect. Chapter 96, Illusionary Realm. Everybody was focused on Yi Yuan, so naturally, no one noticed the transformation which suddenly took place in Long Tang's body. Except for Zuo Bagui, but even Zuo Bagui could not imagine just what kind of change Long Tang's transformation brought him. It was until many years later, Zuo Bagui then heard that Long Tang's martial prowess broke the void, and he ascended to the divine realm with the status of the strongest expert in the endless world. At that time, he finally understood what these words meant back during the days of the state of Qin. Of course, this was all later on in the future. Just as Long Tang was conversing with Zuo Bagui, another commotion sprung out from the crowd again. Quickly look, Yi Yuan stopped advancing. Yeah, he stopped at the 338th step. It's only been 5 steps. He scared me to death. I thought that he would continue forth with an indomitable force. Are you dumb? This is the Nine Heavens Road, hailed as the death zone for all Essence Chi realms. How could he possibly continue forth without any resistance? The true difficulty of the Nine Heavens Road starts from the middle 333 steps stage. The vast majority of those Essence Chi realms who came to challenge the Nine Heavens Road fell at this juncture. How could Yi Yuan possibly fall to the first stage with how monstrous he is? So that's the case. His crossing speed just now was too frightening. It quickly swept me up. Then do you think Yi Yuan can make it through? Absolutely not. If Yi Yuan were at half-step spirit condensation realm, I would feel that he might make it through. But he's only at the 6th level essence chi realm. The scariest part of the 9 heavens road is still the final 333 steps. Just as Yi Yuan landed on the 5th step of the 2nd stage on the 9 heavens road, his fierce momentum finally halted. This action naturally drew everyone's attention. The crowd started clamoring. The people who were initially stunned by Yi Yuan's advancing momentum suddenly came to a realization at this moment. This was the death zone for all essence chi realms, 9 heavens road. How could it be possible to pass through it smoothly without problems? When Su Yubai saw this scene, his initial shock turned into wild ecstasy. I've long said that he can't possibly pass through. A tiny little 6th level essence chi realm dares to tackle the 9 heavens road. Conceited, seeking his own destruction, even though he was filled with wild joy, Su Yubai obviously would not be stupid enough to show it on his face. However, he did not hold back his words at all. Everybody knew that he wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan anyway, so he naturally had no need to pretend to be some hypocritical good person. What Elder Su said is right. This Yi Yuan would rather challenge the 9 heavens road than come to the elders' meeting. This is slighting us all. Such an impertinent brat. The way I see it, there's nothing to regret over his death. An elder echoed. Elder Lin's words are unreasonable. Challenging the 9 heavens road is the right of every student. Once you pass the 9 heavens road, you would enjoy the special privilege of the high sect's core disciple. This was said by the high sect. No matter how powerful the elders' council is, it's not greater than the high sect's rules, right? Hu Changsheng raised his eyelids and said coolly. Like everybody else, Hu Changsheng was also astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. It was just that he did not show it. He kept both eyes lightly closed like an old monk in meditation. However, Hu Changsheng's talent-loving heart was stirred, and he felt great pity for Yi Yuan. Such a genius might be able to pass the heaven rank advancement test in the future and become the Tranquil Cloud sect's inner disciple. He might even yield brilliant results in the 10 Nations Grand Competition and be chosen as a core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect. But now, Yi Yuan was going to fall on the 9 heavens road. How could that not make people sigh regretfully? And what caused this sort of tragedy to happen was precisely these few so-called elders in front of his eyes who were playing politics. How could this not make him displeased? Hence, Hu Changsheng, who was always a nice person, finally blew his top. Yes, even with Yi Yuan's spectacular performance, Hu Changsheng did not think that Yi Yuan could pass through the 9 heavens road. As the deputy dean, he naturally understood much more than the students. The further one went along the 9 heavens road, the more challenging it became. Especially at the last 333 steps, the difficulty basically reached an extreme level. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to pass it with his current realm. Hu Changsheng's words left that elder who was surnamed Lin dumbfounded. What could he say? That he was bigger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? Was that not seeking death? Presently, Yi Yuan was already on an illusionary trip. He was currently in the pill refinement room at the Divine Realms Medicine King's Hall. A pill refinement room so vast that it could be a training room for martial arts, tens of times greater than Feng Ruao King's refinement room. It could be called extravagant. Yi Yuan would treat other aspects of himself shabbily with the sole exception of this pill refinement room and things related to it. No matter what, he would not treat himself badly or underperform on this aspect. Because the alchemy god realm was his lifelong goal. Limitless Cauldron, one of the best pill cauldrons in the divine realm. It was formerly Yi Yuan's greatest love. Apart from that, various pill refining tools and herbal ingredients were all here. Everything here was so familiar. Yi Yuan spent over 300 years in this pill refinement room. To Yi Yuan, he was even more familiar with this refinement room than his bedchamber. There were no mirrors in his pill refinement room, but Yi Yuan knew that he definitely recovered his previous life's appearance. Appearance is born from the heart. This illusionary realm is seriously realistic. It can actually completely dig out the things buried within my heart so thoroughly. Even though I know it's an illusionary realm, I still don't wish to wake up. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally. After Yi Yuan entered the 9 heavens road's second stage, he suddenly felt his head was incomparably heavy. After a bout of dizziness, he appeared in his former refinement room. Yi Yuan already confirmed that he entered an illusionary realm nearly straightaway. Illusionary realms might look completely harmless, but it was extremely dangerous. Those students who went insane after challenging the 9 heavens road basically lost themselves after failing this second stage. The average person who ventured deep into an illusionary world would often unable to extricate themselves out from it. They would be swept inside instantly, and finally, lose themselves inside it. Only someone with a firm heart could free themselves from the illusion world and return to reality. However, this process was tremendously arduous. Even Mo Yuntian, who was so powerful back then, spent several days before he could awaken. To talk about a firm heart, the previous life's Qingyan Zi was not that powerful either. However, he had changed dramatically today and became countless times more mature than the previous life's Qingyan Zi in terms of mentality. In addition, his heart for vengeance was incomparably firm. How could ordinary illusionary worlds mesmerize him? Without talking about how Yi Yuan himself was a great array master, even if his strength today was lacking and unable to break the array, it was still insanely difficult for illusion arrays to make him fall for them. No matter how powerful this Nine Heavens Road was, it was nothing but an array formation from the lower realms. It was still considered as nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. This was also his greatest reliance to dare to tackle the Nine Heavens Road. Except, seeing through the illusion world did not mean being able to break the illusion world, and it also did not mean willingness to break the illusion world. This Nine Heavens Road was extremely remarkable, to directly look at the human heart. Even somebody like Yi Yuan was unwilling to leave just like that after seeing this place filled with cherished memories. These things had accompanied Yi Yuan for 300 years. Every blade of grass and every tree was filled with feelings. With a casual wave, the limitless cauldron turned into a remarkably small and exquisite pill cauldron in Yi Yuan's hand. The feeling when his fingers came into contact with the limitless cauldron was exactly the same as back then. Of course it would be exactly the same, because this illusionary realm was birthed from his inner thoughts. If time could rewind, how great would that be? Yi Yuan was overcome with emotion. Chapter 97, Hard Realm. Dong dong dong. Just as Yi Yuan was lost in his emotions, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Are you in there, Yuan?" That familiar yet foreign voice sounded out from outside the door. Yi Yuan could never forget this voice even if he turned to ashes. Because it was the voice belonging to his father, Ji Zhengyang. Zhengyang Zi and Qingyan Zi were only Dao titles that the outside world dedicated to them. Qingyan Zi and his father were originally surnamed Ji. In the divine realm, any alchemist who reached the realm of Alchemy Emperor would be addressed respectfully with Zi. Directly calling an Alchemy Emperor with his name was a great disrespect and could very well anger the Alchemy Emperor. And the vastness of an Alchemy Emperor's network was unimaginable to the average person. Even though he was clearly aware that he was currently inside an illusionary realm, Yi Yuan still shuddered uncontrollably. Casually firing out a spell, the door to the pill refinement room automatically opened, revealing Ji Zhengyang's figure. Seeing this familiar figure once again, Yi Yuan's eyes immediately became moist. Ji Zhengyang entered with a faint smile. When he saw Yi Yuan's wet eyes, he could not help but be surprised. "Why is your face covered in tears, Yuan?" Yi Yuan, who had transformed into Ji Qingyan, was fully aware that this was inside an illusionary realm, but he still could not resist explaining. "Father, when Yuan was preparing the herbs just now, I used the melancholy gathering grass and accidentally got the fumes in my eyes. That's why I'm like this." Melancholy gathering grass was a 9th rank herb with extremely powerful stimulating effects. Even with Ji Qingyan's status as an alchemy emperor, if he got the fumes in his eyes, he would also cry non-stop. Yi Yuan did not know why he would inexplicably come up with a white lie, even though he knew perfectly well that the Ji Zhengyang in front of his eyes did not exist. As expected, Ji Zhengyang laughed when he heard it. "Yuan is overly careless. Even father dares not to overlook this melancholy gathering grass. How could you be so careless?" Yi Yuan quietly received this teaching. "Father is right, Yuan will be more careful next time." Ji Zhengyang let out a sigh and said, "Oh Yuan, Father knows that you are infatuated with the alchemy Dao, but there isn't only the alchemy Dao in this world. Cooping yourself up in a pill refinement room all the time will do you no good." Yi Yuan once again replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Father. Yuan knows when to stop." Ji Zhengyang shook his head and said, "You, oh you. What do you want me to say about you? The alchemy Dao is boundless and everlasting. Even if we pour our entire lives into it, it would be hard to even glimpse a 10,000th of it. Even if you really stepped into the deity realm in the future and become an alchemy god, it is but another beginning. When alive, one has to take note of many other things. You will see that the vastness of this world far exceeds your imagination when you step outside of the pill refinement room. You should learn more from your senior apprentice brother about this point." Yi Yuan's face changed upon mentioning his senior apprentice brother. The killing intent in his heart unconsciously welled up but was quickly pressed down. The current Yi Yuan could not be compared to the past. If he did not even have this bit of shrewdness, how could he talk about revenge? One had to know that what he was worse off than his senior apprentice brother was not limited to cultivation realm, but instead, he fell behind in all aspects. And wasn't this illusionary realm an excellent place for Yi Yuan to temper his heart realm? Although he knew that this illusion array was automatically activated, and nobody knew what was happening inside, Yi Yuan still did not wish to expose these things that were buried in the innermost part of his heart. Firstly, it was to temper his heart realm. Secondly, it was to prepare for all contingencies. After all, his origin was simply overly startling. If it was leaked, it might be hard to not arouse some big trouble. And Yi Yuan's current strength was far from being able to protect himself. However, Ji Zhengyang apparently seemed to have discovered Yi Yuan's flash of killing intent and was very puzzled. "What's wrong? You had a conflict with your senior apprentice brother?" Yi Yuan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, father, it's just a small spat. It will be fine after this period of time." Ji Zhengyang then smiled and said, "So that's the case. Then it's fine. A peaceful family will prosper. Small fights and arguments are fine, but if you two brothers turn on each other, this Medicine King Hall will decline sooner or later." Yi Yuan secretly sighed. This was more than just turning on each other. This scoundrel killed the master who imparted to him all his abilities and raised him for several hundred years. He even murdered his master's only son. Such an unfilial son could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. Ji Kanglin, when I return to the divine realm someday, I will definitely grind your bones to dust. I will. I wonder why father came to look for this child. Although the killing intent in his heart was billowing to the skies, Yi Yuan did not let out the slightest bit. Yi Yuan knew that he seemed to have broken through in terms of his heart realm. After hearing that, Ji Zhengyang smacked his own head and smiled wryly. "You see, I'm already old and muddle-headed. I forgot about the proper business after talking to you. Father has refined a half-step divine pill and was about to convene a pill appreciation grand assembly. When visitors from all around come to congratulate a few days later, you and your senior apprentice brother shall arrange all the matters. Don't treat the guests discourteously." Hearing this, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. Just now, he was immersed in past events and completely did not think about what time the illusionary realm brought him to. Only now that Ji Zhengyang mentioned it did Yi Yuan suddenly awakened. This so-called pill appreciation grand assembly was precisely when Ji Kanglin revealed his fangs. What pill appreciation grand assembly was this? This was simply a father and brother killing grand assembly. The so-called visitors from all around were also single-handedly arranged by Ji Kanglin. He really did not know how Ji Kanglin operated over these few years to suddenly bring over dozens of divine kings. With the inside colluding with the outside, they swiftly brought down the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall was also a top-tier power in the divine realm. Just the divine kings under Zhengyang Zi's command numbered over a dozen. But Ji Kanglin had handled everything for several hundred years, causing the Medicine King Hall to fall apart immediately. Ji Qingyan was oblivious to the outside world, so he was hoodwinked by everything that happened. Even after he reincarnated today, he still could not understand just how Ji Kanglin did all those things under the eyes of the father-son pair. When he closed his eyes to await death, he was seized with remorse over his usual indifference. But it was already too late for regrets. Ji Zhengyang was dead and his Tao dissipated. Hence, the purpose of Yi Yuan's existence in this life was to do two things. The first thing was to personally kill Ji Kanglin and avenge this immense hatred. The second was to figure out just what force was supporting Ji Kanglin from behind. Yi Yuan believed that Ji Kanglin would undoubtedly be unable to do this alone. Wishing to overturn a colossal bring such as the Medicine King Hall. The force behind Ji Kanglin must surely be powerful to the point it terrifies people at the sight of it. But so what, if he could not take revenge for father, then what was the point of him, Ji Qingyan, reincarnating? He, Ji Qingyan, lived his life proudly. How could he possibly lead this sort of ignoble life? Even if taking revenge was harder than reaching the heavens, Ji Qingyan would still try reaching this heaven. Wasn't it just practicing martial arts? Since Ji Qingyan was able to be hailed as the alchemist closest to alchemy god during his previous life, he could become the martial artist most likely to step into the deity realm in this life. How could a tiny little nine heavens road thwart me, Ji Qingyan, on my heaven trampling journey? Don't worry, father, it's only a small matter between senior apprentice brother and me. This child will definitely work together with senior apprentice brother and manage the matter of welcoming guests properly, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Even as surging waves billowed in his heart, Yi Yuan obstinately did not reveal the slightest bit. Yi Yuan did not permit even the slightest flaw in his heart realm. The more one was facing a powerful enemy, the more one had to maintain the steadiness of their heart state. When experts exchange blows, what was fought was not only strength but also the strength of the heart. Ha ha, then I can rest at ease, Ji Zhengyang laughed heartily and said with a smile as he stroked his beard. Chapter 98, Hard like still water. There was complete silence at the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak. Yi Yuan had already stood at the 5th step for 4 hours, while he only used a total of 2 hours to clear the first 333 steps. The students looked at that figure halfway up the mountain. From the initial shock to excitement, then to dejection, and all the way until the current size of regret and pity. The fever fell from the highest point down to the freezing point. Yi Yuan's rushing style involuntarily gave everyone a feeling of a strong beginning but a weak ending. The first stage was too quick, but the second stage was a failure right at the start. The difference between before and after was too great. At this point, nobody thought that Yi Yuan could make it anymore. Their confidence gradually faded along with the passing of time. Standing for 4 hours on one step, there were still 328 steps behind. How would he pass? Humph. Playing tricks. He must have used some trickery to gain advantage previously. That's why it went so smoothly. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Based on past experiences, the second stage of the Nine Heavens Road could very well be an eternal illusionary realm. And the derivative of this illusionary realm would become increasingly terrifying along with the increase in steps. Finally, it would leave people unable to extricate themselves. Yi Yuan already sunk in so deeply at the 5th step, I'm afraid it's hopeless to save the situation. Zhang Songtao also made a rare remark at this time. Hu Chengsheng looked at Yi Yuan with a grave expression. How could he not know what Zhang Songtao said? After so many years of fumbling about, even though the specific situations inside the Nine Heavens Road could not be confirmed, they were still able to conjecture many things according to the student's performance. Without a doubt, this second stage's content was the easiest to confirm. Because almost all the students who survived this round became insane. Clearly, they lost their minds inside the illusionary realm. And in this second stage, the earlier one fell for the illusionary realm, the more dangerous it became. This illusionary realm was able to continuously develop as it derived non-stop. The further it went, the more realistic it became, and the more they would not be able to extricate themselves. Basically, those who got trapped so early like Yi Yuan had virtually no possibility of escaping the illusionary realm. A pity, a pinnacle genius who could have been extraordinarily splendors actually plummeted here. Yi Yuan might be a genius, but somebody like him was destined to not walk far. Because he failed to show restraint. Yeah, too tough, and it's easily broken. Yi Yuan doesn't know how to tolerate, that's why he challenged the academy's rules, which resulted to his end. To him, Lin Tiancheng was doomed to be a minor character. There would have been thousands of ways to mess him to death. Why did he have to be impulsive? Disperse then, let's go. It's already hopeless for Yi Yuan. It's impossible for him to wake up. Quite a few people already lost their patience and faith and left in groups. In the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan saw Ji Canglin once again. Ha, you finally exited seclusion, junior apprentice brother. This brother waited for a long time. There are more and more guests these few days, I already can't handle it anymore. If you don't come out, I would have gone to master and washed my hands off this matter. Seeing Yi Yuan, Ji Canglin laughed. Yi Yuan's emotions were somewhat chaotic. Seeing this great enemy again, Yi Yuan was unable to keep a calm state of mind even though this was inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan had methods to break apart the illusionary realm. However, he did not do so. He did not wish to alter the direction the illusionary realm was heading to and fight to the death with Ji Canglin. Because that was meaningless, he wanted to make use of this illusionary realm to advance his heart realm. Heart realm was something fleeting and abstruse and looked like it was completely useless towards cultivation. Very few martial artists placed their thoughts on it as well. However, Yi Yuan knew that heart realm was extremely useful towards a martial artist's future cultivation road. It even determined to a certain extent the martial artist's potential and limit. To martial artists, heart realm was something akin to adding wings to a tiger. If two martial artists with the exact same cultivation strength were to battle it out, the final victor would definitely be the one with the higher heart realm. To Yi Yuan, even the slightest increase in strength was extremely valuable. My apologies. I've let senior apprentice brother wait for too long. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed the killing intent inside him and apologized. Since when have us brothers been so distant? Brother is only joking with you. Don't take it to heart, junior apprentice brother. I know that junior apprentice brother is pursuing the great alchemy Dao and doesn't like to be distracted by mundane matters. I will do my best to take on what I can handle. Except, the assembly this time around is crucial to our Medicine King Hall. So I have no other options but to invite junior apprentice brother out. Ji Kanglin was filled with sincerity without the slightest bit of hypocrisy. Nobody could have seen through his wild ambitions. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, I'll naturally help senior apprentice brother share the burden. The following few days, Yi Yuan followed Ji Kanglin and began to busy themselves with the various matters of the Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly. Even if these things were what he hated the most in the past, Yi Yuan still did them conscientiously, as if he was wholly immersed in the illusionary realm and substituted himself inside. In the first place, it was himself. This posed no challenge at all to Yi Yuan. The Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly went according to the planned routine. Then Ji Kanglin finally revealed his fangs. Due to the fact that they drank a poison during the Pill Appreciation Grand Assembly which made people temporarily lose their abilities, Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyun were already currently lambs awaiting slaughter. Master, don't blame this disciple for being heartless. This disciple also can't help it. Ji Kanglin pointed the sword in his hand at Ji Zhengyang. Ji Zhengyang's heart was akin to dead ashes. He shut his eyes and said, now that things have come to this, no point talking anymore. I only wish that you can spare Yun Er's life. Hearing that, Ji Kanglin smiled sinisterly. My apologies, respectable master, I'm afraid I can't satisfy this dying wish of yours. If the roots of the weeds aren't removed, they will grow again come spring. I don't want to leave behind an enemy with such potential. Junior apprentice brother Yun's talent is astonishing. As long as he's given a chance, he will probably have the strength to threaten me after several decades. Finishing, Ji Kanglin swung his longsword. A gleam of sword light shot directly towards Yi Yuan. At this time, Ji Zhengyang's body suddenly moved. He blocked this sword light for Yi Yuan. Without essence energy to protect his body, Ji Zhengyang's body was instantaneously pulverized by the sword light. At the same time, the might of Ji Zhengyang's divine soul abruptly erupted and swept towards Ji Kanglin. Seeing the situation, Ji Kanglin howled, you miserable old fool. You actually ignited your divine soul. Do you want your soul to dissipate? Rumble. A violent clash. Ji Zhengyang's divine soul crumbled away, while Ji Kanglin also vomited a large mouthful of blood. Clearly, he had also sustained injuries that were not minor. Yi Yuan looked on at this scene coldly and did not become agitated, nor was he indignant. There was not even any trace of emotion. Having experienced once again this scene, which was engraved into his bones and heart, it was equivalent to prying open the scars in his heart. This sort of spiritual pain was something that the average person could not feel. Yet, when the illusionary realm reached this moment, it was also incredibly dangerous. If he could not make it through, Yi Yuan would no longer exist after today. Ji Kanglin held the sword as he clutched his chest and walked towards Yi Yuan step by step. Don't blame senior apprentice brother, Junior Yun. I also can't help it myself. Take care along the way, Ji Kanglin said as he was walking. Yi Yuan looked at Ji Kanglin and suddenly gave a light smile. Yi Yuan crossed his legs to sit and shut his eyes as if he totally gave up resisting. However, as Ji Kanglin's approached, the aura on Yi Yuan's body gradually became fleeting, until towards the end, his aura could not be sensed at all, as if he had died. With a slash, the entire world gradually became dim, fainter and hazier. Finally, it vanished. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and felt the real world, muttering to himself, "Is this hard like still water?" Chapter 99. Essence Energy Vortex. Inside the pavilion opposite the Nine Heavens Peak, Su Yubai stood up and patted the dust off his body. Nothing to see anymore. Let's go. It's hopeless for Yi Yuan. I even thought that he had some reliance to dare tackle the Nine Heavens Road. In the end, he only crossed 5 steps in the second stage and was done. I don't want to watch anymore either. Waste of time. Time to go, time to go. After such a long time, turns out it's a farce. I still thought that there was some show to watch. After messing around for the greater part of a day, he's still the same as the rest. Su Yubai walked off, and the other elders naturally lost interest and stood up one after another. They watched Yi Yuan stand there unmoved for 4 hours, and were actually bored out of their minds already. Now that they were assured Yi Yuan would not wake up, they naturally felt that there was no longer the need to watch on. Su Yubai circled past the stone table and led the crowd out of the pavilion. After just a few steps, there was suddenly a commotion coming from the students at the foot of the mountain. Quick, look, Yi Yuan moved. He's actually meditating on the spot. What's he trying to do? He's not thinking about cultivating on the spot, right? Or has he already run amok? Does running amok look like that? Doesn't seem so. Looking at this appearance, it seems more like cultivating. But what's the use of doing something like embracing Buddha's feet at his hour of need? Yi Yuan always exceeds expectations when doing things. I really don't know what he's trying to do. But looking at his appearance, he should have just escaped from inside the illusionary realm. But he only walked 5 steps. How is he going to cross the remaining steps at the back? Yi Yuan's actions finally let the frustrated crowd find a topic of conversation once again. All manners of speculation spread out among the crowd. The 3 people, Huyan Yong, Feng Ruoking, and Feng Jiru, who were initially already in despair, finally let out a sigh of relief right now. This rascal really scared me to death. I even thought that he won't ever wake up anymore. Huyan Yong exclaimed and wiped away his cold sweat. Feng Ruoking, on the other hand, continued to watch Yi Yuan silently, as if she had discovered something. What is it, Teacher Feng? Is something wrong? Huyan Yong asked curiously. Teacher Huyan, do you feel that Yi Yuan's aura isn't quite right? Huyan Yong felt Yi Yuan's aura, and sure enough, he felt that something was amiss. This rascal, why is the aura of his body becoming increasingly weaker? Could some problem have occurred? Feng Ruoking shook her head. Clearly, she also could not make clear of the situation. However, their perceptions were locked onto Yi Yuan, but they discovered that Yi Yuan's aura became increasingly weaker, progressively weaker until in the end, it actually directly vanished. The 3 people were completely stunned. His aura vanished. Could it be that he's already dead? Su Yubai had clearly also discovered Yi Yuan's transformation. Elder Lin suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Elder Su, that Yi Yuan's aura has already completely vanished. Did he already die on the 9 Heavens Road? With Elder Lin's words, Su Yubai became even more certain about his idea. Quashing the wild elation in his heart, Su Yubai nodded and said, although the situation is somewhat bizarre, his aura has indeed completely vanished. Looks like he's really dead already. Snort. Slighting the Elder's counsel, this outcome was deserved. Leaving a whole corpse can be counted as letting him off lightly. Elder Lin derided coldly. Ha ha. Dean Hu already said that this was a student's right. Since he chose this way of dying, and he's already dead now, it also counts as this Elder's council enforcing the Academy's rules. Su Yubai's current mood was evidently excellent and turned around to console Elder Lin instead. Although the process was a little winded, Yi Yuan finally still died. He had finally helped the Su family to eliminate this hidden danger. Inside the pavilion, Hu Changsheng looked at Yi Yuan's corpse, gave a long sigh, and also got up to prepare to leave. Majority of the heaven-ranked students with higher cultivation also discovered Yi Yuan's abnormal condition. After feeling sorry for him, they involuntarily secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One long tang already crushed them until they could not breathe. With the addition of an even more monstrous Yi Yuan, their life in the future would be even worse off. Didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Yi Yuan actually died on the 5th step. Oh, old Long, no matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, he's already a has-been. You also saw the terror of the 9 Heavens Road. Are you still going to challenge the 9 Heavens Road? Zuo Bagui said to Long Tang. Long Tang narrowed his eyes. Clearly, he did not really believe the truth in front of him. Yi Yuan charged through the 1st stage so smoothly, how could he possibly fall at the 5th step in the 2nd stage? This was too absurd. Hearing Zuo Bagui's words, Long Tang nodded and said, even if the 9 Heavens Road were a mountain of knives or a flaming sea, a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I would still challenge it. Either I succeed or I perish. You're seriously stubborn. Forget it. I know that you're proud and arrogant. I won't be able to persuade you. Since you're giving me your rank of the 1st place with both hands, I'll kindly accept it. 1st place. What the point of 1st place in the Danwu Academy? If you like it so much, then take it, Long Tang said nonchalantly. Sigh, you've really been poisoned deeply. He's already dead. Are you still going to keep watching? Watch a while more. I keep feeling that Yi Yuan won't die so easily. Since when did you become like this, old Long? He's clearly already. What's going on? While the two were talking, they suddenly felt some irregular movements happening to the surrounding essence energy. The students at the foot of the mountain already started preparing to leave when suddenly, a wild wind whistled past, and the essence energy around them started becoming thinner. What's happening? The Nine Heavens Peak is a land with extremely abundant essence energy. How come now the energy became so thin? Could it be that someone is breaking through? It's Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan is breaking through. Somebody shouted from within the crowd, drawing everyone's eyes toward Yi Yuan once again. It was only to see that the essence energy in the vicinity of the Nine Heavens Peak surged towards Yi Yuan frenziedly at this moment. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed a storm of enormous essence energy. An essence energy vortex. Yi Yuan's aura also swiftly grew stronger. Huyan Yang and Feng Ruoqing exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This is hard like still water. Yi Yuan, he actually reached the hard like still water realm. This is simply inconceivable. Even among crystal formation realms, there were only extremely few people who actually reached such level in terms of hard realm. This is a realm from the legends. Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence chi realm, so how did he do it? Huyan Yang sucked in a cold breath. Feng Ruoqing's eyes flashed. Clearly, she was also in the midst of shock. Pretty soon, it's not going to be 6th level essence chi realm anymore. He's about to break through right now. This punk is seriously too shocking. He only just broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm a few days back, and now, he's actually going to cross a minor stage again and directly reach the 7th level essence chi realm. Truly terrifying. Huyan Yang was astounded, but seeing how Yi Yuan was so peerlessly talented, he also felt quite pleased in his heart. No matter what, Yi Yuan's relationship with the academy was sowed. He also felt extremely proud for such a genius to walk out of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy. Feng Ruoqing took a deep breath and questioned, 7th level essence chi realm. Look at this amount of essence energy, Teacher Huyan, is it only the 7th level? Essence Chi Realm, Chapter 100. Peak 9th level Essence Chi Realm. Only after hearing what Feng Ruoqing said was Huyan Yang stunned. Sensing the increasingly wilder essence energy vortex, Huyan Yang was once again shocked. The feeling of this essence energy vortex almost caught up to breaking through the spirit condensation realm. Such violent essence energy, was Yi Yuan not afraid that he would be stuffed to death? However, hard like still water was a legendary realm. Perhaps Yi Yuan could really digest it. Thinking up to here, Huyan Yang could not help but look forward to it. This rascal really brings people surprises repeatedly. Huyan Yang was secretly excited. However, Su Yubai's expression currently did not look good. He originally already confirmed Yi Yuan's death. Now, not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, he even started breaking through by taking advantage of the situation. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm. He was actually going to break through again. Right now, Su Yubai could only curse that Yi Yuan was stuffed to death by this violent essence energy vortex. Also, Yi Yuan actually reached the hard like still water realm from the legends on the Nine Heavens Road. He had lived for such a long time, and he did not even know what was called hard like still water, yet a 15-year-old brat like Yi Yuan actually reached such a level in hard realm. After raging, Su Yubai suddenly felt waves of uneasiness. He suddenly recalled the words that Yi Yuan said 3 days back. I'll remember this, you old fart. I, Yi Yuan, will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. I will definitely take your head within a year. The words were still echoing in Su Yubai's ears. Back then, he only treated it as a joke. But now, Su Yubai's heart started to become uneasy. Within a year, he can't really do it, right? Thinking up to here, Su Yubai shuddered uncontrollably. The wild essence energy vortex started roaring with Yi Yuan as its center and shrouded a radius of several hundred meters. The students sensed that the surrounding essence energy was virtually sucked dry. Yi Yuan revolved the spirit bristle Nine Yang divine art and greedily absorbed the essence energy surrounding the Nine Heavens Peak. His aura could be clearly seen as it rose swiftly. However, Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the vortex, did not move even in the slightest, as if he was still a dead man. This movement and stillness gave everyone a huge contrast, making them felt the situation was very odd. Nevertheless, what people were most concerned with was what Yuan was trying to do. Such an enormous essence energy vortex could completely let a martial artist break through to the spirit condensation realm. Was this Yuan trying to directly break through to the spirit condensation realm? Under everyone's dumbstruck faces, Yuan used hard like still water to revolve the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The efficiency actually became several times faster than normal. He frenziedly refined the essence energy to bring it into his dantian. His cultivation realm was also in the process of steadily rising. The cultivation breakthrough this time around was not Yuan initiating the breakthrough, but rather, it followed naturally after the breakthrough in hard realm. As the saying went, when the water was full, it automatically overflowed. This was that logic. After 15 minutes, Yuan's realm broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm without any surprises, stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Chi realm. However, this was just the beginning. The Essence Energy Vortex did not show any sign of stopping, and Yuan continued to refine Essence Energy ceaselessly. Too maniacal, he absorbed so much Essence Energy and only broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm. If it were me, it would probably be enough to reach the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Yeah, what he's cultivating is definitely not the Academy's cultivation law. It's impossible for the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws to have this kind of effects. When you compare people, people have to die. When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. I wonder if I can be as monstrous as Yuan if I cultivate such a powerful cultivation law. Are you still sleeping? Don't talk about cultivating Yuan's cultivation law. Are you even able to cultivate the Academy's Tier 3 cultivation laws? High-tier cultivation laws are incomparably profound. If everybody could cultivate them, then wouldn't everyone be able to ascend to the divine realm? That's true, but how is Yuan trying to break through? Looking at his appearance, is he not going to give up if he doesn't break through to the spirit condensation realm? Initially, I thought that way too, but looking at his current performance, the amount of essence energy required to break through to the spirit condensation realm must definitely be horrifying. Even though this essence energy vortex is powerful, I'm afraid it isn't sufficient for him to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Under the crowd's discussions, Yuan's cultivation steadily rose and rapidly broke through to the peak of 7th level Essence Chi realm. Then, it directly broke through to the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Following which, Yuan's momentum did not slow down in the slightest. His aura became even more vigorous until he broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm before finally gradually slowing. Finally, Yuan's realm stopped at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, just a single step away from the spirit condensation realm. The essence energy vortex dispersed, and Yuan slowly got up. He muttered to himself, in the previous life, I cultivated to the Divine King level without having any breakthrough in hard realm. I didn't think that while I'm currently only at the Essence Chi realm, I would unexpectedly have such breakthrough. Martial artists placed emphasis on essence energy but disparaged hard realm. I didn't expect hard realm to actually be so important. Perhaps that intangible, abstruse heaven-man unity might even have some sort of connection with the deity realm. There was also the distinction between realms within the hard realm, except, it was not as systematic as cultivation realms. It was also somewhat hard to grasp. Hard realm was divided into 3 realms. They were respectively hard like still water, hard like monolith, and the mythical heaven-man unity. Hard realm could not be trained. One could only rely on lucky chances and enlightened comprehension. Hard like still water, akin to an old well without ripples. It was easy to say, but in reality, it was extremely difficult to achieve. The world was plagued with turmoil and confusion. How could it be simple to truly achieve hard like still water when in the midst of the pugilistic world? Those who could reach hard like still water realm probably would not number more than 10 in the entire endless world. Yuan initially did not expect to break through the hard realm either. He immersed himself inside the illusionary realm all so that he could rehearse for when meeting Ji Canglin in the future. Ji Canglin's might was not something that the average person could comprehend. Even if he cultivated to the Divine King level once again, Yuan also did not have confidence in killing him. If Yuan was unable to remain calm and collected when facing Ji Canglin in the future, then the person who would be defeated would very well be himself. In reality, it was already extremely perilous for Yuan just now in the illusionary realm. He was already at the edge of losing himself. However, when Ji Zhengyang died yet again due to protecting him, Something flashed across Yi Yuan's heart, and he comprehended hard like still water at the moment of crisis. That was how he broke the illusionary realm and exited. Hard like still water was actually not that amazing in the divine realm. Martial artists at the divine king level could basically all reach this realm. Of course, with the exception of Yi Yuan. However, hard like monolith was not so easy to attain. According to what Yi Yuan knew, there was scarcely anyone who reached that level even among the divine realm's divine kings. As for the mythical heaven-man unity, Yi Yuan had never heard of anyone who accomplished it. Looks like the person who created the Nine Heavens Road had reached the hard like still water realm in the past. He fused his understanding into the illusionary realm to help students sense it. Seriously impressive. Except, I'm afraid it would be difficult to comprehend this hard like still water if one didn't have massive lucky encounters. Yi Yuan had already praised this Nine Heavens Road more than once. Yi Yuan must admit that the difficulty of this Nine Heavens Road had surpassed his imaginations. He even nearly lost himself while in the illusionary realm, let alone the other students. Even those students who had made it past the Nine Heavens Road most likely only forced their way through it. They were, however, unable to comprehend the true essence of the Nine Heavens Road. This Nine Heavens Road was actually a vast treasure trove. This middle stage of 333 steps no longer posed any more challenge to Yi Yuan now that his hard realm had already broken through to hard like still water realm. He made his move and headed directly for the third stage. Chapter 101, Former Hall Master, Martial Hall. Yi Yuan ascended the following steps like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Having reached the hard like still water realm, this Nine Heavens Road's illusionary realm practically only existed nominally to him. He ascended one step after another, strong and firm, and crossed the entire second stage in an instant. Su Yubai's face turned completely black looking at this scene. He had already sentenced Yi Yuan to death twice and did not expect Yi Yuan to revive again. Not only did he revive, but he was also living even stronger. Now, he could not leave nor could he stay. He stood there very awkwardly. He was not resigned to leaving either. If he did not witness Yi Yuan being annihilated by the Nine Heavens Road with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease when eating and sleeping even if he returned. But he had already walked out of the pavilion. How could he not leave now? Could it be that he had to turn back, sit down, and be critical about it? He could not afford to lose his face. Su Yubai's face alternated color several times. Finally, he swept his sleeves and left. The other elders actually really wanted to see if Yi Yuan could succeed in his challenge. This was a historic moment. However, they saw that Su Yubai had left, so they naturally did not find it appropriate to sit back down. They could only follow along. On the other side, Zuo Bagui watched Yi Yuan's steady footsteps and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. To actually break through in such a manner on the Nine Heavens Road, he truly no longer knew how to describe Yi Yuan. But at this moment, Long Tang suddenly turned around and was about to leave. Zuo Bagui was stupefied and hurriedly asked, "You aren't watching anymore, old Long?" Long Tang did not slow his footsteps and merely waved his hands with his back facing Zuo Bagui. "The overall situation has been set. There's nothing to see anymore. I'll go make my preparations. The next one will be me." Finishing, Long Tang left straightaway. "The overall situation has been set." Zuo Bagui repeated this and then muttered, "He's so sure that Yi Yuan can clear it. Even if he already broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm, it's still only the Essence Chi realm. The last 333 steps are the most challenging segment of the road. Can an Essence Chi realm cross it?" Naturally, nobody answered him. The only response he got was Long Tang's solid footsteps. Stepping onto the 667th step, the illusion in front of Yi Yuan immediately vanished and changed back to the Nine Heavens Road's initial appearance, a set of steps connecting to the heavens. Yet this time around, a green-robed elder appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He had a benevolent look, with the airs of an expert. "Young man, to have made it here shows that you're a person with unmatched talent. However, this third stage is the most challenging round in the entire Nine Heavens Road. Are you ready for it?" The old man actually opened his mouth to talk when he saw Yi Yuan. He actually had his own consciousness. But Yi Yuan already saw that he was an apparition at first glance. Hence, he was not overly alarmed. To actually leave a trace of divine sense behind on the Nine Heavens Road, could it be that this Nine Heavens Road was created by Senior? Yi Yuan did not answer the old man's question but asked another question instead. The old man could not help being surprised by Yuan asking that. You can actually see through my apparition. Such a wonder, a wonder. Looking at your bone age, you are 15 or 16 years old, yet you have such knowledge. However, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was not created by this old man. Rather, it was created by my tranquil cloud sect's founding ancestor, Yuan. This old man was about to reach the end of my lifespan, that's why I willingly split a wisp of my divine sense into the 9 heavens road to host the 3rd round. The green-robed old man twirled his beard with a smile as he revealed an admiring look. Clearly, he idolized that person, Yuan, greatly. Yuan came to a sudden realization. Only now did he finally know the 9 heavens road's origins. It was actually established by the Tranquil Cloud sect's founding father, Yuan. From this, one could see that Yuan was definitely a dazzlingly talented individual. Others might not understand, but Yuan could tell that this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array employed the law of 9 and faintly incorporated the heavenly Tao. It was not something that the average person could construct. Furthermore, Yuan could see that this 9 revolution turbid heaven array's power was far beyond this. What was set up on this 9 heavens peak was merely a simplified version of the Grand Array. The Danwu Academy was only the outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect. How could the Tranquil Cloud sect possibly lay out the complete version of the array formation here? However, even if it was the simplified version, this 9 revolutions turbid heaven array was still an extremely remarkable array formation. So it turns out that it was created by founding ancestor Yu. No wonder it has such power. Yuan could not resist praising it. You actually comprehended heart like still water. The old man sized up Yuan and was greatly surprised. Yuan's mental state was calm, akin to an old well without ripples. Clearly, it was the sign of having comprehended heart like still water. The old man willingly guarded the stage, so he naturally understood the array considerably and was aware that this second round incorporated the heart like still water concept. But he did not expect a 15-year-old brat to comprehend it. Yuan smiled lightly, and he said, "This junior comprehended it by luck." Only now did the green-robed old man examine Yuan closely and commented agitatedly, "Good. Good, good. It's truly talented people will be born to take over the previous generation. Heaven is protecting my Tranquil Cloud sect. My Tranquil Cloud sect will surely revive in the future with such a talent. I've waited for a millennium, and finally, I saw hope. Quickly tell me your name, young man." "This junior is Yuan. May I know senior's name?" Yuan asked respectfully. Yuan was still very respectful in his heart towards a figure like him who sacrificed himself for the development of the sect. One had to know that this elder already did not have much lifespan back then. Splitting out divine sense to host the array formation would result in an even greater loss of lifespan. What reason did he have to be discourteous towards such a selfless person? Yuan, not bad, not bad. This old man is Yan. I'm the Tranquil Cloud sect's 35th generation, Martial Hall Master. So senior is the Martial Hall's Hall Master. This junior pays his respect. Yuan bowed respectfully. Ha, quickly get up, quickly get up. I'm already a dead person, so what's the point of you doing this sort of empty courtesy? I've already hosted this array for over 100 years. My divine sense is about to be exhausted already. To be able to encounter a peerless genius such as yourself before I perish, this old man can die peacefully. Through special means, divine sense could indeed be sustained for a long time. But there would come the day where it would eventually perish. This Yan's divine sense could at most hold on for another 10 years. At that time, it would completely dissipate from this world. A former powerhouse, yet he still had to return to dust. This was Yan's desolation and also the anguish of all martial artists. Even an unparalleled divine king could not overcome the ravages of time. Nevertheless, Yan was a broad-minded person. He had long treated life and death lightly. I've hosted the 9 revolutions turbid heaven array for nearly 200 years. Yet, the number of students I met were barely around 10 people. Only that brat called Mo Yuntian from several years back left some impression on me. But compared to you, he was much more inferior. Senior is too kind. Yuan naturally would not blow his own trumpet in front of Yan. Although Yan only hosted for nearly 200 years, he was obviously extremely clear on the situation inside this 9 heavens road. Those so-called geniuses did not even register on his radar. How could one talk about being a genius if they could not even make it past 3 rounds? What the Tranquil Cloud sect required were not this kind of genius. What was needed were geniuses who could revive the Tranquil Cloud sect, rally, and lead them. The purpose of the Nine Heavens Road's existence also laid here. While Mo Yuntian made it past the Nine Heavens Road, it was merely luck. Hard like still water, and this third round was where the true essence of the Nine Heavens Road laid. Otherwise, why would there be a need to sacrifice a Marshall Hall's Hall head's lifespan to host the array formation? Can you promise me something, young man? Lu Yan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Chapter 102. All-out array formations. Does Senior Lu want me to aid the Tranquil Cloud sect to eclipse the other sects? From the exchange of words previously, Yi Yuan naturally knew Lu Yan's thoughts. Haha, this child is teachable. You indeed understood from just a bit. However, I don't only want you to eclipse the various sects in the southern domain. What I wish for even more is for you to lead the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. Lu Yan said agitatedly. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled bitterly. Isn't Senior Lu thinking too highly of me? I'm just a junior at the Essence Chi realm. Haha, you don't have to be modest. To be able to comprehend heart like still water, your future accomplishments are limitless. I only hope that when you possess sufficient strength, you will remember the water's source, that's all. Lu Yan was already a dead man, so he naturally would not demand great help from a shallow relationship. If the request were too overboard, Yi Yuan would never agree. Even if he promised, it would also be impossible for him to do it in the future. Remembering the water's source, these 4 words hit the spot nicely. It pointed out that Yi Yuan's future accomplishments were due to the Tranquil Cloud sect, yet it did not mention any specific request. What to do in the future would still have to rely on Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan were an ingrate, then these words would obviously be wasted. But if Yi Yuan were someone who valued loyalty and relationships greatly, these words would have buried a seed inside Yi Yuan's heart. Hearing that, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior worries too much. I'm originally a disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Contributing to the sect is expected of me. Lu Yan nodded with a smile. Clearly, he was very pleased with Yi Yuan's reply. He did not need Yi Yuan to promise him anything. It was good enough for Yi Yuan to remember that the Tranquil Cloud sect was good to him. As for whether Yi Yuan could reach that height in the future, Lu Yan had never doubted it. Back then, Yu Wuya's talent did not stand out at all. But ever since he fully comprehended heart like still water in the spirit condensation realm, nobody could stop his rise anymore. Even if Yi Yuan did not reach Yu Wuya's height, at the very least, he would have adequate strength to bring the Tranquil Cloud sect back to the northern domain. The power difference between the northern and southern domains was rather huge. The truly mighty sects in the endless world were mainly all in the northern domain. Back then, the Tranquil Cloud sect was also a major sect in the northern domain. Afterward, because their new generation could not handle things like the older generation, they were swallowed up by the other sects and even nearly lost their foundation. All these years, the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelon had never given up on the goal of returning to the northern domain. However, the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations were poor in barren lands, and their talents were zilch. How could it be easy to want to return to the northern domain? There were also a few people who made it past the Nine Heavens Road these past few years among the Tranquil Cloud 10 nations Danwu Academy. But not a single person had comprehended heart like still water. Lu Yan laughed and exclaimed, haha. To be able to hear your words, the knot in this old man's heart these few years is finally resolved. Counting the main sect's Nine Heavens Road, there are still 10 old undying guarding the stage like this old fellow. But they don't have my fortune. I didn't think that I could witness you crossing the Nine Heavens Road in my living years. This old man can finally pass away with a smile. One could see that Lu Yan was indeed extremely satisfied, and he no longer cared about life and death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior doesn't have to be pessimistic. Heaven does not seal off all roads. Perhaps you still have the chance to witness the day the Tranquil Cloud sect returns to the northern domain. Lu Yan smiled, and he waved his hands. Don't comfort old me, little brat. Life and death are up to fate. This old man has already seen past it. Lu Yan thought that Yi Yuan was consoling him. But with Yi Yuan's methods, it was not impossible to bring Lu Yan back from the dead as long as he had adequate strength. Yi Yuan did not explain anything either. It would be up to Lu Yan's fate whether or not he could hang on until that day. If he had sufficient strength in the future and Lu Yan's divine sense had not dissipated yet, he would come and help Lu Yan. Alright, enough of this nonsense. Even though you comprehended hard like still water, you still have to pass this third round. The third round's raison d'etre is my tranquil cloud sect's supreme skill, the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. The might of this set of sword technique is unrivaled. How much you can comprehend is up to you. I will control the power of the array. If you can't hold on, I will withdraw the array and directly let you pass through the third round. Liu Yan said. The Nine Heavens Road had stood for 1,000 years before a genius who could comprehend the hard like still water realm came. Liu Yan did not wish for Yi Yuan to be killed by the array. That would be playing too big and risky. After all, Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. His chances of making it through the third stage were honestly not that great. Many thanks for Senior's concern. But please don't control the power of the array formation. If I don't even dare to take on the Nine Heavens Road, then what qualifications does this junior have to help the sect return to the northern domain? Yi Yuan rejected Liu Yan's good intentions instead. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually receive this sort of preferential treatment. But after thinking about it, he still rejected it. He comprehended hard like still water in the second round, so he became curious about the third stage. Even hard like still water was only placed in the second round. If one passed the third round, what benefits could they receive? At this point, he would no longer look down on the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yu Wuya was an absolute genius, but why had he never heard of his name before in the divine realm? But to be able to comprehend hard like still water in the lower realms, the sword art he left behind was definitely worth a look. Liu Yan naturally did not know what Yi Yuan was thinking and thought that it was because of his pride and arrogance. He could not resist to persuade Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, the power of this Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art is extraordinary. Even for the sake of testing genius students, there were still many spirit condensation realm students who fell to this sword art. Although you comprehended the hard like still water realm, your power is shallow after all. It's better to think first before you act. Hearing this, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't Senior tell me to comprehend the sword art just now? If you control the might of the sword art, then how can my insights be deep? If I learn a half-ass Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art later, then wouldn't it be a joke?" This, Liu Yan had no words to retort with. Yi Yuan continued saying, "Senior, this junior is aware that you are doing this for my own good. But which true powerhouse grew up inside a greenhouse? Wanting to become an expert of my generation in a completely stable and safe way is undoubtedly a fool's talk. I believe that Senior Yu Wuya also went through nearly certain death back then before he could have such achievements, right?" Liu Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh after hearing that, and then he said, "Looks like this old man was mistaken. I actually couldn't see things as clearly as a teenage brat like you. Forget it, forget it. Regardless of time or fate, try your best." Yi Yuan bowed towards Liu Yan and said, "Many thanks to Senior for allowing it." Finishing, Liu Yan's figure vanished, and the array immediately seethed with killing intent. Yi Yuan could feel that this was a true blue killing array. One would lose their life on the spot if they let their guard down. At the same time, the back segment of the Nine Heavens Road became enshrouded in clouds. Yi Yuan's figure also disappeared from everyone's sight. Everybody could feel the waves of killing intent coming from the Nine Heavens Road. Even those spirit condensation realm martial artists also felt their scalp tingle involuntarily. Even the outside world could sense such vivid killing intent, let alone Yi Yuan who was residing within the array. Everyone's hearts tightened, and their initial confidence in Yi Yuan turned into anxiousness right now. They knew that Yi Yuan was about to face the most terrifying stage. Could he really make it through? Chapter 103. Sword Intent vs. Sword Intent. What's going on? The power of this array is not right. Huyan Yang felt a chill run down his back when he sensed the surging killing intent from the Nine Heavens Road. Feng Ruoqing knitted her brows and said, "Why would the third stage have such incredible power?" "That's right, I was also present back then when Mo Yuntian challenged the Nine Heavens Road. There wasn't such a piercingly cold sword intent from the third stage. Could it be because Yi Yuan comprehended hard like still water?" Huyan Yang sucked in a deep breath and said, "The Nine Heavens Road's array will become stronger when it encounters someone stronger. Could it be that the Nine Heavens Road's judgment of Yi Yuan had already surpassed Mo Yuntian? But he's only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. Even though he's only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm, Mo Yuntian had not comprehended hard like still water. It was said that he crossed the second stage with a ragged appearance, far from how effortlessly Yi Yuan did it. There's only this explanation. Hopefully, nothing happens to Yi Yuan. No matter how they guessed, they would never have guessed that the array possessed such incredible might because Yi Yuan himself requested for it. To make the guardian of the stage invoke the array at full power, Yi Yuan was probably unprecedented and unrepeatable. At the foot of the mountain, many students were forced back by the raging sword intent. The initially packed plaza was currently split into multiple segments. The front rows were mainly spirit condensation realm students. They were still able to withstand the encroachment of the sword intent. Behind them was a vast stretch of empty space, and behind the empty space were those earth rank students. Those even further out at the periphery were students with inadequate strength. Yi Yuan, who was residing at the heart of the storm, on the other hand, did not show the slightest signs of discomfort towards the violent sword intent. He stood with his hands behind his back while the fierce wind worked up by the sword intent tore his clothes. But Yi Yuan himself remained completely unmoved like a pine tree. But at this moment, Yi Yuan's disposition was drastically different from usual. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a sharp sword, and he was resonating with those raging sword intents. You actually have your own sword intent as well. Seeing the situation, Liu Yan was completely taken aback, as his voice transmitted from the void. This junior was lucky to have comprehended some sword intent. Compared to senior Yu Wuya's sword intent, it's still far from it. It's just able to forcefully protect myself. Yi Yuan was just being modest. How could his falling flower floating zero sword intent possibly be inferior to Yu Wuya's? Except, Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was not high, and he himself also had the intention of restraining his sword intent to protect his body. That was why he did not unleash it around. But in terms of the sword intent's level, Yu Wuya was just a lower realm expert back then. How could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath with Yi Yuan? One had to know that when Yi Yuan created the falling flower floating zero sword, even the extreme sword divine king could not stop praising it. Alright, since that's the case, you have to be careful. I'm going to attack now. Liu Yan's voice transmitted over. Yi Yuan replied indifferently, feel free to attack, senior. Then Yi Yuan trod across the steps while braving the sword shadows filling the skies. One step, second step, third step. Yi Yuan walked all the way for 30 steps, yet the azure sword shadows which filled the skies did not descend from start to the end. It just kept accumulating more and more. It was evident that Liu Yan had already pushed the quantity of these azure sword shadows to the limits, all for the final 33 steps where the attack would begin to land. Under so many sword shadows descend, even steel would also be shredded to rotten mud. These sword shadows were formed by sword intent. Under the influence of Liu Yan, the killing power would be extremely blood-curdling. The students who challenged the stage in the past, including Mo Yuntian, all faced almost certain death under these sword shadows. But the sword shadows that Yi Yuan was facing currently were several times, even dozens of times greater than what the others had experienced. Even if a spirit condensation realm came to the third stage, it would be tough to say whether or not they would be able to retreat fully. But Yi Yuan was presently behaving like nothing was wrong, and he strode out to the first of the 33 steps without hesitation. As expected, the sky full of sword shadows stabbed towards Yi Yuan like raindrops and looked like it was about to pierce Yi Yuan full of holes like a beehive. Right at that moment, Yi Yuan wielded his fingers like a sword and pointed to those sword shadows. A streak of faintly discernible sword chi shot towards those sword shadows. The imperceptible sword chi was engulfed instantly. Yi Yuan did not seem to give up resisting. His sword fingers drew a half arc in midair and finally pointed to his right. At the next moment, an unimaginable scene occurred. The sword rain which obscured the skies actually collectively flew out to the right of Yi Yuan in front of that arc Yi Yuan drew before him and vanished entirely into the void. What? Yo, how did you do that? From the void came Liu Yan's alarmed voice. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, this junior has some understanding in the application of sword intent. These sword intents might appear to be extremely powerful, but in reality, they are just rootless grass, scattered and not condensed. I used sword intent to tow them, so they would naturally deviate off course. This is an artful way of using a weaker force to deal with a greater force. SS's, have some understanding, Liu Yan muttered to himself. This sort of thing was easy to say, but to actually do it was extremely difficult. Forget about some knowledge. Towards sword intent, it would be incredibly arduous for even those who understood sword intent. Very well, to do this, Yuan spent his entire life immersed in the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, and he had remarkably profound understanding towards sword intent. But if he were the one just now, he might perhaps be able to do it, but he definitely could not do it like how Yuan lifted a heavy object as if it was light. Only now did Yuan knew just how exaggerated Yuan's, some understanding, was. But this way, Yuan could finally put his heart completely at ease. He could also totally unleash the array formations at the back now. The greater Yuan's strength was, the higher the hopes of the Tranquil Cloud sect returning to the northern domain. The second of the 33 steps, the quantity of the sword intent decreased to 1,000. This time around, Yuan used 2 fingers before he could draw the sword intent away. The third of the 33 steps, the quantity of the sword intent decreased by another 10 times. There were only 100. This time around, Yuan unleashed 5 fingers. The number of sword intents of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art became increasingly lesser, while the number of fingers Yuan used progressively increased. It was very clear that while the number of sword intents lessened, the power was multiple times greater than before. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art truly lives up to its reputation. To have such incredible power. The attack of my falling flower floating zero sword is lacking, but it has no flaws to be exploited when using it for defense. Even so, this 100 sword intents could actually force me to use 5 fingers. Truly impressive. Yuan was also full of praise in his heart. In a blink of an eye, Yuan had already arrived at the final step of the 33 steps. This time, only 1 beam of sword intent condensed in front of Yuan. But when Yuan laid eyes on this sword intent, this face changed to a never-before-seen solemnness. This streak of sword intent was where the true meaning of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art lied. Like before, Yuan took a step forward. The sword intent did not strike immediately but gradually became corporeal. Be careful, Yuan. This beam of sword intent is the pinnacle work of founding ancestor, Wuxia. It has unbelievable power. Even if you comprehended sword intent, you still have to be careful when dealing with it, Yuan warned. Yuan said with a solemn face, "Many thanks for senior's warning." Yuan knows. Previously, those sword intents were overflowing with sword chi. But this time around, Yuan could not even feel the slightest trace of sword chi leaking out. From this, one could tell just how consolidated this streak of sword intent was. When Yuan's foot landed on the 9 Heavens Road's 999th step, the streak of sword intent finally mobilized. Chapter 104, Fusing Sword Intent. Just now, I clearly still felt that incredible sword intent. Why is there nothing now? Could it be that Yuan succeeded in passing the stage? Yin-Yang suddenly exclaimed. If he succeeded in passing this round, the 9 Heavens Peak will condense a rainbow road to send him down the mountain. Feng Ruaoking's words meant that Yuan still had not passed the stage successfully. But, what's this situation? Could Yuan have? Being completely unable to view the situation inside the 9 Heavens Road, Yin-Yang's imagination started running wild. Stop making wild guesses, we should just wait patiently. However, the 9 Heavens Road this time is truly somewhat peculiar. I wonder what Yuan encountered inside. Since the final streak of Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art started condensing, Yuan already completely stopped unleashing the sword intent from his body and shut his eyes. It seemed like he had completely given up on resisting. What are you doing, Yuan? This streak of sword intent is extraordinary. You will die like this. Yuan's voice transmitted over. Yuan ignored Yuan. In reality, he had already entered a selfless state and sealed his 5 senses up. In Yuan's world, there was only that utterly terrifying sword intent left in front of him. He was savoring the sword intent of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art on purpose. While on this road, Yuan had used the falling flower floating zero sword intent to guide the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, and it was not a simple evasion of sword intent. Since the original intention of this array was to allow future generations to study the sword art, then this set of sword techniques would not place emphasis on killing. Except, this sword art was too powerful. Students were unable to comprehend it, which was why they fell here. From countless streaks sword intents to 1,000 streaks, then 100 streaks, 10 streaks, and finally 1 streak. The quantity decreased, but the power progressively increased. It looked like this was the effect brought forth due to the manifestation of sword intent. But with Yuan's experience, it was naturally not so shallow. These final 333 steps were actually the process of how Yuan gradually deepened his understanding towards sword intent. And this final sword was the most powerful sword intent which Yuan left behind in the endless world. If this final sword came out right away, then it would have been impossibly difficult to comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art's sword intent. But the ingenious part was that Yuan derived the forms on the steps from his lifetime's comprehension. This resulted in the possibility of allowing the challenger to comprehend sword intent. Of course, the prerequisite was that the challenger could survive under such cold piercing sword intent. Nobody could be like Yuan to have the thoughts to comprehend the sword intent leisurely. Although the Nine Heavens road was rather bumpy, Yuan had to admit that Yuan had expended much care and thought for future generation disciples. Why aren't you using sword intent, Yuan? Seeing that streak of sword intent about to fire, Lu Yan's anxious voice transmitted over once more. The sword intent was already fully activated. Even he had no way of stopping that sword intent anymore. Yuan actually withdrew his own sword intent at the most critical moment, which caught him totally off guard. Swoosh! When Yuan's feet landed on the 999th step, that sword intent suddenly activated. The sword intent converged without spreading, but Lu Yan was aware of this sword's terror. But right at this moment, Yuan's eyes remained shut, as if he was unaware of the impending danger. Lu Yan gritted his teeth, and he instantly appeared in front of Yuan. A faint phantom stretched his hand out to draw a circle in front of him. A streak of sword intent condensed and shot out. However, this streak of sword intent was just like an ant encountering an elephant when compared to that streak of sword intent which blasted over. The difference was too huge. Lu Yan was able to condense such a terrifying sword intent because he unleashed it through the array formation. Now that this streak of sword intent was released by him himself, the power was too weak. After all, Lu Yan was only a fragmented wisp of divine sense. He wanted to save Yuan, but the flesh was weak even though the spirit was willing. Many thanks, Senior Lu. Allow me. Right then, Yuan's calm voice sounded out from behind Lu Yan. Meanwhile, an aura which Lu Yan was familiar, yet also a stranger to, rose from Yuan's body. There was no time to think, so Lu Yan made way for Yuan. That streak of sword intent was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yuan in a blink of an eye. However, Lu Yan could clearly see that when the streak of sword intent reached several dozen meters in front of Yuan, it became like it was submerged in mud. The speed became increasingly slower and progressively sluggish. Finally, that streak of sword intent came to a stop around 2 feet in front of Yuan. Yuan reached out, and lightly tapped the tip of the sword with a finger. That streak of sword intent dissipated with a bang. Lu Yan, who was watching by the side, was flabbergasted and was utterly dazed for some time. He had never thought that this final stage could be cleared like this. He had hosted the Nine Heavens Road's 3rd stage for nearly 200 years and was all too clear on the might of that streak of sword intent. This was with the array formation at full power. Even a peak spirit condensation realm martial artist might not be able to withstand that streak of sword intent, yet it scattered with a gentle tap from Yuan. Many thanks to Senior Lu for sacrificing yourself to save me just now. Yuan gave a bow to Lu Yan. Only now was his consciousness dragged back to reality. Lu Yan stared at Yuan like he was looking at a monster. He smiled bitterly as he said, "My actions just now were redundant. That final sword would not have been able to deal any harm to you." Yuan smiled and said, "No matter what, Senior Lu ignored your own safety to save Yuan just now. Yuan will definitely engrave this in my heart." Lu Yan coming to save Yuan was indeed unnecessary, but he did not know that Yuan could deal with that beam of sword intent. If Lu Yan took on that sword just now, his soul would have disintegrated by now. Just based on this action was worthy of Yuan remembering it. Lu Yan, however, just waved his hands and said emotionally, "I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. My tranquil cloud sect actually birthed such a peerless genius like you. Not only did you comprehend the heart-like still water realm, you even fused together sword intents in the 3rd stage." Only after his shock did Lu Yan find out why he had such a peculiar feeling just now. The aura coming off of Yuan carried his own sword intense aura and also had the aura of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Yuan, he actually merged the 2 completely different sword intent into one and transformed it into his own new sword intent. Even if Yuan returned, such talent was beyond his. Yuan smiled and said, "This junior was lucky. Does this count as me passing? From the moment the array formation was fully unleashed, Yuan already had the thought of incorporating the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art's sword intent into his own sword intent. The falling flower floating zero sword was excessively nimble, while the attack was lacking. This was its greatest flaw. But the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art was a sword technique which emphasized onslaughter. The attack power was immensely powerful. Furthermore, this sword intent's level was very high and not beneath that of Yuan's sword intent. It was very suited to be merged into the falling flower floating zero sword. Finally, he had a sudden epiphany at the last moment. The fused sword intent was on an entirely different level from before. Hence, that streak of sword intent was just like an obedient baby in front of Yuan's aura. The competition between sword intent was not a competition of strength, but instead, it was a competition towards the comprehension of sword intent. Otherwise, Yuan would have long been pulverized into meat paste. Liu Yan nodded his head somewhat mechanically. Of course it counts as passing. A flawless pass. Chapter 105. First in 1,000 years. Of course he passed. If even Yuan's result did not count as a pass, then nobody could clear it. After the shock, Liu Yan was wildly ecstatic in his heart. To have such a genius figure appear, why would the Tranquil Cloud sect worry about not being able to return to the northern domain? Yuan, your talent is even greater than founding ancestor Wuxia. I'm afraid that your future accomplishments are probably not going to be inferior to him. My Tranquil Cloud sect is truly fortunate to have you. Liu Yan sighed in admiration. Many thanks for senior's praise. Yuan had never doubted his own talent before. In his previous life, it was just that he did not place his attention on the martial path. But his talent in martial Dao was not necessarily inferior to Ji Kanglin. Rainbow Road, appear. Liu Yan gave a low cry and fired a shot of essence energy into the array. Following that, a multicolored road appeared on the top of the Nine Heavens peak. Yuan, right now, you can be considered to have inherited founding ancestor Wuxia's mantle. I hope that you won't forget today's promise. I'm someone who's about to die and won't be able to see the day the Tranquil Cloud sect returns to the northern domain. I hope that you will carry this Kanghua sword with you. If we can really return to the northern domain one day, I hope that you will bring it with you to the northern domain. Of course, if you don't despise it, you can also use it for battle. It also counts as a continuation of my life. Liu Yan gestured with one hand, and a green tasseled sword flew into Yuan's hand. The instant the sword was in his hands, Yuan knew how extraordinary it was. It was actually an aid restriction spirit artifact. Martial artists' weapons were divided into precious artifacts, magic artifacts, and spirit artifacts. They were targeted at Essence Chi Realm martial artists, Spirit Condensation Realm martial artists, and Crystal Formation Realm and above martial artists respectively. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts had no restrictions. Only spirit artifacts and above would apply restrictions to increase the power. A vast majority of Crystal Formation Realm martial artists' weapons were merely magic artifacts. An aid restriction spirit artifact was considered as an excellent weapon even in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. It was obvious that this sword was Liu Yan's lifeblood spirit artifact. If Yuan's conjecture was right, this sword had accompanied Liu Yan at the top of the Nine Heavens peak for 200 years already. It was his spiritual support. Even though it was for Yuan to bring the sword back to the northern domain in name, in reality, the last sentence was the crux. He was giving the sword. Yuan was also aware of Liu Yan's thoughts. He could see that Yuan's future accomplishments would be anything but ordinary. A tiny little Tranquil Cloud sect might not be able to hold him. It was easy to add flowers to embroidery but tough to send out charcoal in the snow. Right now, he was bestowing some small favors to Yuan. He only hoped that Yuan would not forget the Tranquil Cloud sect in the future. Of course, that was one scenario. The footsteps of an expert would not stop because of things like these. To martial artists, while the sect was important, the ultimate goal was the boundless great Tao. When Yuan matured, how could a puny little aid restriction spirit artifact enter Yuan's eyes? Yuan received the Kanghua sword, but his heart was filled with lament. Although this Kanghua sword was not some divine artifact, it held extraordinary significance to Liu Yan. He doing something like this was no doubt for the sect. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. Right then, Yuan cupped his hands towards Liu Yan and then said, "Rest assured, senior. This junior will definitely not let Kanghua be covered in dust." Lu Yan stroked his beard and smiled as he said, haha. I naturally believe that you have the ability. Alright, time's up, you should leave now. Yi Yuan saluted respectfully. This junior takes his leave. A multicolored winding road poured down like a magnificent rainbow. This was the Rainbow Road. In the entire history of the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, the Rainbow Road had only appeared a mere 5 times. And this was the 6th time. Quick, look, it's the Rainbow Road. My god, Yi Yuan, he really succeeded. A 6th level Essence Chi realm clearing the 9 Heavens Road. This fellow is truly terrifying. Oh please, he's already at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, alright. Wasn't he at the 6th level Essence Chi realm when he just started challenging it? Furthermore, he relied on his 6th level Essence Chi realm strength to pass through the first stage. That's true, this fellow is simply inhuman. Now, there's a show to watch. Elder Su's face has been resoundingly slapped by Yi Yuan. I totally forgot about Elder Su until you mentioned him. Didn't Yi Yuan say that he will take his life within a year? Back then, we only treated it as a joke, but now. Yi Yuan's improvement speed is too outrageous. Such a monster should fight it out with those geniuses in the Tranquil Cloud sect. I'm afraid the Danwu Academy already can't keep him. Yeah, at this rate, him surpassing senior apprentice Brother Long will probably take at most 2 to 3 months. Without question, Yi Yuan successfully passing the 9 Heavens Road caused a great stir among the students and instructors. He was the first in 1,000 years. Coming down from the Rainbow Road, Huiyang, Feng Ruoqing, and her niece took the lead to welcome Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, good boy, you really widened my horizons. Some people plotted and schemed to harm you. But now, they are left dusty and dirty in appearance. Now that you cleared the 9 Heavens Road, let's see if those people have anything else to say. Huiyang was completely unbridled when he spoke in front of so many people. Even though there was no direct mention of names, anyone could tell that he was talking about Su Yubai. However, what he said was right. This time around, Su Yubai had lost a great deal of face. After being preoccupied with him for a long time and the schemes by the Elders' Council, he did not even manage to play a puny Yi Yuan to death. Instead, he let Yi Yuan clear the 9 Heavens Road. After passing through the 9 Heavens Road, Yi Yuan would possess the status and privilege equivalent to that of a Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciple. It was no longer possible for Su Yubai to try and openly kill Yi Yuan anymore. Congratulations for passing through the 9 Heavens Road, Yi Yuan. Feng Ruoqing was still so warm and elegant. She only came forth to lightly congratulate. Heh, succeeded thanks to luck. In front of so many people, Yi Yuan did not wish to say too much and only chuckled. Feng Zhirui, who was behind Feng Ruoqing, had a complicated look as she looked at Yi Yuan. Back then, her casual sword strike could make Yi Yuan disconcerted. She did not expect that Yi Yuan could shorten the distance by so much in such a short time. Although she was still that little bit stronger than Yi Yuan right now, being caught up or even surpassed by Yi Yuan was something inevitable. Alright, since Yi Yuan's fine, we'll head back and talk, said Huiyang. There were too many people here. Clearly, this was not a good place to talk. The group returned to Yi Yuan's residence. Yi Yuan inspected Lu first and only relaxed after seeing that nothing was wrong with her. Yi Yuan, you seem to be somewhat different. Girls were still sharper on these things. Feng Ruoqing was the first to notice that Yi Yuan was different. She discovered that not only did Yi Yuan's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but his entire being's aura also seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. Yi Yuan had just fused the sword intense and was still not really able to release and withdraw it freely yet. His entire being stood there like an unsheathed sharp sword. There was a huge discrepancy between this and his previously wastrel temperament. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, haha. I've incurred ridicule from Teacher Feng. I obtained some rewards from the 9 Heavens Road. It's just that I'm still unable to control it freely right now. I didn't expect that Teacher Feng could see through it. Hearing this, Huiyang was speechless. Other people face almost certain death when challenging the 9 Heavens Road. Being able to survive was already not bad. You actually had such a huge harvest. Seriously a freak. When he heard Feng Ruoqing say this, Huiyang naturally also noticed Yi Yuan's change. He scolded verbally, but he was actually overjoyed in his heart. Chapter 106. A good man does not fight with women. Coincidentally comprehended, that's all. Teacher Huyan, Teacher Feng, I want to enter a retreat to consolidate my cultivation these 2 days. After exiting seclusion, I wish to enter the endless forest. At that time, I'll have to trouble the two of you with Lu. Regarding the 9 heavens roads matters, Yuan just sidestepped it with some words. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath. His tongue would surely slip if he talks too much. It was best to talk less. Yin-Yang and Feng Ruoqing were also understanding of Yuan's dilemma, so they kept quiet and did not mention it. Rather, the two of them were quite surprised Yuan mentioned that he wanted to go to the endless forest. Taking care of Lu is naturally not an issue. But what do you plan to do in the endless forest? Feng Ruoqing asked. Yuan answered, to find some herbs. Lu's condition isn't that great. The essence energy I transmitted would only help her to temporarily suppress the frost poison. As time passes, the eruption would be even more terrifying. There is a type of high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill called cold dispelling pill. It can control the frost poison in Lu's body for the time being. But the herbs that this medicinal pill requires are rather uncommon. I think that only the endless forest has them. When she heard that, Feng Ruoqing was astonished. There's actually such a powerful Tier 2 medicinal pill. The eruption of frost poison due to the 9 yin absolute meridian is basically incurable. This medicinal pill can actually control the frost poison. Yuan shook his head and said, teacher said before, there aren't any truly incurable illnesses in the world. The method just hasn't been discovered yet. The path of medicinal pills is a great Tao and possesses limitless possibilities. When cultivated to a supreme level, one can transform something rotten into something magical. Nothing is impossible. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she seemed to have understood something. Yuan's words were filled with wisdom, helping Feng Ruoqing suddenly see the light. Although she knew that the path of medicinal pills was broad and profound, her horizons were limited after all. She could frequently only immerse herself in that acre of land. Although alchemy Tao and martial Tao had different systems, there was still one thing which was the same, which was the more you comprehended, the more you discovered your ignorance. With the passing of time, this sort of feeling would affect your own mental state and impact cultivation from there. Yuan's words opened up another window for Feng Ruoqing. After musing on Yuan's words for some time, Feng Ruoqing sighed in admiration. Your master is truly an expert. Yuan carried a mischievous mentality and blew his own trumpet as he continued talking. Yeah. Master, that old man is unfathomable. I can barely understand a fraction. It's a pity that he likes to travel the world. I also don't know when I can meet him again. Feng Ruoqing obviously could not tell that Yuan was praising himself, but instead, felt that it was expected of Yuan to be saying that. However, even if you gather the ingredients, are you able to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill? Feng Ruoqing asked doubtfully. Yuan shook his head and said, I can't refine it at the moment. After returning from the endless forest, I will continue closed seclusion to impact the spirit condensation realm with full force. As long as I break through to the spirit condensation realm, refining the cold dispelling pill shouldn't be an issue. The soul strength of a high-grade alchemy master was required to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. Back then, when Yuan's soul strength was lacking, and he refined a low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill at the 4th level Essence Qi realm, he directly collapsed in exhaustion. Although Yuan's current strength had significantly improved, his soul strength did not grow by much. Wanting to refine a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was no doubt a fool's talk. But as long as he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, Yuan's soul strength would experience a qualitative leap. At that time, with his alchemy Tao's prowess, refining a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill would not be too difficult. Yin-Yang exchanged glances with Feng Ruoqing and then said, since that's the case, you will join the endless trials with the other students then. Although the endless forest is a limitless treasure trove, there is also a great deal of danger inside. There are a large number of high-tier demonic beasts. Even crystal formation realm martial artists would also lose their lives inside if they were not careful. You being together with the other students can at least look after one another. Yuan asked curiously, oh, there's such an activity in the academy. No way, you don't even know about the endless trials. To think you already have the power of a heaven-ranked student now. Feng Jiru, who had been silent, exclaimed in surprise. Yuan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and felt somewhat awkward. I mucked around too much last time. Heh. To the former Yuan, forget about the endless trials, he was not even interested in classes. How could he have the thought to inquire about this stuff? Even if he heard about it, he would just turn a deaf ear to it. He simply had no interest in knowing. Feng Zhiru rolled her eyes and gave Yi Yuan an explanation concerning the details of the endless trials. For the sake of tempering students' practical combat ability, the Danwu Academy would organize an endless trials every fixed period of time. Specific missions had to be completed during the endless trials, or else, the academy would deduct certain welfares. The missions were tied to the students' rank. The missions which heaven-ranked students were required to complete was to turn in 10 tier 2 demonic beasts inner cores, and 10 stalks of tier 2 medicinal herbs. Apart from what was handed in for the mission, the other items seized belonged to the students themselves. Most importantly, the academy only specified the quantity for the mission but did not stipulate what methods one could use to obtain them. Hence, the endless trials also became a venue for students to settle their personal grudges. Furthermore, the endless forest was filled with dangers. Every endless trial, many students would remain there forever. When Yi Yuan heard that, he curled his mouth and said, "So that's the case. Does teacher Huyan intend for senior apprentice sister Feng and me to participate in the endless trials together?" Huyan Yang did not get to say anything before Feng Zhiru immediately blew up. "What, are you scared that I will drag you down? Come, let's duke it out now and see just who hinders who. Don't think that you can taunt a martial roles expert just because you were lucky to break through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm." While talking, Feng Zhiru drew her sword with a swing, and assuming a fighting posture as she waved it around in front of Yi Yuan. "A good man does not fight with women. I didn't say anything, you were the one who said it." Yi Yuan used his finger to push Feng Zhiru's sword aside helplessly. "Then what did you mean? Say it." Feng Zhiru pointed the tip of the sword which was nudged away back at Yi Yuan. "Hey, this sword is very sharp. Don't play with it, okay? I'm aware that you martial roles experts are powerful, alright. Actually, what I meant was that I can resolve the problem with your body." Yi Yuan hurriedly jumped aside. This last tended to strike whenever she liked, best to be more careful. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Zhiru revealed a complicated look, but it was swiftly replaced by stubbornness. "Humph, who do you think you are? You say you can resolve it and it's settled. Let me tell you now, there's nothing wrong with my body. No need for your concern." Finishing, Feng Zhiru sheathed her sword and walked out of the door. The previous time, Feng Zhiru and Yi Yuan used voice transmission to communicate. Hence, Feng Ruoking was unaware of what happened. Seeing the situation, she asked in puzzlement, "Something's wrong with Zhiru's body, Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, it isn't anything serious either. But, senior apprentice sister Feng's personality is overly stubborn. If things carry on, maybe a major problem might occur." Yi Yuan briefly recounted the problem with Feng Zhiru's body. Feng Ruoking furrowed her brows when she heard it. "So that's the case. This lass has shocking potential, so I was wondering why she advanced so slowly recently. At first, I thought that she was lazy and slacking off, but I didn't think that it was due to this reason." Chapter 107, Wan Yuan fled. But Zhiru's cultivation law is already fixed. What should be done then? Zhiru, that lass is very stubborn, and now she knows that she can't ever break through in the future. If a long time passes, a problem will really occur. Since it involved Feng Zhiru's cultivation road, being her aunt, Feng Ruoking was unable to remain calm. "Don't be anxious. Didn't Yi Yuan say he had a solution earlier?" Huyan Yang was clearly more collected than her as he hurriedly said. "Ah, right, what solution do you have, Yi Yuan? As long as you can let Zhiru continue cultivating, I can promise you anything." The words slipped out of Feng Ruoking's mouth. As soon as the words came out, Feng Ruoking suddenly realized that it was a little inappropriate. If Yi Yuan had some overboard request, did she have to agree too? Thinking of this, Feng Ruoking could not help blushing heavily, and she swiftly turned her face away. Yi Yuan did not think too much from the start. When he saw Feng Ruoking's crimson face, he was unwittingly stupefied. However, he quickly recovered, and could not resist wildly fantasizing about all sorts of requests on the spur of the moment. But Huyan Yang was also by the side, so it obviously was not the time to flirt. This would make it so difficult for a lady to step down from the stage. Luckily, Yi Yuan had already comprehended heart like still water now. Wanting to control his emotions was still easily managed. "Don't need to be courteous, Teacher Feng. Senior apprentice Sister Feng's problem isn't hard to resolve. It's just that if I go and fix it, she probably won't allow it. So I can only do it through you, Yi Yuan said with a serious face and waved his hands. When Feng Ruoqing saw that Yi Yuan did not seem to have any misunderstandings, she could not help quietly blaming herself for being shameless, having her imaginations run wild over some things. She could not even compare to a youth's frankness. Of course, there was still a tiny bit of resentment after the blaming. If it were somebody else, they would probably have wild ideas after hearing her say these sort of words. But Yi Yuan did not seem to be moved. This involuntarily made Feng Ruoqing question her charm. Quickly tell what method you have, Feng Ruoqing said anxiously. Actually, senior apprentice Sister Feng's biggest problem is that the cultivation law she's training in does not match well with her physique. If you want to resolve this issue, the crux lies in the words, Yin-Yang harmony. Yi Yuan said, Yin-Yang harmony. Feng Ruoqing pondered over these words and shook her head. It was clear that she still did not understand what Yi Yuan was saying. Yi Yuan continued explaining, due to the cultivation law, it caused senior apprentice Sister Feng's bodily yang qi to be overly excessive. Thus, it resulted in her body being very averse to essence energy. Under these circumstances, continuing to cultivate her original cultivation law would definitely pile one disaster after another. The best method is naturally to disperse her cultivation, and recultivate by selecting a cultivation law suited to her physique. Feng Ruoqing frowned and said, so the method you said referred to this. Jiru is currently at her prime time of cultivation. The moment she disperses her cultivation to recultivate, all these years of hard work would have been completely wasted. What's more, it would also delay cultivation. Even if I go talk to her, it's impossible for her to agree to it. This is even worse than killing her. Yi Yuan nodded unconcernedly and continued, all right. Since that's the case, we can only use another method. It's just that this method will make senior apprentice Sister Feng's future martial arts road become even more challenging. Of course, once she succeeds in cultivating, her strength would also greatly surpass same-rank martial artists. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up as she asked, what method? Let senior apprentice Sister Feng select a gentle yin attribute cultivation law, and start training both cultivation laws at the same time right away. Just now, I said that the crux lies in the words, yin-yang harmony. As long as the essence energy within her body reaches yin-yang harmony standard, all the problems will be easily solved. So it can actually be done like that. Great. Feng Ruoqing was overjoyed when she heard that. Don't be happy so soon, Teacher Feng. Why, although this method can resolve senior apprentice Sister Feng's problem, the requirement towards cultivation law is very high. The two cultivation laws must complement each other and work in concert. Using this method, senior apprentice Sister Feng must temporarily suspend the cultivation law she is currently training in, and cultivate another cultivation law to the same level. Even with senior apprentice Sister Feng's talent, it will probably still take a year or so. That is to say, within this 1 year, senior apprentice Sister Feng will not advance at all. Hearing that, Feng Ruoqing did not mind at all and then said, that's also something that can't be helped. This is much better than dispersing her cultivation. I will head back right away to help Jiru select a suitable cultivation law. After that, Feng Ruoqing turned around and got ready to leave. Yi Yuan hurriedly stopped her, saying, wait, is there anything else? Jiru must have been very depressed over this matter these few days. I got to hurry and find her. Feng Ruoqing was also torn with anxiety. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, an anxious heart can't eat hot tofu. This thing can't be resolved in 1 or 2 days. Even if you go right now, you also can't help much. But, not that I'm scaring Teacher Feng, but the selection of cultivation law needs to be extremely particular. If the selected cultivation law is unable to complement her existing cultivation law, the problems it would cause in the future would be even greater than now. Then, what should I do? Feng Ruoqing was at a loss. I wonder if Teacher Feng has the jade slip of the cultivation law that senior apprentice sister trained in. I have it at my residence, I'll go get it for you straight away. Feng Ruoqing hesitated for a moment but still agreed. Yi Yuan clearly wanted to look at this cultivation law. This was a taboo for martial artists. However, Feng Ruoqing thought about the master behind Yi Yuan and felt at ease. For Yi Yuan to improve at such a godlike speed, how could his cultivation law possibly be lower grade than the cultivation law Feng Jiru trained in? Not only was it not lower, but it was also even several grades higher. Feng Ruoqing cracked her head thinking about it, but could not imagine just what cultivation law could let a person cultivate from the first level essence chi realm to the peak 9th level essence chi realm in 1 month plus time. Even though there were many fortuitous encounters in between, it was crystal clear that Yi Yuan's cultivation law was extremely powerful. Yi Yuan nodded, and Feng Ruoqing returned to her place to retrieve the cultivation law. Not long after Feng Ruoqing left, Tang Yu came as well. Congratulations for successfully clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. You became the first person in the Danwu Academy's 1,000-year history to have made it through at the Essence Chi realm. Tang Yu congratulated from the bottom of his heart. He clearly only knew Yi Yuan for a month plus, yet Tang Yu felt like an epoch had passed. Yi Yuan spent merely just over a month to go from Junior Apprentice Brother Yi to Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. The current Yi Yuan was already in existence which he had to look up to. But Yi Yuan did not alienate Tang Yu just because their distance was pulled apart. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, Brother Tang. I was also forced into it with no other alternatives. It was just luck." Tang Yu also greeted Huyan Yang, then he sat down beside Yi Yuan and said, "Other than coming to congratulate Senior Apprentice Brother, I also brought some news which I believe Senior Apprentice Brother Yi will be interested in." "Oh, pray tell, Brother Tang." Yi Yuan had his curiosity aroused by Tang Yu's words. "Today, I was also watching Senior Apprentice Brother Yi challenging the Nine Heavens Road in the crowd and happened to coincidentally see Wan Yuan. Back then, he wasn't far from me, and I was also aware that he was at loggerheads with you, so I kept an eye out. Just as Brother Yi broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm in the second stage, Wan Yuan quietly slipped out of the crowd. Seeing the situation, I also secretly tagged along. But I discovered that he didn't return to his residence. Instead, he directly left the academy." Tang Yu said. Chapter 108, Retreating in Fear from a Single Sword. Ran away. What a cowardly fellow. Yi Yuan was stupefied when he heard that. "Apologies, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Tang Yu's abilities are paltry and could not detain him. I could only watch him get away," Tang Yu said in shame. Although he did not show it, Tang Yu felt that he was seriously useless right now. So many things had happened to Yi Yuan recently, yet he could not help with a single one of them. At present, Wan Yuan was already like an ant which could be crushed to death with one hand to Yi Yuan. But to Tang Yu, he was as sturdy as the high mountains. Tang Yu was aware that Wan Yuan was Yi Yuan's sworn enemy, yet he could only watch him get away powerlessly. This made him feel a deep sense of helplessness and shame. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Don't mind it, Brother Tang. Wan Yuan is just a dancing clown. I'll let him live a few days longer. After I return from the Endless Forest, I will settle him along with his father." When he returns from the Endless Forest, his father Yi Heng would just about to exit seclusion as well. At that time, the two of them, father and son, would join hands to give the entire state of Qin an enormous surprise. But when Tang Yu heard it, he was secretly speechless. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi was indeed still so domineering. Most likely, not a single soul in the state of Qin dared to say they would settle Wan Donghai, yet he said it so naturally. Yi Yuan was somebody who refused to suffer any grievances and never embraced the creed where it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. His creed was that a gentleman would take revenge immediately. Fei Qingping nearly caused him to die. Killed. Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng made Lu Er end up like that. Yi Yuan disregarded the rules and just killed them. No Essence Chi realm had even made it past the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan cleared it just like that. Only such a life was satisfying. Tang Yu also wished for such a life, but not everybody could live such a life. Only a heaven-defying existence like Yi Yuan could have the capability to live such a life. Wan Yuan was clearly frightened by Yi Yuan, which was why he fled in a panic. Under such circumstances, Wan Yuan could only rely on the academy's rules. But the rules were only ornamental to Yi Yuan. Right now, Yi Yuan was simply a maniac. Since he dared to kill Zhang Heng and dared to kill Lin Tiancheng, he naturally would dare to kill him, Wan Yuan. In fact, the grudge between Wan Yuan and Yi Yuan was much greater than Lin Tiancheng's. Hence, he did not even wait for the final result before fleeing. Wan Yuan feared that he would not be able to escape after the result came out. "Actually, there's another matter, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. I don't know if I should say it or not," Tang Yu said. "Why are you treating me like a stranger, Brother Tang? If there's anything, Just say it. I always felt that it was a little strange for Lin Tiancheng to target Miss Lu Er. Logically speaking, Lin Tiancheng only had a small dispute with you back at the illusionary spirit tower, and should not go as far as to be so malicious. So I wondered if there was more than meets the eye to this matter. Thus, I have been investigating the whole course of this incident, and the result was that I really managed to dig something out, Tang Yu said. When Yi Yuan killed Zhang Heng and Lin Tiancheng, he was in a violent rage, so he did not think too much then. He just thought that Lin Tiancheng bore a grudge because of the incident at the illusionary spirit tower. Now that he thought carefully, although he made Lin Tiancheng lose face outside of the illusionary spirit tower, it was not to the extent where the other had to die. However, Zhang Heng's actions had clearly gone beyond the bottom line, making things somewhat illogical. Yi Yuan also did not think that there was actually another hidden plot to this incident. Brother Tang means Wan Yuan. Yi Yuan quickly suspected Wan Yuan. Tang Yu nodded his head and said, "That's right. Somebody saw Wan Yuan and Lu Ruishui going to find Lin Tiancheng after the illusionary spirit tower test ended. Of course, there's already no way of finding out what they talked about at that time. No need to investigate, it was definitely them making trouble. Even though I clashed with Lin Tiancheng during the illusionary spirit tower test, it hadn't reached the point where the other party must die. Lin Tiancheng was originally a narrow-minded person. With them sowing discord, he naturally harbored resentment in his heart. It wouldn't be strange for him to do something like that." Yi Yuan's face gradually became darker. But Wan Yuan already escaped. What to do now? Tang Yu asked. Let him be first. Right now, the most important thing is Lu Er's matter. I'll deal with him after I return from the endless forest. However, this Lu Ruishui really has a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. If I'm not wrong, the idea of messing with Lu Er came from her. Yi Yuan's words were brimming with killing intent. A woman's heart is the most vicious. Most likely, it refers to these sort of women like her, Tang Yu said. Yi Yuan stood up, and then he said nonchalantly, I'm going out for a while. Then he directly left. Watching Yi Yuan, back view, Yin-Yang said helplessly, this rascal really can't stop even for a moment. Tang Yu smiled bitterly and said, Senior apprentice brother Yi just has a personality where gratitude and resentment are clearly distinguished. If others are good to him, he will be 10 times nicer. If others are bad to him, he will also pay back tenfold. Sigh, if he wants to cause trouble, so be it. He made it past the 9 Heavens Road, so he's already equivalent to the High Sect's core disciple. I think Su Yubai wouldn't dare to act recklessly either, Yin-Yang said with a sigh. Yi Yuan had just stepped out the door when he was blocked by somebody. The person was Wu Luokan, who previously arranged a battle with Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you are truly impressive. You actually made it through the 9 Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. The moment he saw Yi Yuan, Wu Luokan praised in admiration. So, it's senior apprentice brother Wu. The 9 Heavens Road was just luck, didn't count as much, Yi Yuan replied while controlling his impatience. Yi Yuan knew that Wu Luokan came to find him to compete. But how could he think about fighting with Wu Luokan at the moment? Heh, I believe brother Yi has already guessed why this Wu came here. Since junior apprentice brother Yi cleared the 9 Heavens Road and broke through to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, you definitely possess the power of a heaven-ranked student. I wonder if junior apprentice brother Yi can fulfill the agreement back then and fight with me. Wu Luokan did not conceal his intentions at all and openly stated it. Apologies, senior apprentice brother Wu, this little brother has something to attend to right now. If brother Wu wants to battle, please choose another date. Yi Yuan directly rejected him. Wu Luokan immediately lost his cool when he heard that, and hurriedly said, how can that do? I know that you're definitely about to enter seclusion to consolidate your cultivation realm. 2 days later, it's also the endless trials. Who knows how long this wait will last? We should just pick today rather than choosing a date. Wu Luokan's eyes were full of hope, and he looked like he was raring to go. To someone like Wu Luokan, fighting was his life's everything. Yi Yuan could only say helplessly, senior apprentice brother Wu, if I recall correctly, our agreement back then was to wait until I advanced to heaven rank before competing, right? But I'm still an earth ranked student presently. If senior apprentice brother Wu is so forceful, wouldn't you be in suspicion of the strong bullying the weak? But junior apprentice brother Yi's battle capabilities are shocking. Although you are still at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm, your strength is definitely not beneath heaven-rank students already, right? From my perspective, junior apprentice brother Yi can definitely ascend the martial roll of honor now with your strength, and your ranking might not be below mine. Wu Luokan was not so easily hoodwinked. Yi Yuan was anxious to find Lu Ruoshui, yet he was held back by Wu Luokan. So he was very annoyed and could not resist saying, fine. As long as senior apprentice brother Wu receives one sword head-on from me, what's the harm in competing with you? Wu Luokan's eyes lit up, and he asked in surprise, really? Of course it's real. Remember, it's receiving it head-on. If you dodge, then forgive me for not keeping you company. Yi Yuan emphasized. Haha, no harm, come on. Wu Luokan guffawed heartily. Yi Yuan retrieved the Kanghua sword from his storage ring and unleashed a fused sword intent straight away. Wu Luokan initially was still full of smiles, but right now, his facial expression quickly changed. That horrifying sword intent practically asphyxiated him. How could such a sword intent possibly be received head-on? Wu Luokan hastily revolved his movement technique and dodged that sword. Rate translation quality. Chapter 109. Who is Su Yishan? A little earlier, at the back of the mountain, in the courtyard of the heaven-rank student, Su Yishan, seemingly in panic, Lu Ruoshui looked at Su Yishan who was in front of her. Senior apprentice brother Su, right now, you are the only one who can save me in the entire academy. I beg you, help me. Lu Ruoshui had never been so helpless even when facing all manners of disregard from her family clan. After Yi Yuan succeeded in clearing the Nine Heavens Road, Lu Ruoshui felt totally uneasy. She went to Wan Yuan's residence in a lost manner wanting to find him to discuss countermeasures. But when she arrived at Wan Yuan's residence, she discovered that Wan Yuan was not even there. At the start, Lu Ruoshui thought that Wan Yuan did not return because of some matters. But after waiting, and still nothing, she went to ask the other students, but none of them saw Wan Yuan. Lu Ruoshui suddenly felt a bad premonition. As expected, only after Lu Ruoshui inquired from the students guarding the gates did she find out that Wan Yuan had left the academy long ago. Lu Ruoshui greeted 8 generations of Wan Yuan's ancestors in her heart, but this was of no use to her at all. What if Yi Yuan vented all of his anger on her because he could not find Wan Yuan? Then she was finished. After cursing, Lu Ruoshui felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Yi Yuan's strength had already steadily advanced into the ranks of the heaven-ranked students. Wanting to kill her was as easy as flipping his hand. Lu Ruoshui still had some rallying power among the lower-ranking students, but as for heaven-ranked students, Lu Ruoshui suddenly had a burst of inspiration and thought of Su Yishan. She felt that she had grasped her last life-saving straw. Back when Wan Yuan was injured, Su Yishan once said that he was going to kill Yi Yuan. It looked like their grudge was not small. More importantly, wasn't Elder Su Yishan's second uncle. Even though Lu Ruoshui could not influence heaven-ranked students, she had long pried about their details clearly. Not many people in the Danwu Academy knew about Su Yubai and Su Yishan's relationship, but there were still some who were aware. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshui no longer hesitated, and directly went to the back of the mountain and found Su Yishan. Su Yishan looked at Lu Ruoshui amusedly and said, Senior apprentice sister Lu and senior apprentice brother Wan walk very closely together. Why did you think of finding me? It was still okay if Su Yishan did not mention it, but now that he did, Lu Ruoshui's tears poured out like floodwater breaking a dam. Wan Yuan, that cowardly fellow, ran long ago. Sniff, sniff. Senior apprentice brother Su, as long as you are willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask me to. Lu Ruoshui right now also counts as the revelation of her true feelings as she cried utterly pitifully. Hearing that, Su Yishan was stunned. Wan Yuan ran. Ran to where? Lu Ruoshui choked between sobs and said, where else can he run to? He must have run back to find his father to shield him. Yi Yuan is already at the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm. Killing him would be like killing a dog. Who else can protect him apart from his old man? Su Yishan could not refrain from laughing as he said, I couldn't tell originally, but to think junior apprentice brother Wan is actually so gutless. A puny little Yi Yuan scared him to such an extent. Finishing, Su Yishan sized up the tearful Lu Ruoshui and asked playfully, just now, you said you would be willing to do anything. Lu Ruoshui quivered when she heard him. How could she not understand Su Yishan's meaning? But at this current juncture, if even Su Yishan did not care about her, she was dead for sure. Lu Ruoshui wrestled with her emotions in her heart. Finally, She gritted her teeth and nodded. But looking at her appearance aroused Su Yishan's curiosity. Looking at your appearance, could it be that you are still a virgin? Lu Ruoshui blushed all the way to the tips of ears when she heard that, but she still nodded once more. Although Lu Ruoshui was naturally coquettish, she still guarded her body closely, because she knew that this was her greatest asset. But she did not imagine that she would actually voluntarily offer it up now that she was forced by Yi Yuan. Thinking of this, Lu Ruoshui's hatred towards Yi Yuan deepened even more. Yi Yuan, I want you to die a horrible death one day. Ha ha ha, good, very good. Su Yishan burst into laughter and headed into the house. Lu Ruoshui's eyes flickered, but she still gritted her teeth and followed in. Wu Luokan still felt a lingering fear after evading Yi Yuan's sword. That surge of sword intent just now was too terrifying. Receiving it head-on would undoubtedly result in injuries, if not death. The instant Yi Yuan struck with his sword, Wu Luokan suddenly felt an enormous sense of crisis. His instincts from countless battles told him that this sword must absolutely not be taken head-on. Hence, he used his movement technique right away, and barely avoided the sword. Wu Luokan appeared somewhat ragged. This did not mean that he was weak, but rather, he overly underestimated his enemy. In reality, Wu Luokan was a very troublesome person. Even experts ranked higher than him on the martial roll of honor felt severe headaches when they saw him. Wu Luokan was the Danwu Academy's famous battle maniac. Not only was his combat prowess shocking, but he also possessed extraordinary combat talent and had a very precise grasp on the battle situation. Just now, he suffered a loss because he promised Yi Yuan to receive it head-on. Yi Yuan had just fused together the sword intents on the Nine Heavens Road, and even used an aid restriction spirit artifact, Kanghua's sword, to unleash the sword light. Even if Wu Luokan was an Iron Man, enduring it would be enough for him to suffer. This sword of Yi Yuan's only indicated that he had the power to battle with Wu Luokan, but did not signify that he could defeat Wu Luokan. Wu Luokan was at the second-level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, his combat prowess far surpassed those at the same level. Those who were stronger than him were mostly at the third-level spirit condensation realm. One could see how just powerful he was. Although Yi Yuan had the power to leap ranks in battle, it was still hard to say what would be the result if he matched up with Wu Luokan. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's sword intent was, if he could not touch his opponent, then it was futile. Not only did the Wu Luokan who had just dodged a crisis not become dispirited, he even became abnormally excited. There was no meaning if the opponent was too weak. Before coming here, Wu Luokan was still worried if it was a little too early. Even though he was aware that Yi Yuan's combat prowess was stunning, he was ultimately a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. But now, he completely dispelled those thoughts. Just based on that sword, Yi Yuan already had the qualifications to be his opponent. Hey, junior apprentice brother Yi, let's fight one round. Your sword art is so incredible, I really want to experience it. Wu Luokan shamelessly went back on his word. Yi Yuan's face froze up. He did not think that this fellow was so persistent, and his face involuntarily fell. Senior apprentice brother Wu, I really have something on today. If you continue to be so insistent, then I will not rest until you are dead. Seeing that Yi Yuan truly flared up, Wu Luokan could not help sticking out his tongue. His eyes swirled around, and he said, how about this, junior apprentice brother Yi, I'll accompany you on your matter and do whatever you say. You just have to fight one round with me after you settle your affairs. Yi Yuan made an, up to you, gesture and left by himself. Wu Luokan laughed a, heh, and tagged along. Yi Yuan did not bother with the distinction between man and woman and directly barged into Lu Ruoshui's residence. But it was empty. Right then, Wu Luokan lent a hand instead. He inquired clearly about the direction Lu Ruoshui headed to, pieced it together, and he then told Yi Yuan, junior apprentice brother Yi, I've already inquired clearly. Junior apprentice sister Lu went to Su Yishan's place. Yi Yuan was stunned. Who is Su Yishan? No way, you don't even know who Su Yishan is. This time around, it was Wu Luokan's turn to be stunned. Why do I have to know who he is? Hang on, his surname is Su. Is he from the Su family? Yi Yuan suddenly recalled something and asked Wu Luokan. Wu Luokan raised his thumb and praised Yi Yuan, junior apprentice brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Su Yishan is precisely Su Yubai's nephew. Furthermore, he's even rank 10 on the martial roll. But according to my estimations, Su Yishan most likely already has the power to attack. The Top 5. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, Why Not? Forget About It. Chapter 110. Investigate Properly. One could tell that Wu Luokan was unwilling to provoke Su Yishan. Not only was Su Yishan strong, but his background was also exceedingly deep. Without mentioning how great the Su family's power was, just based on Su Yubai's status within the Dan Wu Academy, not many dared to provoke him. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Luokan apathetically. Scared? If you're scared, then go back. I also didn't make you tag along. This look agitated Wu Luokan greatly. He raised his head up and said, who's scared? Isn't it just Su Yishan? Wait until I advance to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. I'll beat him until his teeth fall out. TCH, what 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the end, you're still scared. Yi Yuan continued in disdain. Wu Luokan nearly jumped up when he heard this. Even since he entered the Dan Wu Academy, his dictionary never had the word scared. He only had today's position by challenging throughout the entire way and beating people all the way. There was naturally no lack of figures with special status among these people. But didn't he just beat them up? Since when had he been scared? The reason why he did not wish to find trouble with Su Yishan was that the time was not yet right. Su Yishan was at the peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm and could break through to the 2nd stage of the spirit condensation realm at any time. Each person in the top 10 of the martial roll of honor was more perverse than the other. Wu Luokan was indeed very strong, but at his level, who was not strong? The further one headed, the harder it was to jump ranks in battle. Wu Luokan naturally did not wish to casually provoke a student in the top 10 of the martial roll. After Wu Luokan broke through to the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, he would spar down the list one by one. I refuse to believe it today. Isn't it just Su Yishan? I'll accompany you. If he dares to attack you, I, Wu Luokan, will receive it. The pitiful Wu Luokan fell for Yi Yuan's inciting just like that. Up to you. At that time, just don't run away with your tail between your legs. Yi Yuan then left without even turning his head back. Wu Luokan chased after as he said, hey, say things clearly. Who's running away with their tails between their legs? Since when have I, Wu Luokan, been a deserter? The residences of heaven-ranked students were separated from students of other ranks, at the back of the mountain with the instructors. Moreover, each of them had their own house and courtyard with a vast total area, and would not be disturbed by others. Yi Yuan came to the front of Su Yishan's courtyard and bellowed loudly, scram out here, Lu Ruoshui. Yi Yuan incorporated ample essence energy into his shout, making it reverberate like rolling thunder. If he did not shout, then it was still okay. But now that he did, it startled many people. What's happening? Did something happen again? Quickly look. Isn't that Yi Yuan? Didn't he just clear the 9 Heavens Road? Why does it look like he's here to cause trouble again? Haha, it's really lively these few days. Yi Yuan is too capable of causing a disturbance, stirring up the entire academy. It's truly one incident had yet to subside, but another wave rises. Yi, isn't that Wu Luokan? Why is he mixing around with Yi Yuan? Who knows? That fellow is also a lunatic. 2 maniacs have come together. Speaking of which, who is Lu Ruoshui? It sounds like a woman's name. How did she offend Yi Yuan? I seem to have some impression. It seems like she's a great beauty. Fuck, he doesn't even let a beauty off. Yi Yuan is really a madman. Hey, best to stop speculating. It's true that Yi Yuan doesn't rest, but Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng only had themselves to blame. If it were you, would you kill them? We should still hear what Yi Yuan has to say. Who knows if this Lu Ruoshui was also one of the people who bullied Yi Yuan's maidservant? Don't you all find it odd that Yi Yuan is calling for Lu Ruoshui outside of Su Yishan's gate? Yi Yuan had never been fearful of blowing things up. If he, a dignified alchemy emperor, had to swallow his pride and endure in silence in a mortal country, it would cause his thoughts to not flow smoothly. His precious life's encounter developed Yi Yuan's personality of avenging any enmity. Who cares what martial roles expert, or some disciplinary hall's elder? He just had to directly smash over. It was fine if he could not beat them now. Even if he was unable to defeat them, he could still discuss them. After yelling, Yi Yuan closed his eyes and stood there quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for Su Yishan to come out. Before long, Su Yishan's courtyard gate creaked open, and Su Yishan walked out with a livid face. What the hell are you doing, Yi Yuan? To actually dare to make a big fuss outside of my gate. Do you really think that nobody can take care of you? Su Yishan said icily. Let Lu Ruishui come out. This matter has nothing to do with you, go play by the side. Words that made everyone stare dumbfoundedly came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Oh damn, Yi Yuan told Su Yishan to go play by the side outside the entrance of his place. Nobody had ever dared to speak that way to Su Yishan in the academy. Yi Yuan was truly teeming with overbearingness. But after thinking about it, everyone felt at ease. Yi Yuan even dared to scold Elder Su. What is Su Yishan? Since when had Su Yishan ever suffered such humiliation? When he heard that, he flew into a rage. Insolence. Today, I will weigh just how incredible a genius who cleared the nine heavens road is. Su Yishan fully released his aura and charged towards Yi Yuan with the momentum of Mount Tai bearing down upon Yi Yuan. But just at that moment, Wu Luokan planted himself in front of Yi Yuan emotionlessly, which made Su Yishan's momentum came to a halt. What's the meaning of this, Wu Luokan? Su Yishan asked furiously. No other meaning. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, that will do. I don't care about other things, said Wu Luokan as he remained impassive. In reality, Wu Luokan was also very gloomy right now. He inexplicably incurred trouble with a major problem like Su Yishan. It was true that Wu Luokan's thought process was simple. But he was absolutely no fool. How could a fool become an expert on the martial roll of honor? But Wu Luokan could no longer care that much in order to fight a match with Yi Yuan. Of course, there were still many whom he could spar with within the academy. But Wu Luokan had the feeling that sparring with Yi Yuan would let him reap an unexpected harvest. This was purely instinct. Ever since he witnessed that dazzling sword of Yi Yuan's, he had this sort of intuition. Hence, he kept pestering Yi Yuan to make him spar with him. What a Wu Luokan! Do you know the repercussions of becoming enemies with me? Wu Luokan dreaded Su Yishan, but how could Su Yishan also not be wary of Wu Luokan? Although he was a minor realm higher than Wu Luokan's combat talent was extremely astonishing. If they really fought, even if he could win, it would surely be a crushing victory. I've never wanted to be enemies with you. As long as you don't touch Yi Yuan, I don't care about other things. Wu Luokan repeated these words emotionlessly. These words were in fact bullshit. Yi Yuan was here to find trouble, so he would definitely fight with Su Yishan. If Su Yishan did not touch him, did he had to wait to be beaten up instead? Su Yishan could not communicate through with this lunatic and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Humph, you guys are looking for Lu Ruishui. Why did you come to my place? Su Yishan was unable to deal with Wu Luokan, so he could only put up with the second best, questioning with logic. We've already inquired. Lu Ruishui should be at your place currently. Go and call her out. I have some things I want to ask her, Yi Yuan said coolly as if he did not see Su Yishan and Wu Luokan's tit for tat. What a joke. You say she's here, and that means she's here. Su Yishan laughed due to extreme rage. Yi Yuan spread out his hands and said, since we can't reach a conclusion, then there's no other choice. I can only enter your place to investigate properly. You dare? Su Yishan was seething with rage. Chapter 111. Come with me. Su Yishan was a peak genius in the top 10 of the martial roll. If today, Yi Yuan entered his residence to search for people, how would he have the face to stay in the Danwu Academy in the future? These words from Yi Yuan was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation to Su Yishan. Facing Su Yishan's fiery wrath, Yi Yuan chose to ignore it. He made his move and headed towards Su Yishan's courtyard. Out of rage, Su Yishan smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not seem to see it and walked towards the gates without care. A violent clash between palms. Su Yishan and Wu Luokan both retreated several steps. Clearly, it was a draw. Wu Luokan, you really dare to attack? Su Yishan roared angrily. Wu Luokan gave a zombified face which would not change in 10,000 years and said, I already said very clearly. As long as you don't attack Yi Yuan, everything is fine. But if you attack, I will not stand idly by and watch. Su Yishan was thoroughly defeated by Wu Luokan. Nothing got through this fellow. Yi Yuan did not walk fast, but his footsteps never stopped. It looked like he was about to enter the courtyard. At this moment, Su Yishan felt shame and humiliation he had never ever experienced before. He was the pride of the Su family and a proud son of heaven in the Danwu Academy. Since when had he ever been put through such disgrace? Yi Yuan actually dared to enter and search his abode in front of so many people. The most hateful thing was that he was unable to do anything about him. Stop right there, Yi Yuan. Su Yishan hollered. Yi Yuan continued forward as if he did not hear it. Halt, I'll call her out. Su Yishan crumbled and finally chose to compromise. Indeed, when he said that, Yi Yuan finally ceased his footsteps. He turned around to look at Su Yishan. Clearly, he was waiting for Su Yishan to call her. Su Yishan really wanted to kill someone right now. Yi Yuan's actions had already completely swept his face away like rubbish. Although Yi Yuan ultimately did not enter, since he agreed to call Lu Ruishui out, he basically admitted defeat. Yi Yuan is indeed worthy of being a genius who made it through the Nine Heavens Road. He actually dared to sweep away Su Yishan's face like that. Heh. Su Yishan is normally incomparably haughty. Today, someone finally managed to stop him. It's so venting. Yeah, Su Yishan relied on his uncle's authority to do as he pleased in the heaven rank area. Many people felt indignant but dared not to speak up. Today, someone else who's even wilder came and even dared to sweep away his second uncle's face. Isn't sweeping away his face something simple? Except that such a haughty person like Wu Luokan is actually willing to be Yi Yuan's fighter. It makes me surprised. Could it be that he's already taken in by Yi Yuan as a lackey? Doesn't look like it. There's probably some sort of agreement between them, and this agreement is really important to Wu Luokan. That's why he is willing to take the risk of offending Su Yishan to become a hired thug. Haha, look at Su Yishan wanting to kill someone, but unable to. It's the first time I've seen it. Seriously hilarious. Yi Yuan might feel great today, but the upcoming endless trials probably won't go so smoothly. Regardless whether it's Elder Su or Su Yishan, they would probably spare no expense to kill Yi Yuan. Those gathering around to watch were heaven-ranked students. Many were whispering, even communicating through voice transmission. One could tell from their conversation that Su Yishan did not seem to win the public's opinion in the heaven rank area. Many held the attitude of gloating over his misfortune when watching the show. As for sweeping away Su Yishan's face, Yi Yuan did not feel any burden at all. The Su family was the Yi family's covert competitor. This was something he already knew. Since Su Yubai could ambush him in broad daylight, then Su Yishan would not go so far as to become friends with him. Since Lu Ruishui appeared in Su Yishan's residence, it was evident that she came to seek protection from him. In that case, Yi Yuan and Su Yishan naturally were enemies. Yi Yuan never had the habit of saving face for his enemies. Presently, Su Yishan's face was grim, and he was incomparably vexed. No matter how he calculated, he did not expect that Wu Luokan was actually willing to become Yi Yuan's fighter. What are you still hiding in there for? Come out here for me. Su Yishan bellowed in a low voice. Right now, Su Yishan somewhat regretted taking in Lu Ruishui. A moment of lust beguiling his mind gave him such a huge problem. Following Su Yishan's shout, a graceful and charming figure showed up at the gates. It was precisely Lu Ruishui. Lu Ruishui's clothes were a little disheveled, making her appear somewhat ragged. Her complexion was also much withered. Where was there still the former demeanor of a goddess? She had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, and knew that she was probably unable to settle things today. Initially, she thought that finding Su Yishan as her backer could let her escape this crisis. For that reason, she even offered up her most precious thing. But she did not think that Su Yishan could not protect her at all. Senior apprentice brother Su, Lu Ruishui looked towards Su Yishan feebly. Su Yishan's expression was somber, but he still moved to block in front of her. This action made Lu Ruishui wildly elated. Su Yishan naturally would not let her be. The situation now was already extremely clear. Lu Ruishui was someone that he, Su Yishan, was shielding. If Yi Yuan dealt with her at his discretion, he would ultimately lose his face today. Just now, when Yi Yuan wanted to enter the courtyard, he was unable to pull himself away to stop it. But now, it was not going to be so easy for Wu Luokan and Yi Yuan to take someone away from directly under him. Furthermore, this matter had already blown up. As long as he held on a while longer, until his second uncle, Su Yubai arrived, even Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. If you have questions, ask away, Su Yishan said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not mind Su Yishan's actions. Hearing that, he nodded and asked, let me ask you, Lu Ruishui, the matter of Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng bullying Lu were you and Wan Yuan the ones fanning the fire by the side? Lu Ruishui was secretly alarmed when she heard him. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually came here because of this matter. No wonder he arrived so quickly. Lu Ruishui's mind flashed like lightning and thought to herself that there were already no witnesses to this matter. There were only 4 of them present back then. Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng were already dead. Wan Yuan fled. As long as she flatly denied it, what could Yi Yuan do to her? Thinking up to this point, Lu Ruishui cried out, "Yi Yuan, I know that we had some disagreements in the past. But that was all instigated by Wan Yuan. Every debt has its creditor. You should find him instead." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Enough crap. I only asked you about Lu Er's matter." The instant Lu Ruishui thought things through, she became less fearful instead. Puffing her chest out, she said righteously, "No. I don't even know what you are talking about. I don't even know who is Lu Er, so how would I harm her?" "Really? Of course it's true." Lu Ruishui became increasingly confident as she spoke. "Then how do you explain you and Wan Yuan seeking out Lin Tiancheng before, on the day of the illusionary spirit tower test?" Yi Yuan interrogated. "Lin Tiancheng is the head disciple of the general affairs. Wan Yuan wished to make friends with him. Is there anything wrong with that? You were clearly the one who offended Lin Tiancheng, yet you want to force the crime on me. What's the reasoning?" Lu Ruishui was also a quick-witted person. The moment she collected herself, she did a reverse checkmate instead. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Ruishui and suddenly smiled. He smiled until Lu Ruishui felt a chill continuously escalate from the bottom of the heart. Such a shrewd tongue. "Since that's the case, come with me then. I have ways to prove whether what you say is true or false. If what you said is true, our previous grudges will be wiped off the slate from now on. But if it's false, Yi Yuan, don't kill women. Cripple your dantian yourself, and withdraw from the Dan Wu Academy. The matters previously will also similarly be wiped clean." Yi Yuan said casually. Chapter 112, Fighting 2 Alone. "I'm not going. If I go with you, can I even return?" Lu Ruishui rejected straightaway. Under these circumstances, she would not leave with Yi Yuan no matter what. Regardless of whether what Yi Yuan said was true or false, Lu Ruishui did not dare to take the risk. If what Yi Yuan said was true, this incident certainly had connections to her, Lu Ruishui. Could she still escape? If what Yi Yuan said was false, then he did it to con her away. How could her outcome be good? At this point, Yi Yuan simply ignored Lu Ruishui. Whether she went or not, was not up to her. "What do you think, senior apprentice brother Su?" Yi Yuan looked at Su Yishan and asked. The intention was already crystal clear. If he agreed, then everything can be settled through discussion. If he disagreed, then fight. Su Yishan naturally would not agree. There were so many people were looking. "Don't go too far, Yi Yuan. Do you think that you're a disciplinary hall's elder? You want to bring anyone with you, and they have to follow?" Su Yishan said in a low voice. "Of course I'm not a disciplinary hall's elder. If I were a disciplinary hall's elder, then whoever I sentenced to death had to die," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Everyone understood these words. Yi Yuan was making a crack about the incident of Su Yu by publicly ambushing. "Humph, Yi Yuan, don't scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry. I'll report this matter to the disciplinary hall on my own. The disciplinary hall will get to the bottom of this, and do you justice." Su Yishan gave a derisive snort. The moment he finished speaking, murmuring immediately broke out among the surrounding onlookers. Who did not know that the first elder of the disciplinary hall was his second uncle? Would there still be any justice to speak of once this matter reached the disciplinary hall? Since that's the case, we can only use fists to talk. Yi Yuan did not waste any more breath. He raised his hand and unleashed an 8th layer wave. Now that Yi Yuan was already at peak 9th level essence chi realm, an 8th layer wave was filled with incredible might. Su Yishan clearly did not expect Yi Yuan to attack right away, so he fell behind. However, he was worthy of being a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. He did not retreat at this point, but instead, he advanced with similarly a palm and clashed with Yi Yuan. It actually arrived first even though it was unleashed later. Middle grade tier 2 martial technique, Prajna Palm. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Su Yishan's mouth as if he saw Yi Yuan being heavily injured and vomiting blood. A puny little 9th level essence chi realm dared to make a move in front of him. If that was not courting death, then what was? No matter how powerful the stacking waves layered palm was, it was but an incomplete tier 1 martial technique. There was still some use when dealing with first level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Who was he? Su Yishan. Peak 3rd level spirit condensation realm, and a pinnacle character in the top 10 of the martial role. Compared to the stacking waves layered palm, the might of the middle grade tier 2 prajna palm was a level higher. In terms of essence energy, he was more than a level stronger than Yi Yuan. No matter how one looked at it, there was no reason for Yi Yuan to remain uninjured. The way Su Yishan saw it, Yi Yuan was seeking death. He was wary of Wu Luokan but not Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was recently in the limelight, his actual strength was at best slightly stronger than newly advanced heaven rank students. 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm and 9th level Essence Chi Realm are in completely different weight classes. A violent confrontation. Su Yishan remained motionless, but Yi Yuan fell back over a dozen steps. Su Yishan furrowed his brows. He was very displeased with the effects of this palm. The result had a huge discrepancy from his expectations. Even though it was a hasty response, he had gathered 70% to 80% essence energy. It was just impossible for a 9th level Essence Chi realm to withstand it. But there did not seem to be major issues with Yi Yuan currently other than his essence energy being a little disorderly. A 3rd level Spirit Condensation realm was actually unable to completely crush a puny 9th level Essence Chi realm in a face-off. Su Yishan used to turn his nose up whenever he heard how monstrous Yi Yuan was. Only now that he personally matched up with Yi Yuan, did he realize the degree of Yi Yuan's monstrousness. No way, Yi Yuan is actually fine. That was the prajna palm. Just now, I still thought that Yi Yuan was too reckless. I didn't think that his strength was actually so great. Just based on that palm just now, he has probably already firmly entered the martial role, right? Pretty much so. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's performance also exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that those watching the battle were all heaven-rank students. Among them, there were quite a few who were experts on the martial role. They were all too clear on the power of the prajna palm. That was a middle-grade tier 2 martial technique. Furthermore, they heard that Su Yishan had already trained it to the large success rank. It had extraordinary might. Yi Yuan was actually perfectly fine after exchanging a palm with him. Yi Yuan's performance previously was indeed sufficiently monstrous. But no matter how monstrous, it only meant that his potential was limitless. It did not represent how great his strength was. Yi Yuan's skirmishes before were all within the Essence Chi realm. Even Lin Tianchang was at most a half-baked Spirit Condensation realm. Lin Tianchang's strength when placed among heaven-ranked students was among the lowest at the bottom of the ranking. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm now, the way many people saw it, he was merely slightly stronger than the average heaven-ranked students. But only now did the heaven-ranked students understand that Yi Yuan already possessed the strength to talk on equal standing with them. The present Yi Yuan was no longer that 1st level Essence Chi realm rookie from a month back. He was a true martial role expert. After calming down his disorderly essence energy, Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows. Hey, if you continue watching the show, then this place doesn't need you. Yi Yuan was very dissatisfied with Wu Luokan's performance. He knew that Wu Luokan wanted to borrow Su Yishan's hand to probe his strength. This made him very disgruntled. Haha, it was too sudden just now, didn't react in time. Wu Luokan cracked a laugh. Facing Yi Yuan, Wu Luokan put away his zombie face that would not change in 10,000 years, and smiled sheepishly, making Su Yishan gloomier. Who said that Wu Luokan was dumb? He was sharp as hell. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes, and could not be bothered with him. He merely said, I'm attacking. You do as you see fit. Yi Yuan's words made everyone faceplant on the ground. Even though he retreated just now, the gap between Su Yishan and him was also very obvious. It was clear that there was not much hope. He still wanted to be foolhardy under this sort of circumstance. Yi Yuan activated Instant Flash and pointed a finger at Su Yishan. Presently, the might of the absolute Yang finger unleashed by Yi Yuan already surpassed the 8th layer wave. The cultivation law of the Spirit Bristle Divine King was no joke. Courting death, Su Yishan responded to different situations using the same method. Prajna Palm was unleashed once more. But this time around, Wu Luokan was not a spectator. At the same time Yi Yuan attacked, he also moved. Wu Luokan swept his leg at Su Yishan. Compared to Yi Yuan's attack, Wu Luokan's attack clearly held a greater threat. Under the two's pincer attack, Su Yishan did not panic the slightest bit. Su Yishan's movement technique was similarly a genuine tier 2 martial technique, with a speed of 1.5 times higher than Wu Luokan. It was this time difference of 1.5 times which let him force Yi Yuan back with a palm first, and narrowly dodge Wu Luoqan's leg. At this moment, Su Yishan's strength as the number 10 on the martial roll was displayed in its full. Soon, the three people were locked in battle. The two parties actually fought to a standstill, with neither party able to do anything to the other. Of course, the ones leading the battle were still Su Yishan and Wu Luoqan. Yi Yuan was reduced to a supporting caste. Chapter 113, Shaved. Yi Yuan did not seem to be unhappy about being in a supporting role. He knew that he was not Su Yishan's match, so he deliberately dragged Wu Luoqan into the water. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqan were engrossed in their fierce fighting. He would occasionally throw in a distraction, which would immediately fluster Su Yishan. This made Su Yishan so depressed that he wanted to cough up blood. Su Yishan was a little wary of Wu Luoqan, but his number 10 on the martial roll was not obtained through Su Yubai. His strength was truly incomparably great. Matching up with Wu Luoqan, he had confidence in defeating him within 100 exchanges. But with Yi Yuan causing trouble by the side, it swiftly increased the pressure significantly. Although Yi Yuan's attack did not pose much threat to him, Yi Yuan's attacking power was indeed mighty. Even he, Su Yishan, would absolutely not feel good taking on an 8th layer wave or absolute Yang finger. However, from another perspective, this also proved Su Yishan's might. He was not in a disadvantageous position even when fighting two people alone. The top 20 in the martial roll are all a bunch of sickos. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqan became much stronger after the last battle of martial roll. Yeah, the top 20 students of the martial roll are of a different level. The top 20 and the next 20's power difference is enormous. The top 20 students' ranking would also change, but the majority of the time, it's inter-swapping positions. It's too difficult for those after rank 20 to try to squeeze inside. After so long, only a sicko like Wu Luoqan could charge into the top 20. I feel that he might become the next senior apprentice Brother Long. I also have that feeling. This fellow's too sick. Not only does his cultivation realm rise rapidly, but his martial techniques also improves unimaginably fast. However, no matter how sick those two people are, they aren't as sick as Yi Yuan. That fellow simply isn't human. If any other 9th level essence chi realm were swapped into this battle, the outcome would be being one-shotted instantly. Not only can Yi Yuan protect himself, but he can also even cause trouble for Su Yishan every now and then. Don't talk about him anymore. That fellow is destined to be in a different world from us. I reckon that before long, he would become the core disciple of the Tranquil Cloud sect, right? Even senior apprentice Brother Long doesn't have the qualifications. A matchup between the top 20 of the martial roll was not so easy to see. Many heaven-ranked students were commenting on it, but the final stop was still on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's might had completely exceeded their expectations. Many students substituted themselves into the battle, but to their dismay, they just could not perform as well as Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan was already much stronger than the majority of them. There were around 400 to 500 heaven-ranked students in the Danwu Academy. And only the top 100 could enter the martial roll, becoming a martial rolls expert. These 100 people were all elites among elites. Most of them had exhausted their potential like Lin Tiancheng, becoming mediocre people among the heaven-ranked students. It was apparent that Yi Yuan was way stronger than them. Even the students at the back of the martial roll ranking felt ashamed of their inferiority in front of Yi Yuan. Just as everyone was immersed in their emotions, there was a sudden development to the battle situation. Who knew when an azure tasseled sword appeared in Yi Yuan's hand? His entire aura underwent a massive change. At this moment, Yi Yuan's entire person was just like an unsheathed sword, abnormally sharp. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqan were in the midst of a fierce battle. When they felt that aura, they were greatly startled. But Yi Yuan did not give him much time to react. A streak of sword chi slashed towards his head. The timing of this sword was beautifully grasped. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqan were right in the process of attacking. Their current state could not easily be changed or even halted. He was being tied down by Wu Luoqan, so how could it be easy for him to free himself? This sword made Su Yishan's heart palpitate. That horrifying sword intent could unequivocally tear through his protective essence energy, and directly slice off his head. In the moment of peril, how could Su Yishan be bothered to deal with Wu Luoqan? He forcefully withdrew his move halfway, and dived straight down. That streak of sword chi just brushed the top of his head as it shot by. One had to say that Su Yishan's reaction was quick. The dive of his not only evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, but it also dodged Wu Luoqin's move. Even so, Su Yishan still cut an utterly sorry figure. While he evaded Yi Yuan's lethal sword, that streak of sword chi still shattered his headpiece. Currently, Su Yishan was disheveled like a beggar. Where was there any grace of an expert? Spirit artifact. That was definitely a spirit artifact. Many students recognized the sword in Yi Yuan's hand and exclaimed in surprise. My god, why does Yi Yuan have a spirit artifact? In the entire Danwu Academy, apart from the illusionary spirit tower, only the dean has a spirit artifact as well. Where did Yi Yuan's spirit artifact come from? The moment Yi Yuan's Kanghua sword was drawn, it immediately caused an uproar. In a mortal country, the scarcity of spirit artifacts already reached a degree which made people despair. The number of spirit artifacts in the entire state of Qin would not exceed one hand. But Yi Yuan actually had a spirit artifact in his hand. After the astonishment, virtually all the students had covetous eyes. This truly made people admire, envious, and hate. One had to know that if a martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, it could increase their combat power multiple times. Especially an attack-type spirit artifact like Kanghua sword, and the power of a spirit artifact that could be unleashed by Yi Yuan was not even 10%. Only Crystal Formation Realm martial artists could unleash a spirit artifact's true power. If a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist possessed a spirit artifact, they could absolutely dominate those in the same realm. But now, a spirit artifact was actually held in a 9th-level Essence Chi realm's hands. What a reckless waste of God's good gift. Yi Yuan ignored the other people's amazement, and just asked casually. Now, can I bring her away? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, a cold shiver ran down Lu Ruishui's spine. She did not think that Yi Yuan could defeat even Su Yishan. Su Yishan was number 10 on the martial roll. Even Su Yishan could not shelter her. Then wasn't she dead for sure? Arg, Yi Yuan, you forced my hand. Su Yishan was already completely incensed. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan at any cost. The next instant, a horrifying aura surged from Su Yishan's body. He lightly lifted both hands with the palms facing the sky. Dirt yellow color essence energy condensed in the center of his palms. That horrifying pressure suffocated people. This aura is the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, Heaven Flipping Palm. You have to be careful, Yi Yuan. Wu Luoqin solemnly warned him. Yi Yuan's face was similarly serious. He did not expect that Su Yishan still had such a trump card. Just this horrifying aura already far surpassed the power of 3rd-level spirit condensation realm. The might of a high-grade Tier 2 martial technique was extraordinary. Yi Yuan stood with his sword horizontally with a never-before-seen solemnness on his face. Yi Yuan, I want you to know that provoking me, Su Yishan, comes with a price. Go and die. Right now, Su Yishan had already completely lost his reason. There was only one thing on his mind, which was to kill Yi Yuan. He brought both palms together, and the dirt yellow glow rippled out. Next, would be a terrifying attack. Yishan, leave it at this. Right then, a faint voice sounded out in Su Yishan's ear. Chapter 114. What has it got to do with you? Yishan, leave it at this. Right after this voice sounded out, Su Yishan was abruptly awakened. His aura also withdrew after that, vanishing imperceptibly. Seeing that Su Yishan's heaven-flipping palm was stopped, not only did Yi Yuan not relax, his face turned even graver. Those heaven-ranked students automatically opened up a path, and Su Yubai walked out from the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. The one who stopped Su Yishan was actually Su Yubai. What happened? Didn't Su Yubai hope for Yi Yuan to die most of all? Why did his character suddenly change? Su Yishan slowly walked to the front of Yi Yuan and the other two. Su Yishan and Wu Luoqin respectfully bowed, and called out, Elder Su. Only Yi Yuan remained indifferent. Humph, don't even know how to greet when you see me. Indeed, without upbringing. Seeing Yi Yuan's behavior, Su Yubai's temper flared right away. Yi Yuan simply replied nonchalantly, I've cleared the 9 Heavens Road, and already have status equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples. The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples' status is even higher than Outer Sect elders. The one who should be greeting, should be Elder Su, right? The Tranquil Cloud Sect's core disciples had an extraordinary status. They were all 1 in a million geniuses and were also the target of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's heavy nurturing. They possessed many privileges. On the other hand, outer sect elders were at most just supervisors assisting the dean to manage the academy. They did not even count as sect disciples. So their status was naturally not as high as core disciples. Hearing that, Su Yubai's face changed. He immediately gave a cold snort and said, "The high sect had not yet confirmed your status, so you are still the state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy's disciple. Don't give me the attitude of some core disciple." Yi Yuan curled his lips and said, "It's Elder Su who is putting on the airs on an elder with me. So I just have to make clear of my current status." Su Yubai sorrowfully discovered that he could never gain any advantage over Yi Yuan, so he could only change the topic. "Where did the spirit artifact in your hand come from? Such a precious artifact, and you actually did not report to the academy. What are your intentions?" Su Yubai also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually have a spirit artifact in his hands. This truly made him incredibly envious. Su Yubai's own lifeblood weapon was a high-grade magic artifact. Initially, it was also suitable for him. But Su Yubai was already a half-step crystal formation realm. If he used a spirit artifact, it would definitely let his strength rise to another level. Originally, he did not think much about spirit artifacts, because spirit artifacts were too scarce. But now, a spirit artifact actually appeared in Yi Yuan's hands. How could he remain unperturbed? For a puny little 9th level essence chi realm to use a spirit artifact, wasn't that wasting God's gift? How could Yi Yuan not know Su Yubai's little thoughts? Hearing that, he only said coolly, "You know that I swore a Heaven Dao oath before challenging the 9 Heavens Road. So it's inconvenient for me to report about the origins of this sword. If Elder Su is uneasy, then you can inquire from the High Sect. This sword should have once had illustrious fame. I believe it wouldn't be hard to inquire." High Sect again. Using High Sect to suppress me, right? Su Yubai despondently discovered that he really could not do anything about it. Since Yi Yuan dared to openly take this sword out, it showed that there was definitely no issues with its origins. Although Yi Yuan said nothing, he already indicated the source of this sword, 9 Heavens Road. Came from the 9 Heavens Road? Then this would be easy. Since this sword came from the 9 Heavens Road, how can you keep it for yourself? The 9 Heavens Road belongs to the 9 Heavens Road. Since you acquired the spirit artifact on the 9 Heavens Road, you should pass it to the academy to deal with it. Yi Yuan chuckled. Pass to the academy to deal with it? It's passed to Elder Su to handle, right? Just be candid about wanting the spirit artifact. What's with so many detours? Su Yubai's face thickness divine art had clearly been cultivated to an extremely high realm. He did not show any embarrassment after having his thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan. This elder is devoted to public interests. Don't try to slander me. After your spirit artifact is passed to the academy, how to deal with it would naturally be up to the dean and the elders' council to decide. This spirit artifact originally came from the academy, how can you keep it all to yourself? Su Yubai said it with a strong sense of righteousness. Except, who knew how many people actually would fall for that? Elder Su's public spirit is truly touching. But, according to what I know, the 9 Heavens Road doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of the academy. Even if I have to hand it up, it will also be passed to the sect. What has it got to do with you? Yi Yuan did not hold back his words at all. You, courting death. Su Yubai was so angered by Yi Yuan that his 7 souls were about to leave his body, and he looked as if he was about to make a move. Yi Yuan jumped up instead, and yelled out, "Ah! Elder Su wants to kill people. Everyone, be a witness for me." Su Yubai's raging fire was instantly extinguished by Yi Yuan's shout. Yi Yuan's current status was exceptional. If he were to really kill Yi Yuan in public, his elder position could be considered to have come to an end. The charge of killing a high sect's core disciple was not something he could shoulder. He stopped Su Yishan naturally because of this reason as well. He did not think that a few sentences in, he was already swept in by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was like a hedgehog, leaving him nowhere to bite. So aggravating, such utter nonsense. When did I want to kill people? Su Yubai snorted icily. Do you dare to say that you didn't have killing intent just now? Yi Yuan made no concessions at all. Su Yubai had no words to say to that. He switched topic once again. Forget about that first. I heard that you want to bring away this female student for a private interrogation. Do you know that you are setting up a clandestine tribunal? Clandestine tribunal? Then let me ask you, what's the charge for offending a core disciple? You, Elder Su, can say that my status is not yet authentic, but Lu Ruoshui doesn't have that qualification, right? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. This, offending a core disciple, severe cases can be the death penalty. But according to what I know, she doesn't seem to have offended you. Su Yubai said, how do you know that she did not offend and that it wasn't sophistry? Yi Yuan retorted, Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng were already killed by you. This matter has no other witnesses. You aren't going to rely just on your guesswork to sentence her crime, right? Su Yubai smiled coldly. I said just now, I have my ways of making her talk. If she didn't take part in this matter, then the grudges between us will be wiped off the slate. If she feels dissatisfied, I can even apologize to her publicly. What a joke. What method do you have to make her talk? Don't tell me you want to beat a confession out of her. Yi Yuan said, casually, I'm afraid that Elder Su has done quite a bit of those sort of things, right? However, I'm not as ruthless as Elder Su, so I'm unable to do those sort of malicious things. Su Yubai's wrath had just subsided when it was evoked by Yi Yuan again. This punk was really someone that exasperated people to death without paying for it. Forcefully suppressing the fury in his heart, Su Yubai said in a low voice, who in the Danwu Academy doesn't know that this elder enforces the law impartially? Right now, we're talking about you. Why did you come onto me? Like that, huh? Fine then, I know that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed. I wonder if you have ever heard of a type of medicinal pill called the truth pill. Looking at your appearance, you must be unaware. Let me explain it for Elder Su. A truth pill is a tier 2 medicinal pill. If Lu Ruoshui eats it, she will answer anything I ask. At that time, the truth will naturally be revealed. Yi Yuan explained about the truth pill, and also made a quip at Su Yubai. Chapter 115. Refining a truth pill. Utter nonsense. This elder has lived to this old age, and I have never heard of such a medicinal pill. Although Su Yubai did not specialize in alchemy Dao, the Su family still managed a medicinal herbs business. He was absolutely not a stranger to medicinal pills. Since he said he had never heard of it, then even if another alchemy Dao elder came over, they probably never heard of it as well. Except that these words were equivalent to stealthily acknowledging that he was ignorant. I already said that Elder Su is ignorant and ill-informed, so how could you have heard of it before? But it doesn't matter whether you heard of it before or not. What you hear may be false, but what you see is true. After I refine a few of them out, then wouldn't Elder Su know if it's real or fake after sampling it personally? At that time, I guarantee that which concubine Elder Su spent the previous night with will be grilled out, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yi Yuan's words prompted roars with laughter from everyone. The laughter only ceased after Su Yubai shot a menacing glance. Yi Yuan had extremely extensive research in alchemy Dao. He dabbled in all sorts of areas. On the other hand, most of the pill formulas in the state of Qin were targeted for the martial Dao. Either to help martial artists increase their strength, or to help martial artists recover essence energy, so on and so forth. This sort of obscure medicinal pill like the truth pill would naturally not be recorded. The highest level martial artists in the state of Qin did not surpass the crystal formation realm, and their age did not get past 300 years old. Even if one was an alchemy grandmaster, how much leisure time would they have to research this sort of obscure medicinal pill? But, like Yi Yuan said, differentiating whether the medicinal pill was real or fake was very simple. Just find someone to test it out. The medicinal effects could not be faked. With so many people watching, faking it would be exposed straight away. Unless the person trying out the medicine was arranged by Yi Yuan. Su Yubai naturally would not commit such a low-level blunder. Humph, flippant child, I want to see just how you clean up the mess later. Su Yubai snorted coldly. Just like that, Yi Yuan and Su Yubai determined Lu Ruoshui's fate. When Lu Ruoshui heard Su Yubai's words, she ran hastily to Su Yishan's side and pulled on his arm, begging for his help. Senior apprentice brother Su, I don't want to. Su Yishan pulled his arm back, and Lu Ruoshui staggered, collapsing onto the ground. Su Yishan was still enraged after being humiliated by Yi Yuan and felt that this woman was a troublemaker. Why would he pity her? Do you feel that it's still up to you at this juncture? Su Yishan said coldly. In Feng Ruaoking's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan and Feng Ruaoking swapped roles. Feng Ruaoking did the series of preparation work for Yi Yuan's pill refinement. Sigh, I say, can't you just rest for a while? You just came back from the Nine Heavens Road, yet you caused another big upheaval in the entire academy, Feng Ruoqing grumbled as she did her job. Yi Yuan was seriously too proficient at causing disturbances. Even since his abrupt rise, it seemed like the academy had never had a break. Hey, not that I'm unwilling to stop, it's just that there's always some people who keep finding trouble. Lu Er is my kin. If I can't take revenge for her after being hurt to such an extent, how can I be fit to be her young master? Also, how can I face her after she wakes up in a few days? If they want to touch me, then just come at me openly. Even if I'm beaten till I'm crippled, I also won't harbor such a grudge. But if they touch my family and friends, absolutely not. She did not know why, but after hearing Yi Yuan's words, Feng Ruoqing's heart involuntarily quaked, and she blurted out, if I suffered like Lu Er, would you be like this too? Of course, aren't we good friends? Yi Yuan said without thinking. Blissfulness instantly seeped into her heart, making Feng Ruoqing feel a never-before experience, a sense of satisfaction. But, I'm afraid I don't have that opportunity, right? You're a proud daughter of heaven, the youngest high-rank alchemy master in the Danwu Academy. Who would dare to bully you? Yi Yuan added. Feng Ruoqing smiled sweetly and said, that might not be the case. Who knows, there might really come a day where I, this proud daughter of heaven, would require your protection. Haha, I'm afraid that it's the honor of every male in the Danwu Academy to be able to protect teacher Feng, right? Yi Yuan chuckled. Feng Ruoqing blushed lightly and diverted the topic. Oh, right, is there really such a medicinal pill called the truth pill? It's also imparted to you by your master. Yi Yuan nodded and said, the truth pill actually isn't some profound medicinal pill. It's a type of medicinal pill which is applied to the divine soul, making the martial artist's divine soul give up resistance. Since there's a medicinal pill which strengthens soul strength like the soul-nourishing pill, there's naturally the truth pill. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. So that's how it is. Looks like my horizons are still too shallow. It turns out that if we think about the problem from another perspective, there's actually such an effect. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this can't be rushed. Master's realm is remarkably high. How can I compare to his horizons? Such a simple logic, if I had to come up with a way, I might not be able to conceive it in my entire life. Even when his cultivation was at our current realm, he might not even have understood this logic. Only then did Feng Ruoqing feel at ease. You are right, cultivation realm determines one's horizons. Looks like my road is still long. The preparation work is done. Start the furnace and refine the pill. Yi Yuan nodded and started refining the truth pill. Compared to during the alchemist test, no matter whether it was essence energy or soul strength, Yi Yuan was way stronger. It would naturally not be as strenuous for the current Yi Yuan to refine low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pills using the Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique. After 2 hours, Yi Yuan appeared in front of Su Yubai once more, holding a bottle of freshly made truth pills. This is the truth pill. Does Elder Su wish to personally try it out? Yi Yuan said, with a smile. Snort. The person testing the medicine is already arranged. I'll watch just how you clean up the scene later. While Yi Yuan was refining, Su Yubai already inquired from several alchemy Dao experts. None of them had heard of truth pill. Even if Yi Yuan was a low-rank alchemy master, could he be stronger than the seniors in the academy? Hence, Su Yubai had long determined that Yi Yuan was misleading others through trickery. Also that Lu Ruishui would obediently submit. Su Yubai was an old veteran. How could he fall for this sort of trick? At this time, there were even more spectators. Apart from the students, many instructors also arrived at the scene. Even those from the Elders' Council had assembled, including the 2 deputy deans. Yi Yuan, this dean has already researched the alchemy path for 200 years, and I've never heard of something called truth pill. Do you really have confidence? Hu Changsheng was an alchemy grandmaster. He had the greatest right to speak here. Even he had not heard of truth pill. This made many people have doubts about Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not sense any malice from Hu Changsheng, but instead, there was a faint concern. So he smiled and said, don't worry, Dean Hu. If this medicinal pill has a problem, I will offer my head to Elder Su. I can see that he has been interested in this youngster's head for quite some time already. This punk must surely be throwing mist in our eyes. I mustn't fall for it. Su Yubai kept repeatedly warned himself in his heart. Furthermore, even if Yi Yuan dared to offer his head, Su Yubai also did not dare to accept it. Yi Yuan already had the status of the high sect's core disciple now. If he were to die mysteriously, Su Yubai would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hu Changsheng's face changed when he heard that, and said solemnly, "What rubbish are you talking about? If there's really a problem, then a punishment is a must. How can you talk so lightly about life and death?" It sounded like reprimanding, but everyone could hear the intent to protect Yi Yuan within those words. Chapter 116, Testing Medicine. Hey, no use talking so much. Just try, and you will know. Yi Yuan's confident manner made Su Yubai feel uncertain. But when he thought of how even Hu Changsheng did not recognize this type of medicinal pill, then this pill was most likely fabricated by Yi Yuan. Still stubbornly hanging on at this time. "I'll watch just how you die later." Su Yubai was already planning how to punish Yi Yuan. The death penalty was definitely a no-go. But a flogging punishment could be considered. Everything was in place. A flustered-looking Lu Ruishui was brought in front of everyone. Su Yubai shot an icy glance at Lu Ruishui and said, "Don't be afraid, Lu Ruishui." Even Dean, who had never seen such a medicinal pill before. "Do you think it can be real? As long as you can prove that this medicinal pill has no effect, not only will this elder proclaim your innocence, I'll even punish Yi Yuan severely." Understood. Currently, Lu Ruishui was completely flustered. But after hearing Su Yubai said this, it really added quite a bit of confidence. Yeah, Dean Hu was an alchemy grandmaster. A medicinal pill that even he had not heard of was surely fabricated by Yi Yuan. It was a pity that Lu Ruishui did not attend the alchemist test together with Yi Yuan. Otherwise, she would not have such confidence. If Wan Yuan were here, he would definitely rather die than eat the medicinal pill. You got to kidding. To be able to train that fiendishly difficult Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique to the legendary stage, it would not be unusual to refine any medicinal pill. Lu Ruishui sucked in a deep breath, shot Yi Yuan a vicious look and said, "I understand. Yi Yuan, since you frame me so unjustly, this isn't over. I will just try your so-called truth pill and see whether it's real or fake." Yi Yuan did not mind Lu Ruishui's venomous stare at all. He just smiled faintly and said, "This isn't over. I'm afraid you don't have the chance." Finishing, he turned to Su Yubai again and said, "Let's say the nasty stuff first, Elder Su. If I deceived everyone, I am willing to accept any punishment. But if my medicinal pill is effective and I extracted the truth, then what?" Su Yubai replied without hesitation, "If Lu Ruishui truly colluded with Lin Tiancheng to set up fellow disciples, she will naturally be dealt with according to the Academy's rules. Her cultivation will be crippled, and she will be expelled from the Academy." Yi Yuan nodded after hearing this. "I believe Elder Su should not go back on your words in front of so many people." "Begin then." "Hold on." Su Yubai halted. "What? Does Elder Su still have issues? This medicinal pill is refined by you, who knows what the hell are you playing at? During the process of testing the medicine, you have to stand back, Yi Yuan." Su Yubai was clearly still a little concerned. What if this medicinal pill was fake, but Yi Yuan had methods to display some means to compel Lu Ruishui to tell lies? That was also a possibility. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that and quickly understood. He had a teasing smile on his face as he said, "Elder Su is really cautious. Fine, since Elder Su is uneasy about me, just ask personally. I'll go and take a walk." Yi Yuan then threw the bottle towards Su Yubai and really left without looking back. Su Yubai instinctively caught the bottle and could not help being speechless. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so dauntless, to leave just like that. However, he was still apprehensive, so he shot Su Yishan a look to make him follow Yi Yuan out, and keep an eye on him. "All right, Elder Su, Yi Yuan already left. Can we begin?" Hu Changsheng said somewhat impatiently. Su Yubai's yardstick of a despicable man had made Hu Changsheng not having any good feelings toward him at all. A dignified disciplinary hall elder without any imperturbability at all, and was so guarded against a junior. Being urged by Hu Changsheng, Su Yubai also felt that he was a little too cautious. Yi Yuan might be cunning, but he clearly could not pull any underhanded tricks in front of him. However, caution was the parent of safety. Su Yubai did not wish to let go of any trace of opportunity to strike Yi Yuan down. He was doing this in order to punish Yi Yuan, to make him enter the endless forest with injuries. The real killing mechanism he arranged was in the endless forest. Killing Yi Yuan inside the endless forest, even if the high sect came, they would also have nothing to say. Even if Huyan Yong, Feng Ruoking, and co suspected him, what proof would they have? Su Yubai took out a pill from the medicine bottle and passed it to Lu Ruoshui. Lu Ruoshui received the medicinal pill, and her face changed color multiple times. Although she already affirmed that this medicinal pill was definitely fake in her heart, when it really came down to consuming it, hesitation was still unavoidable. Swallow the medicinal pill and start circulating all of your essence energy to resist the erosion of the medicinal effect. Su Yubai transmitted his voice. Lu Ruoshui shot a glance at Su Yubai, closed her eyes, and swallowed the pill. The medicinal pill melted right after entering the mouth. Lu Ruoshui did not dare to delay. She immediately circulated all of her essence energy to resist the medicinal effects. But Lu Ruoshui mournfully discovered that she totally could not find where the medicinal effect went to. Her essence energy was circulating, yet she could not find any trace of the medicinal effects. Lu Ruoshui could not be blamed for this either. If she had consumed soul-nourishing pills before, she would not be at such a complete loss. But sadly, those sort of medicinal pills like the soul-nourishing pill was extremely precious. She had not consumed it before. After a few breaths, Lu Ruoshui suddenly felt her divine soul shudder. Lu Ruoshui silently cussed, but it was already too late now. Her consciousness became increasingly fuzzy. Everyone was paying close attention to Lu Ruoshui's change. Su Yubai saw that Lu Ruoshui's pupils gradually dilated, and her eyes became more and more vacant. A premonition suddenly surged in his heart. No way, it seems like it really took effect. There's actually such a miraculous medicinal pill. Simply incredible, too terrifying. Why do I feel that Yi Yuan is omnipotent right now? Even Dean, who had not heard of this truth pill before. Where did he get the pill formula from? Who knows? Just look at each one of the things he did. Which of them conformed to common sense? Lu Ruoshui's transformation caused a commotion. Clearly, everyone saw that something was amiss. Many people recalled Yi Yuan's words of ridicule about which concubine's room Su Yubai slept in. Back then, they only treated it as a joke. But now, they could not help having goosebumps all over. Everyone had their secrets and things which they did not want others to know deep down in their heart. But with this truth pill, wouldn't these secrets casually spill out? If one consumed the truth pill, was it not like being stripped naked and then thrown out onto the streets? Nobody wanted to experience this sort of feeling. Looks like the truth pill already took effect, Elder Su. Begin questioning then, Hu Changsheng said lightly. Although his tone was calm, the shock that Hu Changsheng felt was not the least bit inferior to the rest. Su Yubai had not asked yet, but Hu Changsheng basically already confirmed that this truth pill really worked. There was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in the world, and this medicinal pill was only a low-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. The expressions on Su Yubai's face was very interesting. There was shock, disbelief, and unwillingness. At this moment, Su Yubai's thought of eradicating Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly firm. Yi Yuan's threat in Su Yubai's heart had already greatly surpassed Yi Hang's. If Yi Yuan were given another few years, no, even just a year's time, the Su family would be ushering in an unprecedented danger. He must not walk out alive from the endless forest. Chapter 117. How will I know if you don't talk? Lu Ruoshui's two eyes were vacant and lackluster, akin to a walking corpse. Su Yubai took a deep breath and probed her further. Let me ask you, Lu Ruoshui. Yi Yuan said that you incited Lin Tiancheng to set up his maidservant, Lu Er. Was there such a thing? Hearing Su Yubai question her, Lu Ruoshui seemed to have some reaction. It was just that the reaction was somewhat sluggish. Lu Ruoshui only replied woodenly after some time, yes. Su Yubai's face darkened slightly and continued questioning, why did you want to deal with Yi Yuan's maidservant? Because, I nearly killed him and was scared that he would take revenge in the future. Hence, I used every means possible to deal with him. Lin Tiancheng's strength was hailed as the greatest among the Earth-rank students. He originally already harbored hatred for Yi Yuan in his heart. I incited him to lay hands on Yi Yuan's maidservant. Yi Yuan will definitely find Lin Tiancheng. At that time, I can borrow Lin Tiancheng's hands to deal with Yi Yuan. Lu Ruoshui confessed everything like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Su Yubai's face became increasingly unsightly. Even though he already guessed that the result would be like this, Lu Ruoshui saying it personally still made him feel stifled. He could not have imagined that there was actually such a miraculous medicinal pill in this world that could make people confess what was hidden deep within their hearts. If their Su family could take control of this type of medicinal pill, their power would rise tremendously. The moment Lu Ruoshui admitted it, all the students started muttering to each other in low voices. It's really her. This woman is really malicious. To actually lay hands on a little girl who was a stranger. She looks so pretty, but she's actually a femme fatale. Such a venomous woman should be killed directly. I heard that Yi Yuan's maidservant passed the entry test, and already officially became the Academy's disciple. This woman was actually so merciless towards fellow disciples. Truly wicked. The students were stirred up for a moment and felt abhorred by Lu Ruoshui's actions. Even if Yi Yuan and Lu Ruoshui had conflicts, Lu was innocent. A young lady was now on the verge of death after being harmed by Lu Ruoshui. She really suffered an undeserved calamity. At this point, Hu Chengsheng said, "All right, the truth is already out. Go and call Yi Yuan back." Not long after, Yi Yuan was then called back. When he saw Su Yubai's expression, he already knew what the outcome was. I wonder what was extracted just now, Elder Su. Did the truth pill have an effect? Although he already knew the result, Yi Yuan still did not wish to give up the opportunity to make things difficult for Su Yubai. Humph, don't you already know? Why are you still asking? Su Yubai said grumpily. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could not tell. Ah, what do I know? You have to say. If you don't talk, how will I know? Yi Yuan said innocently. You. Su Yubai was enraged by Yi Yuan once again. What about me? Just what did Lu Ruoshui say? Talk. Su Yubai stared at Yi Yuan, and wished he could slap him to death with one palm. Yi Yuan clearly knew the result, yet he wanted him to say it out. Wasn't this asking him to slap himself? Su Yubai did not care about Lu Ruoshui's life or death, but he minded his own face and prestige very much. The disciplinary hall placed the highest emphasis on prestige. If he, the first elder, had his face swept clean by Yi Yuan, how would he punish students in the future? Su Yubai was currently regretting finding trouble. If he knew earlier, he would just directly cripple Lu Ruoshui and be done with it. What was the point of triggering all these? Right now, he felt that he was simply moving closer to let Yi Yuan hit his face. And this slap from Yi Yuan was pretty damn loud. Lu Ruoshui, she said. Su Yubai repeated, she said, multiple times but did not continue. Aiya, my elder Su, you will be the death of me. Just what did she say? Yi Yuan gave an extremely anxious look, rousing a wave of sniggering from everyone. To dare make Elder Su lose face like that, Yi Yuan was truly unique in the Danwu Academy. Su Yubai had always been notorious for being cold-blooded and merciless. He had very high prestige in the Danwu Academy. Regardless of who landed in his hands, the outcome would never be good. Hence, he had the nickname of Yama King Su in the academy. Of course, nobody dared to say this nickname to his face. But now, Yi Yuan actually swept Yama King Su's face away. This made many people feel extremely satisfied. It's truly evil will be rewarded with evil. Alright, Yi Yuan, Lu Ruoshui already admitted to framing you and your maidservant. Elder Su, carry out according to the academy's rules then. Deputy Dean Zhang Songtao, who had been silent all this while, could not bear to watch on anymore. So he could only stand up to smooth things out. Oh, so that's the case. Scared me to death. I thought that the truth pill was no good. You should have said that sooner, Elder Su. How will I know if you don't talk? Yi Yuan gave an innocent face after getting off cheap, making Su Yubai gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yet, he was unable to do anything to him. At this time, it seemed like the effects of the truth pill wore off. Some light returned to Lu Ruoshui's eyes. Lu Ruoshui discovered that the atmosphere seemed to be a little off. Suddenly, she recalled the feeling of her divine soul trembling after consuming the medicinal pill and immediately felt that things were bad. Elder Su, Su Yubai was currently seething with rage with nowhere to explode. The moment Lu Ruoshui spoke, it instantaneously ignited his wrath. Su Yubai's face darkened, and he said sternly, Lu Ruoshui. You conspired with Lin Tiancheng to harm fellow disciples, causing them to be severely injured and on the verge of death. In accordance with the rules, I sentence your cultivation to be crippled, and you to be immediately expelled from the academy. Are you going to do it yourself, or am I? Lu Ruoshui's face paled considerably when she heard that. She kneeled down right away and hugged Su Yubai's leg, begging, Mercy, Elder Su. Have mercy. For the sake of senior apprentice brother Su and me. It was still fine if Lu Ruoshui did not mention Su Yishan. Once she mentioned Su Yishan, Su Yubai became even more incensed. How could he allow her to continue talking? He straightaway kicked her dantian area, sending her flying out. Ah! Lu Ruoshui gave a miserable cry and flew out. Su Yubai was a half-step crystal formation realm expert. He kicked out right then in anger. Although he did not use full strength, how could it be something that Lu Ruoshui could withstand? This kick completely scattered the essence energy which Lu Ruoshui toiled and moiled to cultivate, turning her into a cripple. Pooh! Lu Ruoshui sprayed out a mouthful of blood, staining her clothes bright red, making her look utterly miserable. Humph! When you plotted against fellow disciples, you should have prepared for today's outcome. Right now, Yi Yuan's maidservant is dying. I only crippled your cultivation and expelled you. It's already considered light. If you continue to not know what's good for and bite randomly, then it wouldn't be as simple as evicting you out. Su Yubai came in front of Lu Ruoshui and warned while looking down from a height. Lu Ruoshui felt that her dantian area was completely empty, and knew that she already became a cripple. Hearing Su Yubai's threatening words right now as well, she laughed manically. Ha ha ha, your Su family really have no good people. If you have the capability, then kill me, Su Yubai. You don't let me say it, but I insist on it. Su Yishan wanted my body, saying he would shield me. In the end, he can't even beat Yi Yuan. You have power and authority, yet you treated me as a sacrificial piece. Su Yubai, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Ha ha. Su Yishan also returned right then. When he heard Lu Ruoshui's words, his face turned completely dark. Chapter 118. Su Yubai's killing mechanism. Lu Ruoshui went mad, and Su Yubai gave out the instruction for her to be forcefully sent out of the academy. When Lu Ruoshui left the academy, she became a wandering soul, at a loss on where to go. She was once full of ambition and thought that she could rise above over. She was formerly delicate and charming like a flower, pursued by all. And now, she, Lu Ruoshui, was just a cripple. A walking corpse. Even passers-by could not be bothered to look at her. A day later, an assassin who was tailing her the entire day stabbed her with a knife at her back, finishing off this formerly alluring young lady. In reality, many people predicted this ending. It was just that there was nobody concerned with Lu Ruoshui anymore. Lu Ruoshui's outcome today was reaping the fruits she sowed. Who would sympathize with a black-hearted woman? After this incident, Yi Yuan then proceeded to read thoroughly the cultivation law jade slip which Feng Ruoking sent over, and passed her a jade slip he imprinted himself. Feng Ruoking was initially worried that going to the scripture library to select cultivation law would waste a lot of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan would casually throw her a cultivation law? She used divine sense to sweep over the cultivation law Yi Yuan passed her and was involuntarily astonished. This cultivation was simply custom-made for Feng Jiru. What was different was that this cultivation law was an extreme yin cultivation law. This made Feng Ruoking sigh in admiration once again at how powerful Yi Yuan's master was. After settling Feng Jiru's matter, Yi Yuan directly entered closed seclusion, and no longer concerned himself with the academy's affairs. As for the spar with Wu Luokan, both parties agreed to do it after the endless trials. Wu Luokan could tell that although Yi Yuan's strength greatly surpassed those of the same rank, he was ultimately a major realm away from him. It was still somewhat premature to fight now, so he also gave up. Following Yi Yuan's closed seclusion, the academy seemed to have returned to its former peace. Then, the third day after Yi Yuan entered his retreat, another matter caused a huge disturbance in the entire Dan Wu Academy once more. Following Yi Yuan's action, the rank 1 on the martial roll, Long Tang, challenged the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was illustriously notorious. More often than not, several years, even over a decade would pass before anybody dared to challenge it. But now, there was actually 2 students challenging the Nine Heavens Road consecutively within 3 days. This was explosively big news. Although Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll, there were still not many people who thought highly of him challenging the Nine Heavens Road. The Nine Heavens Road was too hard. If Long Tang were already confident a long time ago, he would not have waited until today to challenge it. Hence, the vast majority felt that Long Tang went to challenge the Nine Heavens Road because he was triggered by Yi Yuan. Without any doubt, all of the experts on the martial roll were highly arrogant, let alone the one standing at the top of the martial roll, Long Tang. A formerly unknown student made it past the Nine Heavens Road. As the number 1 on the martial roll, didn't Long Tang get beaten? One had to know that although rank 1 on the martial roll was termed a genius when compared to Yuan who made it past the Nine Heavens Road, the difference was enormous. Only by making it through the Nine Heavens Road could he prove that the degree of his talent did not lose out to Yuan. This was a colossal gamble. If he lost this bet, then Long Tang would not even be able to keep his life. Under these circumstances, expectedly, many students felt that Long Tang was too narrow-minded, and this should not be the conduct of a rank 1 of the martial roll. As a matter of fact, Yuan's talent had already long surpassed Long Tang in many students' heart. He was well deserving for being number 1 in the academy, but Long Tang was unable to accept this reality, so he used his life to wager this name. Only Zuo Bagui knew about Long Tang's plan. Although he did not really understand it, it was definitely not acting on impulse. On the contrary, Long Tang was unprecedentedly calm right now. So calm until Zuo Bagui was unable to grasp his depth. Just several days without seeing him and Long Tang actually underwent such a huge transformation. Could it be that he was really enlightened? Are you really going, old Long? At the foot of the Nine Heavens Peak, Zuo Bagui and Long Tang stood shoulder to shoulder. Naturally, Long Tang replied casually. Sigh, I know that I can't sway you, so I won't persuade you anymore. I wish you good luck then. I will succeed. Long Tang was wholly composed as if he was only explaining a fact. Zuo Bagui and Long Tang had been rivals for such a long time. He knew that he had never been an arrogant and conceited person. But where did he get his confidence? Just because Yuan made it through. Long Tang was not so superficial, right? Long Tang went in front of the stone tablet, swore the heavenly Tao oath, and resolutely stepped onto the Nine Heavens Road. At the back of the mountain, in the abode of the disciplinary hall's first elder, Su Yubai looked at Su Yishan with a dark face. Yishan, you are the future patriarch of the Su family. How can you not weigh the importance when doing things? You've disappointed me greatly in this matter. Su Yubai reprimanded him relentlessly. Su Yishan sweated profusely and bowed as he said, I was wrong, second uncle. Do you know where you were wrong? I should not have get involved with that crazy woman. Speaking of Lu Ruoshui, Su Yishan also gnashed his teeth in hatred. That woman was a troublemaker, drawing major problems for him. You're wrong, it's just a woman. With your identity and status, what kind of woman can't you have? You were wrong not because of provoking that woman, but for provoking Yuan. You clearly knew that this woman came to find you to avoid Yuan and you actually dared to shelter her. If it was just sheltering her, then forget it. But you became enemies with Yuan for her beauty. Su Yubai's words shot out extremely fast. Su Yishan gritted his teeth and said, merely a Yuan, who would have thought that he could actually make Wu Luokan work for him? Otherwise what? Kill him. If I didn't make it on time, even if you killed Yuan, you also can't escape death yourself. Even though the high sect hasn't come over to name Yuan, his status as a core disciple can no longer be changed. Did you consider the consequences of killing a high sect's core disciple? You're the next patriarch of the Su family. How could you do things without thinking it through? Su Yubai reproved him. Su Yishan shuddered. Back then, he was in the heat of the moment. How would he have considered so much? Now that he thought about it, he was genuinely fearful. Seeing Su Yishan's appearance, Su Yubai grunted coldly. Do you understand now? Su Yishan sucked in deeply and nodded, saying, many thanks for second uncle's teachings. This child understood. Understood what? Killing Yuan must be a one-blow certain kill. Otherwise, hitting the snake and not killing it will result in injuries. Since we're in the academy and I have no way of killing him, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke him. The result was getting skunk juice all over me. Second uncle, this child still underestimated Yuan. The speed of his growth is too quick. Although he did not wish to admit it, Su Yishan already acknowledged Yuan's power. The anger on Su Yubai's face finally subsided and what replaced it was a satisfied look. That's right, you're the young patriarch of the Su family. How you want to play with women is not an issue. But there's one thing. Never, ever, hold up important things because of women. Why did I want to publicly kill Yuan? That's because I saw his future threat. Although I didn't succeed, that was just an accident. Since the matter cannot be done, then we will temporarily put it aside. Why shouldn't we make good use of such a fine opportunity like the endless trials when it's placed right there? The endless trials is our best chance, and also our last chance. Hence, Yuan must die inside the endless forest. Chapter 119. preparing for the trials. If it was before Yi Yuan tackled the Nine Heavens Road, I had full confidence in killing him. But I don't have that much confidence in killing the current Yi Yuan even though he can't defeat me, Su Yishan said with knitted brows. Su Yishan had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan. He estimated that his strength was roughly around rank 50 or so on the martial roll. He naturally would not take to heart this level of strength, but if Yi Yuan was bent on running, he really had no certainty of holding Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan would not stand there and wait stupidly for his heaven-flipping palm. Su Yubai retrieved a pill bottle and passed it to Su Yishan. This bottle contains spirit essence pills. After you consume them, take these 2 days to break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. After you reach the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing him shouldn't be difficult, right? Su Yishan's eyes shone, and he quickly received the medicinal pills. To the top 10 geniuses on the martial roll, the allure of the spirit essence pill was enormous. This could be seen from Su Yubai and Long Tang's wager. After reaching the spirit condensation realm, the difficulty of breaking through realms would increase tremendously. With spirit essence pills, it would be equivalent to saving a great deal of time for cultivation. Some people, when they get stuck in the minor realm, it would be half a year gone. At that time, it would not be so easy if they wanted to catch up to others. It had already been a while since Long Tang got the spirit essence pill, but he did not use it this whole time. One could see that he viewed the spirit essence pill equally importantly. Su Yishan said confidently, "Not difficult. Of course not difficult at all. As long as I break through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, killing Yi Yuan will be a simple matter." Su Yubai nodded his head. Clearly, he felt that this speech was not exaggerated. Su Yishan was the best seedling in the Su family. Otherwise, he would not be so heavily nurtured. After breaking through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, Su Yishan's combat prowess would surely advance into the top 5. Among the top 5 students on the martial roll, only Long Tang was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. The rest were all at the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Su Yishan enjoyed resources far beyond other people. If he could not even get into the top 5, then he could forget about his position as the young patriarch. Taking care of Yi Yuan was naturally easy for the top 5 on the martial roll. I've already asked your father to send out the Chong brothers to cooperate with you to eliminate Yi Yuan. They are currently already concealed inside the Endless Forest. Once the Endless Trials begins, they would target Yi Yuan. At that time, make contact with them, and come up with a foolproof plan. You must kill Yi Yuan. Remember, if you don't move, then stay low. Once you move, you must kill. You absolutely mustn't give Yi Yuan any breathing space. Understand? Su Yubai said in a low voice. This was not a discussion anymore, but an order. He knew that Su Yishan more or less had a young master's attitude and might feel it was beneath him to cooperate with those retainers. But no matter what, achieving the goal of killing Yi Yuan was the most critical objective among priorities. The others were of no significance, including Su Yishan's pride. Long Tang charged out of the sea of fire looking rather ragged. However, looking at his eyes right now, it was filled with indescribable luster. So, this is the Nine Heavens Road. Although it's exceedingly treacherous, it's also a limitless treasure trove. Long Tang gasped in admiration. Long Tang could not compare to Yi Yuan. The first stage's concepts to Yi Yuan was simply unqualified to make the cut. But to Long Tang, these concept checkpoints were remarkably perilous. But after the dangers, Long Tang managed to grasp some things, letting him reap many benefits. Long Tang did not continue rushing. He meditated on the spot to comprehend his harvests just now. Long Tang's strength lied in his perception. Otherwise, what right did he have to seat at the first place of the martial roll when he was only at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm? In the top 5, only Long Tang alone was at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm. His combat prowess was evident. One had to know that there was a minor stage gap between the 3rd level spirit condensation realm and the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Hence, he could also comprehend some things which others were unable to on the Nine Heavens Road. It was just that this way, his clearing speed became exceptionally slow, showing a sharp contrast from Yi Yuan clearing the checkpoints. After 2 days had passed, Long Tang nearly made it past the first stage. No way. Isn't senior apprentice brother Long going to have his face slapped until it swells like a fatty's like this? It's already so hard for him to make it past the first stage. What should he do about the later stages? Sigh. This also can't be helped. If I were rank 1 on the martial roll with my position being challenged like that by Yi Yuan, I might also come and challenge the 9 Heavens Road too. Forget it. Looking at senior apprentice Brother Long, I reckon that it's going to be very tough to come down from up there. After all, not everybody can create such miracles like Yi Yuan. I think so too. Although senior apprentice Brother Long is incredible, everyone unanimously agreed that his degree of monstrousness is inferior to Mo Yuntian. If senior apprentice Brother Long had confidence in challenging the 9 Heavens Road, he would have come long ago. Why wait until today? Sigh, forget it, let's leave. It's going to be the endless trials in 2 days. With senior apprentice Brother Long's speed, I reckon that he won't make it in time. As the endless trials approached, many students dispersed from the 9 Heavens Road. The foot of the 9 Heavens peak promptly became deserted. 1 day later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. There was still 1 day before the endless trials began. He needed to prepare some things to bring into the endless forest. Yi Yuan knew that this trip would definitely be very perilous. He already offended Su Yubai and Su Yishan thoroughly. They did not dare to make a move within the academy, so they definitely would not let go of the chance called the endless trials. But this journey to the endless forest was imperative for Yi Yuan. He had no choice but to take this risk for Lu Er. The medicinal pill Yi Yuan was planning on refining for Lu Er was called the Essence Yang Pill, a high-grade Tier 2 medicinal pill in the Divine Realm. This pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the herbs required were also exceptionally harsh. There were 3 core ingredients in the Essence Yang Pill. All of them were exceedingly rare herbs. Only this sort of dangerous, yet resource-rich place like the Endless Forest would have it. Also, Yi Yuan happened to know the location of one of the core ingredients. This core ingredient was precisely the 7-colored flowing cloud python inner core. That was also because Yi Yuan took note of it back when treating the 7-colored flowing cloud python poison for that brawny man, and asked for the whereabouts of the 7-colored flowing cloud python. But he did not expect that it would really come in handy now. One might say it was coincidental, but in reality, it was inevitable. Yi Yuan was infatuated with the alchemy Dao in his past life and would naturally be very interested in rare medicinal herbs. This sort of good habit also carried forth till today. The 7-colored flowing cloud python possessed a divine beast bloodline. Its inner core's attribute was extreme indomitable yang, perfect for restraining Lu Er's frost poison. And the other 2 core ingredients were similarly extreme yang plants. One was called crimson soul grass, the other was pine yang fruit. Although these 2 items were hard to find, they were not undetectable. Through Huiyan Yang, Yi Yuan already roughly knew the possible locations where these 2 herbs would appear. But the 7-colored flowing cloud python had incredible might. It was a middle-rank Tier 2 demonic beast, equivalent to a human second-stage spirit condensation realm expert. This was also an extremely thorny problem for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan still had another objective for going to the Endless Forest, which was to break through to the spirit condensation realm. Chapter 120. Who's protecting whom? The Essence Yang Pill was incredibly challenging to refine. Even Yi Heng definitely could not refine it. Hence, if he did not break through to the spirit condensation realm, it would be entirely useless for Lu Er even if Yi Yuan found these medicinal herbs. However, although breaking through to the spirit condensation realm might be very difficult for other people, it was a simple matter to Yi Yuan, this alchemy emperor. Closed seclusion for 2 days, but Yi Yuan's realm was not fully consolidated yet. Otherwise, he could break through to the spirit condensation realm right now. His advancement speed from the 4th level Essence Chi realm to the peak 9th level Essence Chi realm was too swift. Even though comprehending heart like still water eliminated the hidden dangers brought about by advancing realms too quickly to the extremity, it would affect future cultivation if not properly consolidated. Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to be careless about this. To talk about the best way to consolidate cultivation realm, it was undoubtedly to experience numerous fights. And what the Endless Forest lacked the least was demonic beasts. Yi Yuan could fight and consolidate his cultivation at the same time. One of the preparation work Yi Yuan had to do right now was to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill called Spirit Surge Pill. This medicinal pill could increase the probability when impacting the spirit condensation realm. If it was transcendent grade, and it could increase the probability to 100%. Refining the Spirit Surge Pill with Yi Yuan's current strength was a breeze. Furthermore, other people required half-step spirit condensation realm as a buffer when impacting the spirit condensation realm. It was entirely unnecessary for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had the past experience of impacting the spirit condensation realm. Compressing essence energy to him was an extremely simple matter. Hence, there was completely no need to tread on thin ice like the rest. After tinkering the whole night in Feng Ruaoking's pill refinement room, Yi Yuan finally settled everything. Yi Yuan saw Feng Ruaoking and Feng Zhiru after leaving the pill refinement room, but not Huyan. Feng Ruaoking's face had thick worry written all over it, making Yi Yuan very curious. What happened, Teacher Feng? Huyan has been temporarily transferred out by the academy. He headed for a small city at the borders of the state of Qin to take care of business, Feng Ruaoking said. Yi Yuan understood in a flash. He smiled and asked, is Teacher Feng being transferred out as well? Feng Ruaoking could not help commending Yi Yuan's nimble mind. She nodded and said, there's another batch of students going to take part in the alchemist test tomorrow. It's still going to be me leading the group this time. Actually, Teacher Huyan was originally preparing to enter the endless forest to protect you. Heh, what a move to lure the tiger away from its lair. However, if they want my life, they got to have the capability first. Not only was Yi Yuan undaunted, but he was also raring to go instead. Seeing the situation, Feng Ruaoking could not help being concerned. Yi Yuan, I know that you are very strong. But your current realm is too low. Why not give up the endless trials trip this time around? You passed the Nine Heavens Road. Even if you don't undergo the endless trials, they also won't dare do anything to you. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, no way. I can afford to delay, but Lu Er's condition can't. Helping her to suppress the frost poison will only last for another month at most. At that time, even if my master personally came, he would also be unable to save her. Relax, it's just one Su Yishan. I still couldn't care less. However, Feng Zhiru had a disdainful look right then. Looking at your supercilious appearance, you'll suffer a loss sooner or later. Are you still uninformed? Just yesterday, Su Yishan already successfully broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm. Now, even if I match up with him, I might not gain an advantage over him. Yi Yuan had grown accustomed to Feng Ruaoking's speech manner long ago and did not mind her disparaging remarks in the slightest. Oh, 4th level spirit condensation realm. Indeed a little troublesome. Yi Yuan stroked his chin as he said with a frown. Humph, no fear now. I advise that you better stay in the academy obediently. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lose your little life. Feng Zhiru continued to land blows. Yi Yuan stared at Feng Ruaoking and suddenly grinned. Already cultivating the water-defying incantation, Not bad of an improvement. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is talented as expected. I believe that with Senior apprentice Sister Feng protecting me, there shouldn't be many issues with this trip, right? Being said like that by Yi Yuan, Feng Zhiru's pretty face blushed lightly and pouted. Who wants to protect you? You, a big grown man, still need women to protect you. Aren't you ashamed? Oh please, it's true that I'm a grown man, but I'm also your junior apprentice brother. A senior apprentice sister protecting her junior apprentice brother, isn't that perfectly justified? Furthermore, you're number 3 on the martial roll. If you don't protect me, could it be that I have to protect you? Feng Zhiru wanted to continue arguing but was interrupted by Feng Ruaoking. Zhiru, during this endless trials, both me and Teacher Huyan have been transferred away. Now, only you can protect Yi Yuan. Even if Su Yishan broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm, he's unlikely to be your match. As a matter of fact, you also received great kindness from Yi Yuan. Slightly repaying it is also expected, yes. Feng Ruaoking then turned to Yi Yuan. Zhiru, this lass is thin-skinned, so she's embarrassed to thank you. I'll say it on her behalf then. The water-defying incantation is simply custom-made for Zhiru. These 2 days, she cultivated day and night, and said that her body's ailments have been relieved considerably. When Feng Ruaoking said that, Feng Zhiru's pretty face became an adorable red apple, charmingly alluring. Who wants to thank him? Humph. Feng Zhiru left like fleeing after saying this. This lass, I really don't know what to say about her. Feng Ruaoking sighed. Haha, junior apprentice sister Feng has a genuine personality. It's just that she's a little unruly. Let her be. Yi Yuan just laughed it off. Feng Ruaoking also did not know which neuron was misfiring. She suddenly opened her mouth to ask, Yi Yuan, what do you think of Zhiru? Ah, pretty good. Teacher Feng isn't matchmaking, right? Yi Yuan suddenly reacted and retorted with a question. Feng Ruaoking's pretty face was flushed red. Actually, I feel that you and Jiru are quite compatible. Feng Ruaoking did not know why, but when she said those words, she became dispirited for no reason. She felt empty as if she lost something. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Teacher Feng hasn't settled your own affairs yet, right? Thinking about finding a groom for your niece already? Feng Ruaoking panicked and blurted out, I'm infatuated with alchemy Dao in this lifetime. I don't wish to waste time on this. Feng Ruaoking already regretted it right after saying it. This was cutting off her route of retreat. Yi Yuan laughed and said, Don't randomly be a matchmaker anymore, Teacher Feng. This job isn't suited for you. Haha. Feng Ruaoking flushed again and really kept mum after that. This counted as Yi Yuan declining Feng Ruaoking's good intentions. Regarding the matter of finding a Dao companion, Yi Yuan really had not considered it. He was shouldering a deep blood feud. This road in the days to come would be incomparably bumpy. Being his Dao companion was not so simple. A single misstep and they would die, with their Dao dissipating. At that time, wouldn't Yi Yuan be in even greater agony? Just as the two were silent, the entire academy seemed to be in a buzz. Yi Yuan involuntarily lifted his head to look and saw a streak of multicolored road pouring down on the top of the Nine Heavens Peak. After several days, the Rainbow Road reappeared. Chapter 121, Long Tang returns. Is someone challenging the Nine Heavens Road? And they succeeded. Yi Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw the reappearance of the Rainbow Road. Feng Ruaoking also had a stunned look. She also did not expect that Long Tang could really clear the Nine Heavens Road. It's Long Tang. I didn't think that he would really succeed. Yi Yuan curled his mouth. Didn't everyone say that the Nine Heavens Road is a death zone? Looks like it's nothing more than this. At any rate, Yi Yuan did not experience overwhelming difficulty. But since other people also successfully cleared it, then the legend of the Nine Heavens Road was somewhat untrue. But Feng Ruaoking shook her head and said, You're wrong. The Nine Heavens Road is truly difficult to the extreme. Even if I go and challenge it with my current realm, it would be very tough to retreat unscathed. Long Tang being able to clear it can only mean that his potential is enormous. Yi Yuan recalled the terror of that final sword and immediately approved of Feng Ruaoking's statement. He could withstand that sword, but that did not mean that others could also endure that sword. If the array was at full blast, Feng Ruaoking would really perish if she entered it. Alright, the endless trials are about to begin. Let's head over first. Earth rank and Heaven rank students were already assembled in the central square. The square was densely packed. There were most likely several thousand people. Because the strength of Black rank and Yellow rank students were too poor, they were not required to participate in the endless trials. They would only become cannon fodder if they go anyway. The aim of the academy organizing this endless trials was to train students, not to send them to die. The crowd of students clearly also saw the wondrous view of the Rainbow Road reappearing. Each one of them was struck dumb by shock. The legendary Nine Heavens Road was actually cleared consecutively. After the astonishment, it made the thoughts of many who proclaimed themselves geniuses to waver. Zuo Bagui looked at that tiny figure on the Nine Heavens Road with indescribable shock. He actually made it through. Could it be that he and I are already no longer of the same world? Zuo Bagui murmured to himself. Zuo Bagui sucked in a deep breath, and could not resist looking for Yi Yuan's figure among the crowd. It was that person who changed Long Tang and made him undergo a transformation. Just what kind of magic powers did Yi Yuan have? Why couldn't he feel it? This search really made him see Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Ruaoking were chatting and laughing as they made their way over, filling the bystanders with jealousy. Zuo Bagui did not mind that. But no matter how he sensed, he could not feel that so-called magic power on Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice Brother Long is truly talented. He made it past the Nine Heavens Road as expected. He is fully deserving of the number one in the academy. This was a loyal Long Tang fan. Is your brain rotten? It's already been 4 days since senior apprentice Brother Long challenged the Nine Heavens Road. Yi Yuan only used the greater part of a day to challenge the Nine Heavens Road. The two of them are simply incomparable, okay. Furthermore, Yi Yuan made it past the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm. His potential is limitless. So what? In terms of strength, Yi Yuan is far off. Senior apprentice Brother Long can defeat him with just one hand. Also, as long as one passed the Nine Heavens Road, they would have the status of the High Sect's core disciple. Not going to argue with a brain-dead fan like you. Senior apprentice brother Long's lead is only temporary. Yi Yuan will surpass him before long. Yi Yuan and Long Tang, as the number one person of the new and old generation, both also having cleared the Nine Heavens Road, possessed a large group of loyal fans each. On the stage of the square, Zhang Songtao was also ecstatic to see Long Tang clear the Nine Heavens Road. Haha, truly invigorating. Two geniuses who made it past the Nine Heavens Road actually appeared consecutively in my state of Qin's Danwu Academy. We can stand up with our heads high. Let's see if those bunch of grandsons dare to show off in front of me when I see them in the future. Hu Changsheng also stroked his beard lightly as he said with a smile, truly unexpected. Heaven is protecting my state of Qin's Danwu Academy. To have two peerless geniuses appear consecutively. Su Yubai had seen Yi Yuan long ago. He snickered coldly while looking at him. Wasn't it just clearing the Nine Heavens Road? What was there to be cocky about? To actually use the status of the high sect's core disciple to suppress your father. Now, Long Tang cleared the Nine Heavens Road as well. Let's see what you have to be arrogant about. Su Yubai already made the decision to rope in Long Tang at all costs. This kind of people would definitely become a powerhouse of their generation. With him covering the Su family, they would be as stable as Mount Ai for the next few centuries. And Yi Yuan would surely become a quietly fallen comet after this endless trials, becoming a bygone. Long Tang came. The clothes on him already became strips of rags. His aura was also somewhat disorderly, making him appear somewhat ragged. There was a sharp contrast with Yi Yuan calmly clearing the Nine Heavens Road. It was obvious from his condition that the Nine Heavens Road was not so fun. Long Tang definitely experienced terrifying attacks on the Nine Heavens Road. However, while Long Tang's aura was disorderly, his entire person was displaying his edge fully, complete polar opposites from his usual self. This point was very similar to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha, what a fine Long Tang. Truly remarkable, indeed worthy of being number one on the martial roll. The way I see it, your potential is even greater than Mo Yuntian and Yi Yuan. Su Yubai went up to greet him with a hearty laugh. Su Yubai's words incurred many people's disgust. They also saw his intention to rope him in, but nobody dared to say anything. There was a vast difference between whether Long Tang passed the Nine Heavens Road or not. If he made it past the Nine Heavens Road, Long Tang's future accomplishments would absolutely increase multiple folds. If he failed to make it past the Nine Heavens Road, then he would at most be an expert in the state of Qin. It obviously would not be worth it for Su Yubai to pull him in then. Long Tang did not show much of a reaction towards Su Yubai's solicitation. He just bowed slightly and said, "Many thanks for Elder Sus praise. Long Tang doesn't deserve this. Worthy, what's there to be undeserving about? You, Long Tang, have always been the absolute number one in the academy. Now, you even cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Who would dare say that you are undeserving?" Su Yubai said smilingly. If it was somebody else, they would more or less have to expound on the disciplinary hall's first elder's solicitation. But Long Tang shook his head and said, "Senior apprentice brother Mo is a senior who already left the Danwu Academy. It isn't good to compare with him. As for Yi Yuan, I am vastly inferior to him. If I did not clear the Nine Heavens Road, I could perhaps still numb myself. But now that I've experienced it for myself, I know just how gifted Yi Yuan is. This title of number one, Long Tang dare not accept." Following Long Tang's words, Su Yubai's face grew increasingly darker. Long Tang's words were undoubtedly giving him, Su Yubai, a slap in front of thousands of people. How awkward was this for the lofty disciplinary hall's first elder? But Long Tang ignored Su Yubai's complexion and circled around Su Yubai to come in front of Zhang Songtao. He was the highest figure hosting this endless trials. "Dean Zhang, Long Tang came here for two matters. The first is to request not to take part in the endless trials this time. Long Tang has just passed the Nine Heavens Road and have some gains. I wish to enter closed-door seclusion for a period of time. I hope that Dean Zhang will allow it." Long Tang's current condition was clearly unsuitable for participating in the endless trials. Zhang Songtao naturally would not be so unreasonable. He nodded and said, Enter closed seclusion and comprehend your gains well. Forget about the endless trials. What's the second matter? The second matter is to express thanks to a person. Without him, I couldn't have cleared the Nine Heavens Road. Oh, there's such a thing. Who has such capabilities to actually aid you in passing the Nine Heavens Road?" Zhang Songtao exclaimed in surprise. Long Tang's word aroused everybody's curiosity. But nobody knew the answer except for Zuo Bagui. Chapter 122, Destined Battle. Long Tang turned around and swept his gaze across the crowd beneath the stage. Everyone looked in all directions trying to find the person which Long Tang spoke of. Just who is it, to actually be able to help senior apprentice brother Long pass through the Nine Heavens Road? A heavenly Tao oath has to be sworn every time before entering the Nine Heavens Road. Who would divulge information on the Nine Heavens Road? Who knows? I reckon that senior apprentice brother Long hooked up with some senior apprentice sister. The power of love is the mightiest. It was this conviction supporting him as he charged through the Nine Heavens Road, right? You don't say. There might really be that possibility. It's just who knows which family's girl have that honor. In my view, only senior apprentice sister Feng can match with senior apprentice brother Long in the entire academy. It's not her, right? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Teacher Feng has already been acquired by Yi Yuan. If senior apprentice sister Feng and senior apprentice brother Long become a pair, how will they let us live? The students started whispering to each other with their rich imagination. Soon, the topic digressed to Feng Ruoqing and her niece. Martial artists' auditory abilities were excellent. Some words were inevitably transmitted into their ears, making Feng Ruoqing blush to the tips of her ears. Who knew since when she was already acquired by Yi Yuan? Even she was unaware of it. In front of the public, Feng Ruoqing forever had that ice-cold look. Hearing the crowd's discussion, an intangible killing chi spread out. Except that there were too many people talking. She could not possibly kill them all, right? Long Tang swiftly found Yi Yuan in the crowd. He paid attention to Yi Yuan for a very long time already and was naturally familiar with his aura. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Without your guidance, I couldn't possibly have passed the Nine Heavens Road. Long Tang extended his heartfelt thanks. Long Tang's words instantly caused an uproar. What? It was actually Yi Yuan. How's that possible? It seemed like they didn't even know each other, right? Yeah, also, Yi Yuan is only at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. What can he teach senior apprentice brother Long? He couldn't have divulged the secrets of the Nine Heavens Road, right? But Yi Yuan is still living well right now. It couldn't be that senior apprentice brother Long cleared it himself like that after watching Yi Yuan challenge the Nine Heavens Road, right? That's too sinister. Everybody felt doubt and bafflement towards Long Tang's words. Even if Long Tang's talent was beneath Yi Yuan's current strength was still weak. What could he help Long Tang with? Furthermore, those familiar with Long Tang knew that he and Yi Yuan were not even acquainted. When did Yi Yuan even help him? Su Yubai's face promptly darkened after hearing Long Tang's words. This Long Tang simply did not know how to appreciate favors. To actually praise Yi Yuan in front of so many people. Even if he did not accept the olive branch he cast, did he not know that Yi Yuan and the Su family were mortal enemies? Was each one of them rushing to oppose the Su family? If a tiger did not demonstrate its might, did they really treat me, Su Yubai, like a sick cat? You all are geniuses, yes, but a genius who can't mature will only be a speck of dust in history. Who would remember you all? Yi Yuan was also mischievously guessing who gave Long Tang pointers just now. Who would have expected Long Tang to actually name him, leaving him somewhat caught unaware? Hey, are you mistaken, senior apprentice brother Long? When have I ever guided you? This is the first time we've met, okay? Yi Yuan was rather bewildered. Long Tang suddenly beamed, smiling very happily. Those familiar with Long Tang knew that he rarely smiled. Today was really without precedent. You've said wrongly, Yi Yuan. Today is indeed the first time you've met me. But I've already seen you many times before. Virtually every time you fought in the academy, I've been observing you. All the way until you charged bravely into the Nine Heavens Road. Finally, I was enlightened, and found the path which belongs to me. Hence, even though you don't know that I've changed because of you, I still have to thank you. Long Tang proclaimed loudly. Oh, so that's the case. Haha, then congratulations to you. There isn't a need to thank me. It would be great if you can help me finish off that old fellow behind you. Yi Yuan pointed to Su Yubai behind Long Tang and said with a smile. Su Yubai's face darkened even more severely with Yi Yuan's words. He did not think that Yi Yuan would actually dare to request Long Tang to kill him in front of so many people. Utterly preposterous. Just keep being smug, brat. I've already laid down an inescapable net for you in the endless forest. Just go without worry. Long Tang did not turn back. He knew who Yi Yuan was pointing to. Her. I'm still not Elder Sus match right now. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you fulfill this wish of yours. However, 1 year is probably a little tight for me. But it should be sufficient for you. It's still more refreshing to personally do this sort of thing like revenge. The first half of Long Tang's words sounded like complimenting, but the second half was simply looking down upon Su Yubai. And the meaning of his words was actually acknowledging the truth that Yi Yuan was even more talented than him. Long Tang, do you know the consequences of insulting the Academy's elder? Su Yubai was enraged. Long Tang's back faced Su Yubai. He did not plan on responding from the start. Towards Su Yubai's conduct, Long Tang also despised him greatly, which was why he said those words. Tisk tisk tisk. Elder Su is getting on in years. You're really quite forgetful. Senior apprentice brother Long cleared the Nine Heavens Road, so his status is already equivalent to the Tranquil Cloud sect's core disciple. His status in the Tranquil Cloud sect is already higher than yours. So what if he insults you a little? Yi Yuan derided him. Good. You all want to rebel, right? Just wait. Don't think that you can be carefree after making it through the Nine Heavens Road by luck. Su Yubai's flames of wrath could already burn the skies. Better save it, Elder Su. We're about to take part in the endless trials now. You'd better not delay everyone's time. Yi Yuan completely ignored Su Yubai's threat. Zhang Songtao, who was hosting the endless trials, could no longer watch on. Speaking up, he said, All right. Yi Yuan, Long Tang, don't mess around anymore. Although you two already have the status of the High Sect's core disciple, you are still in the state of Qin's Danwu Academy, yes? I know that both parties have some grudges, so temporarily put aside this matter. The matter at hand is still to undergo the endless trials. Both parties, give me face and stop arguing. Zhang Songtao's words were clearly partial towards Su Yubai, but Yi Yuan was indifferent. Either way, Su Yubai's face was already swept clean by him. He did not suffer a loss. Rather, it was Long Tang who seemed like he had not finished talking. He asked Yi Yuan, although this request is rather abrupt, I still wish to be able to fight with you before heading for the Tranquil Cloud sect. I wonder what's your opinion? Even though this was the first time Yi Yuan came into contact with Long Tang, he still had quite a good impression. Long Tang was clearly someone who was forthright and determined. A pretty decent opponent. Furthermore, Long Tang was rank 1 on the martial roll. Yi Yuan wanted to charge back to the divine realm, so Long Tang was in its true sense his first barrier. He had to pass it. This battle was perhaps destined a long time ago. Alright, even if senior apprentice brother Long doesn't come and find me, I would also go and look for you. This battle, I will definitely go. Yi Yuan said heroically. Chapter 123, Utterly Shameless. Team up with me, senior apprentice Sister Feng. My 7-star sword art is already trained to the great success stage. I won't drag you down. Why not we go together, senior apprentice Sister Feng? If we encounter high-tier demonic beasts, I will sacrifice my life to let you escape. Together, senior apprentice Sister Feng, all the treasures our team gets will belong to you. I only want the items the mission requires. After the rather unpleasant assembly ended, the majority of the teams left the Danwu Academy. Along the way, many powerful and outstanding young men gathered in front of Feng Jiru, hoping to team up with her. Feng Jiru's charm was truly not fake. Just in this short while, there were already no less than 10 male students who requested to team with her. And their strengths were all at the second-level spirit condensation realm and above. One had to acknowledge that Feng Jiru's cold and icy appearance could greatly stimulate men's desire to conquer. The colder she was to these male students, the more stimulated these males rushed up to her. Even when Feng Jiru rejected those male students, they still circled around not far from her. Yi Yuan kept following neither too far away nor too near. But now, he joined in, asking with a smile, why not take me, senior apprentice Sister Feng? You see, my strength is meager. The two of us teaming up can fully display your unparalleled majesty. Everyone shot a scornful look at Yi Yuan. Your strength is meager. Your combat prowess can already rank in the top 50 of the martial roll. Can bullshit even reach such a level? Furthermore, don't women all wish to be protected by men? Your kind of degrading request for protection will surely be despised by senior apprentice Sister Feng. Speaking of which, this was already not the first time Yi Yuan hid behind a woman's back. The previous time Su Yubai ambushed, didn't Yi Yuan also hide behind Teacher Feng? Could Yi Yuan be a typical case of bullying the weak but fearing the strong? How could senior apprentice Sister Feng possibly like such a man? Moreover, who in the academy currently was unaware that Yi Yuan already picked up teacher Feng now? Now, he even came to tease Feng Zhiru. Could it be that he wanted to simultaneously collect aunt and niece? Did he not want to retain his face? Even if senior apprentice sister could not find any man, it was also impossible to share a husband with her own aunt, right? Right at this moment, Feng Zhiru suddenly stopped and turned around to stare icily at Yi Yuan. A bone-chilling intent spread out. Just when everyone thought that Feng Zhiru was about to explode, she spat out 4 words coldly, "Make way in front." Everybody fell to the ground. Just what in the world happened? This world is too insane. Senior apprentice Sister Feng actually agreed. Could it be that senior apprentice Sister Feng was a thorough cold elder sister who enjoyed this sort of play? If they knew earlier, they would also have pretended to have a pitiful appearance to satisfy senior apprentice Sister Feng's protective desires. Haha, heard that, senior apprentice Sister Feng has already agreed to pair up with me. Everyone, stop circling around her already. You all are also aware that once senior apprentice Sister Feng flares up, ordinary people can't take it. Better not find trouble for yourselves. If you are hurt because of this, don't blame me for not warning you all. Yi Yuan told everyone with a smile. Finishing, Yi Yuan really led the way to open up the path. There were naturally some who still refused to give up. In the end, after Feng Zhiru drew her sword and nearly sliced off an ear, did everyone leave unwillingly. At this moment, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiru already arrived at the borders of the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest was filled with dangers. Hence, when students underwent the Endless Trials, they frequently entered in threes or in pairs. The duration of the Endless Trials was half a month. The mission for heaven-ranked students was to submit 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts' inner cores and 10 stalks of Tier 2 medicinal herbs. This mission did not seem hard to complete. They just had to kill 10 Tier 2 demonic beasts, harvest 10 stalks of medicinal herbs, and that was it. But in fact, it was not so simple. The strength of the demonic beasts tended to be immensely powerful, often a level greater than the strength of martial artists of the same level. Furthermore, many demonic beasts lived in groups. Once they get caught, it was virtually impossible to survive. Also, some medicinal herbs often had its accompanying beast to guard it. One could suffer the attack of a demonic beast at any time while harvesting herbs. Hence, forming teams to complete the mission was obviously the best option. Senior apprentice sister, aren't you tired at all of showing that icy face all day? Seeing nobody around, Yi Yuan turned towards Feng Zhiru. None of your business, I want to. Feng Zhiru snapped. Although she still maintained that frosty look, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like throwing a tantrum. It was entirely different from that kind of distancing people 1,000 miles away sort of iciness just now. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "You got to marry eventually, gorgeous. How are you going to find your mister? Right like this?" Feng Zhiru said, "All of you stinky men, every one of you just thinks about dirty stuff. None of you are good. Why do I have to show a good attitude to you all? You're overturning an entire ship of people with one blow. Let's not talk about whether men are good or not first. This Tao of men and woman is a natural great Tao. A gentleman pursues a fair maiden. There's nothing inappropriate about this, right? I also didn't say that I can't find a Tao companion. What are you anxious about? Don't tell me that you are so anxious because you fell for this young lady like those stinky men." Feng Zhiru's words unconsciously detached Yi Yuan away from the rest. Most likely, even she did not realize it herself. Yi Yuan chortled and said, "Senior apprentice sister might be beautiful, but I'd better keep a respectful distance away from that personality of drawing your sword at the slightest provocation. I don't wish to find a Tao companion who might just stab me one day. That would be such an unjust death." Feng Zhiru gnashed her teeth and said, "You're so vapid. Do you have to keep harping on that one thing forever?" Just like Feng Ruoking, Feng Zhiru had always been rather confident in her own charm. But in front of Yi Yuan, she had never found that sort of superiority. Not only did Yi Yuan not humor her and indulge her like the other students, but he also avoided her like the plague. Feng Zhiru had never experienced this sort of frustration before. Moreover, she could sense that Yi Yuan's words just now was not deliberately weighed out. But rather, he really did not want to have any association with herself. In reality, Yi Yuan had never schemed after anything of hers. In fact, he helped her and her aunt a lot. Feng Zhiru was prideful and haughty. All she thought about was pursuing the extremities of the martial Tao. If she could no longer advance in this lifetime, it would be even worse than killing her. Not only did Yi Yuan notice the problem with her body, he even gave her a cultivation law. This cultivation law named water-defying incantation was simply custom-made for her. Feng Zhiru advanced at a tremendous pace when training this cultivation law. Without any accidents, she only required 3 months to catch up to her former cultivation law's progress. Although Feng Zhiru never expressed anything towards this, she was actually still very grateful to Yi Yuan in her heart. Yi Yuan involuntarily laughed when he saw her look. Haha, fine, fine. Actually, it's not that I'm anxious about your affairs, but it's teacher Feng who is more concerned. Feng Zhiru asked doubtfully, my aunt. What's the matter? Yi Yuan repeated what Feng Ruoking said in the morning and said smilingly, your aunt is also really strange. She's clearly still a young lass, yet she's worried about your matters. Hearing this incident, Feng Zhiru surprisingly did not express any opinion. Instead, she pulled a long face and said, quickly go. Continue to open up the path. Yi Yuan laughed and said, open what path? We can just openly walk in. As he was talking, Yi Yuan fished out 2 medicinal pills and handed Feng Zhiru one. Chapter 124, Breath-Concealing Pill. Feng Zhiru looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands. A stinky odor wafted over. She could not resist pinching her nose and pushing away Yi Yuan's hand, asking with a frown, what medicinal pill is this? So smelly. Tier 2 breath-concealing pill. Tier 3 demonic beasts and below will be incapable of detecting our aura. This will save us a lot of trouble, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Zhiru shook her head repeatedly and said, I don't want to, stinks to death. Eat it yourself if you want to. Yi Yuan smiled and did not insist on it. He swallowed one and kept the other one away. Right now, the two had already entered the boundaries of the endless forest and did not stop for long. They headed straight into the deeper areas. Hey, what place are we going to? Feng Zhiru asked from behind. Going to the Crimson Summit Ridge first, Yi Yuan answered without even turning back. Crimson Summit Ridge, are you mad? That's the habitat of the long-armed stone ape. There's at least tens of thousands of long-armed stone apes. There might even be a Tier 3 ape king. Are you going to seek death? Feng Zhiru exclaimed in shock. Long-armed stone ape was a Tier 2 demonic beast. Once surrounded by a group of long-armed stone apes, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. Go if you want to. I also didn't make you come along. Earlier, it was just to help you out of your situation. Do you really think I'm counting on you to protect me? Yi Yuan did not spare any face for Feng Zhiru. Feng Zhiru flew into a rage when she heard this. Yi Yuan, who do you think you are? Just your puny bit of strength isn't even fit to carry shoes for this young lady. Isn't it just a one-way route to hell if you go to the Crimson Summit Ridge? Gorgeous, don't flatter yourself. I don't want to carry shoes for you. Also, just because you're strong, it doesn't mean that you'll definitely be fine. My strength is not as great as yours, but I also won't do something just to die in vain. Understood. I'm not going anymore. I want to see just how you're going to come out from the Crimson Summit Ridge. Feng Zhiru stomped her feet angrily and then stopped. Yi Yuan still did not turn his head back. He kept moving forward with gusto without the slightest intention of stopping. Feng Zhiru and Yi Yuan had mingled for some time already. They more or less understood a little of the other party's temper and personality. Regardless whether it was the great life and death battle with Lin Tiancheng or challenging the Nine Heavens Road later on, Yi Yuan never did anything he was not confident in. And even though this Yi Yuan's strength was not great, his various means were inexhaustible. She had never seen him suffer a loss. Not that she had never seen Yi Yuan be at a disadvantage before. The only time she saw it seemed to be from her hands. That one sword nearly cost him his life. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure about to disappear from her line of sight, Feng Zhiru gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and displayed her movement technique to catch up. This fellow completely doesn't know to give in to girls a little. Such a blockhead, maddening this princess to death. Feng Zhiru said huffily. Yi Yuan's pace was not quick. In a blink of an eye, Feng Zhiru caught up. Without waiting for Yi Yuan to speak, Feng Zhiru said irately, don't think too much into it, Yi Yuan. I just don't want to be scolded by Auntie when I get back, that's why I'm continuing to protect you. If you die in the endless forest, she will definitely not spare me when I return. Yi Yuan's back faced Feng Zhiru as he simply smiled and kept mum. If he could, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to go to Crimson Summit Ridge either. But one of the core ingredients of the essence Yang pill, Crimson Soul Grass, just happened to be growing in the habitat of the long-armed stone apes. He had no choice but to go. The long-armed stone ape was a demonic social beast. Furthermore, their strength was very great. Even crystal formation realm martial artists did not dare to freely intrude. No wonder Feng Zhiru's reaction was so big. After 4 hours, inside a dense forest, a faint blue pretty figure suddenly swung a sword and killed a demonic beast opposite her. The pretty figure landed on the ground panting daintily and her fragrant sweat dripping. This was already the third Tier 2 demonic beast that Feng Zhiru killed. Apart from these Tier 2 beasts, she even killed no less than 10 Tier 1 demonic beasts. After killing so demonic beasts, Feng Zhiru's essence energy consumption was naturally enormous. While at the side, Yi Yuan remained composed as he looked at Feng Zhiru, who was dripping fragrant sweat without the slightest intention to come over and help. Do you still have humanity, Yi Yuan? I came to help you, but you've been standing idly by all this while. Feng Zhiru currently wished that she could split Yi Yuan with one sword. As for Feng Zhiru's sword, Yi Yuan was not too concerned. Although he was not Feng Zhiru's match at the moment, it was no longer possible for Feng Zhiru to try and kill him with a sword like last time. My great missus, it's you who are noble and refuse to eat the breath-concealing pill. Now, you are blaming me for attracting demonic beasts. I have a lot of places I want to go. How would I have the energy to keep wasting time along the way like this? Let's not talk about whether you will encounter powerful demonic beasts if you slaughter your way over or not, just the exhaustion will wear you out dead tired. Yi Yuan said grumpily. The endless forest was infinitely vast. The distance to the Crimson Summit Ridge from the borders was 1,000 miles. To human martial artists, it was already a very deep place. Even though Yi Yuan had a map of the outer regions of the endless forest and could do a detour to avoid some danger zones, it would take too much time. He could afford to dawdle, but Lu could not. So he could only walk in a straight line. Consuming the breath-concealing pill could minimize trouble to the limits. Yet Feng Zhiru refused to eat it. Yi Yuan also knew Feng Zhiru's temper. Advising her was useless. Only by letting her suffer some hardship would she change her mind. Indeed, now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Zhiru suddenly had a revelation. No wonder along the way, demonic beasts did not attack Yi Yuan and just pounced towards her vigorously as if they did not see Yi Yuan. So this was actually the reason. Feng Zhiru knew Yi Yuan's alchemy standards, so she naturally would not doubt his medicinal pills. It was just whenever she thought of that unbearable stench, Feng Zhiru would just shrink back. Seeing Feng Zhiru's expression change several times, Yi Yuan fished out that medicinal pill again and said, "Senior apprentice sister, if you plan on following me forward, just swallow this medicinal pill in one breath. Otherwise, we can only part here. You're also aware that I came to the endless forest this time because of important matters. Time is very precious. If we continue like this, you will only become my burden." Although she really did not want to admit it, it was just as Yi Yuan said. She would only become Yi Yuan's burden if this continued. Feng Zhiru was extremely competitive. She could not accept the fact of becoming a baggage that needed to be carried around. Thinking up to here, Feng Zhiru reached out to snatch the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand, and swallowed it with her eyes shut. The pill entered her mouth, and Feng Zhiru realized that it was not as nasty as she imagined it to be. In fact, it carried a faint trace of fragrance in the mouth which overflowed her entire body. Looking at that smile of Yi Yuan's like his scheme had succeeded, Feng Zhiru's temper flared up out of nowhere. She pointed her sword at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Did you make fun of me on purpose? I'll kill you." Yi Yuan hurried, dodged and laughed out loud. "My great missus, can you be reasonable? Do you think that if I tell you right from the start, you would believe it?" Hearing that, Feng Zhiru was stunned. What Yi Yuan said was really true. Each person knew their temper the best. Even if Yi Yuan explained just how delicious that medicinal pill was from the beginning, there was no way she would have consumed it. Chapter 125, Obtaining Goodwall Flower Using Wit. Feng Zhiru consumed the breath-concealing pill. There was no harassment from demonic beasts along the way, so the pair's advancement speed increased significantly. After half a day, the two people walked almost half of the journey. But Yi Yuan suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you walking?" Feng Zhiru asked. "There's good stuff." Finishing, Yi Yuan pranced forth and arrived in front of a cave. Feng Zhiru was also very curious as she tagged along. Feng Zhiru was about to ask again when Yi Yuan gestured with his hand to keep silent. He transmitted his voice, there should be a type of herb in this cave called the Goodwall flower. However, this flower tends to have iron paw flying bears guarding it. Feng Zhiru asked puzzledly, why do you know again? 1. Some precious herbs not only have associated beasts but also have associated plants. This stretch of blue sandalwood forest is the Goodwall flower's accompanying plant. The blue sandalwood can secrete a type of liquid into the soil, and this liquid is precisely the Goodwall flower's nourishment. Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiru was dumbstruck. She felt that Yi Yuan was simply omniscient and omnipotent. Just merely passing by a stretch of blue sandalwood forest and he actually discovered the highly rare Goodwall flower. As an alchemist, Feng Zhiru naturally heard of the Goodwall flower. It was a very rare tier 2 medicinal herb, except that the herbal essentials did not describe the Goodwall flower in detail. Clearly, the author Li Shizhen himself was unclear of the source and use of this flower. 2. Something which an alchemy sovereign did not even understand, yet Yi Yuan could enumerate it like his family's treasures. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence was that teacher behind him? Ignoring that teacher, Yi Yuan himself was only 15 years old. What kind of genius could learn so many things when they were 15? However, Feng Zhiru would only keep her astonishment a secret. Her mouth was condescending, and she said, you know a lot, huh? In a while, if we can't find these Goodwall flowers, let's see what you have to say. Yi Yuan smiled and did not clarify. He transmitted his voice to her. Later, you lure the iron paw flying bear away. I'll go and retrieve the herb. Feng Zhiru immediately frowned heavily when she heard that and even forget to transmit her voice as she responded indignantly, are you mistaken, Yi Yuan? You are a grown man yet you keep making women do dangerous things. Go if you want, I'm not going. Yi Yuan gave an innocent look and said, you came to protect me, senior apprentice sister. Can you bear to watch me go and die? An iron paw flying bear is a tier 2 demonic beast with high speed and great strength. If I go, it's equal to casting away my life. I don't care. Either way, I'm not going. Feng Zhiru's willfulness acted up. Roar. Right then, a huge roar sounded out. The pair's arguing sound startled the iron paw flying bear inside the cave. A colossal figure gradually appeared from the pitch-black cave with a body full of fur. It was precisely an adult iron paw flying bear. Damn, we alerted the iron paw flying bear. Quickly run. Feng Zhiru shrieked and turned around to run away. After running a few steps, Feng Zhiru suddenly realized that something was wrong. Turning back, she found out that Yi Yuan did not even move. What are you standing stupidly there for, Yi Yuan? Quickly run. We aren't a match for the iron paw flying bear. Feng Zhiru yelled. Iron paw flying bears had very explosive tempers. Seeing Yi Yuan stand there without moving at all, it swiftly locked onto him. Whoosh! The iron paw flying bear roared again and pounced at Yi Yuan with lightning speed. But Yi Yuan remained motionless right there like he was scared silly. Feng Zhiru did not expect that this sort of situation would occur. The iron paw flying bear's attack power was very strong. If its palm landed fully, how could Yi Yuan survive? Although Feng Zhiru liked to bicker with Yi Yuan, it did not mean that she could really watch Yi Yuan die like that. In a blink of an eye, the iron paw flying bear already crossed several dozen meters. That titanic bear paw already smacked down towards Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiru gritted her teeth and shot towards Yi Yuan with her movement technique at full blast. The iron paw flying bear and Feng Zhiru's sword had intimate contact and actually released intense metal scratching sounds with sparks. The iron paw flying bear's bare paw was brushed away, but Feng Zhiru retreated several steps in succession. A surge of blood swelled in her chest. The name of Iron Paw of the Iron Paw flying bear was well deserved. The strength of a pair of bear paws was actually comparable to magic artifacts. Feng Zhiru's sword was naturally a rare high-rank magic artifact, but it was actually unable to leave any injury on the bear paw. Right then, Yi Yuan turned around to look at Feng Zhiru. He smiled and said, "Many thanks to senior apprentice sister Feng for saving me. Since you're already matched up, then I'll have to trouble you to lure it away." You actually made use of me." Feng Zhiru was exasperated. Only now did she react to being tricked by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not unable to evade, but he deliberately did not dodge just to wait for her to come back and save him. Now was clearly not the time to chat. The Iron Paw Flying Bear already arrived in front of their eyes. Wanting to run away now was useless. Since it was named Iron Paw Flying Bear, it could be seen that it was big but not clumsy. It had extremely swift movements. The Iron Paw Flying Bear seemed to be enraged. It howled again but disregarded Yi Yuan and pounced towards Feng Zhiru. Feng Zhiru swept a cold glance at Yi Yuan and said, "I'll settle the score with you later." Humph. Finishing, Feng Zhiru carried her sword and turned around, speeding out far away. Yi Yuan chuckled and yelled at Feng Zhiru's back, "Be careful, senior apprentice Sister Feng." After that, Yi Yuan walked over to the cave without hurrying at all. The Iron Paw Flying Bear had an enormous build. The cave it chose was naturally very spacious. The cave was not deep. Yi Yuan entered the cave and quickly found the Goodwall flower. In fact, there were a total of several hundred stalks. Haha, with these Goodwall flowers, I can nurture at least several hundred crystal formation realm powerhouses. Such luxury. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this cave had so many Goodwall flowers inside. The reason why Yi Yuan was unwilling to give up on these Goodwall flowers was primarily because of the promise he made to Huinyang previously. Back then, Feng Ruoqing guessed some parts, but she did not think that Yi Yuan could honor that promise so quickly. The big gift Yi Yuan wanted to give Huinyang back then was to help him enter the crystal formation realm. Do not look at how 9th level spirit condensation realm was just that teeny bit away from crystal formation realm. That little bit was so near, yet poles apart. To the vast majority of spirit condensation realm martial artists, the end point of their martial path was the peak 9th level spirit condensation realm. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm was absolutely like a 1,000-man army and 10,000 horses crossing a single log bridge. It was extremely difficult. One had to know that it had already been over a dozen years since Su Yubai was stuck at half-step crystal formation realm. Yet, he was unable to take that step. The difficulty of breaking through to the crystal formation realm could be imagined. According to Yi Yuan's observations, Huinyang had the hope of breaking through to the crystal formation realm. It was just hard to determine the time. With his help, Huinyang could shorten this step by at least 30 years. Yi Yuan would naturally be using medicinal pills to aid Huinyang. The medicinal pill to help martial artists break through into the crystal formation realm was called the crystal formation pill. An ordinary high-grade crystal formation pill could increase the success rate of condensing crystal by 30%. With Yi Yuan's standards, as long as he broke through to the crystal formation realm, it would naturally be not just that. And a Goodwall flower was one of the core ingredients for the crystal formation pill. With these crystal formation pills, Yi Yuan could even create an army of crystal formation realm martial artists. Such a force could virtually sweep across the tranquil cloud 10 nations. Chapter 126, Are You For Real? Placing these Goodwall flowers inside his storage ring, Yi Yuan continued to search the deeper parts of the cave. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan was very familiar with the living habits of all sorts of demonic beasts. The Iron Paw Flying Bear was not just the accompanying beast for the Goodwall flower. It also retained some habits of bears, for example, their love for eating honey. Some honey was extremely precious. Yi Yuan just wanted to try his luck by going in. This cave was very tidy. Clearly, that Iron Paw Flying Bear cherished this place greatly. Before long, Yi Yuan saw a stone mound. The stone mound was slightly larger than that Iron Paw Flying Bear. It was clear that this was where it rested. Yi Yuan surveyed the surroundings and went over to examine a lump of honey and could not help being thrilled. It's actually silver sword bee honey, and there's so much. I really struck gold. Looks like that big stupid bear couldn't bear to eat it and hoarded it here. Didn't think that I would profit from this. Heh. With this thing, I can also justify to Feng Zhiru that lasts later. Otherwise, she would definitely split me in half. Silver Sword Bee was similarly a tier 2 demonic beasts. Furthermore, its attack power was very strong, and its sting was highly toxic. The average person dared not approach it. Looks like that stupid great bear's skin is really thick. To actually finish off a Silver Sword Bee's beehive. Truly impressive. Silver Sword Bee's honey was extremely hard to come by. The effects of just directly consuming it was not inferior to a transcendent grade essence chi pill. After Yi Yuan broke through to the spirit condensation realm, his cultivation would similarly require large quantities of medicinal pills. The medicinal pill commonly used in the endless world when cultivating at the spirit condensation realm was called essence drop pill. Yuan obviously would not use such a low-level medicinal pill. He was prepared to refine a medicinal pill called jade water pill. Its effect was more than a level stronger than the essence drop pill. And the silver sword bee's honey was precisely one of the core ingredients to refine the jade water pill. The medicinal pill that could be refined from so much silver sword bee honey was roughly enough to let Yuan break through to the 4th or 5th level spirit condensation realm. And the silver sword bee honey had another use, which was whitening and beautifying. With Yuan's methods, after refining several beauty-retaining pills to bribe Feng Jiru, that last most likely would not find trouble with him anymore. Which woman did not wish to be forever young? After collecting these silver sword bee honey, Yuan did not stay on and prepared to leave the cave straight away. If Feng Jiru could not hold on and that great stupid bear came back early trapping him inside, that would not be good. Yuan swiftly went to the cave entrance and was just about to exit the cave when a premonition suddenly struck. 4 streaks of cold light came from 4 different directions, sneak attacking Yuan directly. The strength of these 4 people were all at the spirit condensation realm. The 4 light beams virtually locked down Yuan from all angles for the purpose of taking his life. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, Yuan had no time to think too much, and could not be bothered with his image. He directly dropped and rolled inside the cave, barely evading these 4 attacks. Even so, a blade still struck Yuan's calf. Big brother, turns out it's just a 9th level essence chi realm brat. Made us wait so seriously. Don't underestimate this brat. A 9th level essence chi realm could actually dodge our ambush. His strength can't be downplay. What are you scared of him for? We, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, are spirit condensation realm experts. You're even at the 3rd level spirit condensation realm, big brother. This brat also has the exit blocked by us. Don't tell me he can fly away. The ambushers did not continue the pursuit but blocked the exit, sealing off the only way out. Yuan crawled up from the ground and felt a burning pain in his calf. Yuan was familiar with poison and knew that the blade was coated with poison. He involuntarily frowned and fished out a detoxification pill he refined from his storage ring and ate it. Only then did it suppress the toxin. The Southern Ridge 4 heroes saw Yuan's actions but did not stop him. They just looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. One of them said, "It's useless, brat. This toxin was something we, Southern Ridge 4 heroes, begged from the 5 poison immortal. Even if tier 2 demonic beasts were struck by it, it would die from the poison half a day later, let alone a puny 9th level essence chi realm like you. Ordinary detoxification pills completely can't resolve this poison." Yuan ignored him, faced the boss-like martial artist, and answered with a question, "You guys are demonic beast hunters." Seeing how these few people's equipments were shabby and their age was rather old, they were clearly not the Danwu Academy's students. So that just left demonic beast hunters. This place was roughly 500 miles away from the boundaries, precisely the place where spirit condensation realm demonic beast hunters frequent. In the endless trials, not only would one suffer attacks from students and demonic beast hunters were likewise a source of danger. They originally worked with their lives on the edge of a blade while the students in the Danwu Academy were all proud children of heaven who enjoy countless cultivation resources. Under this comparison, there were naturally many demonic beast hunters who felt unfair. And among them, a percentage of them would choose to lay hands on students. In past endless trials, the number of students who died at the hands of demonic beast hunters was not small. That's right, if I guessed correctly, you should be a student from the Danwu Academy, right? Looks like it's the time for the Danwu Academy's endless trials once again, the boss said. Why did you guys ambush me? Yuan asked again. The boss sniggered and pointed to where the Goodwall flowers originally were and said, naturally for the precious herbs on you. This place should have many medicinal herbs, right? Looks like it was taken by you. Hand it over, and we will give you a painless end. Hearing the boss's words, Yuan could not resist laughing. You guys won't even let me off if I hand over the herbs. Hey, sorry, who asked you to be from the Danwu Academy? If I let you off after you exit the Endless Forest, how will we, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, survive? Then what are you bullshitting for? Just directly make a move to snatch it and be done with it, Yuan said sullenly. That boss chortled. He continued talking with an attitude like everything was within his grasp. Talking naturally has its purpose. Do you know what poison we smeared on the blade? This poison is called 100-breath collapse. That's to say that within 100 breaths, the poison will flare up and you'll have no way of resisting, and definitely die within half a day. From when you were poisoned till now, it's been almost 90 breaths. 10, 9, 8, 1, down. This 100-breath collapse proved effective every time the Southern Ridge 4 heroes used it. Even if a gargantuan-build demonic beast were inflicted by this toxin, it would also collapse onto the ground within 100 breaths. Yuan was only a 9th level essence chi realm. He naturally could not escape this end. But when he finished the 10 breaths and said the word, down, Yuan remained standing there without any intention of collapsing. Did I count wrong? There's still several breaths of time, Boss said in bewilderment when he saw the situation. Yuan looked at this Southern Ridge 4 heroes boss and could not resist sighing. Are you for real? Playing poison with this little lord, you are still a little too unskilled. When this little lord was playing with poison, I'm afraid your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Chapter 127, Sowing Discord. Although the detoxification pill Yuan refined was only tier 2, the composition of the medicinal pill was completely different from what Yang refined. Consuming the detoxification pill and facing these spirit condensation realm martial artists from the state of Qin, Yuan could be said to be invulnerable to all poison. If several spirit condensation realm martial artists could inflict poison with a detoxification pill refined by an exalted alchemy emperor, then it would truly be a joke. When Yuan finished talking, the face of the boss of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes swiftly fell. A teenage youth talking about his grandfather not being born yet to his face, these words had indescribable oddness. Could it be that this brat was an old monster who just maintained this face using youth-retaining techniques? The boss quickly denied this thought. Being admitted into the Danwu Academy, one had to undergo a bone age test. If this brat was really an old monster, there was no way he could have entered the Danwu Academy. And Yuan was clearly just 9th level essence chi realm. Which old monster's strength was this lousy? Hence, the boss's final conclusion was that Yuan was purely diverting him. Heh, your detoxification pill is a treasure. Even 100 breaths collapse was useless to you. But do you think that with your power alone, you can escape from the 4 of us? The boss sneered coldly. Yuan did not panic the slightest bit. Instead, he smiled lightly and said, Southern Ridge dead dogs, right? You all can come and try. Finishing, an azure-tasseled sword suddenly appeared in Yuan's hand with an intimidating chilling chi. It was precisely the Kenghua sword. The instant the Kenghua sword appeared, the powerful aura unique to spirit artifacts swiftly enveloped the Southern Ridge 4 heroes. Demonic beast hunters were people with vast experiences and knowledge. Once the Kenghua sword showed itself, they felt its distinctiveness. Spirit artifact. It must be a spirit artifact. Precious artifacts and magic artifacts definitely don't have this sort of undulations. The Southern Ridge boss exclaimed in shock, and his eyes instantly showed incomparable greed. Being reminded by the Southern Ridge boss, the other 3 people immediately also reacted. Their gaze similarly revealed that extremely greedy look. Ha 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 ha, to think that I, Chen Jicho, can actually own a spirit artifact. It's truly heaven's blessings. Brat, didn't your family's elders teach you the principle of not revealing valuables? Since you flashed out a spirit artifact, then I won't stand on ceremony and just accept it. The Southern Ridge boss laughed maniacally. Right now, Chen Jicho was so agitated that he was shaking a little. This was a spirit artifact. Even in his dreams, he did not think that he could actually possess a spirit artifact in this lifetime. Chen Jicho already started to picture the scene of wielding the Kenghua sword and slaughtering in 4 directions. Just imagining it made one excited. Yuan looked at Chen Jicho, and with a smile that was obviously not sincere he said, is that so? But there's only one spirit artifact, yet there are 4 of you. How do you plan on distributing it? Once Yuan's words came out, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes' face changed. Humph. Trying to sow discord between us 4 brothers, you're still too inexperienced, brat. Regarding the allocation, us brothers will naturally take our time to discuss it after killing you. No need for you to worry. Chen Jicho had toughened himself after so many years in the pugilist world and quickly reacted to Yuan's intentions, and he tried to use words to calm his own brothers. But now that Yuan said that, Chen Jicho also quietly planned out how to settle the ownership of this spirit artifact. After snatching over the spirit artifact, he would find a chance to finish off the other 3 people. This sword would belong to him alone. Whatever Southern Ridge 4 heroes, whatever brotherhood runs deep, they were all nothing in front of a spirit artifact. The martial arts world was where the strong prey on the weak. Only making one stronger was the absolute truth. Chen Jichou braved all kinds of dangers for so many years. How could he be unaware of this principle? Really, but I saw your look when you were talking just now, and it doesn't seem like you want to share with your brothers. You aren't thinking about pacifying your brothers first, and then killing them after snatching the spirit artifact to keep it all to yourself, right? Don't get agitated, I was just guessing. Yi Yuan beamed widely with squinted eyes. Having his inner thoughts seen through, Chen Jichou could not help becoming furious. You are seeking death, brat. Us brothers have braved through fire and water for so many years. Our feelings are as solid as metal. Do you think that just by sowing a bit of dissent, we'll fall for it? Brothers, kill this brat first. Ayaya, becoming angry from shame. You say that your feelings are as tough as metal. Do you dare to swear a heavenly Tao oath? What's there to be afraid of? However, kill you first before talking. Old second, old third, old fourth, what are you standing there stupidly for? Don't tell me our relationship can't even stand up to a few sentences from this punk. Chen Jichou gave a pained expression. The other three people exchanged glances but did not make a move for a long time. Clearly, Yi Yuan's words took effect. Heh, it's not that your feelings aren't deep, it's the benefits which are too substantial. The allure of spirit artifacts is too great. Who can resist it? The way I see it, the few of you are vicious and ruthless people. Your relationship was good last time because there wasn't the temptation of enormous benefits. But now, there's a spirit artifact that appeared in front of you all. None of you can remain calm, right? The few of you aren't his match in the first place. Once he gets the spirit artifact, can you all still survive? Yi Yuan said it calmly. Yi Yuan's words made the other three people's expression change once more. No matter how good a spirit artifact was, it was not as good as one's life. These Southern Ridge 4 heroes were originally infamous among demonic beast hunters. Each of them was ruthlessly cruel and cunning like foxes. To say that the 4 of them were demonic beast hunters, one might as well say that they were hunters of hunters. They frequently moved against other demonic beast hunters, incurring the wrath of both heaven and men. But these 4 people's strength was also very great, resulting in nobody dared to provoke them, and could only do their best to hide from them. These 4 people looked as if they were a monolithic block, but in reality, each had their own abominable quality. In front of prophets, how could they advance and retreat together as they used to before? At this time, Old Second finally said, Big brother, not that we don't believe you, but this spirit artifact is overly important. It is better if we discuss what to do with it first, then each swears a heavenly Tao oath. When Old Second said that, Chen Jichou's heart immediately sunk. Clearly, his killing intent was roused. However, Chen Jichou was the most cunning out of the 4, so he naturally would not show it on his face. Chen Jichou laughed and said, since that's the case, then us brothers discuss it first. Anyway, this brat can't escape, so there's no rush. Seeing this scene, a trace of a sneer flashed across the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. Bystanders see things clearly. He knew that this Chen Jichou already had the intent to kill. Currently, those 3 people still wanted to get a share, so they obviously could not detect Chen Jichou's thoughts. Seeing the boss being so amiable, the 3 people also felt relieved. Old Second, I'm afraid you already have some idea, right? Why not say it out and let us brothers hear it? Not the slightest bit of worry could be seen on Chen Jichou's face. Old Second nodded and said, the spirit artifact is an important artifact. It can't be easily revealed to people. Otherwise, the 4 of us will definitely be chased to the ends of the world, and finally, whether we can keep it or not is still a question mark. Hence, those who have seen that us brothers have a spirit artifact must die. When that was said, the other 3 also strongly felt the same and nodded to express their agreement. But right then, the essence energy in Chen Jichou's body was already quietly revolving. The danger slowly approached. Chapter 128, Murder triggered by a spirit artifact. As for the problem of the ownership of this spirit artifact, I feel that we can use a year for the duration. Boss, your strength is the greatest, so you get half a year. The remaining half a year will be split among the 3 of us. Each of us gets 2 months. The more Old Second talked, the more excited he got. He felt that his allocation plan was very reasonable. It could dispel the boss's discontent and also let himself use a spirit artifact for a period of time. Oh, your idea is pretty good. I concur, Chen Jicho nodded and said. Then what do the rest of the brothers think? Old Second asked again. Old Third and Old Fourth naturally did not have any objections. Old Second opened his mouth again. He said, since that's the case, then let's decide it like this. But to avoid everyone reneging in the future, we'd better set a heavenly Tao oath. Ah, Old Second had not finished talking when he flew out. He spewed fresh blood frenziedly in midair and landed feebly on the ground. There was air going in but no breathing out. Clearly, he was done for. This change happened too suddenly. Old Third and Old Fourth did not even manage to react yet. Chen Jicho did not hesitate. After ambushing Old Second, the attack he prepared long ago was launched at Old Third. A chilling light flashed past, and a blade severed Old Third's arm with extreme speed. Old Third's reaction was also fast. He slightly tilted his body. Otherwise, this move would have split him into two. Arg! Old Third cried out wretchedly and hastily revolved his essence energy to try and stop the bleeding from the wound. Old Fourth looked at Chen Jicho in horror and reproached furiously, what's the meaning of this, boss? The moment the sneak attack succeeded, Chen Jicho finally felt relieved. Among them, the Southern Ridge 4 heroes, Old Fourth's strength was the weakest, being only at the first level spirit condensation realm. Dealing with him was not hard. What he feared most were Old Second and Old Third joining hands. That would more or less be quite troublesome. If they fought until both sides were injured over here, would it not benefit that brat by the side? Heh, no other meaning. My intention, don't tell me that Old Fourth you still can't tell. Chen Jicho said with a spurious smile. Old Fourth's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, you're really vicious, boss. Us brothers have already been together for 10 years, right? You actually laid hands against Life and Death brothers for a spirit artifact. Chen Jicho sneered and said, Life and Death brothers. Don't think I don't know your dirty deeds. These few years, your wings have grown hard. How many spoils of battle have you all pocketed? When have I not closed an eye to it? Every time we encounter a strong enemy, you run faster than a rabbit, Old Fourth. Who helped you all to fall back? Now that we finally came across a spirit artifact, you actually still want a portion of the soup from me. What's the fucking point of placing this spirit artifact in your hands? Even so, you shouldn't have murdered. We have so many years of sentiment between us brothers. What matter can't be discussed? Old Fourth appeared to be enraged. Discuss my ass. Think your father, I, still don't know your temperaments. If it was some other thing, then forget it. But this is a spirit artifact. A spirit artifact which even a crystal formation realm old freak find hard to get. How could you all possibly watch me use it alone? Hence, it's better to kill off cleanly. This spirit artifact is mine, Chen Jicho's. The more Chen Jicho spoke, the more agitated he got. Old Fourth's expression changed several times, but in the end, he still submitted, imploring, Big brother. My strength is the weakest among us 4 brothers. I won't even think about owning a spirit artifact. Now that second brother and third brother, one is dead and the other is injured, I'm even less of a threat. Can you let me off? I can swear a heavenly Tao oath that I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of you owning a spirit artifact. Old Fourth said it very sincerely in a manner like he stood aloof from worldly desires, which made Chen Jicho calm down. After ruminating it for a short while, Chen Jicho nodded and said, fine. Swear an oath. Hearing that, Old Fourth was overjoyed, and he hurriedly expressed gratitude. Thank you, Big brother. Old Fourth no longer hesitated and directly raised his finger pointing to the skies, swearing, I swear an oath in the name of heavenly Tao, I'll absolutely not leak out the matter of Big brother obtaining a spirit artifact, otherwise. Old Fourth's heaven Tao oath was recited halfway when a change occurred once more. Chen Jicho's blade howled towards Old Fourth with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder which left no time for covering ears. Old Fourth really thought that the boss let him off. How could he have thought that he was so ruthless and had long had the heart to kill for certain? Virtually without defending, that blade light pierced Old Fourth's heart. Up until now, Old Second and Old Fourth died. Old Third still had half his life left. The wound was poisoned. Old Third would die for sure in half a day. Finishing all these, Chen Jicho looked at Yuan, and said with a smile, congratulations to you. Your inciting discord succeeded. There's only me alone left among us 4 brothers. Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, your Southern Ridge Dead Dogs brotherhood really runs deep. When I was watching just now, it touched me so much that I'm almost tearing. Chen Jichou could not be bothered with Yi Yuan's sarcasm and said, I thought that you would take advantage of the chaos just now to run away. Didn't think that you could actually hold back. Haven't you been guarding against me? If I were to escape, it would be perfect for you give me a lightning blow, isn't that so? Yi Yuan said. Chen Jichou was somewhat puzzled as he said, didn't think that your strength can't cut it, brat, but your observation is rather meticulous. A talent, but if that wasn't the case, you also couldn't have incited us brothers to kill ourselves. Chen Jichou, this person was very insidious and cunning. He even calculated against his own brothers, let alone Yi Yuan. Although he was dealing with the other 3 people just now, he always paid attention to Yi Yuan's movements. As long as Yi Yuan dared to move, he would surely give Yi Yuan a lightning-like blow. Haha, thanks for the praise, Yi Yuan laughed and said. Having already finished off the other 3 people, Chen Jichou was not anxious right now. Instead, he started chatting with Yi Yuan. Seeing that you already have 9th level Essence Qi Realm cultivation at such a young age, I'm afraid that your status in the Dan Wu Academy isn't low, right? And yet, a genius like you have to plummet here today. This is really regretful. His mouth said regretful, but Chen Jichou's expression was very excited. Obtaining a spirit artifact and even nipping a genius in his bud, no matter how he thought, it was an extremely refreshing thing. Yi Yuan looked at Chen Jichou pitifully and said with a smile, I'm asking, if you were for real, why haven't you have a single bit of awareness? Hoping for a joke to become aware doesn't seem to be very realistic. I also don't know who gave you your confidence, to make you feel certain of finishing me off. Chen Jichou was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. A 9th level Essence Qi Realm brat actually dares to be so brazen. It's really typical of the people from the academy. I know that your academy's students are all really impressive and can leap ranks in battle. If you were a spirit condensation realm martial artist, then I really dare not talk to you like this. But sadly, you're only a 9th level Essence Qi Realm. Chen Jichou was at the 3rd level Spirit Condensation Realm. The way he saw it, wouldn't dealing with a 9th level Essence Qi Realm be a complete crush on the latter? Even if he was a genius. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Do you know why I sowed discord to make you all kill each other? Do you think that I only wanted to seize the chance to escape? You're wrong. Gravely mistaken. Chapter 129. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword, 9 Swords Stance. Oh, mistaken. I want to hear just how I'm mistaken. Chen Jichou felt that Yi Yuan was very humorous. A 9th level Essence Qi Realm racked his brain to make them brothers kill each other not for escaping. Could it be that it was for killing them all? But the reality was so. In truth, when I first took out the Kanghua sword, I just wanted to test the bonds between you brothers. But I didn't think that the result would give me such a shock and amazing effect. The reason why I spent so much effort to foment you all was that I wasn't confident in killing all of you simultaneously. It's still best for lesser people to know about the matter concerning the spirit artifact, Yi Yuan smiled and said. Haha, truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you mean that the 4 of us combined aren't your match? Chen Jichou felt like he had heard a hilarious joke. Yi Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, it's exactly so. You truly have no idea of death or danger. Do you think that by having a spirit artifact, you can cross a major realm and fight me? I do want to test whether a Danwu Academy's genius student has real ability or is just a fool who can only brag. Chen Jichou was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude. Having frequently walked along the borders of life and death, Chen Jichou's strength was very formidable. Forget about Essence Qi Realm martial artists, even among 3rd level spirit condensation realms, he belonged to the strong type. Of course, compared to the sort of strength among the Danwu Academy's martial roles experts, it was still lacking too much. Don't worry. You'll see it right away. The instant his words fell, Yi Yuan's entire aura transformed as if his entire being turned into a sharp sword. As if sensing the sword intent coming off of Yi Yuan's body, the Kanghua sword actually started to tremor in Yi Yuan's hand. The reason why spirit artifacts were called spirit artifacts was that they possessed spirituality. This sort of spirituality was not that they developed consciousness, but that they could produce a certain degree of resonance with the martial artist. This sort of resonance could increase the martial artist's strength. It was precisely because of this that spirit artifacts were stronger than magic artifacts and precious artifacts. Seeing Yi Yuan's transformation, Color instantly faded from Chen Jicho's face and what replaced it was solemnness. No matter how he thought, he could not have expected that a mere 9th level essence chi realm could release such a formidable sword intent. Chen Jicho finally understood why Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to escape. He did not even need to run. Such a powerful sword intent truly had the might to threaten him. This is my first time executing Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art. You're the first person to see it. You should feel honored. Yi Yuan held his sword and pointed to Chen Jicho as he spoke. On the Nine Heavens Road, Yi Yuan fused together the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art and his own Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword, the two sword intents, and named it Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art. The Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art might be strong, but it required sword moves to display. With intent but no moves, a rootless weed. With moves but lacking intent, flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's outlook was extremely high. He deeply understood the logic that what suited oneself was the best. Hence, he did not think to go to the Tranquil Cloud sect to learn the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art's sword moves but chose to create his own style. Creating styles was not something fun to do. Learning other people's things was already tremendously challenging, let alone creating one. Those who could self-create styles were undoubtedly all peerless prodigies. Only Yi Yuan dared to play like this. But due to time constraints, Yi Yuan only completed the embryonic form of the first move. Humph. No matter how powerful your sword intent is, without the support of essence energy, how much power can it have? I don't believe that you, a 9th level essence chi realm, can really kill me. Chen Jicho snorted coldly. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade. Kill. Chen Jicho decided to take the initiative. The moment he made a move, it was a killing blow. 5 Ghost Morning Soul Blade was the skill Chen Jicho became famous for. He had been developing this martial art for nearly 10 years. One could say that he mastered it to perfection. When the blade slashed out, a weeping sound suddenly cried out akin to ghost wailing and wolves howling. It actually had the effect of absorbing souls. This martial technique was extremely powerful. The average martial artists would succumb to it the instant they got careless. But sadly, Chen Jicho met Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan comprehended heart like still water on the Nine Heavens Road. This sort of soul-absorbing had no effect at all to him. And right then, Yi Yuan's sword stance was already completed. Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword Art, first stance, 9 sword stance. Yi Yuan gave a low cry and transformed into 9 silhouettes. 9 Yi Yuan struck with their swords simultaneously and unleashed 9 streaks of azure-colored sword beams. The 9 streaks of sword beams were released later, but arrived first, enveloping Chen Jicho completely. Chen Jicho was greatly alarmed. How could he be bothered to hack Yi Yuan anymore? He swiftly drew his blade to defend. Ding, ding, ding. A series of metal striking sounded out. Chen Jicho was in a flurry before barely blocking the sword beams. Chen Jicho was well deserved for being a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm expert. These 9 streaks of sword beams were executed using the Kanghua sword. Its might was extremely formidable. He actually blocked the majority of it. However, there was still a streak of sword beam which breached his defensive circle and punched through his left arm without mercy. Ah! Chen Jicho cried out miserably and clutched his left arm agonizingly. The flesh on his left arm was minced. Clearly, it was already crippled. Chen Jicho was worthy of being a veteran. After suffering a hit, he shot towards the outer areas with extreme speed without saying anything. He was actually fleeing. Evidently, he was already completely certain that he was absolutely not Yi Yuan's match. Escaping with his life was of paramount importance. However, Yi Yuan obviously would not give him that chance. Practically the instant he turned around to escape, Yi Yuan kept away the Kanghua sword and pointed with his left finger. This was already the Great Circle Stage Absolute Yang finger. Its killing might was absolutely astounding. Chen Jicho also did not expect Yi Yuan to react so quickly. This finger's speed was incredibly fast. There was simply no time to defend. Poochie. With that sound, an intangible force directly pierced through Chen Jicho's calf. Arg! Chen Jicho gave another wretch-sounding cry and then collapsed on the ground. I already said that none of you will escape. How can I give you the chance to flee? Yi Yuan went forward a few steps and said calmly. Chen Jicho disregarded the pain from his arm and leg and quickly scrambled over to kneel in front of Yi Yuan. He cried out miserably, "Mercy, little brother. I, Chen Jicho, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount I. I've offended little brother. I deserve to die, I deserve death." As long as little brother spare my life, I'm willing to work like a bull and a horse for you. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I think that you brothers have all committed countless crimes, right? Killing you all counts as executing justice on behalf of heaven. A bull or a horse like you, I dare not accept. Go in peace. Finishing, he directly removed Chen Jicho's head without giving him the slightest chance. Yi Yuan did not have any pity at all towards these sort of human dregs. Recalling the scene when he displayed the 9-sword stance just now, Yi Yuan frowned and murmured to himself, the 9-sword stance can still be perfected. The might of this 9 streaks of sword beams is unbalanced. Unleashing the sword was also unharmonious. There's still some time lag. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with that strike just now. Right then, a feeble voice was heard. Why, young hero, I beg you. Save me. Chapter 130. I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth. Yi Yuan looked over, and it turned out to be old third of the Southern Ridge 4 heroes. His arm was hacked off by Chen Jicho, and the blade carried deadly poison. Right now, the poison already spreading throughout his body. The antidote had always been under Chen Jicho's charge, which was why he left Old Third alone. Southern Ridge Old Third had no time to be astonished by Yi Yuan's prowess. But he recalled Yi Yuan ate a detoxification pill, and the result was that the 100 breaths collapse was utterly useless. Only Yi Yuan could save him now. Yi Yuan gave Southern Ridge Old Third a pitiful look and said, disasters from the heaven can be withstood, but the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Since you all thought of robbing others, you should have been mentally prepared to be killed. Furthermore, to be able to die at the hands of your own brothers, you can die in peace. Earlier, Yi Yuan was watching coldly from the sidelines and had long seen that none of the 4 people were good. Yi Yuan was not some fresh rookie, so he obviously would not make this kind of low-level mistake. Seeing Yi Yuan about to leave, Southern Ridge Old Third panicked and quickly called out. Young hero, I have important intelligence. I only ask that young hero save my life. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with that fellow. He collected the storage rings left behind by those people. Even though he did not hope to find good stuff from these guys, at any rate, it was his loot. Young hero, I really have important intelligence. A few days ago, we passed by the Lotus Moon Gorge and discovered that the demonic beasts around the canyon were causing a commotion and rushing towards the depths of the canyon. There must be some natural treasure being born. 2. Southern Ridge Old Third feared that Yi Yuan would really leave, so he simply said it out. But Yi Yuan sneered when he heard it. With such a natural treasure, why didn't you guys go? How can a natural treasure, which caused a collective upheaval of demonic beasts, be ordinary? I'm afraid that you baiting me to go to the Lotus Moon Gorge isn't something as simple as saving you, right? When did I? Why, young hero? Facing Yi Yuan's compelling gaze, Southern Ridge Old Third faltered. He did not think that Yi Yuan had such a mature mind at such a young age. Yi Yuan smiled and said, fine then. To let you die in peace, I promise that I'll definitely go to the Lotus Moon Gorge. Since you still want to play mind games with me on your deathbed, then don't blame me. Finishing, Yi Yuan smacked his palm down on the top of Southern Ridge Old Third's head. Why, young hero, mercy. Following a blood-curdling scream, Southern Ridge Old Third died. Although the Southern Ridge Old Third revealing this news was his dying throes, one had to admit that he coincidentally struck Yi Yuan's weak point. As an alchemist, Yi Yuan truly did not have any immunity towards natural treasures. He would not give up until he went to see it. After settling the business here, a blue-clothed figure fluttered over. Who could it be but Feng Jiru? When Feng Jiru came close, she stabbed towards Yi Yuan with her sword wordlessly. Yi Yuan hurriedly dodged and cried out, Senior apprentice sister, I have something to say. Say your head, have a taste of my sword first. How could Feng Jiru listen? With a wave of her hand, she struck. With her sword again. Although Feng Jiru's sword looked vicious, in truth, she did not use killing moves. Ever since nearly killing Yi Yuan previously, Feng Jiru more or less learned her lesson. And the current Yi Yuan was no longer someone she could casually flatten with a sword. Of course, Yi Yuan naturally could not retaliate. He was in the wrong in the first place. Senior apprentice sister, I did that all for you. While he was talking, another sword struck. Yi Yuan cried out and swiftly evaded. For me, sounds really nice. Do you know how much effort I spent to shake off that big stupid bear? Enough crap, eat my sword. Feng Jiru was played by Yi Yuan and even had no choice but to help him draw away the iron paw flying bear. Her heart had so much pent-up anger. You stop first, all right, senior apprentice sister. Aya, hear me explain things carefully. Yi Yuan said while dodging. What's there to explain? Stand still for me and eat my sword first before we talk. How could Feng Jiru be willing to give in? The two people, one chasing, and the other fleeing. In a blink of an eye, over a dozen sword strikes were unleashed, but Yi Yuan just refused to stop. Yi Yuan was also chased until he became irritated. He suddenly halted and shut his eyes to let Feng Jiru freely stab over. Feng Jiru also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly play this move. She instantly jumped in fright. If this sword landed, how could Yi Yuan survive? Yi Yuan had given a lot of help to them aunt and niece. Feng Jiru did not say it, but her heart was still rather grateful. Chasing down Yi Yuan was just to vent her anger, not to really hurt him. Yi Yuan's action came too suddenly. Feng Jiru simply could not react. Withdrawing her sword at this time was already too late. But Feng Jiru was a 4th-level spirit condensation realm expert at any rate. Her control towards the sword already reached an extremely powerful level, and she managed to change the trajectory of the sword mid-path. This sword barely shaved by Yi Yuan's ear with immense trepidation. But right then, Yi Yuan's face and Feng Jiru's face was practically plastered together. Yi Yuan had his eyes shut, and Feng Jiru's exhalation smelled like orchids, unintentionally affecting Yi Yuan's mind. Feng Jiru's pretty face went red first before taking a step back and yelling, "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? Do you know how dangerous that was just now?" Yi Yuan opened his eyes and suddenly cracked a smile. "If not like this, senior apprentice sister won't give up. I know senior apprentice sister cares for me and definitely won't kill me. Don't give me that. Don't think I dare not kill you." Feng Jiru raised her sword again, but threatening again at this time appeared to be so weak and frail. Yi Yuan chuckled and pushed the sword aside. "Senior apprentice sister, if you want to kill me, you have to at least let me finish what I have to say first." Feng Jiru kept away her sword and snorted. "Fine, I'll hear just what you have to say. But if you don't give a justifiable reason, you can walk the rest of the way yourself." Finishing, Feng Jiru was so peeved that she turned around. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I give senior apprentice sister 100 years of youth." Is senior apprentice sister still satisfied with this explanation? When Feng Jiru heard those words, the anger on her face swiftly faded, and what took its place was curiosity. She turned around and curiously asked, "What 100 years of youth? Say clearly." Yi Yuan laughed and explained the function of the silver sword bee's honey. Feng Jiru instantly became elated when she heard that. Clutching Yi Yuan, she asked, "Is what you said true? That whatever beauty retaining pill can really maintain my appearance for 100 years without aging?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100 years is just the beginning. If I perform above my usual standards and refine out a transcendent grade beauty retaining pill, then 150 years is not an issue. Furthermore, not only can the beauty retaining pill let you maintain your current appearance, it can even moisturize your skin, making it fairer than snow. Really? Then doesn't that mean that I'll look even better than now? Where was there still any demeanor of a proud daughter of heaven presently on her? Feng Jiru looked just like a little girl ignorant of worldly affairs. However, she could not be blamed for this. As long as one was a woman, regardless of how unparalleled her martial arts was or what a peerless beauty she was, they would still place a heavy emphasis on their appearance. Feng Jiru was only a mortal country's little princess. In the future, she would surely grow old. Growing old like that was the most frightening thing for every woman. It was even more terrifying than dying. Hence, they would risk their lives to try and delay the coming of that day. Chapter 131, Despondent Sieging Team. Somewhere several hundred miles away from Yi Yuan and Feng Jiru, 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists were currently sieging a powerful lion-type demonic beast. "Damn fellow, Chong 1, attack its eyes. Chong 2, Chong 3, let's go and hold it back." A youth commanded the other 3 people. "Yes, young master," the trio acknowledged in unison. This lion-type demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. It was already at the peak middle stage tier 2. It was already not far away from breaking through to the late stage tier 2. The 4 people actually appeared to be straining to deal with this demonic beast together. Following that Yu's command, the other 3 people coordinated abnormally well, akin to one entity. Chong 1 leapt and landed on the head of the lion-type demonic beast. The demonic beast naturally would not give this fellow free rein to threaten it. It raised its paw wanting to grab at Chong-Won. How could the other three give him this chance? Attacks akin to rain falling struck towards the lion-type demonic beast's abdomen. After all, these were three middle-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. No matter how strong this demonic beast's defense was, it dared not let this sort of attack go unchecked. With no alternatives, that demonic beast retracted its paw and went from attacking to defending. But at this time, Chong-Won grabbed hold of the opportunity and pulverized that demonic beast's eye into mincemeat. Seeing the situation, the four people were euphoric. A series of attacks raided on the demonic beast again, directly sending it flying out. That demonic beast received heavy injuries. Not only did it not retreat, but it also went berserk. The lion-type demonic beast gave a heavy roar and attacked the four people frenziedly. Be careful, this is its death throes. Don't fight it head-on. Let's hit and run to slowly expend its strength. It can't hold on much longer. The youth instructed. Yes, young master. In reality, these three people were veterans. They also knew what to do without the young man's instructions. Before long, that lion-type demonic beast collapsed on the ground. The four people let out a long sigh of relief. When the demonic beast died, the four slumped on the ground panting non-stop. They all suffered injuries which were not light. Damn it, being delayed by this demonic beast, we are getting further away from Yuan. The young man swallowed a medicinal pill as he gnashed in teeth in hatred. This youth was precisely Su Yishan, who was planning to kill off Yuan during the endless trials, while the other three were the Su family's retainers, the Chong trio brothers. There were many people when they just entered the forest, so they naturally could not make a move on Yuan then. But who would have thought that Yuan and Feng Jiru walked faster and faster? They were actually unable to catch up. It was not that their speed was slow, but because there were demonic beasts continuously harassing them along the way. This demonic beast just now was the most powerful one they have encountered. Just the delay cost them a whole 2 hours. Relax, young master. My enchanted shadow bug has been following them this whole time. We'll catch up to them eventually. Chong-Won said. Su Yishan was aware of Chong-Won's tracking capabilities. It was just that he was feeling very annoyed. I'm just wondering why the demonic beasts only attack us when Yuan also walked through here. Maybe it's also because we're unlucky, Chong-Won said uncertainly. Even with Chong-Won's rich experience, he could not think of a reason. Luck? Isn't their luck way too good? We tracked all the way here, and the places they walked through didn't show any traces of fighting at all. That's to say that they didn't even go through a single battle, while we have been through over a dozen big and small fights. The more Su Yishan said, the angrier he got. Finally, a punch smashed heavily on the ground, sending dirt flying. Truly quite sinister. The road the two of them walked is basically a straight line, as if they were running straight towards someplace. But in the endless forest, nobody had ever dared to journey like that. There are plenty of high-ranked Tier 2 demonic beasts' territories along the way. If they accidentally startled them, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Chong-Won also felt very depressed. That's right, don't tell me that those demonic beasts are all blind and deaf and simply couldn't sense them at all. At this rate, we will be exhausted to death by these demonic beasts before finding them. Su Yishan said with fervent hatred. Initially, he thought that killing Yuan in the endless forest was a very simple matter. He did not think that it would be riddled with troubles now. The further in they went, the stronger the demonic beasts got. Continuing in a straight line like this was definitely out of the question. They must avoid the territories of those powerful demonic beasts and go forward in a roundabout manner. But this way, when could they manage to find Yuan and co? Before coming, Su Yubai already told him that the endless forest was the best as well as the final chance to eliminate Yuan. If Yuan left the endless forest, the Su family would welcome never-ending troubles. Chong-Won also realized that the matter was rather troublesome now. Before coming out this time, the family head had already issued the death command. They must kill Yuan. If the mission was not completed, then carry their own heads back. The family head had never issued such a command before. One could see just how great Yuan's threat to the Su family was. Chong-Won sucked in a deep breath and took out an endless forest map from his storage ring. Opening it, he placed it in front of Su Yishan. Young master, continuing like this is indeed out of the question. Since they are hurrying towards a certain place, why don't we find that place and then lie in ambush there? Chong-Won suggested. Hearing this, Su Yishan immediately calmed down. He nodded and said, "What you said is right. Share your idea." Chong Won reached out with his finger and pointed on the map. "Look here, young master. Ever since they entered the endless forest, they didn't stop for a moment as they went along this straight line towards the northwest direction. With their strength, it's impossible to go somewhere too deep. It must be within an area of 1,000 miles. Then, inside this 1,000 miles, where is the place they are most likely to go to?" "Crimson Summit Ridge," Su Yishan blurted out. Chong Won's finger started from the entrance and kept extending until 1,000 miles in the northwest direction. That place impressively marked Crimson Summit Ridge. See, is Yi Yuan insane, to actually go to such a dangerous place like Crimson Summit Ridge? Su Yishan sucked in a cold breath. Chong Won shook his head and said, "Based on common sense, him going to the Crimson Summit Ridge naturally saves us from striking. But looking at the current situation, this Yi Yuan's methods are really hard to conjecture. Ignoring other things, just based on him being able to not alarm these high-ranked demonic beasts along the way is already an incredible ability. And according to my estimation, it's highly likely that he's going to the Crimson Summit Ridge to find some medicinal herbs for that little maidservant of his." Chong Won's analysis struck deeply, practically exactly the same as the truth. Since they came to gang up and kill Yi Yuan, Chong Won naturally did sufficient homework. He understood Yi Yuan very thoroughly. Even a minute detail like Lu was noticed. Su Yishan was forcefully shocked awake and could not help shooting a surprised gaze at Chong Won, seeing him in a completely new light. No wonder father sent him to siege Yi Yuan. This guy could not be underestimated. Very clearly, Chong Won's analysis basically had no flaws. This was also the most logical explanation. Initially, Su Yishan was still worried about whether or not Yi Yuan would take part in this endless trials. Finally, his concern was proven to be superfluous. Yi Yuan was not foolish enough to think that he could spare him. But he still came. That meant that he had a reason to come no matter what. And this reason was exactly Lu. Chapter 132, Swaggering In. "Then, what do you say we do now, Chong Won?" Su Yishan actually sought for Chong Won's opinion. Chong Won also appeared to be rather surprised. He understood this young lord a little. Su Yishan had an ingrained pride and generally looked down on the Su family's retainers like them. But today, he actually sought out his opinion. It looked like Su Yishan matured quite a bit during this period of time. Only such a Su Yishan was worthy of being the Su family successor. Chong Won no longer hesitated and stated his thoughts. Regardless whether or not they went to the Crimson Summit Ridge, there is definitely a destination. And I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for them to get that medicinal herb. We just have to chase after according to the direction the enchanted shadow bug is pointing to and set up an ambush in advance. I figure he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Let's keep heading towards this direction while avoiding some of the powerful demonic beasts' territories later on. This way, even if we detoured a little, it would at most be around half a day's time. We can definitely still make it. Su Yishan ruminated for some time and felt that what Chong Won said made sense. They were unaware of Yi Yuan's goal at the beginning, so they just blindly chased. In the end, the time delay from being impeded by demonic beasts increased instead. Since they have the direction now, they naturally need not fear them escaping. Circling around the powerful demonic beasts' territories might even be slightly faster. "Okay, we'll do as you said. Recuperate a while first and then set off," Su Yishan instructed. Yi Yuan had settled things with Feng Jiru. The pair swallowed another breath-concealing pill each and rushed over to the Crimson Summit Ridge. "Yi Yuan, were those 4 people all killed by you? You're actually already this powerful." Feng Jiru was still rather astonished by Yi Yuan's power. Those were 4 spirit condensation realm martial artists, and they actually all died in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "How can I have such capabilities? I just used some small tricks and made them kill each other for a while. That's why the results were like that." Only now did Feng Jiru feel relieved. "So that's the case. Gave me a fright. If you could kill those 4 people alone, doesn't that mean that you already have the strength to rank in the top 30 of the martial roll?" Initially, the ranking everyone gave Yi Yuan was roughly around rank 50 on the martial roll. It was nothing difficult for this strength to defeat several ordinary second-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. Feng Jiru knew that the strength of demonic beast hunters was greater than the average martial artist. Furthermore, there was a third-level spirit condensation realm martial artist among them. Yi Yuan was able to hold the 4 of them there. Raising another 20 places was nothing much. Yi Yuan was only at the 9th level Essence Qi realm. Being at the 9th level Essence Qi realm, he already possessed the strength of the top 30 on the martial roll. When he broke through to the spirit condensation realm, just how terrifying would that be? Feng Zhiru felt that it was inconceivable just thinking about it. Luckily, Yi Yuan denied her conjecture. Otherwise, Feng Zhiru would really have felt that so many years of hard work went to waste. You're really full of tricks. Several veterans were actually completely toyed by you. After Feng Zhiru felt reassured, she could not help scorning Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Who asked this junior apprentice brother, to be lacking in strength? If I didn't come up with some ruses, then wouldn't I be unable to even keep my life? Otherwise, Teacher Feng would not have made senior apprentice sister come and protect me." After pondering, Feng Zhiru thought the same as well, but her mouth stated otherwise. "Don't give me that. Your life is tenacious as hell. You didn't even die when challenging the 9 Heavens Road. Looks like even the heaven can't be bothered to take you in." Yi Yuan laughed but did not reply. What Feng Zhiru said was really true. Yi Yuan did not take the 9 Heavens Road to heart, but he was clearly already dead in the divine realm. But now, he was standing here perfectly fine. Yi Yuan felt that this was like a dream just thinking about it now. Around half a day later, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiru finally arrived at the Crimson Summit Ridge. This place was highly treacherous. Apart from the long-armed stone apes, there were also quite a number of powerful demonic beasts around the Crimson Summit Ridge. Demonic beast hunters had never dared to step foot fully into a place of such a level as the Endless Forest. Even Crystal Formation realm martial artists would move cautiously in this place. If they were surrounded by the long-armed stone apes, the outcome would be being ganged up on and beaten to death. The two found a safe place to hide and secretly observe the situation on the Crimson Summit Ridge. It was fine if they did not look. But one look and Feng Zhiru freaked out. Although the forest was very dense, the indistinct coming and going of white long-armed stone apes appeared to be very glaring. They walked around in groups of 2s and 3s, appearing as if they were patrolling. These long-armed stone apes gathered and formed teams. Why does it look like they are patrolling the mountain? Feng Zhiru looked at Yi Yuan somewhat surprised, as she transmitted her voice. The stone ape race have extremely high intelligence. Their awareness towards territory is already stronger than other demonic beasts. And their hierarchy is very strict, namely Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King. Stone apes live in social groups and do not permit others to encroach into their terrain. The moment they discover that there's a trespasser, they would gather and attack, Yi Yuan explained. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Feng Zhiru asked in bewilderment, "No way. Since you're so familiar with the long-armed stone ape's habits, aren't you courting death by coming to the Crimson Summit Ridge?" Listening to Yi Yuan's meaning, the long-armed stone apes had very strong exclusiveness and aggressiveness. Once they were discovered, they two of them would be in grave danger. The so-called Ape Soldier, Ape General, and Ape King of the long-armed stone apes, respectively corresponded to Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Forget about the Ape Generals and Ape King, just the several tens of thousands of ape soldiers could drown them by rushing them. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Zhiru and chuckled very helplessly. Seeing Yi Yuan's laughter filled with mockery, Feng Zhiru flew into a rage again. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Yi Yuan pointed at his head and said with a smile, "Why is the human race powerful? Not because we cultivate faster than the demon race, nor is it because our bodies are better than the demon race, but because our intellect is way higher than the demon race. Hence, use your brain first before doing things and not just think about running or charging about recklessly, understood? You mean that you have a plan? Then quickly say it. Hang on. Well done, Yi Yuan. Are you trying to say that I'm even dumber than demonic beasts?" Feng Zhiru reacted to it swiftly, and her rage meter shot straight up. However, she learned her lesson this time and did not make any sound, but spoke with voice transmission. Only that the expression on her face became increasingly ice-cold. Yi Yuan sighed and said, "I say, senior apprentice sister, can you not be so sensitive, all right? I'm just telling you a fact, but you just had to turn around and scold yourself. Why, humph, don't be proud of yourself. Now isn't the time. Watch how I settle the score with you after we get back." Feng Zhiru snorted icily. Facing the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, the proud senior apprentice sister Feng finally knew how to weigh things and not blow her top easily. There was only one iron paw flying bare, so she could still lure it away. If they alarmed the mountain full of long-armed stone apes, then the pair would not even get the chance to escape. Ha ha, many thanks for senior apprentice sister, your excellency's grace. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Enough crap, what method do you have to enter? Quickly say it. Feng Zhiru pent up a stomach full of anger and said huffily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how to enter? Of course, it's by swaggering in. Chapter 133, Knowledge is Power. Swaggering in. Did your brain short-circuit? There are so many stone apes. How do we swagger in? Feng Zhiru stared wide-eyed at Yi Yuan as if she was looking at a fool. Senior apprentice sister, please don't measure others after yourself, alright? I already said just now, you got to use your brain before doing things. Yi Yuan gave another emotional sigh. Feng Zhiru's brows were vertical. This fellow actually ridiculed her again. Fine, you're ruthless, but don't you know that women bear grudges very well? We'll record down the accounts this time one by one and tally it all up after we return. The long-armed stone apes might be powerful, but they have a weakness, which is that they have virtually zero night vision abilities. And we have the breath-concealing pill. They can't detect our scent. Hence, just wait until it gets dark, and we'll just swagger in. Yi Yuan explained. This also works. Feng Zhiru was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. How did this fellow know so much? Nobody even dared to come to the Crimson Summit Ridge. Even Crystal Formation Realm martial artists dared not stop here for long, let alone they understood the habits of the long-armed stone apes. Why can't it work? Yi Yuan retorted with a question. But didn't you say that the breath-concealing pill is only effective for demonic beasts below Tier 3? What should we do if we bump into the Ape King? Feng Zhiru inquired. I've already inquired long ago that within 1,000 miles radius of the Endless Forest, the highest is only Tier 3 demonic beasts. The Crimson Summit Ridge is still within the 1,000 miles radius. A mountain cannot contain 2 tigers. Hence, this place at most has a Tier 3 Ape King. Such a large Crimson Summit Ridge, just how lucky do we have to be to encounter the Ape King? Now that Yi Yuan said that, Feng Zhiru felt that there really did not seem to be much danger. Such a dangerous-looking place was actually as easy as walking on flat ground to Yi Yuan. Of course, it was only like walking on flat ground for Yi Yuan. If it were some other person, they would have no idea how to refine the breath-concealing pill and would only seek their doom by coming here. This fellow was truly a monster. It seemed like nothing could stump him. Feng Zhiru was also a haughty and proud individual. She always felt somewhat unwilling to submit, not knowing why she faintly looked forward to some situation to occur later up the mountain. Who asked you to be cocky? A moonless dark night, the faint breeze made the leaves rustle as 2 figures slowly headed for the Crimson Summit Ridge. Although demonic beasts had greater vitality than humans, they are not tireless. Currently, it was midnight, and most of the long-armed stone apes headed back to the mountain to rest. It naturally would not be like daytime where ape shadows were aplenty. Human martial artists' night vision abilities were quite strong. Even though they did not have the same range as daytime, nor was it as clear, seeing things within a small radius was still not an issue. Furthermore, with a rise in realm, the changes that essence energy had towards martial artists' bodies would also become greater. The night vision abilities of human martial artists would become increasingly stronger. Feng Zhiru and Yi Yuan walked towards the mountain unhurriedly in fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes. The Crimson Summit Ridge is so huge. Where do we look for the Crimson Soul Grass? Feng Zhiru suddenly transmitted her voice and asked. The summit. Yi Yuan only said 2 words. What? The summit? There's a very high chance for that Ape King to be at the summit. Feng Zhiru nearly made a sound. Can you not get all worked up over nothing? Why is this place called the Crimson Summit Ridge? Why is the medicinal herb called Crimson Soul Grass? Please use your brain, alright. Yi Yuan said grumpily. This woman had no use at all other than making a fuss over every little thing. Being uncultured was truly frightening. Seeing Feng Zhiru still having that blank look, Yi Yuan could only explain, this place is called Crimson Summit Ridge because the mud at the summit is crimson in color. That sort of mud is called Crimson Shang soil, one of the extremely few soils which can breed the Crimson Soul Grass. However, the quantity of Crimson Shang soil on this Crimson Summit Ridge isn't a lot either. Just that small patch at the summit. Hence, for us to obtain the Crimson Soul Grass, we must go to the summit. Feng Zhiru did not know what to say either. This Yi Yuan was simply like an encyclopedia. He knew everything. Only him with such broad and profound knowledge dared to barge into this crimson summit ridge with essence chi realm cultivation, right? What if we bump into the Ape King at the summit? What should we do? Feng Zhiru, who was subdued by Yi Yuan, suddenly had her momentum weakened considerably. How would I know? If we really come across it, then just drop everything and run. As for how far we can run, it will be up to our capabilities. Well, this is my affair, no need to drag you into this. Why don't you stay instead? Yi Yuan said very irresponsibly. No way, I promised Auntie to protect you. I can't watch you take risks alone. Feng Zhiru was very resolute on the matter. Haha, then thank you so much, senior apprentice sister. If we really run into the Ape King, to have a great beauty like senior apprentice sister accompany me along the Yellow Springs, it's also a beautiful thing. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Feng Zhiru suddenly felt like she was duped. But the words already came out of her mouth, so she did not intend to take them back. She just rolled her eyes at Yi Yuan and said, enough crap, quickly go. Due to the fear of alerting the long-armed stone apes, the two walked very slowly. Only after 2 hours did they gradually fumble their way to the summit with scares but without danger. The summit was an open space. The long-armed stone apes already cleared it out. Arriving at the summit, there were many more night patrol long-armed stone apes. And from the looks of the aura coming off of their bodies, there were even quite a few tier 2 long-armed stone apes among them. It looked like that Ape King was definitely on this summit. So many long-armed stone apes. What to do? Feng Zhiru asked rather anxiously. Yi Yuan swept a gaze across this open field and transmitted his voice, see that small hill in the distance. There's a cave up there. If my speculation is right, that Ape King should be inside that cave. In the entire summit, the place with the thickest crimson Shang soil is on that small hill. The crimson soul grass should be there. Isn't that very dangerous? Right now, we are at the summit. The moment we're discovered by the Ape King, then we won't even have the chance to escape. Feng Zhiru said worriedly, it's indeed quite dangerous. But I also have to go no matter how dangerous it is. Without the crimson soul grass, Luer definitely won't make it. Seeing Yi Yuan risk his life for a maidservant, Feng Zhiru was also deeply touched. Such an affectionate and faithful man, there really isn't many in this world. Normally, Yi Yuan appeared to be cheeky and frivolous. But, when it really came down to the 11th hour, he was highly reliable. Then, what should we do? Feng Zhiru kept away her nervousness and resolved to cooperate with Yi Yuan to harvest the crimson soul grass. Yi Yuan observed for a while and then said, have you noticed that there aren't any long-armed stone apes patrolling around the vicinity of that small hill? Feng Zhiru looked towards that small hill and found that that was really the case. Behind the small hill is a cliff. We'll circle over there and scale up the cliff. As long as we don't startle the Ape King, the possibility of us getting away is still very huge, Yi Yuan said. See, can this work? We have to pass by that cave if we're climbing from the cliff. I don't really care anymore. At this point, we can only take our chances and give it a shot. Before long, day will break. Once dawn comes, we will have even less of a chance. Yi Yuan made up his mind. Feng Zhiru gritted her teeth and said, okay. Later, you go and find the crimson soul grass. I'll keep a lookout for you. Chapter 134, Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiru avoided the night patrolling long-armed stone apes and circled around to the cliff area. This cliff was virtually perpendicular to the ground. The distance from the top of the cliff to the place she and Yi Yuan were standing at was a full 1,000 feet tall. Yi Yuan, this cliff is so high. Can you make it? Feng Zhiru asked Yi Yuan rather worriedly. Scaling heights was completely different from using movement techniques on the flat ground. When one was ascending heights, they had to shake off the gravity from the earth. Using movement techniques had a huge burden on martial artists. After all, even if it were crystal formation realm martial artists, they also could not soar in the skies. Spirit condensation realm martial artists still had the advantage, but it was practically impossible for essence chi realm martial artists to scale 1,000 feet cliff. Firstly, the essence energy of essence chi realm martial artists could not bear the consumption of 1,000 feet distance. Secondly, Tier 1 movement techniques were insufficient to support martial artists to scale 1,000 feet. What do you mean? Can you make it? Take away that question mark. Of course I can, Yi Yuan said without any care. But, the top of the cliff is a full 1,000 feet away from us here. Isn't it just 1,000 feet? You go first, Senior apprentice sister, I'll follow. We're already here, I can't keep dragging senior apprentice sister down. Yi Yuan smiled and said. No matter how Yi Yuan said it, it sounded like he was going beyond his means in order to look impressive. If he were to climb halfway and fall because his essence energy was unable to support him, that would not be fun. This cliff was a full 1,000 feet away from the ground. One misstep and his life would be guaranteed gone. There's really no problem, Feng Zhiru asked suspiciously. Of course there's no problem. When have I disappointed senior apprentice sister before? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Zhiru thought about it. It seemed like Yi Yuan was really a freak and it appeared like there had never been anything he could not do before. Perhaps he could really make it. Fine, then I'll make a move first. Feng Zhiru nodded, and she tiptoed lightly, bounding on the cliff. Feng Zhiru's body was light as a swallow. The sheer precipice which appeared to be beyond reach was akin to walking on flat ground to her. Her movement technique was the high-grade Tier 2 martial technique, spiritual swallow dance. It was originally famed for its light, graceful movement and speed. It was very suited to be used to scale this cliff, only to see that she either tiptoed or lightly tapped occasionally with her sword scabbard on the cliff. Her entire person shot up the cliff with extreme speed and in a blink of an eye, she crossed over 200 feet in distance. However, the higher Feng Zhiru climbed, the further her heart fell. Because she could not sense Yi Yuan's presence. Feng Zhiru could not sense a single bit of sound from below her. Did Yi Yuan not move yet, or did he fall down already? Feng Zhiru really wanted to tilt her head down to see if Yi Yuan was there or not, but climbing the cliff was also not a relaxed matter for her. How could she have spare energy to bend down and look for Yi Yuan? If Yi Yuan still had not moved yet, could it be that he was intentionally playing with her? Impossible. There was no way that Yi Yuan would be so bored to that extent. Did he fall down already? But without even making any sound. The more her imaginations ran wild, the more anxious Feng Zhiru got. The actions of her movement technique also became somewhat erratic. Skid. While Feng Zhiru was restless, her feet slipped and did not give support. In a blink, Feng Zhiru's figure fell sharply. Careful, senior apprentice sister. Just then, Feng Zhiru suddenly received Yi Yuan's voice transmission. It turned out that Yi Yuan was actually following closely behind her all along. But right now, Feng Zhiru already had nowhere to borrow strength from, unless she used her sword to stab into the cliff. But that way, the impact of the sword and the cliff would surely give off an ear-piercing sound. The whole mountain full of long-armed stone apes would be alarmed. Even if they could ascend the cliff, they would also be unable to escape death. Hence, in an instant, Feng Zhiru gave up on saving herself and allowed herself to plummet down the cliff. She decided to take a look at Yi Yuan before dying. After she died, there probably would not be anyone constantly bickering with him anymore, right? However, she did not manage to see Yi Yuan, because when she had just slid down around 20 feet or so, she felt a palm lightly supporting from beneath her feet. It was this support which allowed her body to go back on the right track once again. Senior apprentice sister, you go up first. I'll follow right after. Practically at the same time, Yi Yuan transmitted his voice over. Feng Zhiru knew that this was Yi Yuan saving her. But, having suffered such an impact, could Yi Yuan still survive? She could even hear the sound of the wind rushing as Yi Yuan descended sharply. Not knowing why, Feng Zhiru had an impulse to cry currently. Yet, she knew that she could not waste this chance. Yi Yuan risked his life to exchange. Hence, her toes tapped downward, using the momentum to execute the spiritual swallow dance, and headed up the cliff speedily. Feng Zhiru forcefully chased away all the thoughts in her head and focused her mind on climbing the cliff. To the Feng Zhiru who discarded her distracting thoughts, scaling this 1,000 feet precipice was not a tough matter. Before long, Feng Zhiru saw the top of the cliff. Her toe tapped on the cliff one last time, and her entire person flew up the cliff like a swallow. But at this moment, Feng Zhiru did not have the slightest joy from conquering the cliff. She slumped on the ground, her heart feeling like a knife was twisting in. Feng Zhiru, it's all your fault. You caused Yi Yuan to die. Sniff, sniff. Feng Zhiru sobbed lightly but did not dare to make any sound. She used her hands to cover her mouth as she just convulsed there. Tears cascaded down from the corner of her eyes and drifted down the cliff along with the wind. Feng Zhiru, the one who should have died was you. Why you are still alive now, but Yi Yuan's dead. Feng Zhiru, why couldn't you have been nicer to Yi Yuan normally? He clearly helped you out a lot, but why can't you swallow your pride to say thanks? Yi Yuan, I'm sorry. Feng Zhiru kept on blaming herself in her heart, but she knew that Yi Yuan would never hear it. Although Yi Yuan voice transmitted earlier that he would follow right after, Feng Zhiru knew that Yi Yuan definitely only said that to console her. Under the impact of her plummeting down the cliff, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to have any chances of survival. Even with her 4th level spirit condensation realm strength and high-grade tier 2 movement technique, it was also impossible to survive under those conditions, much less Yi Yuan who was only still at the 9th level essence chi realm. Feng Zhiru knew that Yi Yuan's instant flash was already trained to an extremely profound level. But that was still a tier 1 movement technique after all. How was it possible to negate such a large impact power? I'm sorry, Yi Yuan. I won't die. I'm going to finish your dying wish. I'm going to find the crimson soul grass and other herbs. I'll return to the state of Qin and request for Lord Wu Daofeng to help Lu refine the essence Yong pill. If Lord Wu Daofeng can't refine it, then I'll go outside to look for even more amazing alchemists. No matter what, I'll definitely find a way to let Lu survive. Feng Zhiru silently swore. Finishing, Feng Zhiru forcefully roused her spirit and stood up, preparing to seek out the crimson soul grass. Feng Zhiru looked at the pitch-black cliff, and her tears started flowing once again uncontrollably. Goodbye, Yi Yuan. Saying this in her heart, Feng Zhiru turned around and prepared to leave. But right then, Feng Zhiru suddenly heard wind-rushing sounds coming from below the cliff. It seemed there was something moving. Chapter 135, Discovered. No way. How's this possible? Could it be a hallucination? Feng Zhiru felt that she just heard an indistinct sound. It should be a hallucination because the probability of Yi Yuan surviving was really not great. But if it's a hallucination, why is the sound getting louder? Could it be? Just as Feng Zhiru was completely dazed, a figure darted up from the pitch-black cliff. Seeing the figure, Feng Zhiru was stunned there as tears burst forth from her eyes. Great. He's fine. He's really fine. Feng Zhiru shouted in her heart. Senior apprentice sister, Yi Yuan only voice transmitted a few words before noticing a light blue mass pouncing on him and hugging him. That faint fragrance wafted into his nose, involuntarily shaking up Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan, you're really alright. Excellent. It's really great, Feng Zhiru transmitted as her tears flowed silently. This feeling of holding a beauty in one's embrace was truly something that all men desired. However, this was not the time to be immersed in affection. They had to quickly look for the crimson soul grass. Feng Zhiru clearly also noticed her discomposure and hastily released Yi Yuan. She wiped the tears from the corner of her ears and said, You don't misunderstood. I just thought that you died because of saving me. That's why I was like that. Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately broke into a smile. What happened just now? Why can't I remember anything? Senior apprentice sister, I'm exhausted. Let's recuperate for a while and then go find the crimson soul grass. Yi Yuan's condition at the moment was not good. His essence energy was virtually depleted completely. If not for the fact the thickness of his essence energy greatly surpassed those of the same rank, most likely, he would have burned out and died. The expenditure of the duo was not minor. They each consumed a medicinal pill and adjusted for some time before recovering some strength. Senior apprentice sister, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and look for the crimson soul grass. Let's go. Finishing, the pair descended side by side. Along the way, Feng Zhiru was relatively silent, significantly different from usual. Yi Yuan, how did you come up? I didn't mean that. It was still Feng Zhiru who broke the silence first. She simply could not suppress her curiosity. Except that her attitude when asking the question was completely different from usual, rather like a little wife instead. Yi Yuan knew that Feng Zhiru was still feeling awkward, so he smiled lightly and said, I know that senior apprentice sister didn't mean that. But I'm rather surprised, how come senior apprentice sister fumbled? Feng Zhiru's face turned red as she said with embarrassment, actually, I thought that you couldn't keep up, so. Yi Yuan only came to a realization after hearing Feng Zhiru say that. So she actually caused such a blunder because she was worried about him. Initially, he found it weird too. With Feng Zhiru's base, it should have been impossible to make such a mistake. Yi Yuan felt touched in his heart. His bad impression towards Feng Zhiru in the past also pretty much dissipated. So senior apprentice sister thought I fell down. Senior apprentice sister looked down on me too much. That's not my intention. It's just. Why didn't senior apprentice sister think about it? My master is so amazing, how could it be possible to not leave behind some impressive movement techniques for me? When I was battling with Lin Tiancheng, I could already sense that instant flash was lacking. After breaking through to the 9th level Essence Chi realm, my essence energy is barely enough to cultivate Tier 2 martial arts already. I naturally have to supplement this weak point, Yi Yuan explained. Feng Jiru was suddenly enlightened. So, that's the case. I've never seen you use other movement techniques before, hence. I understand. Thanks, senior apprentice sister. This thanks came sincerely from Yi Yuan. Although Feng Jiru's blunder gave Yi Yuan quite a bit of trouble and even nearly cost him his life, it arose from concern towards him. In reality, the new movement technique Yi Yuan cultivated was not a Tier 2 movement martial technique. Yi Yuan really did not possess such a low-grade movement martial technique. However, his essence energy was barely enough to reach the level to cultivate Tier 2 martial techniques. Yi Yuan naturally had to compensate for his lacking movement technique. The name of the movement technique he cultivated was called Spirit Void Shattering Space. This movement technique did not have a specific tier, because it could be cultivated continuously in later realms. At the Spirit Condensation realm, one could cultivate the first level of the Spirit Void Shattering Space. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already not beneath half-step Spirit Condensation realm, although barely enough to reach this threshold. Although the skill that Yi Yuan selected so prudently was only at the first level, its might was extremely formidable. Even though it was just entry stage, it was no problem for Yi Yuan to keep up with Feng Jiru. As a matter of fact, Yi Yuan had been maintaining the same pace as Feng Jiru just now, not too fast nor too slow. Hence, Feng Jiru could not detect his presence. Except, Yi Yuan did not expect Feng Jiru to actually misunderstand because of this and nearly slipped up and fell down the cliff. The pair avoided that cave from far away and searched for traces of the crimson soul grass from top to bottom. Due to the fact that the range of sight was very limited at night, the pair searched very meticulously. But after searching for a long time, they still did not find a trace of the crimson soul grass. The two spent close to 2 hours and virtually searched through the entire hill, but they still did not find the crimson soul grass. Yi Yuan, do you think the crimson soul grass is? Feng Jiru transmitted her voice as she looked towards that cave. Presently, only the area where the cave was located had not been searched. If this hilltop had crimson soul grasses, it could only be there. And currently, dawn was about to break. If they still could not find the crimson soul grass, the two would be in danger. Yi Yuan sighed and said, 80% chance it's in that region. Looks like we still have to go over there eventually. Wait for me here, senior apprentice sister. I'll be back soon. How could Feng Jiru comply? She stubbornly said, no way. If you want to go, we'll go together. I promised Auntie to protect you. How can I let you take the risk alone? Yi Yuan could not persuade her, so he could only say, fine then. But once there's any situation, immediately run. Feng Jiru nodded and slowly combed their way over to the cave's vicinity. As the pair gradually got closer to the cave, they felt a powerful aura undulating from inside the cave. Quickly look, Yi Yuan. Isn't that the crimson soul grass? Feng Jiru suddenly discovered something and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan as she transmitted. Yi Yuan looked over to where Feng Jiru was pointing at, and as expected, he saw several stalks of crimson-colored, serrated-edged tiny grass. If that was not crimson soul grass, that what was? After going through many hardships and finding the crimson soul grass, even Yi Yuan with his heart like still water was quite excited right now. Even though he prepared so many items painstakingly for the Crimson Summit Ridge, he also undertook extremely huge risk. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was merely but an Essence Chi realm martial artist. There was naturally no need to mention the risks he braved when facing pairs of Tier 2 demonic beasts and even Tier 3 demonic beasts. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Feng Jiru, I'll go and retrieve those stalks of crimson soul grass. After I'm done, we'll leave this place at maximum speed. Finishing, Yi Yuan fully executed his first-level Spirit Void Shattering Space, turning into an afterimage flickering towards the crimson soul grass. Howl, howl. Just then, several ape cries sounded. Yi Yuan's and Feng Jiru's complexion changed drastically at the same time. Chapter 136, Enigmatic Man. Following several ape howls, a feeling of extreme danger surged up in Yi Yuan's heart. This feeling of danger made Yi Yuan's scalp tingled. He knew that if he were to take another step forward, he would definitely invoke a calamity. The next instant, Yi Yuan explosively retreated even faster than when he came. Go, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan chose to retreat without any hesitation. That was a tier 3 demonic beast. It could eradicate the two of them with just a single strike. Feng Zhiru evidently also sensed that something was not right. Without waiting for Yi Yuan's warning, she displayed her spirit swallow dance and rushed down the mountain with astonishing speed. Feng Zhiru and Yi Yuan, one in front and the other behind, sprinted down the mountain frenziedly. Nevertheless, this process only lasted several breaths of time before the two figures stopped abruptly. Careful, senior apprentice sister. Yi Yuan yelled out anxiously. Virtually the same instant Yi Yuan yelled, a white figure taller than a person shot out from diagonally, and actually reached first even though it moved later, and caught up to Feng Zhiru in a flash. Facing this aura which was powerful to the extreme, Feng Zhiru's complexion turned pale. How could she be bothered to resist? She instantly retreated explosively. However, when compared to that white figure, Feng Zhiru's speed was too slow. In a blur, Feng Zhiru saw a colossal ape paw slapping down towards herself. Panicking, Feng Zhiru raised her hand to randomly strike with her sword and then shut her eyes in fright. This tier 3 demonic beast was too strong. It was simply not what she could stand up to. It's over. This was Feng Zhiru's final thought. 9 streaks of sword beams brushed past Feng Zhiru and attacked from the sides. They converged from different locations and attacked the lower abdomen of that long-armed stone ape. Yi Yuan unleashed the 9 swords stance straight away. It was different from the previous time's disorderly attack. This time, the 9 streaks of sword beams finally converged together. Yi Yuan's control over the sword beams once again advanced to another level. This was also Yi Yuan's supernormal performance in a moment of desperation. If he really unleashed the sword another time, he might not be able to do it. The 9 afterimages of the 9 swords stance were not phantoms, but corporeal bodies. This first stance of the Azure Dipper floating zero sword art was Yi Yuan gathering the forces of the 2 types of sword intent and evolved further from the falling flower floating zero sword's extreme speed movements. Every single attack was released personally by him. Except, that instantaneous speed was too swift, so it looked as if it was released from 9 different locations. 9 swords merged into one. The attack power would naturally be incomparably formidable. But, this should be insufficient to injure the tier 3 Ape King. However, that Ape King actually chose to evade the sword beams. With a swoosh, after the 9 streaks of sword beams merged, it followed the original path it flew over from and vanished by fading into the world. It took time to describe, but all of these actually just happened in a flash. From Yi Yuan's explosive retreat to the duo's frenzied flight, and to the Ape King attacking Feng Zhiru, and then to Yi Yuan rescuing Feng Zhiru by besieging the Ape King, it was all but a few short breaths of time. At this time, that Ape King stood several dozen feet away from Feng Zhiru. Yi Yuan similarly stood several dozen feet away from Feng Zhiru, while Feng Zhiru had her eyes shut waiting for the Ape King's paw to strike down. The 2 humans and 1 beast actually entered a stalemate. What happened? Why Yi Yuan, did you save me? Feng Zhiru recovered from her surprise and stared at Yi Yuan as she asked hesitantly. Yi Yuan did not bother with her and kept staring at the Ape King in the distance. Tier 3 Ape King was too terrifying. It could virtually instant kill the 2 of them. Just now, Yi Yuan could save Feng Zhiru because of special conditions which allowed him to complete an impossible task. The Ape King felt that Feng Zhiru's strength was slightly stronger and had more threat, so it chose to do a surprise attack on her right away. And Yi Yuan happened to be some distance away from Feng Zhiru. The Ape King could not possibly attack the 2 of them at the same time, which gave Yi Yuan the opportunity to launch an attack unhurriedly. The reason why the Ape King chose to keep a distance was because the place Yi Yuan attacked was precisely the weak point of the long-armed stone apes. Yi Yuan's attack this time was accurate to the extreme. If the Ape King forcefully took this stance head-on, it would probably already be heavily injured right now. Otherwise, with Yi Yuan's cultivation, no matter how strong the attack was, it would be impossible to cause major injuries to the Ape King. But in reality, if the Ape King attacked at the risk of getting injured, Feng Zhiru would already be an ice-cold corpse now. As for why Yi Yuan's surprise attack worked, it was because the Ape King overly underestimated the 2 of them. That led to it revealing its weak point. If the Ape King attacked once more, Yi Yuan and Feng Zhiru would die without question. Hence, Yi Yuan did not dare to let down his guard this whole time and firmly locked his attention onto the Ape King. That Ape King clearly also did not think that a puny little Essence Chi Realm martial artist would actually be even more threatening than that 4th level Spirit Condensation Realm woman. After one attack, the Ape King spontaneously sized up Yi Yuan. The ape stared at Yi Yuan without showing any signs of its emotion. Seeing Yi Yuan ignore her, Feng Zhiru also did not dare to act rashly at this time. She was stuck between the two of them, feeling completely awkward. However, no matter how foolish she was, she also knew that her life was picked up just now. No matter how she thought, she never imagined that Yi Yuan, an Essence Chi Realm martial artist, could actually threaten the Crystal Formation Realm Ape King. This was too inconceivable. Just now, she was somewhat flustered and did not form an effective attack. But even if she gave it her all, the result would still be being smacked to death from a single slap by the Ape King. She was all too clear on this point. In that instant, the might of the Ape King had smothered her. But Yi Yuan could actually save her from under the Ape King's hands. Just several breaths of time, but Feng Zhiru felt like as long as several years had passed. Her forehead exuded fine sweat beads. Each breath from the Ape King made her feel deeply uneasy. Feng Zhiru looked at Yi Yuan's appearance as if he was facing a formidable enemy and understood that the scenario earlier was probably very unlikely to reenact. But what should she do? Just as Feng Zhiru was lost in her imaginations, the Ape King made a move once again. But Yi Yuan did not move. Just as the Ape King moved, a series of gibberish sounds came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Feng Zhiru completely could not understand what he was talking about. What was Yi Yuan doing? Could it be that he wanted to communicate with the Ape King? But how could the Ape King understand Yi Yuan's words? As the state of Qin's princess, Feng Zhiru could be counted as being experienced and knowledgeable. However, she had never heard of humans being able to communicate with demonic beasts. There were too many species of demonic beasts, so many that it was uncountable. The language used by each species of demonic beasts was not the same. How could humans grasp it? However, at this important juncture of life and death, would Yi Yuan do this sort of futile actions? Feng Zhiruo's eyes involuntarily turned to the Ape King and could not help widening her eyes. The Ape King, who was already prepared to unleash its attack, really stopped its actions. This was simply too miraculous. A human could actually communicate with demonic beasts. Feng Zhiru discovered that the more she interacted with Yi Yuan, the more she felt that there were increasingly more mysteries to Yi Yuan. Was Yi Yuan, who was just 15 years old, really taught by that so-called master of his? Such an enigmatic man. Chapter 137, Demon Crystal Pill. Seeing the Ape King cease its movement, Yi Yuan also let out a huge sigh of relief. His entire body was feeling like collapsing. Although he had forcefully pretended to be composed the whole time, the pressure from the aura of a Tier 3 demonic beast was no joke. This Ape King was not those sort of half-baked half-step crystal formation realm like Su Yubai, but a genuine Tier 3 demonic beast. An existence equivalent to a human crystal formation realm. No matter how monstrous Yi Yuan was, it was impossible to cross two major realms and defeat his opponent. It was already very heaven-defying for an Essence Chi realm martial artist's attack to be able to threaten a Tier 3 demonic beast. His gibberish just now was already Yi Yuan's final trump card. If even this trump card had no effect, then he would really die here. But luckily, those words from Yi Yuan was not playing the lute to an ape. This Ape King really understood. What Yi Yuan said was the universal beast language. It was the demon race's universal language collectively set by the divine realm demon race powerhouses countless years ago. The goal was to allow communication among the demon race. There were countless races in the demon race. None of the individual races could be on par with the human race. To allow the demon race to be able to ally together to resist the human race, the demon race powerhouses in ancient times collectively set down a series of measures. And this universal beast language was one of them. After countless generations passed, the universal beast language already became the inherited memories of each race, passing down from generation to generation. If this Ape King did not awaken its inherited memories, then Yi Yuan would really be playing the lute to an ape. The Stone Ape clan had once birthed an extremely heaven-defying existence, equals Heaven's Saint Ape. That was a deity realm expert. Even though it was passed down through the generations, the Endless World Stone Ape bloodline had already become very thin. But awakening a portion of inherited memories was still doable. It would be very tough for ordinary ape soldiers and ape generals to awaken their inherited memories, but there was still the likelihood of this ape king awakening them. What Yuan said earlier was, "Senior Ape King, wait a moment." The ape king was clearly very surprised. A human actually knew the universal beast language. The ape king discovered that this human youth seemed to be extraordinary. Not only was he extremely strong, he even knew the universal beast language. Even he himself only learned the universal beast language after awakening his inherited memories. The ape king also started using the universal beast language to communicate with Yuan. "Brat, the two of you trespassed my territory and stole the crimson soul grass. How do you plan to plead?" Since this ape king was willing to talk, Yuan was not too worried. He gave a bow towards the ape king and said, "Please forgive me, Senior Ape King. This junior came to seek out the crimson soul grass because I really have no other alternatives. This junior has a close friend who possesses the 9 yin absolute meridians. Now, seeing as the frost poison is about to erupt, she desperately needs the crimson soul grass to save her life. I hope that Senior Ape King can be generous. What has it got to do with me if your friend is in trouble? I also have great use for these crimson soul grass. How can I give it to you so easily? Ignoring this point, just the fact that you barged into my territory, you can forget about leaving today." The ape king was not some living bodhisattva. It obviously could not be bothered with a stranger's life or death. If not for the fact it found Yuan rather interesting, it would have long smacked him to death with one palm. Why would it talk so much crap with him? After the ape king finishing talking, it howled a few times. Immediately, a bunch of long-armed stone apes surrounded them. They were shockingly all late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts. Feng Jiru was alarmed after seeing the situation and hurriedly scooted over to Yuan's side. Just an ape king could already take their lives. What could they do with so many late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts surrounding them? "Yuan, you can really talk with that ape king," Feng Jiru said softly. Yuan nodded. Luckily, the ape king awakened its inherited memories and learned the universal beast language. Otherwise, we would be dead for sure. Back then when Master taught me the universal beast language, I objected to it. I didn't think that it would really be put to good use. Yuan also knew that communicating with demonic beasts was incredibly shocking, so he just pushed this responsibility onto his master. Feng Jiru looked at the enclosing long-armed stone apes and smiled bitterly. In this current situation, we're still dead for sure. Yuan smiled and then said, "That might not be the case. If the ape king had not awakened its inherited memories, then nothing can be discussed. But since he awakened it, not only do we not have to die, we might even be able to take the crimson soul grass and leave." "Stop joking, you just said a whole bunch to it just now," but not only did its attitude not turn for the better, it even summoned such a large group of late-stage Tier 2 demonic beasts over. "How can it let us leave alive?" Feng Jiru said dejectedly. Indeed, being walled in by a large group of late-stage Tier 2 long-armed stone apes, the pressure they faced was not much lesser than facing the ape king. Luckily, these Tier 2 long-armed stone apes did not receive the order to attack. Or else, the two of them would probably be meat paste by now. "Heh, just watch me." Yuan chuckled and said, "The two of you chattering over there, ready to die yet? You humans hunt down this demon race every day. Now, we'll also let you experience the taste of being hunted," the ape king said and grunted coldly. Although he said it very savagely, it did not order those ape generals to attack. Yuan took 2 steps forward and said to the ape king with a smile, "Senior Ape King won't kill me." "What a joke, why won't I kill you? Just because you know the universal beast language? Aren't you overestimating yourself too much, brat?" Senior Ape King said wrongly. "It's not me who's overrating myself, but you who are underestimating me." At this stage, Yuan could not be bothered to pretend to be subservient anymore. He might as well show off a fearless appearance. How could it be that he, an exalted alchemy emperor, could not even handle a Tier 3 demonic beast? The ape king involuntarily burst into laughter when it heard Yuan's words. Except that a stone ape laughing so boisterously made one's hair stand on its ends. "Brat, you're really a newborn calf who isn't scared of the tiger. Looking at your bone age, you're at most 15 to 16 years old. Such a young age, how do you expect me to attach importance to you?" Yuan simply chuckled and did not have any intentions of refuting. He just lightly spat out 3 words from his mouth. Demon, crystal, pill. The face of the Ape King, who was originally still laughing its head off, suddenly changed. A pair of enormous ape eyes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. That manner looked as if it wanted to eat Yi Yuan. Brat, your family's elders know how to refine the demon crystal pill. The Ape King enunciated each word carefully. It was enough to tell from its attitude just how important this demon crystal pill was to it. Although Feng Zhiru did not know what they were talking about, from the Ape King's condition that Yi Yuan had successfully hooked the Ape King's appetite, so she could not help looking forward to it. The Ape King was entirely certain that Yi Yuan would nod his head and acknowledge. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Nope." The Ape King instantly flew into a rage when he heard that. Brat, you dare to make a fool out of this king? Do you believe that this king will swallow you alive? Yi Yuan laughed and said, after swallowing me, you'll probably also stop at the initial stage tier 3 your entire life. No matter how many more crimson soul grass you eat, it will be futile. Yi Yuan stood in front of the Ape King with his hands behind his back without the slightest trace of fear. Chapter 138, Ignorant Ape. Such an audacious tone. You, an Essence Chi Realm brat, actually dares to talk wildly about this king's limits. The Ape King sneered. Yi Yuan did not mind the Ape King's attitude. He already knew that the Ape King was already interested. Otherwise, with him strutting around so arrogantly in front of the Ape King, it would have slapped him to death with one palm long ago. Yi Yuan just smiled and said, I'm afraid that Senior Ape King is much clearer on where your own limits are than I am. Senior Ape King knows yourself whether or not what I said was right. If you feel like I'm bragging, you can completely kill me right now. Either way, it's just a matter of lifting your hands for you. Now that Yi Yuan said that, the Ape King went silent instead. Just as Yi Yuan said, the Ape King itself knew best just where its limits were. Without some fortuitous lucky encounter, it would be very hard to break through to the middle stage tier 3 in its lifetime. Demonic beasts were stronger than humans at the same rank and also had a much greater lifespan than the latter. This was where their strengths were. Nevertheless, when compared to humans, the limitations were also very huge. Their intelligence was very low, and their cultivation mostly relied on instincts. Hence, progress was very slow, and the difficulty of them breaking through realms was also much harder than humans. To human crystal formation realm martial artists, each breakthrough in a minor realm was tremendously tough. But to demonic beasts, the difficulty of breaking through a stage was even greater. The Ape King's current strength was roughly around a human third-level crystal formation realm. The difficulty was already very huge for human martial artists to cross this small step. To the Ape King, it was naturally doubly difficult. Hence, while Yi Yuan's words might sound wildly conceited, it was truthfully not a false statement just to raise alarm. The Ape King was naturally crystal clear on this point. And the demon crystal pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid tier 3 demonic beasts to break through a minor realm. The Ape King had awakened a part of its inherited memories, and within this portion of inherited memories, there was the description of the demon crystal pill. It was just that even if the Ape King knew about the demon crystal pill, it was impossible to refine it. While refining medicinal pill was not a right that was exclusive to humans, human alchemists were way more powerful than the demon races. Furthermore, it was simply impossible for these sort of low-tier demonic beasts like the Ape King to refine medicinal pill. What they could do was only to beg human alchemists to help them refine. But how many human alchemy grandmasters knew how to refine the demon crystal pill? Even if they knew how to refine the demon crystal pill, how many were able to communicate with the Ape King? If the two parties encountered each other, it would already be pretty good if they did not have a life and death struggle. One had to know that the inner core of the Ape King was also a pretty decent alchemy ingredient. Brat, your family's elders don't know how to refine it, but you mentioned the demon crystal pill to this king. Isn't this messing with me? If you don't give me a justifiable explanation, you can forget about leaving here alive. While the Ape King's words were callous, there still existed a trace of expectation. Or else, how could he talk so nicely with Yi Yuan here? Yi Yuan grinned and said, I already said just now that Senior Ape King is looking down on me. I only said that my family's elders don't know how to refine it, but I didn't say that I don't know how to refine it. The Ape King started to suspect that it heard wrongly. You, an Essence Chi Realm brat, refining a tier 3 medicinal pill. This king might not be knowledgeable about alchemy, but I also won't make such a naive mistake and fall for your trick. You've been going in circles for half the day, aren't you just hoping that I would let the two of you go? But since you have the guts to play tricks on this king, then forget about leaving. The Ape King's patience had clearly already reached its limits. It waved its paw and prepared to let those Tier 2 long-armed stone apes attack Yi Yuan jointly. Feng Zhiru jumped in fright when she saw the situation. She knew that Yi Yuan and the Ape King's talk had fallen apart, and immediately raised her sword to prepare to face the enemies. However, Yi Yuan pressed on her sword and looked at the Ape King unhurriedly, saying, "Senior Ape King don't know alchemy, but do you know the grading among human alchemists?" "Of course I know it, but don't you dare tell me that you, an Essence Chi realm martial artist, is an alchemy grandmaster." Yi Yuan took off the alchemist badge on his chest and tossed it over to the Ape King, saying, "This badge is issued by the Alchemy Association to alchemists. There's my personal information inside it. Senior Ape King just have to insert essence energy into the badge, and you'll naturally understand." Though the Ape King did not feel that Yi Yuan had the ability to refine the demon crystal pill, it felt that he also could not play any tricks, so it inserted a wisp of essence energy into the badge, and Yi Yuan's information instantly surfaced inside his mind. Low-rank Alchemy Master. Essence Chi Realm Low-rank Alchemy Master. The Ape King looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment. The Ape King was an old demon who had lived for several hundred years. It still knew a little about the grading among human alchemists. Under normal circumstances, the alchemist grade corresponded with the martial artist's strength. Rarely would there appear Essence Chi Realm Alchemy Masters or Spirit Condensation Realm Alchemy Grandmasters. One could tell from this that this youth's alchemy standards were rather high. No wonder he dared to be so rampant. But, so what? You're just an alchemy master and even a low-rank alchemy master who just passed the Alchemist Association's test not long ago. Don't tell me that you can refine the demon crystal pill now. Ape King threw the badge back to Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan caught the badge and pinned it on. He looked at the Ape King and stretched out a finger, saying, 1 year. Within a year, I'll definitely give Senior Ape King a demon crystal pill. 1 year, how's that possible, brat? Don't think that this king is easy to hoodwink. Regardless of how glib your tongue is, you can forget about leaving here today. The Ape King said disdainfully. A low-rank alchemy master refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year. This king might have read very few books, but don't deceive this king. However, Yi Yuan just said with a cold smile, to think that you awakened inherited memories in vain. You're just an ignorant ape. What did you say? Do you believe that this king will kill you immediately? The Ape King could not help exploding in anger after hearing Yi Yuan's words. Isn't it so? What you can't do, doesn't mean that others can't. Things that you don't understand don't mean that they don't exist. Back in those days, Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape only used 2 years to go from Tier 1 to Tier 3. How do you know that I can't refine Tier 3 medicinal pill within a year? To think that the descendant of Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape who had the divine realm at his beck and call would actually be ignorant to such an extent. Lamentable, oh how pitiable. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Brat, you actually dare to compare yourself to equal heaven old ancestor. Truly unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Equals heaven old ancestor is a deity realm expert. How can an ant like you compare? The Ape King said furiously. Yi Yuan sneered and said, are aristocrats born nobler than others? Senior equals Heaven Saint Ape did not grow up in the divine realm but rose to power in the lower realms. Back then, wasn't there also people who said that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Truthfully telling you, refining the demon crystal pill is but an effortless matter for me. It's just that my current realm is insufficient, that's why I can't refine it. Breaking through to the crystal formation realm within a year is a breeze to me. That's all I have to say. Talking any more won't help. If Senior Ape King doesn't believe my words, then make a move right now. Finishing, Yi Yuan turned around and really just ignored the Ape King. The Ape King stared at Yi Yuan and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Chapter 139, The Tide's Turn. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan's words were indeed incomparably rampant. No matter how it sounded, it just seemed like big talk. What kind of existence was the equals Heaven Saint Ape? That was a deity realm existence. In this era where the deity realm was lost, the bright halo of those former deity realm experts appeared to be even more dazzling and legendary. A native of the endless world actually dared to compare himself to equals heaven old ancestor. Just how much dauntless courage was needed? To the Stone Ape clan, equals heaven old ancestor was a totem-like being, an existence that brooks no blasphemy. This comparison by Yuan truly angered the Ape King. However, what surprised the Ape King was that this original inhabitant of the endless world actually knew about equals heaven old ancestor. If not for having awakened his inherited memories, even he himself did not know about the existence of equals heaven old ancestor. How did this brat know? Not just that, he even knew clearly about equals heaven old ancestor's growing up experiences. That was even stranger. Although this brat might be a little weak, his body was leaking with abnormality. Clearly having only essence chi realm cultivation, yet he could unleash a powerful attack that could threaten spirit condensation realms. Clearly having only essence chi realm cultivation, yet he could become a low-rank alchemy master. Moreover, the data on that badge said that Yuan was only at the 4th level essence chi realm when he passed the test. This was simply subverting. The Ape King even knew that human alchemists rarely knew about the existence of the demon crystal pill. But this teenage brat actually knew. All in all, it was so abnormal. If these things were combined, perhaps, this brat could really refine the demon crystal pill. Then again, it was just a year's time. If Yuan could not refine it, he did not lose much anyway. At most he would just blow his top and then kill Yuan. But what if Yuan could really refine the demon crystal pill? Then what if Yuan could help him advance to late stage tier 3? Could it be that he still had the possibility of breaking through to tier 4 in this lifetime? Thinking up to here, the Ape King found it hard to calm his emotions down again. The temptation of tier 4 was utterly irresistible. What was the concept of tier 4? Even in this endless forest where high-tier demonic beasts were as plentiful as clouds, tier 4 demonic beasts also counts as a hegemon of a region. The current Ape King was at most occupying a mountain and calling himself king. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, who knew how many tier 3 demonic beasts there were just like him? He was merely one of them. This was a sure win and no losses gamble. Even if the Ape King lost, what he lost was just a year's time anyway. But if he won, then he would obtain an even broader future. A year was completely irrelevant to the Ape King. It could not even increase his strength the least bit. You can really refine the demon crystal pill? The Ape King asked somewhat weakly. Yuan turned his face over and snubbed the Ape King. He knew that his words already took effect. As long as he let the Ape King become conscious of his mysteriousness, he definitely would not lay hands on him. Just a year's time was completely worthless to the Ape King. Yuan could naturally think of what the Ape King desired. Hence, it was the Ape King who was begging him now, and not him beseeching the Ape King anymore. Compared to tier 4, what did the Crimson Soul Grass even matter? Seeing Yuan ignore him, the Ape King could not help feeling awkward. But when he recalled his attitude towards him just now, the Ape King felt that the attitude of this person now did not seem to be improper. On the contrary, the more Yuan behaved so, the more the Ape King felt that he was unfathomable. Only a capable person would posture like this. Feng Jiru, who was looking at this scene by the side, could not help widening her eyes. This plot reversed too quickly. The Ape King was still in a billowing rage just now and wanted to smack people to death at the slightest provocation. Why did his attitude do a 180-degree U-turn after exchanging a few sentences? Feng Jiru unintentionally looked at Yuan curiously. She really wanted to know what went on between Yuan and the Ape King. However, she knew that now was not the time to interrupt, so she could only press down her curiosity deep in her heart. Feng Jiru knew that she and Yuan was already safe now. That was enough. Brah, young man, if you can really refine the demon crystal pill, you can have as much Crimson Soul Grass as you want. The Ape King changed his form of address at the last moment and turned, brat, into, young man. Right now, the only bargaining chip on the Ape King's hands was the Crimson Soul Grass. Yuan was ignoring him, so he could only take that out. Yuan only turned his head back slowly after seeing that the Ape King went to the main point, saying indifferently, "Isn't Senior Ape King bullying people too much by using the Crimson Soul Grass to exchange for the demon crystal pill?" Crimson Soul Grass was only a tier 2 medicinal herb. Though it might be scarce, it was simply garbage when compared with tier 3 medicine pills. And this sort of medicinal pill for the consumption of demonic beasts like the demon crystal pill was practically unheard of in the human territories. In the endless world, alchemists who could refine demonic beast medicinal pills could likely be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such was the pricelessness of the demon crystal pill. The Ape King also showed slight embarrassment and said, "Young man, as long as you can really refine out the demon crystal pill, just list your terms. As long as I do it, I definitely won't say no." Yuan looked at the Ape King and suddenly beamed, smiling until the Ape King felt scared. However, Yuan did not list his terms. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Senior Ape King, I wonder if you have any interest in the Demon Manor Pill." When the Ape King heard, "Demon Manor Pill," these 3 words, he involuntarily sucked in a cold breath, and he became battered out of his senses. Where was there still any demeanor of an unparalleled expert? For an ape's face to have such exciting expressions, it was hard on the Ape King. Currently, the Ape King's entire body was trembling. He was clearly agitated to the extreme. "Demon, demon, demon, you can actually even refine that." After saying, "demon," for a long time, the Ape King did not complete the 3 words, "Demon Manor Pill," and was already so agitated that he was stuttering. Demon Manor Pill was precisely a medicinal pill which could aid demonic beasts to break through to Tier 4. It was Tier 4. Before today, he had never had any extravagant hopes of breaking through to Tier 4. But now, Yuan whetted his appetite sky high, and actually even brought up the Demon Manor Pill. Was it not wanting a person's life? No wait, it should be wanting an ape's life. No matter human martial artists or demonic beasts, who could withstand the allure of breaking through a major realm? Nobody. Each major realm was like a heavenly chasm. Those geniuses could cross a heavenly chasm, but might not be able to cross the next one. After crossing the next heavenly chasm, they might not be able to cross the next one. Each major realm was just like a fine sieve, eliminating countless geniuses again and again. Each heavenly chasm could make innumerable geniuses fall in the sand with broken halberds. The Ape King being able to awaken its inherited memories meant that he already counted as a pinnacle genius among the long-armed stone apes. But this heavenly chasm called Tier 4 mercilessly shut the door on his face. Now, did he really have the chance to cross this heavenly chasm? Yuan was very satisfied with the Ape King's response and said smilingly, "Didn't I say just now? Refining pills to me is just a common meal. What I'm lacking now is but cultivation realm." Chapter 140, There's only this one chance. Yuan's manner of speaking clearly seemed like he was boasting. However, the Ape King did not know why, but he felt that what Yuan said was real. Perhaps this feeling originated from the powerful self-confidence coming off of Yuan's body. This sort of feeling was contradictory, yet it was so persuasive. In the end, it was the allure of Tier 4 which trumped all. "State your terms, young man." "I concede," the Ape King said helplessly. After awakening his inherited memories, the Ape King's intellect was no longer inferior to regular humans. He knew that Yuan whetting up his appetite was definitely not for something as simple as the crimson soul grass. Seeing the Ape King's defeated look, Yuan said calmly, "With 10 years as the duration, acknowledge me as your master." "What, you, a puny little essence chi realm, actually want me to acknowledge you as my master?" The Ape King was enraged when he heard that. On the Crimson Summit Ridge, the Ape King was a paramount existence. Regardless of strength or age, he was on an entirely different level from Yuan. To ask him to acknowledge a youth as his master was even more painful than killing him. But Yuan had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "After 10 years, even if you wanted to acknowledge me as your master, I'm afraid that you won't even get a Q number. If you're unwilling, then I don't really care. I'll just suffer this small loss and use the demon crystal pill to exchange the crimson soul grass with you. Either way, refining a demon crystal pill is effortless to me. After a year, I'll hand you the demon crystal pill, and the 2 of us won't owe each other anything. But at that time, don't think about becoming my servant to exchange for the demon manor pill." Yuan paused and kept away the smile on his face, saying solemnly, "There's only this one chance." With Yuan keeping away his smile, the aura of a sovereign undulated out naturally, as if he was a sovereign who descended upon the world. Feng Jiru had never seen this side of Yuan, as if he looked down on all things under the heavens. This sort of disposition and aura, even if her father were here, most likely he would also admit defeat, right? Yuan was originally the Medicine King Hall's young patriarch, an alchemy emperor with supreme status in the divine realm. Even when matched up against those old undying from the Alchemist Association, his standards went beyond rather than falling below the mark. Although he changed his body now, that sort of disposition of a sovereign originated from the deepest part of the soul. It was completely unnecessary for him to fake it. When the Ape King saw how Yi Yuan's bearing was actually so extraordinary, he was unwittingly shocked inwardly. As a sovereign himself, the Ape King was even clearer that this sort of bearing was absolutely not something that could be faked by an Essence Chi realm youth. There were definitely many unknown secrets on this young man's body. The Ape King inadvertently started to re-evaluate Yi Yuan's words. Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear. If he chose to use the Crimson Soul Grass to exchange, then he would lose the opportunity to advance to a Tier 4 demonic beast. So the question now was whether Yi Yuan could really refine a demon manner pill. This was similarly another gamble. Yi Yuan increased the original bet multiple times. Yi Yuan saying to acknowledge him as his master was naturally not just verbally. It was to enter a soul contract. After entering a soul contract, all actions of the Ape King had to comply with Yi Yuan's commands without resistance. Otherwise, a single thought from Yi Yuan could make the Ape King's soul dissipate. That was to say, he would lose 10 years of freedom. If the Ape King chose to use the Crimson Soul Grass to exchange, he would earn without losing anything. With the Demon Crystal Pill, there was no problem for him to break through to middle stage Tier 3. But that way, he would also lose the chance to break through to Tier 4. Perhaps, this might be his only chance to become a Tier 4 demonic beast. If he chose the latter, the risk he faced would be much greater. If Yi Yuan could not refine the Demon Manner Pill, he would lose 10 years of freedom. This was something the Ape King could not accept, but if he chose the latter, he would obtain the opportunity to break through to Tier 4. This opportunity was too hard to come by. The temptation of Tier 4 was too huge. The Ape King kept on contorting his ape face in agony. Clearly, his heart was filled with turmoil. Seeing the Ape King show such an interesting expression, Feng Jiru nearly laughed out loud. But she was also very astonished in her heart. Just what did you say to him? Why is he showing such an expression? Feng Jiru could not suppress her curiosity and voice transmitted to ask. Yi Yuan did not hide it and told her the matter of his intention to take the Ape King in as his servant. The look on Feng Jiru's face also became very fascinating when she heard Yi Yuan's voice transmission. But that's a Tier 3 Ape King. Even the Dean might not be his match. You actually want to take him in as your servant? Feng Jiru nearly let out a sound. Just a Tier 3 stone ape, that's all. Barely strong enough to be my servant, I guess. It's also because my strength is too weak, or else I wouldn't even be bothered to take him in. You're also aware, my master is very strong. If the servant I take in is too lousy, the elder will also lose his prestige. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Feng Jiru stared at Yi Yuan and was already completely speechless. The two of them barged into the Crimson Summit Ridge at nearly the cost of their lives. No matter how Feng Jiru thought, she did not expect the situation to reverse so swiftly. The previous moment, they were nearly killed by this Ape King, and the next moment, Yi Yuan wanted to take this Ape King in as his servant. Not that I don't understand, but it's this world that changed too quickly. Just what kind of existence was Yi Yuan's master? The Ape King's struggle continued for several dozen breaths of time, but Yi Yuan did not urge him. Yi Yuan also knew that this matter was an extremely painful choice to the Ape King. The Ape King in the Crimson Summit Ridge was like an emperor in a mortal country. To make an emperor become another person's servant was clearly an extremely difficult matter. Gradually, the Ape King's facial expression settled down. Yi Yuan knew that he already made his decision. How is it? Have you considered it? Yi Yuan asked calmly. To get me to become your servant also works, but you must swear a heavenly Tao oath to definitely refine the Demon Manner Pill for me within 10 years. The Ape King said solemnly. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard that. Don't be mistaken. Right now, I'm not the one begging you to be my servant, but it's me who's giving you a chance. You can only choose to believe me or not to believe in me. There isn't a third road. Seeing the Ape King's expression turn hostile, Yi Yuan added on and said, don't dream about trapping me here to refine pills for you. Once I have the strength to refine the Demon Manner Pill, I have 1,000 ways to make you die unknowingly. You can try if you don't believe. The Ape King did not expect that the notion had just jumped to mind and Yi Yuan already guessed it. He was indeed thinking about keeping Yi Yuan here to refine pills for him just now, but he did not imagine being counter-threatened by Yi Yuan. Just as Yi Yuan had said, if his alchemy Dao attainments were truly so high, then he would really have this ability. Another long bout of silence passed. The Ape King suddenly gave a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, fine. For this chance to break through to Tier 4, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master for 10 years. Yi Yuan's face did not reveal any surprise. He chuckled loudly when he heard that and said, "Don't worry, following me, Yi Yuan, let alone tier 4, even tier 5 demon monarch or tier 6 demon ancestor does not amount to much. I don't need 10 years. Even I were to chase you away, I'm afraid that you won't be willing to leave my side." These words still sounded so rampant and unreliable. In truth, Yi Yuan was afraid of scaring the Ape King, so he held back. To Yi Yuan, forget about demon ancestor, what was difficult about even the tier 9 demon emperor? Chapter 141, Spatial Spirit Artifact. The Ape King fully opened up his divine soul. Yi Yuan formed a seal with both hands, and a wisp of soul strength reached into the divine soul of the Ape King. Regardless whether it was demonic beasts or human martial artists, the divine soul was the most mysterious and also the most fragile place. The Ape King only felt his divine soul quiver and his entire being feeling like he was dead tired. The Ape King knew that he and Yi Yuan already set up a soul contract. He shall serve Yi Yuan as his master for 10 years. Currently, the Ape King no longer had his former pride. He said respectfully, "Yuan Fei pays respect to master." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "So, you're called Yuan Fei. Since you acknowledge me as your master, there are some things I wanted to make clear to you. Pray tell, master, you have your pride as the Ape King, and I also won't control your words and actions as I please. Hence, under most circumstances, you're free. If you sincerely acknowledge me as your master, I can even choose not to use soul strength. That way, you're virtually completely free. However, if I find out that you feign compliance while acting in opposition even just once, I'll use the soul contract without hesitation." Understood. Yuan Fei understands. "Don't worry, master. Since this Yuan Fei chose to follow master, I naturally won't have other thoughts," Yuan Fei said deferentially. Methods like soul contracts were actually quite gentle. It primarily looked at the contents of the contract entered by the two parties. Because Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan's soul contract was not on equal footing, Yuan Fei must serve Yi Yuan as master. Even so, apart from restrictions on the contract and having to do things for Yi Yuan, there was pretty much no difference from normal times. It was possible to forcefully plant a slave seal to control others. The party being enslaved could not hide any thoughts from the master. That was a true slave and not some master-servant relationship. There were some even more impressive techniques which could directly obliterate the consciousness of the person being controlled to make him completely submit to his master. As long as the master did not take the initiative to come into contact with the spell, the person being controlled would forever be a walking corpse. It was precisely because a method like a soul contract was very gentle that Yuan Fei agreed to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not agree with Yi Yuan and just kill him instead. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan's words dispelled Yuan Fei's last bit of apprehension. Yi Yuan's meaning was that they were equals. But when Yi Yuan required something, he had to help Yi Yuan unconditionally. Rather than saying master-servant relationship, they might as well say full-time bodyguard. Furthermore, Yuan Fei and Yi Yuan had already entered a soul contract. There was also an indistinct hint of telepathy between them. Yuan Fei could sense that Yi Yuan truly turned his nose up a little at him, this servant. This sort of turning his nose up was not looking down in disdain, but a sort of indescribable feeling. Anyway, this master was very mysterious. Don't need to call master either, just call me young master, Yi Yuan instructed. From the beginning, since just now, Feng Jiru's mouth had always been wide open. She was already so amazed that she grinned from ear to ear. A tier 3 demonic beast was subdued just like that with a few sentences from Yi Yuan. This was a tier 3 demonic beast and not some Tom, Dick, and Harry. In this 1,000-mile radius of the endless forest, a tier 3 demonic beast was absolutely a king-like existence. He actually became Yi Yuan's servant just like that. She still suspected that Yi Yuan was bragging a little just now, but only when she saw the Ape King's attitude now, did Feng Jiru become aware of her ignorance. You really subdued him." Feng Jiru was still a little hesitant to believe and wished to confirm it from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Look at his appearance. Is there still anything else to doubt? With Yuan Fei tagging along, time to beat up Su Yubai first after heading back." Heh. Feng Jiru was thoroughly defeated by Yi Yuan. At the start, he still had a certain air, but he revealed his true colors in his last sentence. This fellow was simply a troublemaker. But he's the Ape King. How did you subdue him? Feng Zhiru could not resist asking again. Everybody has a weakness. As long as you grasp their weak point, they can naturally be used by you. To the Ape King, what do you think he desires the most? Yi Yuan smiled and countered with a question. Feng Zhiru thought about it after hearing the question. After some time, she answered uncertainly, breakthrough to Tier 4. Well, I don't think there's anything with a greater allure than this. Smart. Yuan Fei is just like you. If you can't break through to the spirit condensation realm, then it would be even more excruciating than killing you. You should be able to understand this sort of feeling, Yi Yuan smiled and said. You actually dared to compare me to a demonic beast. Feng Zhiru nodded her head first but quickly realized that something was wrong and promptly burst into anger. Haha, I didn't have that intention. Why are you always so sensitive? Don't hit me, I have a Tier 3 bodyguard now. You can't beat me, humph. Even if you have a Tier 4 bodyguard, so what? I'll beat you anyway. Feng Zhiru simply did not care. She did not believe that Yi Yuan would really dare to make the Ape King come and beat her. Ouch, I was wrong, my grandaunt. That's much better. After a bout of play fighting, a problem remained in front of Yi Yuan. How should he handle the mountain full of long-armed stone apes? Once Yuan Fei left with him, this mountain full of long-armed stone apes would lose their support. In the endless forest, Yuan Fei was not the only Tier 3 demonic beast. If he were to leave, these long-armed stone apes would be without a head. Sooner or later, they would be annexed by other forces. The demonic beast world was at times crueler than the human world. It was impossible for other species to tolerate the long-armed stone apes to continue occupying the mountain and calling themselves king. The final outcome would be complete annihilation. Yuan Fei, what about your fellow clansmen? If you leave, they'll probably be swallowed up by other powerful races, Yi Yuan inquired. Not that Yi Yuan was unwilling to bring them away, but because there were simply too many long-armed stone apes. If he brought them all away, how would he settle them down? These long-armed stone apes, when brought outside, could virtually destroy a mortal country. There was no place safe to put such a colossal force. If somebody with some bad intentions found them, these long-armed stone apes could be in even greater danger than at the endless forest. No matter how powerful Yuan Fei was, he was just a single person. Furthermore, the experts from some of the great sects were even stronger than Yuan Fei. When Yuan Fei saw that Yi Yuan took the initiative to mention his clansmen, he felt incredibly touched. If it were some other person, having acquired such a powerful helper, who would bother about the life and death of Yuan Fei's clansmen? Don't worry, young master. I have an extremely powerful spatial spirit artifact on me. It's ample to store my clansmen and me. As he said, Yuan Fei flipped over his palm. A small-scale mini-palace floated about his palm. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, to think it's actually 128 restriction spatial spirit artifact. This toy is probably extremely rare in the endless world. Looks like you, Yuan Fei, are really fortuitous. No wonder only you among so many clansmen could awaken inherited memories and break through to Tier 3. Yuan Fei smiled. If young master can help me break through to Tier 4, you would be Yuan Fei's greatest fortuitous encounter. Yi Yuan chortled and said, relax. I won't let you down. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.